10 years ago, this world became a playground, and all people turned into players. Their goal was simple enough. It was necessary to kill monsters and try to survive. These players received tasks from the masters of the game, called GM, and of course, players did not enjoy this game. This was done by deities, distant creatures high in the sky. They watched the game and made their favorite players with their own avatars. The deities were done to take a personal part in the game, but as a result, all humanity was extinct. It seems to be the worst game in history, because the finale of this path was the total destruction of humanity. Can there be something worse? There was only one way to get salvation from death. It is to get out of this world into this black hole. But according to the rules, the avatar of the divine cannot pass through her, and our main character, a guy named Kim, is an avatar. His deity is sure to look at him and laughs, perhaps even criticizes for the poor passing of the last mission. The system informed the guy that he reached the bad end of the lonely world, the best name for that, and you will not come up. This name is perfect for the last living person on the planet. The game will soon be completed. This means that Kim has already played. Instead of staying alone in this deserted world, it is better to choose another option. For a long time, the guy realized that he did not want to live a lonely life, so he prepared to kill himself with his own hands. But at the last moment, the system reported to him that the DLC bench opens after cleaning all lonely modes. DLC is a content that can be downloaded and used as a complement to the main game. Usually such benches are in console games. The system informed the guy that he can buy items for points. A little later, he was offered to start the game from the beginning, but now he gets some advantages over other players. Kim can't understand why this feature suddenly arose. Perhaps it is a joker that appears after passing the game? If the guy really has not lost his common sense, then it is not hallucination, and he may be sure that he will be able to win this party. He needs 1,000,000 points to buy the right functions, and in 10 years of the game, he has collected enough points. Now he finally bought the second set. After the beginning of the second round, he will be able to buy different objects in the bench. Kim hopes that all this is true, and he will really be able to start over and finally change everything, especially this bad end. The system started the restart process. The guy should try to come to the other end in the second round. This is exactly how the first round was officially over, and now we will witness this amazing story. Kim opened his eyes and realized that he was sitting outside in the center of his city. Everything around was quite ordinary. It seems that everything returned to its place. He immediately saw people walking quietly across the streets and enjoying the wonderful weather. The status window does not open yet, but it does not bother him, because he enjoys this peace that has not seen for a long time. Suddenly, he saw Linda. This girl was his close girlfriend during his studies at the university. She was younger than him a year, but she was able to take good care of others, often approaching him when he was lonely and talked. They got along well with each other. She was very well educated, so she did not let him go to the last. The girl greeted with Kim and noticed that he played the games all night again. Such a rate of his grades could be affected in this semester. He replied that the semester had not even started, but Linda reminded him that now on August 17th. Kim immediately realized that all this turned out to be true. It was not a dream, and he really started the second round of the game. The ground under his feet will soon start to disperse in different directions. He returned on the same first day when it started. Linda noticed that her friend behaved a little strange. He probably played the games all night again and did not even sleep. Kim could not believe that he really returned, and all this story would start from the beginning. Linda reminded him that in a week the lessons at the university will begin, and he should prepare and forget about computer games. He is grateful to her for everything, and not only because she constantly cared for him, she did a little more. Linda suggested that he find another place to talk. She looked like she did not like her. It is clear that John is approaching them. He constantly tries to approach Linda and calls Kim a missing player. Kim does not remember what happened to this guy he probably couldn't even pass the first level of the game. Linda reminded her friend that he did not want to meet John, so it is better for them to find another place to talk. Kim completely forgot about all this and said that it was not necessary to change the place only through it. In his memory, all these events happened 10 years ago, so you can understand the situations of which he does not remember. Linda continued to offer another place to relax. She also does not want John to come to them. Suddenly, Kim heard the words that immediately reminded him of the same day in which it began 10 years ago. On that day, he sat in the same place with Linda and talked about the beginning of the school year. Then, she also paid attention to interesting events and thought that they were shooting cinema. All this seemed like ordinary special effects. Of course, a simple young girl could not believe that it really was happening. But this is the case that the worst thing about people in history has begun. and now it will have to be survived again. In the circle, it seemed that these were only actors in costumes. In addition, these monsters were small in height, like children. Everyone around began to watch these monsters interested, but no one could find the camera and director. Linda suggested going closer and looking at these monsters. 10 years ago, Kim did that. And now he no longer wants to repeat his past mistakes. He asked the girl to wait a little and do not rush. A little later, the people around began to shout. Of course they were frightened because these monsters began to cut other people. At this point, everyone finally began to understand that it was not very similar to cinema and special effects. It is something real. Although it did not look strange, but now people are waiting for a new reality and only those who adapt to it will be able to survive. Linda was shocked that it was not a movie. She realized that it was real monsters who came to kill young students. This was understood by other people. They immediately began to flee from these demons, but it was their most unsuccessful choice. These goblins usually attack the weak and defenseless, so the one who turned his back as if he invited them to kill themselves. In a few minutes this wonderful morning, more than 10 people were killed. They tried to escape, but the goblins were faster. The murder for these foreign monsters was not hunting, they considered it entertainment. So they killed with a smile on their face. All this seemed very strange. Linda immediately ran to her friend, grabbed him by the hand and said that they should run immediately. She did not understand why Kim was in no hurry to get up and look for a safe place. At first it seemed that he was paralyzed with fear, but the guy was well aware of and did not panic at all. Although 10 years ago he was too weak and cowardly. This is exactly how it was in the first round. Linda closed his body and he stood and could not move from fear. Her red blood falls on his face in a few seconds. He will never forget these feelings. 10 years ago, he stood behind her back and then just fled like the last coward, but now everything should be different because the second level begins. The process of synchronization is almost complete, and Kim is no longer an ordinary guy, but a player who personally saw the end of this world. This time, everything should be different because he has experience, understanding of weaknesses of opponents, and martial arts skills. He immediately became close to the goblins and struck the first powerful blow. This time, he will not allow them to pick up Linda. In the next few seconds, he showed that no longer is the little and cowardly guy as before. Now in our eyes is a real warrior, with incredible cruelty when you need to protect loved ones. This is how it destroyed the first monsters in the second level. The synchronization is completely complete. Thanks to this initial success, he has received a lot of additional rewards from the system. Everything in a real game. The people around were still shocked and could not understand what was happening. The hardest thing for them is only ahead. The deities descended from heaven and began to say, they said that all the people in the world were now invited to the game of the gods. Now they are all players in this game who have to perform basic tasks, and in the event of failure, they receive serious punishment. They were explained that with the help of the system, they will be able to obtain additional information about different aspects of the game. Kim is well aware that the deities can easily notice it if it progresses quickly or use too good weapons. He understands that he should be extremely careful and grateful for the fact that all this game has begun from the beginning. The observer is the eyes of the gods. Each user may be different depending on the level, but in most cases it looks something like that. If these observers begin to suspect a guy, it can affect the difficulty of future tasks. They will not leave it unattended. The game will immediately become more difficult. The very beginning should be careful in their actions and not cause unnecessary suspicion. That is why Kim began to look like it is very difficult for him to defeat Little Goblin. Suddenly, Linda turned to the boy. She said that such monsters could not appear in the real world. But she knows what is the matter. She explained that reality has now changed, because in the real world it is impossible to see notifications about the nuances of the game. Kim tried not to show that he knew all this and without her words, but he could not but note her peace in an emergency. But Linda was surprised that Kim behaved extremely calmly. She also did not understand how easily he was able to destroy Goblin. Suddenly, people have heard a message again. Their first task is an escape from the university. They have 2 days to pass this mission. From now on, monsters will begin to attack them. They must either escape or destroy. The main goal is to reach the university. Each player receives rewards depending on his or her personal achievements, so it is better to actively act in the task. The level of severity of this mission seemed too easy for Kim. It is already too experienced. He asked his girlfriend to speed up because there would be too many goblins around. He took her hand and said that it was necessary to run immediately. These demons run very quickly, so you can't lose extra minutes. If Kim did not know all this information, Linda was certainly dead again. Unfortunately, not all of them quickly reacted to all this information. Other people still seemed like a movie. A little later, they finally realized that it really was happening, but it was too late. A few minutes later, Kim and Linda were able to break away from the goblins who were occupied by the murder of other people. Linda began to worry about the fate of other students of the university, but Kim assured her that it is better not to think about it now. Goblins have the power of an average adult man, so there are not many victims at the moment. As soon as people start gathering in the crowd, everything will calm down a little, but only before the appearance of hobgoblins. The system soon reported that Kim and Linda finally entered the safe zone. In the first stage of the game, after Kim was able to escape from the goblins, he was lucky enough to reach a safe area. Linda could not understand what it means, which is why he decided to explain to her some rules of the game. Each game should have a safe place where monsters cannot get and where you can restore strength. Of course, goblins hate these safe areas. They only want the destruction of people and eat their meat. Linda was finally able to rest and enjoy a safe place, like they really managed to escape from danger. Kim assured that they will now be constantly attacked by monsters, but now they can relax before they continue their journey. Also, the guy realized very quickly that Linda needs to be equipped with everything he needed so that she could protect himself from monsters. In other areas of the city, it was very difficult for people. Those who did not have time to escape in time had to fight for their lives. The goblins are hardly tired and are ready to chase their victim for many hours in a row. But suddenly the young people heard the cries of one of the goblins. They returned and saw that he was cutting his throat. Their surprise did not decrease because they saw who exactly did it. It was Linda, and it was incredible. She destroyed these monsters incredibly quickly with her new weapons, like Kim helped her to prepare for the continuation of the game. John couldn't believe that all this was done by an ordinary and simple girl from his university. He asked her what had happened. 3 hours before that, Kim decided to buy for Landa all the necessary weapons. He also noticed that all this time they were watching them. The guy knows that there is only one reason that the gods watch the players, for the sake of curiosity. They choose the player who they liked the most and make their avatar. They constantly did this in the first level, watched how he was going through the task, and enjoyed his game. But there were also the so-called game masters who followed the server and gave tasks. They are called GM. Kim has noticed that they were being observed. He was a personal observer of Korean master of the Akarthos game. Kim pretended to do nothing. All this is done only to lose interest as an opportunity to lose interest and go away. After 30 minutes, the observer finally stopped looking at Kim. He has no patience, which is why Akarthos cannot become the best. But this impatience is now useful for Kim. Now you need to look at Linda's weapon. The guy opened the DLC bench and was shocked by what he saw there. Everything is quite different from the first level of the game. The guy was very frightened but noticed that Lin did not pay attention to it, so he only sees this screen. Kim immediately saw the community of the game used by the gods. Did they copy a regular game site? He also saw that a chat was created on this site. It has many messages from the gods. Similar to our hero has received access to something very secret. Kim realized that this chat is a real gift. You can learn a lot of useful information, but next time you need to try to write something. The main thing is not to forget to check it, because with access to such information, you can succeed in the game. After the guy checked the community, it's time to look at other interesting things. Now he can afford a lot, but the best items are still too expensive. Some of them are hidden. Maybe all of it depends on the level, so you need to continue the game. It is not yet clear whether you can open all the items or only part. There are no explanations on the site. Kim proved well in the first stage, so he hopes that it will help him in the future. A little later, he saw a set of player. In the first stage, Kim was a lone player, but now he was wanted by a pleasant game in the company of friends. It seems that he will finally be able to collect himself, and he will have enough points to buy this item a team. Suddenly, he heard that a young guy was calling everyone to himself. He is sure that it would be easier to stop the goblins. So, people finally realize that they need to create teams, because it will be very difficult to survive in this world alone. People united and started trying to destroy monsters together. They also realized that they could buy weapons using the system. The first full battles between the monsters and people began. There was something to look at. Of course, people have overestimated their capabilities. Although goblins are not the strongest monsters, but they are still dangerous. Some people could not withstand this psychological and physical pressure. One woman even started crying and calling, but most mom to help. But most still understood that it was necessary to concentrate on rivals and try to fight as a real team. Linda said they could not sit in a safe place all the time, so they should slowly move forward. She also said that she was very hungry in all this time. It is strange that she wants to eat in such a critical situation. Also, Kim could not understand why she asks so little questions, but it was even easier for him. The situation is so strange that she will not understand anything even if he begins to tell. So he decided to silently give her a knife who took away from Goblin. He assured that he would be able to find another weapon, and reminded that she was more defenseless than him. Linda was surprised. It was not very like Kim, which she always knew, although he was always very strange. In addition to the Goblin knife, which is perfect for self-defense, he also gave her a VIP brooch. This item enhances muscle regeneration and increases points by 20%. It is a very useful item in the game. Linda was very intelligent. She quickly began to understand that it was a game subject and guessed how to use it. Kim also bought the same for himself, all of which was spent 20,000 points, so you can call it a wonderful investment. The DLC bench is the best. There are a completely different level than in a regular bench. It turned out to be much cheaper, but more efficient. The reality has become a game, but death still means the end if you judge from this side, then for the feeding of wounds for 20,000 points is worth it. Moreover, they will be able to increase their points by 20%, so it is a very profitable item, especially after they have left the safe zone. The guy reminded his friend that she should focus on defense. Now it is not time to imagine as if she were a miracle woman and trying to destroy the goblins. All this time, all the players on the map of the Earth were constantly watching the masters of the game, the so-called GM. They like this chaos. They believe that people are very funny, although sometimes it is too interesting to them. Each of the masters told the story of their land. Someone had fun stories, and someone had already died in someone. Akarthos started talking about his site a little later. He said that he had a guy who gave hope. According to him, this guy is correctly beast, and if he continues at the same pace, he can reach a high level. Linda and Kim tried not to lose concentration and be extremely careful. In this game, it is very important. It is necessary to act carefully and constantly look in different directions. The monsters are too treacherous and may appear from nowhere. Many young people have already finished the game on the first day, but Linda showed very rapid progress. She appeared and immediately ran towards the goblins. These ugly creatures only rejoiced in her appearance. But Linda looked incredibly confident and concentrated. It became clear that she had a plan. Kim explained to her that there are many groups of goblins, so there is certainly the one who controls them. In the games constantly so, any gamer knows it. This is shown even in documentary shows. All animals that live in time have a leader. This leader is a boss in this task, and if you do not kill the boss, it will be very difficult to get out of here. That is why Kim said that they should destroy this boss, which is why he needed Linda's help. He assured her that everything would work out in them. So that's why the girl appeared and did everything that the goblins would pay her attention to her. To begin with, she used the smell of temptation. This elixir will attract weak monsters in the area. She used this elixir for all of them, trying to catch it. The plan is simple enough. But the most interesting begins because they will use the elixir of invisibility. It will take about 5 minutes. So Linda plays the role of bait. This is Kim's request. He promised everything else to take care. So far, everything goes according to the plan. All goblins are now trying to catch up with Landa, and now it's time to act. But suddenly John appeared with a young girl. They also tried to escape from the goblins. She saw her friend from the university and realized that he needed to help. It may not be the most important thing to catch the boss, because the key task of this mission is to go beyond the territory of the university. All this is just a game. So the more people remain alive, the more they can receive rewards. A little later, what we saw, Linda came to the rescue and destroyed several monsters and saved John. He could not believe that she was capable of such, but even the girl did not expect such. Her body suddenly became easy and fast. From the very beginning, she was not going to save him, and said that in such a situation he should thank her for the salvation. John looked very frightened. He has never seen Landa in that condition. All this is very strange. At first, the girl realized that it became difficult for her to breathe. She cannot calm down. Such an impression of her blood is boiling now. Of course, she does not understand what is happening to her. But now there is no time for reflection. We need to act. She is obliged to prevent the goblins and do all that he has asked for Kim. It is necessary to block them. Finally, the girl drank this elixir and felt as red energy seized her body. While Linda distracted the attention of all goblins in the area, Kim went to look for a boss of these Gentiles. He hoped that nothing wrong with her would happen, and at that moment he finally found this great mutant. Kim remained calm. He greeted the boss of Goblin and said that they had not seen themselves for a long time. For 10 years. The boss was not very happy about their meetings. He was noticeably angry and prepared to destroy this little scoundrel. That is why he struck the boy's first blow, but Kim is already an experienced wolf, which is why he is ready for such attacks. He smiled and said that it was not expected. But now his turn came. He immediately divided his points into different physical characteristics and especially added speed and agility. With this, he was able to find the blind zone of the boss goblin and tried to take advantage of it. His experience helped him to quickly come up with the right plan. It remains only to realize his advantage. Kim immediately began to strike powerful blows to his opponent. It is unlikely that the goblin's boss will like it, but now Kim has to think only about himself and Linda. They have to fulfill their plan and go through this mission. Because of this, the boss in the first stage was many casualties, but now everything will be quite different, especially after Kim added 10 points to his strength. He took a huge stone and threw him in the boss. It was a wonderful and powerful hit in the head of the opponent. After that, the guy got his sword and prepared to strike a decisive blow. He jumped high from the blind zone of the boss and demonstrated how sharp his blade is. Thus, the goblin boss was destroyed. For this, Kim will receive a hobgoblin belt and 500 points. A rather good reward for a hidden boss. Hobgoblina's belt adds 10 points to force. Restrictions on the main task do not affect these indicators. As it turned out, there is now a limitation of 100 points, since Kim rank F, all because it is only the first task. These indicators will be able to increase the guy in the future when it will be needed, but now you need to think about another. The gods soon know that he destroyed the boss, so we must run until the observer came here. Kim immediately went to look for his girlfriend. He was surprised that goblins did not come to salvation to his boss. He knows that the time of the invisible elixir is only 5 minutes. Linda was not able to restrain the goblins, or did he finish the task too quickly? Suddenly, the guy saw that goblins were running fast in his direction, but a little strange happened because they did not attack him. They not only walked by but also showed all their appearance that they were scared. Kim immediately was scared and ran to look for his girlfriend. He began to fear that something bad could happen to her. There are various incomprehensible smells around the mixed, but it feels the smell of blood. He left Landa in vain. He cannot leave her to die, which is why he ran so quickly to rescue. And not that he saw very surprised him, Linda was healthy and intact, and there were many dead goblin bodies around her. As it turned out, all these vicious creatures were destroyed by her. Did this girl also turn into a masterful warrior? She demonstrated her best qualities and with the help of a sword sent to hell dozens of demons. That is why there was too much blood around. Even a whole army of goblin could not stop Landa. All of them have repeatedly regretted that they came and angered it. They would better choose another victim. When she felt that Kim came, she was immediately glad. But she was difficult to recognize, because she was all in the blood of the goblins. Kim could not understand what happened here, though he chosen and not the strongest creatures. But did she destroy so many monsters on her own? Linda began to try to explain all this. She said that she lured the monsters in a trap and suddenly met the same guy named John. This guy was with an unknown girl. At first he looked quite normal, but then fell to the floor. She thought he was dead, probably so frightened by the goblins that his heart stopped. But Kim said that all this could happen through her. He asked to look at her window. He immediately sent her a data check, and she accepted this request. At first he did not see anything strange, the experience was high enough, but then he saw a Star of Death. Death Star is a rare SS rank skill. This skill can be used at any time. The main thing is to learn it. He has already seen this in the first stage, the world called Jean and a creature called Helma, who came from this world. He met him in the first stage and realized that he was the strongest warrior from another dimension. It was he who had the skill of death. Anyone who knows how to use this can cause horror of their rivals. It is clear why goblins were running away. But such skills have disadvantages. If you do not cope with this technique, you can lose your mind and your personality, but it is not yet visible to Linda. The girl has already seen in her characteristics the skill of the Star of Death, but is it necessary to tell her everything about this technique? Although hiding the truth will be wrong, the best option is to tell her only the most necessary. Kim explained that with the help of this technique, she became stronger. When he sees blood, Linda replied that it was a disgusting technique. Suddenly, the girl looked at his sword and saw blood on him, and her eyes immediately began to shine with red. Kim tried to hide the blood and asked it to stop. It is impossible to use this technique often. It can be dangerous. Getting this skill from the outset is a fairly good indicator, and it may be needed in the future. Judging by the fact that Lind has no scratch, this technique and brooch helped her very much. The incredible strength of recovery. Kim decided to talk immediately about something important and suggested that the girl conclude a contract with him. He explained that there is nothing wrong with this. He only invites her to become part of one team with him. He explained that this is a standard scheme in role, playing games, and for a long time Linda agreed. He immediately bought the right object and began the transfer of skills. If everything works out, He will be able to become stronger than in his past life. He quickly applied for the team, after which Linda confirmed his consent, and the first participant of the team appeared in Kim. The system immediately suggested that he share his skills with Linda. Of course, the guy agreed to it. But the problem is that he has no skills now, although he has to invent something to increase Land's strength. Kim remembered that there is one technique that can fit Linda, but first it needs to be captured on its own, and it takes time. You can forget about it so far. Kim still does not want to hurry and gain the skills of his girlfriend. Meanwhile, observers came to them, which is why Kim decided to finally complete the task and get out of the university. Soon, John returned to consciousness. He lifted his eyes and was surprised when Landa saw with Kim. He always believed that Kim is a local loser. But now everything has changed, and in this game he has many talents. John tried to offend Kim, but after he felt a knife near his throat, he immediately understood how to talk. This knife was substituted by Linda to his throat. She said that he should tell what was doing here and what exactly was here. It seems to be its true character. John realized that he better picking up the words and apologizing to Kim. They are well aware that now people are trying to gather in teams, which is why John was one here. The guy explained that he is on the intelligence with his girlfriend. If something happens to one of them, then the other should report to the team. So there is someone who gave him this order. It is unlikely that John decided to engage in intelligence at his own request. John laughed and said that of course he was not interested in such tasks. He was not lucky, and so he went to this task. It is unclear who stands behind all this, but it turns out that there is a person who controls people to combat goblins. If this person can really manage people during panic, it means that it is a real leader and an experienced warrior. Given that he was killed in the first stage, it will be more correct to get out of here rather than fight with goblins. Kim approached John and asked him to take him to the leader, although John did not understand why to do it. In his ordinary life, John was a cool guy, but now everything has changed, though he has not yet come out of this image. He said that he did not want to obey the orders of losers from the university, and it was at this moment that Goblin attacked him. John was very fortunate that at this moment he was not alone. Next to him was an experienced wizard against the fight against monsters. Kim immediately grabbed Goblin by his hand, knocked on the ground, and brutally scored his fist to death. All this with his own eyes saw John. He was so close that Goblin's blood got on his face. Goblins have one interesting feature. In the battle, they always try to kill the first one who looks the lover. So, if John wants, he can stay alone, or still do what Kim wants. Of course, the guy agreed to show the road, but he had no other choice because he would have died in a few minutes. In his past life, at the same time, Kim also tried to escape from here, so he knows well how to find a safe area. But now John shows the way, because Kim decided to go and talk to his leader. John explained that he is not going to lie to anyone, and leads them to the gym, which is where their team hides. They approach the tall building where this sports room is located. This building has already received some damage. Inside, they saw a lot of goblins affected by the attacks of goblins. Some were injured, and some were close to death. Most of them are victims of Goblin's first attack. These people did not have time to react and escape. The leader was also frightened, but he had the strength to help people and hide in this building. A person who is calm enough and can easily win people's trust in the university is so little. With the help of all his experience in mind, Kim quickly understood who exactly is talking about. A cute and smart guy named James. This time, he again showed that he had all the qualities of a leader, so the gods could not help but be interested in him. He certainly received the status of a rare avatar, although in his past life he was attacked by Hobgoblin, and he died. Apparently, he does not know that if you do not get out of the university, you can die. That is, it has not yet become an avatar. There were too many observers around, had to be a request to the avatar. Maybe he doubts whether it is possible to believe these gods and whether it is profitable to become an avatar. A little later, James finally saw old acquaintances. He immediately came up to make sure that everything is well with them. He did not know only Kim, but all these formalities are not needed now because the main task is to get out of this place. But so far, James does not understand why they are running away from here. It is safe and comfortable here, and there is food and water. Kim, meanwhile, explained that the goblin boss is dead, and now these monsters do not know what to do and where to go. That is why it is necessary to take this opportunity and escape outside the university. Because from the very beginning, the task was about escape, not about survival. Kim also said that if you open the window with a task and time will appear to perform the mission. He also explained that this situation was not like reality, as if they were closed in the game and entertained, watching them. James realized that his interlocutor knew something about this game, but Kim assured that it was only his assumption. But he is convinced of one who puts them in this game and watches them. They are not a friend. Now it became clear that James's knowledge of play and system at the level of a newcomer, so he is not an avatar, and he should be persuaded to run away from here. Haben has died and the victims are getting smaller. The gods will soon become uninteresting, so they can come up with some kind of task. The better the conditions for players, the less curiosity it causes the gods. And in this incredible game, the most important thing is their reaction. Only now, James realized that the most important thing in fulfilling this mission is the escape from the area. He also said that there was no connection with the outside world, but they can use the internet and find out what is happening. Kim was surprised that the leader of this group was so quickly able to understand the situation. In the first stage, he could do nothing and died. So something was wrong here. Previously, there was no opportunity to repel Goblin, or to go beyond the gym. James defended himself from the monsters, and it was then killed. That is why all this time it seemed that the leader is too cowardly and indecisive, but now he doesn't look like that. Suddenly, an unknown guy spoke. He said the best from everything they can do now. It is to wait for help. He said that it is too dangerous on the street, and their team leader works correctly, choosing a safer option. Kim perfectly remembers this guy. His name is Robert, and he is also called a flying bat, but what does he do here? Kim knew this guy very well. In his past life, he has unsuccessfully confused him. But you can only expect help if there is a relationship with the police or savior, and if not, it makes no sense to sit in the gym. Robert was still tuned to the expectation strategy. He said that it is wrong to go at risk and risk people's lives. It was noticeable that James began to be nervous because he could not understand who had to be supported in this situation. Kim was very angry because Robert intervened in their conversation and began to interfere. The flying bat recognized Kim. They study at one university but never communicated close. It is strange that they met in such a strange place at all. At the university, they spoke no more than once a year. Robert said that to flee from here is too meaningless decision, and he wants to understand why Kim is trying to convince others. Half those present in this gym are seriously injured at all. It is unclear how they can escape. The flying bat thinks that Kim and Linda are very lucky. They were able to kill several monsters, and now they believe that nothing is afraid. But there are too many dangerous demons on the street. Get out of the gym with the wounded, without weapons. Suicide. That is why he believes that you need to sit and wait for help in the military or police is the best thing they can do. But Kim knows that Robert's man has been introduced into different groups of people and destroyed them from the middle. This psychopath enjoyed when he was watching people killing, and then he was running away because he was only interested in personal gain. He doesn't matter how many people die because Robert flying bat monster in the form of man. But now Kim understands the strategy of this scoundrel, so he will not give him a treacherous plan to bring to life. Linda was dissatisfied that the destruction of monsters was called luck. Probably they did not see how skillfully they destroyed these goblins. When you kill the goblins, the inscription appears above their head. Linda immediately explained all these nuances. But Robert was not interested in how to destroy the goblins. He still thought that the girl was too lucky. It could not be angry. She said that they could go outside and she would show how it was done. I think that there is no point in salvation, and at the same time to be afraid of goblins. It is impossible to contact the police and the military. It is unknown whether they will come at all. The flying bat still thinks that it is better to wait because you will be too dangerous. That is why Kim suggested that he stay in this gym alone because it makes no sense to persuade all people to flee. If someone wants to stay, it is not a problem. Though, of course, Robert in life will not remain alone in this building. Most likely, the purpose of this scoundrel is to kill all these people and reward for their lives. He has a completely different method as opposed to Kim, because our main character tries to save more people to receive the reward. If he is left here with those who are afraid to run and receive a reward for the murder of several people, then the risk of getting under the way will be less. The leader of this group intervened in the conversation and said he decided to go with Kim and try to escape. In this case, the flying bat had no choice. He was forced to agree to these conditions and 5 with all. But now, Kim is absolutely sure that Robert only plays a role. He inevitably knows about all systems of rewarding this game. This guy is too smart and insidious. With him, you must be very careful. And most importantly, this is what Kim realized that Robert flying was already Avalaner of the gods. There were many monsters gathering on the street. They all tried to get inside the building and destroy people. James was preparing for escape. People who conducted intelligence said that the goblins were dead, so other monsters are now weakened. One of the teachers of the university said it was too risky to lead these people outside, and the leader behaves too confidently. He began to argue and shout at James. The teacher even said that in the next semester the guy would be bad. It is unknown how in such a situation the professor can talk about assessments, Maybe he forgot to accept pills? After a while, all young students were ready to try to escape from this room. The leader noted that they should be careful. Linda was noticeably worried. She was unsure that everything would go so easily as she wanted. Kim assured her that nothing wrong, and they would be able to run away quickly. Ordinary goblins without boss would not attack groups of people. There were many observers around. Of course, the gods are wondering what happened to this group of people. Kim constantly tried not to lose sight Robert. He does not like this fool, but risky to kill him now. There are too many people around here, especially this guy can be used in the future. There are quite a few goblins around, but they are not clear whether they are trying to attack because there are many people. The leader assured others that these monsters do not touch groups of people, so it is better not to worry about it. James does everything as he was told. He controls the situation well. It seems to him to trust other people. This group walked confidently, remained a little to reaching outside the university. Some members of the team had already seen the gate. They began to rejoice and said that they would soon be safe. But their joy was too early. Kim saw that the system updated the level of complexity of this task, and it would become more difficult. Suddenly, people felt something like an earthquake. Of course, everyone started panic. A little later, they finally realized that it was not an earthquake, but their panic became even greater. They are faced with a huge Minotaur. It seems incredible. Is it possible at the first test? The gods called here a monster, which usually appears at least after 15 tasks. Boss Goblin and similar hidden bosses can still be overcome if ordinary players combine strength. Then it is real. In a lonely game, often arrange measures of 100% loss, if they called a guard here, so they want to kill everyone who is here. Probably a Karthos decided to go the easy way, although the guard should not have limiting the score of experience, because it is the first task. Despite the fact that the Minotaur is a monster rank C, its indicators cannot exaggerate the level F. The people around began to panic noticeably. They did not think that goblins were the worst thing that could happen to them until they saw the Minotaur. It is impossible to run. The Minotaur has the skills of a bull, and if people start running away, he will immediately drive them. But this is exactly what Robert wants to achieve. He does everything to panic, which is why Linda tries to stop him. No one can understand how to escape from this monster. It is so scary and great that it is even scary to look at him. Some women even paralyzed with fear. They could not take a single step and began to cry. Probably the growl of this beast causes the effect of wild horror and exposure, but even better, safer than fleeing. Although, of course, those who began to try to escape from this angry and large bull were found. Of course, the Minotaur will not allow anyone to escape from him, which is why these people were quickly destroyed. Seeing everyone else began to tremble with fear and stand still, and finally they realized that they were running away, a bad option. But among them were Stupid. A professor who had previously shouted at the team leader also decided to demonstrate his speed. He probably forgot that he was not 19 years old, and the only thing he can escape is a small turtle. In a few seconds, the Minotaur broke him into small pieces. More, this professor will not put bad grades to students. But if these students do not invent a rescue plan, they can already forget about normal university studies. This Minotaur is just over 5 meters, so he does not need a weapon to break a person for a piece. It is still difficult to understand why the level of complexity of this mission has increased, and it is unclear how to escape from this monster. Kim quickly realized that he should distract this monster and become a bait. The leader replied that this suicide, because the Minotaur would immediately tear the boy's head. But Kim was convinced of his decision. He said that no one except him is ready for it, and they had no other plan. James was pleasantly surprised. Even in this situation, Kim's face is very calm. He seems to think about the most effective rescue plan. James always believed that it is his best weapons to come up with plans, but this guy is at another level. All this time, Linda continued to restrain the flying bat that he would intimidate people and sow panic. A little later, she saw Kim went forward. She realized that he had a plan. Robert, meanwhile, was upset that he could not receive a reward. He was told that I was very dangerous, so he decided to move away. There are many tasks ahead, and since he is an avatar of God, he does not need to rush and take risks once again. It is unknown how long they will be able to win with Kim, but they have no other choice. The guy took a red cloth, prepared for rodeo, and said that as soon as he was signaled, they should all flee. It looks like an interesting performance. Now let's see how this matador will be able to survive and dance with a bull. All this time, Kim looked very confident. It was optimistic in other people's heads. He finally ordered everyone to flee. The group leader also repeated his call and said that everyone should run at full power. There were many wounded around, but other healthy people helped them. It was a pleasure to watch. The team leader said that no one looked back. For this, he gained the skill of the team cry. A little later, he stopped because he understood that Kim had to wait. They could not leave him. The guy still continued his random with a bull, but soon he could not stay away from him. This Minotaur is too angry because of all this performance. Of course, he desires revenge and blood. So far, Kim has time to evade his attacks in time and defend himself, but it will not continue forever. James was surprised by what he saw. He never met the boys with such reflexes and speed. Suddenly, he noticed that too many people were watching this battle and reminded them that it was dangerous and better to run away while possible. To begin with, he must bring everyone outside the gate, and then it will come to think about the future. Soon this difficult mission was fulfilled. The level of this task is golden, so the reward is waiting for everyone. James immediately began to check the health of all people around. He was worried about each of them, as if they were all members of his family. Understanding that everyone was safe, he felt that it was time to help Kim get out of there. But suddenly he saw that an unknown blue energy does not allow him to get back to the past level. This is called a blocking. It looks like neither he nor his team friends will now help Kim defeat this monster. By this point, our main character has lost a lot of energy and no longer has time to evade all the attacks of Minotaur. It was difficult to see how he misses heavy blows. The body of an ordinary person would not withstand such rigidity for a long time. Now everyone has become clear that Kim is in a critical situation, but no one can understand how to help him. The Minotaur continued to destroy the guy. It was so cruel that it went beyond the imagination. All people who were saved with Kim could not believe what they see now. It looks like their rescuer really gave their lives to save them, and they will never forget it. Kim did not show signs of life. It seemed that there was no slice from him. Such a Minotaur was cruel. In his past life, this guy was not in fair character. To be honest, he was a fairly insidious person, and now not much has changed. Perhaps that is why he heard the words of gratitude from James. He became a little unpleasant. But it is not so bad. The main thing is Kim could stand and stay alive despite anything. He used to be a weak guy. There were too many players much more capable than he. But Kim always wanted to survive. And for that, he had to become heartless and treacherous. And we know what it ended. When you are the only surviving, at the very end you stay with nothing, and finally Kim understood it. Returning back, he can make a completely different choice, and now behave quite differently. There are no extra observers around, and this is great. So now they can try a real fight with this bull. The Minotaur was surprised by the guy's behavior. Kim seemed too self-confident and called for a direct clash. At this level of difficulty, it is difficult to understand why Kim still has not died, especially after such powerful strikes of the opponent. Minotaur's indicators are completely different. All key characteristics have the highest rating. Of course, Kim cannot compare him by these indicators. He needs to invent something cunning. The ordinary player has never defeated such a guard in his life. In his past life, Kim has always avoided meeting him. If they still had to meet, Kim did everything he could and did not think about the potential sacrifice of other people, because he only wanted to survive. But this time, he does not want to do the same. His past strategy did not lead him to success, so it was time to change. Kim grabbed his rival for his big horns and used points to increase his strength. The strength has reached the limit. It cannot use points more to increase these characteristics. It may be a balance. Now the Minotaur should finally feel the power of his opponent, because it was too easy for him. Kim realized that it was time to use the Goblin belt. It increases the strength by 10 points, and these indicators did not depend on the restrictions. Now the Minotaur must feel the existence of a wall that is such as it will not be able to overcome. It was time to calm down. Kim felt that he had gained enough power to defeat his opponent. It was hard to believe, but now his power was really stronger than the power of the bull. Kim from the past life would not be able to do so in the world. He would not even believe in this story. A single player, a heartless and seeking benefit, inexperienced and mediocre, stupid criminal who has not achieved anything. It would not be impossible for such as it was before, but now it has no drawbacks. He is a second-round player, and it's time to become a true hero of mankind. The main task was accomplished. The category of white gold. Soon for this mission, Kim will receive a reward. The victory over such a rival is the highest reward, but Kim still feels sad. He does not know what we'll get for this mission, perhaps some skill. The main thing is not to score or small items. He went out for the gate and was surprised to see Landa. All this time he thought she had gone with others. Probably she remained because she was very worried about his fate. It is nice. But Linda replied that she was always sure that everything would be fine with him. Last time they organized the team, she was able to see the condition of each participant. She saw that everything was well, even when he lost the battle of the bull, so she realized that he was pretending. Kim received a white gold for this harassment. He became a victim that destroyed the monster of Zaja. As a reward, Kim received an Orichalka, which can change the shape, but that's not all. He also now has an additional 1,000 points, the skill of regeneration and the skill of time of decisive battle. The guy was very pleased with these gifts. It is a good reward, especially the skills that can increase with high even difficulty. This is probably the first time in this game when someone was able to defeat such a powerful guard and complete the main task. The progressive type has high potential in the second part of the game, but unfortunately it is not the skill of S, such as Chongsulsan masks. It is time to read the conditions of the second task. You need to go to the Roman world and destroy the boss of the monster. There are 14 days. The same task as in the past life. Players who have gone together receive the same tasks next time. Probably everyone else also received this mission, but Linda is not satisfied that a flying bat with them will go to the Roman world. The girl explained that he annoys her very much, especially she does not like his unpleasant smell. She looks very quickly realize that he is for a person. It immediately shows how wonderful abilities of Landa have. If she had not died so early in her past life, she certainly got up with a famous player, or heroine, or a thief. They have 2 weeks to complete the task, so you do not need to hurry. Now Kim thinks more about observers who are not around. He began to think that Linda could already become an avatar, but the girl assured that it was wrong. She said that she did not want to contact those whom she does not know, and even the word avatars, and is already bad. Kim could not help but notice how much her character changed. It was hardly a sign of the effect of Chongsulsan's mask. Lind has no signs of madness, although even the same monster helm could not completely get rid of signs of madness after the Chongsulsan mask. The girl said that she did not consider it correct to become an avatar. All this seems to her a waste of time. Kim was very surprised to hear that she received 12 applications for the avatar. That's a lot. But if you analyze her actions, you can understand that she is really worth it, but now she is a member of the Kim team. The guy realized that he was obliged to help her become a warrior who is not worse than any avatar. To begin with, the first skill you need to train is a way of surviving for those who have been influenced by Chongsulsan mask. This technique is called Reagan. Little is known, but Kim knows all the nuances. He could not master this skill in his past life because he did not have a Star of Death. After the Battle of Helm, he was able to master the martial arts, and it helped him a lot. But without the skills of the Star of Death, it was impossible to learn Reagan. Most of these skills can increase, so it is difficult to get and learn. It is because of this in his past life that he did not try to get them, but now it has changed, and Linda shows incredible results and rapid progress. But so far, let's return a few hours ago. There were enough interesting events. Our heroes again had to deal with the insidious and disgusting goblins. Kim decided to activate the time of a decisive battle. All actions are accelerated for some time. It helped him very quickly destroy a whole flock of green goblins. It was spectacular. This skill always enhances the power of your attack, and the skill can increase, so the indicators will increase. But the main thing in such situations does not lose your head, because goblins can even attack from the air. There was no problem with Kim. He reacted in time and struck ahead. He has used the skill of regeneration. Unlike a decisive battle, this technique is passive. Kim immediately began to think about connecting the strength of the Star of Death with VIP with a brooch. Linda also lagged behind and successfully destroyed Goblin with her friend. With the help of VIP brooch, she was able to accumulate enough points and quickly heal her wounds. After they destroyed the monsters, Kim realized that it was time to share Land's skills. They found a good and quiet place for this purpose, rested a little and prepared to turn on the condition. The time of the decisive battle is quite excellent technique, but Linda will now be as effective as possible to use the skills of regeneration. The system reported that if the relationship between team members is weak, then the ability to transmit skills decreases. It seems that the reduction of efficiency disappears in punishment, that is, the madness, and the stronger the relationship, the higher the efficiency of the skill. In any case, the ability to survive is a great way of attack, so regeneration can also be called a technique of attack. Everyone else will have to evade and protect against monsters' attacks, but Linda will no longer need it because she will immediately be able to restore her strength. In this way, she will be able to use all her energy for battle and not waste extra time. Regeneration is not only wound healing, it also increases the endurance and speed of the fighter. That is why Linda will be very difficult to win. No wonder this skill is considered a high-rank technique. In the future, they have a lot of time, which is why Kim wants to learn the technique before the mission begins. The fact that they had not learned enough for the battle with the avatar of the gods, Kim immediately explained it to his girlfriend. He also said that he has another technique he wants to share with her, such an impression as if he was ready to give her everything. It is strange, Linda noticed that he had changed a lot. Before he still had no one in insects about anyone. David explained that this technique is perfect for her. Even the name is already talking about. This is exactly how the Reagan technique learning began. Linda began to progress rapidly from the outset. So it was at the moment when she was completely busy, Kim decided to return to the community. He immediately noticed that this time there became more activity than in the past, so he immediately joined the chat. He saw as God, in the name of an honest life, writes various obscene things. He immediately remembered this God. This God, unlike his name, is very far from honesty, is the god of flying bat. They are very similar to him. Judging by a large number of complaints, Robert began to behave much better. He failed to receive the award in the first round. Kim was going to get out. He said that it was too interesting here, but the user with the nickname Clown invited him to his observer. The system immediately reported that the appearance of anonymous users was hidden. It seems like a guide to a personal observer channel, and it is very strange. The clown could not see Kim's face, but it did not prevent him from showing his avatar. Kim immediately began to watch the observer screen carefully. He became interested in who was the avatar of this clown woman. He immediately saw a girl of low growth. An unknown guy approached her and offered help. He heard she cries, which is why he was able to find her, and suggested finding a safer place. But in response, this girl began to shout, "She looks not interested in friendship with him." Kim was very surprised, but he was pleased that he was looking for it. It will help to destroy the monster from the Roman tower. A little later, Kim and Linda decided to find one interesting place that the guy needed. He explained that for the second task, it is a must. Later, they saw that almost no one was watching them. All this is because there are few players in this place who were able to survive to this level. This street looks very creepy. All this is done by monsters, although some lies on the guilt of people. Kim has been accustomed to this for a long time, but Linda is certainly difficult to look at all this. Monsters do not make sense to touch such objects of civilization. The laws here are no longer power. There are neither police nor the military. This is the manifestation of human weaknesses, but if everything was not bad, not everything was destroyed. The screens show the live news. The gods who manage this system will not be left alone in power. While Kim explained that the leaders of the country had already been destroyed, one of the insidious goblins decided to attack Linda. It was a big mistake because in a second this goblin was dead. This girl studied too quickly. Her sword blade is no longer as sharp as before. It has to be changed for a long time, but it still destroyed this monster from one blow. If Kim has 30% of additional strength, then his girlfriend has this percentage much higher. It is very strong, although it was only the first stage. Kim explained that they need to find some, and then they would be able to go in search of new weapons. They came to the central bank branch, but it is unlikely to withdraw a little cash. Now there is no point in money. They cannot buy anything, so only points in the system are important. The guy explained that they came here in vain. Inside is the person who was needed in the second stage. As soon as the young players rose to the top floor of the bank, they saw that a real party began there. They came to try to rob this bank, but the local guard was against it. He immediately approached these scoundrels and demonstrated them the skills of his melee. In addition to the fact that he acted very cruelly, his excellent technique and flexibility were immediately visible. All this was complemented by incredible speed, which was why it was almost impossible to hide from his blows. These robbers were ordinary players, but it is unclear why they needed money at this difficult time. It was this boy that Kim is looking for this time, he explained Linda, that they came after him. Despite the fact that the robbers were also players, he easily defeated them. He may have some special object, but Kim believes otherwise. Probably there is another explanation for all of this, because this guy can be the avatar of God. This guard immediately saw new visitors and explained to them that this building is now too dangerous. He explained that banking operations are better to do tomorrow because there are too many malefactors now. Kim explained that he did not come for money at all, and surprised that the bank works in such a situation. He also said that they did not even come to hide. They are interested in the guard. Kim said he knew that this guard's name is Michael, but this man replied that he had a completely different name. Linda immediately grabbed his hand to check the pulse. It became clear that his heart was beating too quickly. It means that he is lying. Also, the girl quickly noticed that he had extended pupils of the eye. Such an impression was surprised when Michael heard. It is strange that he was so surprised by hearing the name he hears for the first time. He looks like all this in advance. Not only was the security guard surprised, even Kim appreciated Linda's lies psychology. The guy explained the guard that he knew his true face and noticed how his intonation changed immediately. Kim also noticed as a guard watched by the observer all this time, probably he belongs to the same clown. A little later, Michael almost completely stopped trying to hide his real face. Of course, this is good. Kim came here to make it up with him, not to become an enemy. He asked this guard to finally show them his hidden equipment. Michael was even more surprised to hear it. He explained that in the difficult moments he tried all possible techniques. He did everything he could not die and tried clothes and even objects. He seemed to be the perfect plan, but now he was opened, and he would have to show a real face. A little later, it became clear that he was not a guy, but the little girl who is called Katie. She said that she was searched for in vain. She could not help anything because she had too many things. Kim guessed everything at once. He realized that she was busy with a bank robbery and said that it was a very unworthy business. Linda could not understand at all what was happening, only later began to guess that it was a transformation skill. This is the same technique of this girl. She is able to turn into other people or creatures. Kim believed that Linda would now start asking him where he knew it all, but she was silent. All this is strange. He believes that she tries to rob the bank, but looks like she's on the contrary. She said that she was not going to rob anyone, and explained that people believe not a little girl, but a professional guard. But Kim knows everything about her. He said that she brought the bandits here and tries to create a real performance. He knows that people who fled from the monsters hid this building, so it will be impossible to steal money. That is why she called professional robbers here. But of course, Katie did not agree with these words. Everything is very simple. If the bandits appear here several times, others will consider the bank dangerous and will not come here. So this girl was going to pick up all the money for herself all this time. She looks like a little genius. Only two people flying Robert and Katie can manipulate other people. Kim has seen too much their techniques in his past life, so it is easy for him to see the truth. He said that he was not going to give it to the police, now none of them work, especially she will easily run away from prison. That is why she should be with him and Linda for a while, at least until they have been given the second task. The girl was surprised that Kim was only on the second level, though he seemed so cool. She explained that she was now on the third level and began to ask him many questions about the game. He explained that he was not going to tell extra information, but if she goes with them, he will share with her points. She started laughing at such proposals because she considers them fools that have not even completed the second task. It is her normal behavior, especially compared to her past life, but something needs to be invented. If she continues to treat Kim and Linda, then nothing will work out, so you need to raise authority in her eyes. That is why Kim approached her and hit his finger on his forehead. It was very strong. And of course, Katie did not understand why he did it. This blow was very powerful and Kim felt great, so he asked her to be more polite with him and his girlfriend. But Katie was more angry. She believes that no one has the right to control her, and even more so to beat her on her head. And she tried to strike back and show this guy what a real force is, but Linda stopped her hand immediately. She has not met such a strong girl yet. She's not sure that she will be able to get off her hand. Her weak hand will break in a few seconds if Linda does not release her. It looks like this girl cannot focus and change her shape to something else. Although she tries to turn into something big and ugly, but nothing works. Linda said they all need to be polite to each other. They are people, not animals. Katie was so painful that she had no choice. She agreed to all these conditions and asked her to release her hand. Kim was satisfied with the help of his girlfriend. Linda now plays a much more important role in his team than he thought from the beginning. So it was soon decided that they would go to the Roman Tower in 3. On the way, Kim explained that he and Linda were not avatars, and asked the girl to talk to them on an equal footing, without formalities. Of course, Katie was surprised. Usually only avatars could be so strong, at least that's what she thought. But it is not necessary to be an avatar to become stronger than a regular player. The most important thing is weapons. Tim explained that good indicators and characteristics are not all. It also requires quality equipment. Linda began to worry about whether they could find a normal weapon. The chaos reigned around. No store survived. But Kim assured that everything was possible. In a few minutes, they finally entered the safe zone. They were informed by the system. The guy realized where to go on the look of the store. He says that it is enough to understand that it is safe here. There were noticeable traces of robbers, but there were no traces of monsters. Things are not broken. There are also no bodies of dead people. Especially the monsters would not start looting products. To buy the right weapon, you need to use the only opportunity. Open the ball store. The girls were very surprised. Even the avatar did not know what could be done. Kim believed that the deity tells his avatars about such subtleties, because weapons are a necessary subject in the game. But this is not surprising, because the clown is known for his gardening slopes. He could not send his avatar to go the easy way. Katie is at the initial stage of the avatar, so it may not be tight due to ignorance of such nuances. The system informed the players that they would no longer be able to buy weapons as they complete the second task. That is why they should be responsible for choosing items in this store, so that they do not regret their choice. Kim immediately began to analyze the weapon. He is wondering what this store can offer him. As expected, this store has standard weapons, although all the trick of the game is in unusual items. There are not even elixirs here, although with the help of them, the chances of surviving immediately will grow several times. If you go a little more, there will be a player who can make a weapon, but at the moment they have no other choice. Kim believes that at least some weapons should be grateful. The very beginning should be bought the best of the available. He immediately got a protective shield from the store. He protects his heart, so he should be worn on his body. The girl thanked her friend and promised in the future be sure to return the points for this purchase. Now you need to choose the right weapon for battle. The sword can be perfect for battle with most monsters. Linda began to analyze available weapons. Except for her sword, she saw a spear, bow, and arrow. But the most interesting for her was a completely different weapon, which is why she chose a mace. This is a good choice. At least with the skill of Reagan, is not very important what weapon you use. Kim knows that the best weapon for everyone is the best weapon, and that you can swing, not cut and do. Katie said that she also hopes to receive something as a gift from Kim. But why did he be spent on her? He has already offered it before, but the girl refused, though now she is noticeably regretted. The cheapest weapon in this store costs 200 points, so it is better to earn points than to loot the banks. A little later, the process of buying new weapons was completed. It was already dark on the street. As soon as the team of young players went outside, she immediately met with dangerous monsters. Kim immediately tested his new sword, and he immediately pierced Goblin through the concrete wall. Besides the fact that the guy checked his new weapon, it was time to look at the platinum level reward. The perfect moment has come to use the orchard shape that changes shape, a universal object that can be used in a metal or liquid form, depending on the wishes of the owner. This coating can be applied to the desired weapon, then it will return to its original shape. It is metal and liquid at the same time. There is still a function of returning back, so it is interesting to see its effectiveness. Soon the use of an oriwalk to a short sword was completed. Weapons became more acute, although there was no strength. In any case, Kim felt that it was higher than his expectations. This thing should be very useful. Soon it became clear that the young team of players finally reached the Roman Tower. It looks very tall and beautiful. The world was just beginning to change, and this tower seems to have already adapted to it. Otherwise, it is impossible to survive. You need to constantly try to adapt to environmental changes. Kim immediately reminded of the task of this mission. They should all focus on catching the boss. Katie first heard the task where you need to find, because the self, I wonder what she had on the second level? The girl told that at the second level, and the task was simple and banal survival. Now it became clear why it was so easily moved to the next level. It was too simple. They must kill or die at the hands of other players until their number reaches the right number. Comparing with them, the escape from the university was a fairly simple level, though if it were not for KI, everyone would have died of a guard or hobgoblin. Correct. Kim saw unknown people. He said that he had to hide behind the stones and wait. It will be wrong to go without intelligence to pass this mission with the right strategy. These were two guys. They seem to guard this building or its boundaries. This is quite strange because no monsters are visible around. So why do these players protect the territory? Kim explained that all this was done not through monsters but through people, in the same foreigners as they. If this level offers competition among players, then it is clear why they stand here. Katie was very surprised when she was offered to change her appearance and take advantage of her own benefit. Kim believes that it will be the fastest and effective way to get into this Roman tower. Linda supported his proposal, and they started pressing on a little girl together. She did not have the choice except to submit to the will of these two thieves, so she agreed to their proposal. She noticed that these men did not move very quickly, so there should be no extra problems with them. The main thing for her is to choose the right moment when one of them will not see the other. After that, you need to get closer to your husband and make a simple movement with your own hand. Of course, it was not expected to see that this little girl has such a powerful power inside. The only one who was not surprised was Kim, probably because he knew her in his past life. So Katie brought one of the guards behind. So far, the other guy saw nothing. This man turned out to be quite difficult, but Katie successfully hid his body and began the process of transformation. His partner had already begun to worry about. He was about to go to the top floor and tell about the disappearance of a friend to his boss. But the transformation process was completed, and his partner immediately appeared. He was reminded that the security should be changed soon, so they should return to the building. Linda, meanwhile, was surprised by Katie's strange behavior. It seemed to her that something was wrong with the girl. Soon, the guards rose to the highest floor of the tower. Maybe they will now meet with the boss. Soon, Katie finally saw the boss of the second level. Judging by her expression, it did not like it. It was not just a monster, it was a huge titanium of the killer, and she did not see anything like this before. One of his eyes was more than her head, so it is not quite clear how they should win him. Other players said that they need to be very careful and work as a real team, only so they will be able to grab the monster. But the boss began to behave aggressively, and all teamwork was breaking immediately. The players began to flee. Not everyone was lucky this day. Some have never been able to escape from this monster. Everyone has forgotten that they are obliged to go through this mission. Now everyone is only worried about their lives. Some believe that the main task was to go beyond the Roman Tower. The boss cannot go outside, so they will all be saved if they run away from here. But soon they were disappointed. The monster became close very quickly and blocked a single way out. Now a real panic will begin, because it looks like none of them has prepared a plan. One of the team members asked the other boys to take themselves and prepare for the battle. He said that all of them should demonstrate their courage and perseverance, but after how many seconds the boss tore his head. So the exit is blocked, and fighting with this titan is suicide, so it remains only to pray. Because from this level it is on the upper floor. Of course it is huge, but the problem is in the conditions of the dungeon. The starting point is the entrance to the room because the monster itself, that is, the same people who were at the first level can enter there. Because in the second stage there are only one. There are also two separate teams that try to catch it, but as a result, only one of these teams will be able to accomplish this difficult task. There will be a punishment for failure to comply with the mission, so you cannot retreat and you need to succeed. All this was perfectly understood by Kim, which is why the one who came later is waiting below. Soon, the team of young players finally saw their rivals. They were surprised when they realized that John was. John believed that Kim and his team had long been killed. Of course, Kim thought that John was dead. John did not increase the score of experience, but in some way he was able to survive. It seemed just lucky. John also began to behave more politely with Kim, probably because he saw as a guy fought with a Minotaur. Kim asked this guy to take him to the leader. That is, he wanted to talk to James again. Soon they finally came to the base of this group. Most people are already familiar to Kim. Of course, they also all recognize this guy. It is difficult to forget how he fought with the Minotaur and saved their lives. Because there are too many players around, the number of observers is also high. Katie was interested in what Kim did in the past round because everyone around him constantly looked at him. The guy explained that while everyone else was running away, he calmly destroyed a huge monster. Whale could not believe that the Minotaur could appear at the first level. Especially, it is difficult to believe that this guy could win him. Katie started laughing with the boy and saying that he certainly helped him in the battle against the Minotaur. Suddenly, James stopped their conversation. He greeted Kim and was very glad to see him. All this time, he believed that this thin guy died in the battle against the monster, which is why he was so pleased with his appearance. The girls only left quietly to watch strong men's arms. A little later, Kim told the whole battle with the Minotaur and their subsequent fate. So now they will have the first to destroy the boss, and do it faster than their rivals on the mountain. But it will be very difficult to do because their rivals also failed to defeat the boss, and their strength is approximately equal. That is why Kim offered one interesting idea. Lure on top of those who want to take away all the glory of themselves. All this will not be easy, but if you prioritize and act as a team, the chances will appear. Young players do not know that in the future they will have to meet another interesting character. Inside the Roman Tower is still a huge boss monster. He is hunted at the same time by two teams of players, but only someone alone can win it. The team that will not be able to accomplish the task will receive punishment. And punishment for the failure is always death. So they will all fight the last drop of blood in order to destroy this monster first. Before passing the mission that he began to ask a million questions about the boss monster. Then he suggested a little incredible. He said that the first team should catch this monster first. He said all this very seriously. If he is really up to the building, then let them catch it first. James started shouting immediately. If they did not catch this monster, they would fail and die. But Kim answered in an interesting way. He said that not sure that the monster from above is the boss of this mission. Of course, after the battle with this monster, you start thinking so, but it is too strong for a regular monster. All this James understood when he saw a video of the monster's battle with another team. He also received alert of the boss stage when he entered the Roman tower, which means that there is a boss monster. After that, on any of the floors of the tower, he saw any monster stronger than him. But all this still did not like Kim. He said that everyone around forget about the dungeons of the Roman tower. It seems that little know about this information. James did not even know that there was a dungeon in this tower. Kim also explained to all his friends that the boss monster has one difference from the usual monster. This king of demon is able to collect his own army to protect him. Not far from the room in which the conversation took place, there were very serious and strong players. One of these warriors, Mark, was immediately reported to him that some stupid ones were joined. He was told that in addition to ordinary young players, there are quite interesting characters where he should look. Together with our team, Robert decided to go. It is strange that he generally agreed to trust their plan. Although this guy is a bad person, but his head works well and he knows what he does. Although James agreed to go with everyone, but he wants to be sure that they really work. They will have to fight with other players and most of them are criminals in the past. During the first game in the past life, there was a lot of guild in this country. Among these guilds was always one. It was founded by criminals immediately after the beginning of the changes in the world. It was a guild, which only one reminder could have been terminated in the eyes of others. For their own benefits, they did not feel shame and were ready for everything. These people called themselves the Guild of Sins, and Kim perfectly remembers the leader who created this guild. This guy was called Mark, and here they met again but now in the second game. Seeing this giant, James went forward and said that they came to express their opinion. Mark was very surprised. He said that he was too late to ask for the unification. But James replied that they didn't even think about it. He said they were ready to give them the right to catch the boss monster on the last floor. Mark began to laugh. He did not even think that these clowns would be able to create a true competition. It is not a concession, but an escape. James acknowledged that they still won't be able to win them if they start to fight, so try to find another way out. He said that Mark and his team could go hunting for this boss, and when the time is over, a new boss will appear, and then they will start hunting. Kim appreciated the skills of negotiating his friend. With such a serious face, James tells such a stupid story. But James did not stop, and tried to assure the opponent as much as possible. Mark approached him and warned that if they tried to deceive him, then everyone would die with a terrible death. It is better not to joke with this guy, except for his big muscles. He is also able to fight great. He immediately sent dark energy to his rivals. James began to assure him of his honesty. Kim tried to stay away and remained calm, but he also felt an unpleasant feeling of anger. He immediately realized that one of the avatars of the highest gods, Avatar Gades. Mark calmed down a little and said that he liked it all, and asked what his team members thought about it. They answered that they didn't care, and they would not mind to kill their rivals first, but then find a boss monster. Mark agrees with these thoughts. He cannot afford blindly to believe in the words of strangers. James understands his excitement perfectly, so he is ready to stay with them until they fight the boss. Suddenly, a flying bat intervened in the conversation. He said that the leader could not stay here, so he should do it. Even Kim could not be predicted by such a plot, although this guy is always one step ahead of others. But even this proposal was rejected. He said that everyone around had to stay, not just Robert. And it is especially interested in Linda. She must definitely stay with other team members. These words seriously angry Kim. After them, he could no longer stay so calm and prudent. The guy got his weapon and approached Mark, like an exacerbation of the plot. Probably Linda did not like this fool, even if he did not know about Chongselson. He certainly felt something. James began to panic. As the team leader, he felt that the situation was out of control. But Mark did not pay attention to him at all. He decided to speak with Kim, because he realized that he was special. The members of the Guild of Sins were very angry with how this guy talks to their boss. So far, Mark was in no hurry to get weapons. He realized that his opponent was not as simple as it seems at first glance. Then Kim surprised him even more when he said that to avoid the victims, they would have to compromise. But then strange things began to happen. Linda activated the technique of cannibal flower. Members of the Guild of Sins were dissatisfied that their boss talks to these fools for too long. Although he wanted to take up weapons for a long time, he was too interested in Linda. Kim approached the girl and reassured her. He said that it is better to stop now because it's not time for the battle. Whatever this guy named Mark is, but he is not worth using Chongselson's technique against him. Mark felt incredible pressure. He himself did not understand how he agreed to all the conditions of the opponent's team. So it was decided that only one representative will remain from their team here, a flying bat. It is unclear with what magic these negotiations were won, but they have succeeded. Mark barely continued to stand on his feet. He does not understand who it is, and how they were able to convince him. In any case, he promised himself that after passing this mission, he would kill them all. James finally relaxed. At the very end, he was not sure that it would all work. Kim assured that they could not worry about Robert. He wanted to stay, so it was his desire. Now they have to start preparation, most importantly ahead. All this was only the initial stage. In a safe area, it was possible to buy items that were needed for the battle with a boss. James did not know that there were such opportunities in this game. His progress is not very fast compared to Linda and Kim. Everyone did not waste time and chose the battle tools. Not all of these people are martyrs, but when you got into the game, you should either learn quickly or die. James said that these people will not be limited to only one boss monster. Kim asked him to calm down and not worry. He assured that everything would be fine. The Guild of Sins was also preparing for the battle with Titan. So angry Mark had given no one long ago. Soon Kim had short negotiations with someone on the phone. He asked his interlocutor to do everything possible. Linda did not expect it and frightened the guy. She always asked him some questions. The guy said that the battle would use a sharp spear and quite interesting rings. These are training bracelets. With the help of crystal color, you can adjust the weight of the bracelets. The levels are distributed from red to purple, but all this is not necessary for Kim, but for another person. After that, he started asking Linda, did she finish her preparation? The girl told her that she would be rather standard protection with the help of a mace. Kim has a lot to learn in his past life. Now he is curious about what his teacher is doing. Linda tried to find out which weapon was best used by her friend. But Kim replied that there was nothing special. He learned to own all types of weapons at the basic level. He has no favorite subject. But for the survival or victory in the battle, abilities are not the most important, at least for him. Because the strongest of all the people who won all and the only one who was able to stay alive and see the end of the human race is Kim. Maybe this time, he will be able to get the title of the strongest warrior and player. Yes, a lot of effort will have to be made for this, but this young player is ready for everything for the sake of victory. A little later, it became clear that James also found a weapon. The group leader explained that for the first task he received many points of remuneration, so he was able to buy quite decent items. Kim also noticed that James became Avatar. Judging by his character, it is not an evil god, although it would be known over time. James also said that other team members also completed the training, so he came to say that everything was ready for starting. But Kim warned that he and Linda would have to go separately, because they have some things. He also passed his spear James. When they find the boss monster, the leader should put the spear inside his room. If you put this spear, it should be deep, but the blade should look up. If they are not able to kill the monster's boss, then they should turn this phone near the spear and say Kim. Sleep and the boss monster are somehow connected to each other, but they will find out all this later. Robert was still with the Guild of Sins. He was angry because no one started hunting for a monster for several days. All this time, he also thought about Kim. Now it became obvious that this guy is quite a special person. There is something in it. And the flying bat got advice from his god, be careful with Kim. He decided to talk to the guard and said that he had quite interesting information about the task. He ordered him to be taken to the leader of the guild, and this information will help them to get the task. Kim does not like the flying ledge too much, which is why he conceived something. He knows how strong Mark, so if you need to choose the side, it will be together with the strongest. Soon the guard agreed to carry him to the leader of the guild, but warned that if the information was false, then he would regret it. Of course, Robert understands how seriously everything is. This cunning fox thought of his every step. The dungeons were still quite quiet. There were a large number of large monsters of rats. Soon, James and his team appeared there. They had to destroy several dozen of these little scoundrels. If they did not take the light with them, they could not even see each other, so it was dark in some places. It also became known that there are too many monsters living in the dark in this dungeon. They do not like light. These little nasty creatures also do not like when unknown guests come, so they are very angry with seeing these players. But they are too small and awkward to defeat armed people, so it was a light battle. Kim continued to lead the team forward. Although formally the leader is James, but after a battle with a bull, everyone understands who is a real leader. Rats became more and more every minute, but Kim just liked it. He killed them incredibly easily. James was amazed at this guy's technique. He and other players were much more difficult with these creatures. They have already passed a long road. There are 6 underground floors in this building. Now they are somewhere in the middle. Kim soon received a message from Katie. She wrote that they were also going down. Judging by the smile of this guy, everything goes exactly according to his plan. In the other part of the Roman tower, on the last top floor, everything was not so good. The Guild of Sins continued to try to catch the boss of the monster by all on their own. But so far, their business was not the best. Even Mark realized that an ordinary person would not be able to catch this titan. This is an unusual monster, and Vasilisk, his gaze turns everything into a stone, so it's not just a snake. Mark tried to reassure his people and assured that they would be able to catch him, but all past attempts were still fail. During the rest, one of his guards came into his room with Robert. He said that this guy wanted to tell Mark something very important and strategically useful. He led that his team was now beating with monsters in the dungeon. He explained that Vasilisk was not a real boss on the last floor. Robert said that the real boss monster is in the dungeon, which is why his team was so easily refused to attack Vasilisk. Of course, the whole Guild of Sins was dissatisfied with this information, especially their leader, who promised to take revenge for it. Robert, meanwhile, was satisfied with his work. He made 2 teams to fight each other, and he will remain in winning. If something goes wrong, Robert will certainly be able to avoid punishment, with the help of the technique he received from God. A little later, he led the Guild of Sins to the entrance to the dungeon, and will soon begin the most interesting. But the flying bat could not understand why no one was here. He expected to see James and everyone else. Mar became angry and ordered all his assistants to seek these scoundrels. His guard believes that they deliberately fled. In the dungeon, they want to destroy the boss and easily avoid punishment. Hearing this, other members of the guild suggested that these thieves quickly catch up with and destroy them quickly. Analyzing the situation, Mark realized that this was the right idea, which is why he said that they were going to the dungeon. When they finally got there, they realized that they had to take the lanterns with them because it was too dark around. A little later, they saw the silhouettes of several people and prepared for cruel and ruthless revenge. Mark has been concentrated. He has long dreamed of destroying Landa and Kim personally, but his rivals expected their arrival, greeted them with them, and said that they could not go down and they should return. Mark was shocked. Is this guy really so bold that he wants to die right now? Kim greeted Robert and said that he expected such an act. This guy was too predictable and uninteresting. Of course, this was angered by the infamous flying bat, and he also hopes Kim will soon go to hell. Further, the most interesting began. It turned out that the guard of the leader of guild was Katie all this time. It was she who warned her friends that the rivals are approaching. Her skill is very useful in such conditions. Now Robert realized why his plans were so easy to realize. All of it was like a chess party in which he lost. Kim and his friends have made the perfect plan to finally destroy the Guild of Sins with a flying bat. Subsequently, it became clear that this bandit team began to worry. They could not predict something. Linda took a few steps forward and said Kim should go to other team members. She would be able to detain the Guild of Sins here. Of course, Kim began to worry about her, but he is sure that everything would be fine with her. So he agreed to the proposal. Katie did not want to leave her new girlfriend, so this little girl had to take her hands to take her. Finally, Kim asked not to kill this nasty rat. He meant Robert. It was noticeable that Linda was not delighted with this proposal, but she would try to leave this fool alive. At the moment when Kim was almost gone, Mark took his next step and tried to desperately go to the attack. Its purpose was Kim, because he understood that he needed to kill a leader, and the whole team would be destroyed. But a young player who lives a second life is ready for all the insidious attacks of his enemies. The members of the Guild of Sins were amazed that this guy was able to repel the attack of their legendary leader. After that, Kim asked Linda to be very careful, and if something went wrong to return to them. He felt something changed, but this time he decided to trust his friend again. Soon he and Katie disappeared. Linda remained alone with the Guild of Sins, but this girl is better to underestimate. Meanwhile, Mark felt severe pain after his unsuccessful attack. His assistants immediately raised him from the floor. He did not want to look like a wounded beast. Mark began to shout and ordered immediately to grab it. His people immediately accepted the order and looked for the same guy who offended their leader. It seems to be too dark in this dungeon, and they have not realized that Kim had been gone long ago. But Linda remained with them instead, and she is not going to let anyone out. Mark was surprised to see this girl's gaze. She looks at them like some smallness. He ordered her to kill her immediately and show what the true cruelty of the Guild of Sins was. Linda was dissatisfied. She does not like when a lot of blood gets on her clothes. But these are the nuances of the profession. She was prepared to defend from the attacks of these thieves. All of them were sure that they would easily overcome the girl. There is no underestimation in this game, because the underestimation of the opponent and the loss of concentration can cost life. In less than a second, she developed the first thief in 2 parts. His friend did not even understand what happened. While he tried to approach her, Linda had already made him a powerful blow to his jaw. Finally, her star time is now. She will be able to show her power with fairly strong rivals. Of course, these are ordinary players, but it is at least more interesting than killing green goblins as before. There is too much blood in this dungeon today, yet it does not feel the normal level of resistance at all. Although the girl is beating one against this guild of professional mercenaries, it does not prevent her from winning. Most of these moments surprise her peace. Even when several opponents attack at the same time, she does not lose the clarity of the mind. Her coolness can fall in love with anyone, and I am not even talking about martial arts. The power is not its most important quality. Usually it kills due to its speed and accuracy. It is also possible to note her protection, not jealous of these guys, because it is difficult to kill an opponent who cannot hit. All these armed boys could not oppose this miracle woman, like her soon calling a new movie Marvel. Mark watched it and could not understand who she was, and how she could fight at the same time against 30 armed men. It is immediately visible that she is stronger than all of them combined, and during this time she did not even get tired. Mark watched her technique and could not understand what prevents him from interfering and destroying it. It should be stronger in speed and physical strength, so at least you have to try. Of course, all his people are waiting for decisive action from his leader, so sooner or later he must stop Linda. Mark also showed all his confidence. He immediately prepared to use his strongest weapon, the technique of death. If this technique falls on the target, then in 1 minute the opponent will die. But it does not work on creatures with higher levels than the owner of the technology. All this can be used only once a day. Such Mark prepared for a fatal blow to Landa. He activated his technique, but the girl was able to evade. This deadly attack did not work on her. He did not believe that it really happened. Is he just the same as everyone else, and no better than she? There is nothing special in the leader of the Guild of Sins. Soon his head was detached from his neck. There are too many interesting events in the Roman Tower this evening. It is not surprising. So the second mission in the game should look like. Katie was still unable to calm down. She believed that leaving Landa was too risky. There was no guarantee that she would withstand the attack of the guild. But Kim believes that Mark and his boys are not too strong opponents for her, so he is sure that everything will be fine. Although Katie thinks that Mark is a rather powerful warrior, Kim disagrees with these words. Now is only the beginning of the game. Mark has only recently become an avatar. He can only give death, but it takes a lot of energy. That is why Kim is convinced that the head of this villain will fall from his shoulders faster than he activates this skill. Only now it became clear that all this was planned in advance, and now Kim goes to the top floor to catch a monster. All this was just a performance for the Death Guild. Kim was able to anticipate everything a few steps. That is why he took Katie with him, though she does not consider herself strong, but her skill is really very important for the team. Eventually, they reach the last floor. It is necessary to do a little more to pass the second mission. Kim assured that for all this help, he would certainly give Katie a great reward and buy her items for 2,000 points at least. He also promised her a bonus, depending on the reward for the second level. But for this, she must fulfill all his orders, that is, to begin with, to turn into ferrets. Of course, it is incredibly strange, and of course Katie understands nothing, but Kim assured that everything would be in place. They went inside and prepared for the finals. The girl decided to trust this strange player. In this space, I was waiting for them a little unusual. There were many brick statues around. Kim quickly guessed that all these guys were victims of monster Vasilisk. Now he asked Katie to go forward and find out where the boss was. He assured that everything would be fine. The main thing is to move quickly. It is unlikely that this guy acts recklessly. Every step is always thought out in advance, so there is definitely meaningful. He soon heard Katie's sounds and realized that she finally found a monster. Now it became clear that this is a guard of this level, and it is unlikely to be very simple. Noticing the guy, Vasilisk greeted him. His name is Orga, and if Kim starts to run now, he will leave him alive. But Kim is not ready for escape. He came here not to be afraid and flee. Unlike the Minotaur, whom Kim won the first level, this monster even has his own name. At this level, there is a monster with a name that players are unable to destroy. It is a true guard, and he has a wonderful skill. This long guy knows how to turn everything living into a stone. For this, he only needs to look into the opponent's eyes. Kim looked at Katie and reminded her of their conversation. He had already told what she should do, and now this moment has come. Of course, this little animal began to be nervous, but the guy assured her that everything would go according to plan. He threw her up so that she could jump to this mighty titan. Its purpose looks like his eyes, the most powerful weapon of the second-level boss. As soon as he saw Katie attacked the eyes of the monster, he immediately got a knife and moved forward. This skill has a rollback. When it is not able to use the technique, he needs to break his eyes. It was not immediately clear whether Kim hit the purpose. The mistake of the mistake is now very high. It looks like a common knife here, Orga was able to dodge, but noted the boy's abilities. In this case, there is only one option, but you cannot worry because Kim is ready for it. According to ancient legends, one of the enemies of the Basilisk is Ferret. It is its weak place. But this monster replied that this is not enough to win him, because the ferret would not be able to withstand him. If it did not look absurd, but now we see our own eyes the battle of a huge titan monster against little ferret. Vasilisk tried to use his crown technique and turn this little criminal into a stone. But it did not work. And only now the monster realized that it was not an ordinary animal before him. Kim did not waste his time and approached Titan. He does not lose concentration and action according to the plan. Vasilisk replied that all this has no sense because they would still die today. Seeing this dangerous look, Kima ordered Katie to bite this long lizard immediately. That's the time of truth. Now everything must be resolved or they will win or die. That is why Kim so much wanted Katie to participate in this operation. Her skills are too important for teamwork, although at first glance seems simple enough. Finally, you can no longer be afraid of the view of Vasilisk. Now the battle with him will be completely different. Without his main weapon, he loses a lot of power. Now he is not as threatening as before. Only now, Orga is clear that he was attacked by an unusual ferret, but already late to think. It was necessary to be cautious from the very beginning. Now the chances of winning are about equal. The Basilisk is very large. Sometimes it can be an advantage, but because of this, its attacks are too predictable. That is why Kim tries to avoid meeting him in every possible way, and tries to act on ahead, using his speed. Orga is still convinced that they will not let these little thieves go. They wounded it severely, so he dreams of revenge. In some strange way, Kim still managed to get his phone and watch different information. This guy is a real psych. He spoke to Katie and reminded her of the plan they made the day before, after which they ran in different directions. Of course, Vasilisk realizes that all this is not just so, but this guy is too confident to feel a true threat to his life. It looks like some elements of the plan to kill this great monster. Vasilisk considers it a rather funny situation. Kim can use any techniques, but he cannot win in this battle. Even left without its basic power, Vasilisk is still an incredibly strong and powerful beast. This is what is called the difference in levels, which is why Orga still feels safe and comfortable. He approaches his enemy, prepares a decisive blow. Can Kim be evading this time? It looks like this brazen guy thought again. He said he didn't like to talk a lot, but likes to act. At this point, Vasilisk saw that a huge cock appeared near him. Taking advantage of Kim immediately began to approach the monster and took his sharp knife. It looks like the same difference in the levels of which Vasilisk said, but now it plays against it. It became immediately noticeable that the monster was very angry. Everything was not going to his plan, and Kim took the initiative. Orga is sure that he will be able to withstand all the beats of the guy, though Kim has learned his weaknesses, but he is not so strong to kill him. This battle has been going on for a long time, but no one is eligible for rest because the price is too high. Kim successfully protects against all the attacks of Vasilisk. So far his reaction is excellent. But the monster is that way. He tries to do everything that the guy is tired and becomes easy. Some of them certainly lose, but Kim has one great advantage: his experience from past life. He noticed that Vasilisk began to move much slower, so it was necessary to use and destroy it. The organs acknowledged that the guy was really well prepared for their meeting, but the difference between them is too big. He believes that the guy has only one chance of salvation. It is an immediate escape from the battlefield. But Kim remains calm. He probably searched for something and finally got what he needed. He recognizes that he would not be able to kill this monster, but he knew it from the beginning. That is why he planned for a long time how to defeat Vasilisk, but still found a way out. He is already accustomed to this, to meet with rivals that he cannot kill. Rivals who prevail in all characteristics. What does he need to win over them? The choice of God, high points, useful skills, or unique abilities. All this is of course important and useful, but does not play a key role in battles with these rivals. In the first round, he was not enough. He was not the strongest of all players in the game. No one told him about his genius, but this guy was able to remain the last player in the world. It was from this lesson that he understood something: experience and patience with these qualities. Vasilisk said that all these meaningless conversations that would not lead to anything. Kim would die of cruel death. In response, Kim only smiled, after which explosions began on different floors of the Roman tower. Monster Titan did not understand what the guy did. It looks like some huge bombs. Throughout the week, some clung to the sticky bombs on different floors of the tower. They can be blown away remotely. Tim understands that this bomb will not be able to kill the Basilisk, but all this is not done for him, and these efforts will not be in vain. Only now did the huge monster begin to panic. He felt that he was losing control of the situation. It looks like his family feature, not to notice anything around him during aggressive emotions. This is called a training bracelet. With this crystal, the weight of the bracelet can be increased to 10 tons. So it's time for the Vasilisk to feel the difference in weight. After that, Kim approached his enemy and told him that now the difference is in the levels of him. Now Vasilisk has become so heavy that even the floor could not stand his body. He still was sure that he would not die even if he falls from such height. He believed that when the bracelet falls, he would break, and he would become free again and be able to take revenge. But from below he saw a golden spear that protrudes from the floor. This is the last puzzle in terms of Kim. Orga did not understand where this list came from. There can be nothing at the second level that can punch his skin. He believed that this spear would not be able to cause him a problem, but Titan has never been so wrong. Here's what to see. The overall picture is what it means to plan for many steps forward. There was also an interesting situation on the lower floors. James, along with other people, came and inserted into the ground as they ordered them to do. But there they met the great monster of the Observer and realized that they would not be able to overcome it. They could not come up with a new plan, but realized that their strength was not enough to win. Suddenly, they all heard some strange explosions and realized that something was approaching them. A little later, the ceiling was destroyed and they saw that they were falling a huge Titan. They were fortunate enough to take a few steps back and avoid breaded bones. All of them were amazed that this monster fell exactly on the place where Kim ordered the landing to be put into the ground. James said that the monster is inevitably destroyed, so now you need to find other team members and evaluate the situation. This is how the second task was completed. Now they are at the silver level and are rewarded. Starting with the third task, the main quest will be activated automatically after time, or fulfilling the conditions. Soon the players saw Kim's return. They realized that it was all this, but there was no scratch on it. Without this guy, they would not be able to go through this task and lose, so James immediately thanked him for his next help. James was well aware that the Guild of Sins, Kim and his girlfriends are much more powerful than he. They all players of another caliber. He needs to improve his skills so that in the following missions he can survive without outside support. James did everything as Kim told him, which was why the mission was successful. Kim took his golden spear and said that while there was time before the beginning of the third task, he needs to solve some of the cases. He wants to take a small walk, but where he will go, it is unknown. He said that they can always call him if something bad happens. If he is not busy, then he will help immediately. So it's time to temporarily disperse in different directions, but they will still see. It was at this point that James also realized that he lacked abilities. He would have to survive on his own, at least to the 7th level. But there is a confidence that he can do it because he became an avatar, at least forgot to ask him who is his god. Now it doesn't matter in the future. Kim knows everything he needs. Now there is a time to relax and take a breath. You may be doing some quiet deeds. Of course, he will not do it alone, where without the support of beautiful girls. Looking at Linda, Kim quickly guessed that she was very cruel to the Guild of Sins. He was sitting in front of him as if nothing had happened, although recently with his eyes burned with his opponents like a sausage. But she did not forget about the request of her friend, and no matter how difficult it was, but left Robert alive. Of course, a flying bat was angry because he was wearing an unknown object on his neck. Kim asked him to calm down and said that it was just an interesting insect bracelet, though it would be more correct to say an interesting choker. Within a second, this item forced Robert to fall on the ground face down. It was really rigid, probably now this disgusting guy is completely in Kim. This choker can become incredibly difficult at Kim, and this thing is too difficult to remove. Robert began shouting and said that he did not deserve such a cruel attitude to himself. But Kim reminded him that during the first task, he collected people in the gym to kill everyone. This time he certainly also tried to do something very bad, so all these actions were completely deserved. He recalled that all this time, Ketty was near him. She looked like a security guard and watched his actions. Although his treacherous plan failed, but all this is only thanks to Kim and his friends. Otherwise, everything would have ended with a disaster. This is Karma, the bracelet that is on the neck of Robert. His physical arrest and psychological punishment. Kim also bought an absolute contract in the DLC bench. As soon as Robert has signed here, he will no longer be able to violate this treaty. Under this agreement, Robert should become a reliable and honest person. Otherwise, the choker will start pressing on his neck and will make him die. If Robert refuses to sign this agreement, he will have to deal with Landa. Within a few seconds, the contract has finally been signed, but now it will always know where Robert is and what he is doing. It's time to say goodbye. Let's hope that this disgusting guy will do nothing wrong. Although his face looks obedient, it is clear that Robert will never change. Now he has no choice. If he does not act correctly, then he will die. So for a while he cannot worry about him. Of course, after that, the task of Linda has also increased sufficiently. She already reads the golden level. After a brief conversation, they agreed for a while and do their own business. Now they are a team, so they will be able to find out each other's location at any time. After that, Kim called to Ketty. He will give the word of the word a circle, so he would give her a promised reward. The girl was very happy and said that if the reward was bad, then he immediately feels her anger. Soon, she received a hidden ring. He makes her owner completely invisible for 1 hour, can be used twice a day. The girl looked very happily. She couldn't believe Kim really gave her such a cool gift. This is a rank B, so her feeling is quite clear, but Linda also wants to receive her gift. Kim promised to do it next time when he had something special for her. After that, they agreed to disperse for a while. It would be interesting to watch them separately. Kim did not tell anyone where he wanted to go, but he had already dreamed of harvesting so that it did not mean it. All the time, a large number of observers are constantly watching him, which interferes with his plans. Katie was following him all this time. He did not understand why she did it, but the girl wanted to stay close. Her observers began to be nervous, but in the end, he stopped paying attention to them. Katie believes that he has incredible skills. If she spends more time with him, he will also learn something. She assured that she follows him not just if something bad happens, she is ready to help. A little later, they were stopped by armed people. They said they were their dungeons and ordered to get away immediately. Kim agreed and suggested that Katie leave, but the girl did not like them that they were forcibly forced to do something. She wanted to provoke them and do something, but Kim's main task was to find out the place, everything else. These guards are not stupid. They will not stand quietly and look as you go inside. Everything around is too guarded. If there is no way to get inside, you need to think a little and invent a plan. The god of the right life has been too excited lately. His avatar is too disturbed. God the clown, on the contrary, mocked everything and said that his avatar was worthless. By monitoring the chat of the gods, Kim regularly learned quite important information from the game. Caddy did not like that he did not explain anything, but it is not in the style of this guy. He explained that there is a dungeon near them. They do not need another entrance because it can make a separate entrance. He touched the earth and activated the search skill that takes place within the radius of 50 meters. He received this skill after victory over Vasilisk. It is a bit useful, because this technique is at the level of white gold. This is a skill that needs to be continued, and after a while they found the right place. Kim explained that at a depth of 20 meters there is a boss room, as is the dungeon that was guarded by other people. But Katie still does not understand how he is about to get to a depth of 20 meters. Maybe he wants to dig a pit? From this guy you can expect anything. He can again activate explosives, as in the Roman Tower. If it were the territory of the task, it would be possible to do something similar. But the dungeon is protected by special magic. It cannot be destroyed or entered by physical strength, although Kim has one idea. This item is called a dungeon. The main thing is to choose the right model for a particular dungeon. Kim received this thanks to the missions, and that's how he plans to move to the boss room. Katie was shocked by her friend's actions. She had never met such hungry guys before. With this object, you can dig a pit to the dungeon in about a few hours. This work took a lot more time, but after 5 hours of hard work, the first results were visible. Kim was able to make a huge pit to a depth of 20 meters, and it impresses. Soon they were on the spot. Katie was surprised by the perseverance and mind of this guy. Now they are in the deepest part of this dungeon, and their path immediately appeared. It looks like the largest of these monsters and is the same boss of this dungeon. It will not be easy with it. Young players were immediately surrounded by other mantis. They all protect their boss. Katie hates insects, but now the critical situation and Kim asks her to destroy all little mantis. This is necessary in order for him to be able to concentrate all his attention and energy on the battle against the boss. In this way, these two started working as a team. Let's see what will come of it. There are too many monsters around. It will be difficult for them to defeat them all at the same time. Kim got his golden spear and went on attack as a real leader. He should show the result. The first monster was destroyed in a few seconds. He showed excellent speed and power. It was easy enough to, but Kim felt that he had to stay careful and not forget about protection. In this battle, the main thing is to click on the weak place of their rivals. Everyone has weaknesses. So far, our player has no problems, but his energy can end faster than the monster's end. Even Ketty was surprised by the speed of destruction of these monsters, and it seemed that they were about rank E. Soon, Kim came close to their boss. It is a great red mantis with large cliches. Other mantis were easy to destroy, but it is unlikely that everything would be just as simple with their boss. Of course, it has more powerful protection and sharper paws, but the larger its size, the slower it moves. Such monsters are easier to win by the opportunity to predict their future movements. They do not even understand when they are attacked. And this is what Kim is going to use. His stroke came with a golden purpose, so the boss was destroyed and the dungeon was completely cleaned. Kim became the first of all players to clean this place, and for this he will receive an additional 1,000 points. The level of remuneration is constantly increasing depending on the achievements. It cannot but please. For this, Kim received a crystal of rank F and a sharp blow of the rank E. Quite good prey, but nothing special. This was obtained for the victory over the boss, but they should also count on the reward for clearing the dungeon. There should be something much more interesting for this. Katie was glad to see such a big catch. It took 4 days, and the local players finally got to this dungeon. They walked a long road and finally approached the main gate. They all wanted only one: the total destruction of the boss of the fault and the clearing of the dungeon. Their path was too long to fail, and of course they all want treasures and rewards. Their gods promised them a great reward for cleaning this dungeon, so the expectations are very high. But what they saw shocked them all when they came inside. They realized that no one was here. All the treasures disappeared, the monsters were destroyed, and an unknown hole was visible on the mountain. Meanwhile, the anonymous, under number 48, again made the entrance to the general chat of the gods of the system. Kim saw that the gods could not understand who cleared the dungeon they left for their players. Each of them began to suspect each other, felt that a conflict would soon begin between the gods. So far, Kim quietly watched it, but then decided to intervene and make something interesting. His face was unknown, so he confidently used it once again. The guy greeted the gods and said that he had information about one interesting dungeon. He explained the approximate location of this place and said that there could be reached the rank of C. He did not explain how he learned about this dungeon, but he assured that he made no reason to lie. In the conversation, the god of the right life intervened. He reminded everyone that it is impossible to ask about sources of information and approached Kim. This god began to ask the boy about his place of residence, but the other gods intervened again. Soon they all decided to stop their conflict and finally send their people in the dungeons, which said Anonymous 48. Now the avatars will certainly go to the right side, and it cannot make the guy happy. Even Katie has already received information from her god about this dungeon, but Kim said he would not go there. In the past life, there were no normal objects in that dungeon, which is why it used this place as a bait. The guy said he did not want to spend time and will go to perform the main task, although the time of performance is unlimited. He explained that if the 4th task appears, then everything is confused, which is why we need to hurry. But for starters, he wants to gain one important skill that little is known. Looking at the sky, he felt strange feelings. Despite the fact that the world is collapsing, the sky remains as beautiful. That is why he needs a constellation right now, but he is not going to say anything. Katie did not like that this guy was constantly hiding the whole truth, but there was no choice, and she followed him. This time it is unlikely that it will dig the earth again, here too deeply, so it is impossible to understand the exact location of the boss room. Until they came in, Kim got something and ordered the girl to wear it on her neck. It would protect her from near attacks, although the appearance is not very. Katie was dissatisfied and said that this clothes stinking, but Kim did not listen to her. It seems not quite dungeons, but the subway station. The players immediately began to regret that the lanterns did not bring with them. But Kim explained that there was a reason why he did not bring a lantern with him. He asked the girl not to ask unnecessary questions and follow him silently, soon the most interesting. Their road took for a long time. Katie even began to think that they were walking. He asked her to say nothing and listen, because he was approaching them. Of course, the girl did not understand who he was and why he was approaching them, but they immediately felt a strong wind. The moment of her scarf immediately began to move independently and beat the arrow flying into her head. It is a protective fabric of level D, up to 5 times capable of blocking attacks from close distance. After use, the item is automatically destroyed. Kim warned that she had only 4 protection, so Katie should be careful. She suggested turning into something small so that she could not be hit. But the guy replied that it would not work. Now they must be very careful because now even Kim has been saved with a protective fabric. You cannot worry yet, but the guy wants to see the face of his enemy. He got a fairly interesting object called the chase thread. If you tie the thread to the object, then it will bring to the place of its owner. This thing can be used one time, which is why Kim tied it to the arrow that hit him. He finally saw his opponent soon, until this arc was going to show his face. It is called a night arrow, a monster who uses dark places where there is no light to attack his victims. This guy is able to move very quickly, so Kim will be difficult to catch up with him. The player is well aware that he cannot lose this monster, but his protective fabric saved him 3 more times, and only 1 protection remained. After this scarf worked again, it automatically destroyed and left Kim alone with a monster. The nighttime was not going to join the melee and continued to flee. Soon Kim saw an unknown creature with an ugly face. In the dungeon, you can often see different monsters during the mission. This is normal. The main thing is not to be distracted by these animals and continue to catch up with the arc. Usually in the game settings from the outset, it is found that no one can touch them. No players or monsters. The Dark Archer decided to use the flash. This skill shines with a bright light within a 2-meter radius. If the monster or player who is within the action radius will look at this outbreak for a few seconds, they may be blinded for a while. Probably flying bats can only exist in this dungeon through this technique. So if you turn into something to avoid an attack, then only a flying bat and did Katie. The nighttime was unable to guess this. That's the difference in strategies. This difference cost him too much. He was completely destroyed in the melee. There is no separate room with a reward, as in the situation with the dungeons of the Mantis. There is nothing in this dungeon except for the objects that defended the archer, which is why there are no other monsters other than the boss in such dungeons. In most cases, the reward is not given separately, but for the murder of the boss gives great things. Of course, the highest level is that the indicators immediately turn into the eyes, but it is impossible to underestimate its ability. Although all these items are weaker than those used by the boss, the appearance of mobile motion is good luck. Kim took some important items for himself and said Katie could pick up everything else. He was pleased that he received a rather rare and necessary item and several skills. Katie also liked this coat. Now the preparation of the guy for the 3rd task is almost complete. His key characteristics are increased. Now he has a lot of different skills in his arsenal. Now there is no one more in Kim in the world. But this is still not enough to kill the same opponent, although the main task should not have problems. In any case, the goal of the guy is to accomplish all the tasks. Everything else is not important. When performing the 3rd task, it will be able to get the 1st level set. This will help him kill the same guy from the 3rd task. He is also called a cursed crow. It's time to go and try to pass this difficult test at last. We completely forgot about Linda. This girl is also worth attention because of her special abilities. Its potential has not yet been fully disclosed, so that is why it is twice as interesting to watch. She has already destroyed more than 10 monsters but continues to look hard. A little later, it became clear that all this time she was looking for her father and mother and went into her apartment. Inside, she saw a lot of blood, oddly enough, but that was to be expected. This game is too cruel. As soon as she opened the door of the house, flying monsters began to attack her immediately. They have long died, so the girl has no choice but to send them to hell. Of course, this did not get her big problems. This girl has already reached a fairly high level of skill. She is no longer new. There were quite a lot of flying monsters, but Linda did not panic, but always remained calm. But any peace ends at the moment when you are bitten by the back. Of course, this was not a big problem for her, but in any case, she lost his vigilance, and if the opponent was stronger, it could be expensive. The apartment had an incredible mess. A large amount of blood and bodies of mutilated monsters. But not only the monsters were at the end of the room. A little later, the girl saw her father. He was dead. She immediately began to cry and lost control of the situation. She seems to her all this stupid sleep. Yesterday, she had everything well. She enjoyed the life of a young girl, studied at the university, and spent her free time with her parents. But today she has lost everything. And the worst in this situation is that her father will not return her. She saw that her home phone started calling. Linda immediately thought that it could be a mom. She took the phone, heard a voice on the other side, and her eyes immediately changed their color to red. Meanwhile, Kim and Katie was walking in the city after the next task in the dungeon. They saw a well-dressed woman. She greeted them and said that she greets them in the Roman Tower. It looks like they arranged a business in this large building, perhaps because all monsters now bypass this tower. Katie could not understand anything, but Kim asked her to look around, and then everything would be clear. Although it all looks strange, but everything that happens to them since the beginning of this game is a solid wonder. This woman stood here and was not afraid of monsters on the streets. She said that Kim and his girlfriend could enter the Roman Tower for free. Katie was against this idea. She said that this place is too strange and scary, and it is better to find something else. But Kim explained that they should go inside to complete the task, so they have no other choice. They were explained that they need to be very careful. The entrance and exit are in different places. It was very clean and workers were ordinary people, not players. Such strange nuances, maybe even more. It looks like this because of the stupid slopes of the same guy who controls everyone here. There were many ordinary people around. It is quite strange because Kim was used to seeing only players or monsters. These are ordinary people who have not killed, now they cannot die from monsters' attacks. Katie thinks that this is one of the best options in the game. In any case, it is better than death. These people physically cannot die, which is why they do not have a choice. And the attraction park works not only at the expense of the attractions themselves. And suddenly the system announced the guy that information about a new task appeared. At first it seemed that it was a fairly easy mission, which they would quickly pass. But then the players saw something. Kim immediately sweated and lost a smile. It seemed to see what he did not like. The problem is that this is not the task at all. It was in the past life. But the most interesting thing is that Katie has received an easy task, the same as Kim has been in the past life. In addition to the fact that it has received a completely different task, the complexity of this mission is much higher than it should be. Only real masters of game or system can pass this task. If it were the intervention of the master's master, he would have appeared in front of Kim, so it is a system intervention. Of course, Kim destroyed 2 guards, but would not think that there would be such a cruel reaction. Katie could not understand why her friend was so upset. He asked her to remain silent and give him the opportunity to think. If there are changes, then the good parties of this should certainly be, at least, it indicates that the future is gradually changing. Kim remembered the name of the American slides in the group, which is a game in which you need to manage the entertainment park. This place is the same game, and the manager can do whatever he pleases, so even incredible actions are possible. For example, a manager can break the ring so that the trolleys come down with the rails, or force the hellish wheel to ride on the ground. Such managers do not need sales and money, they just want to see how other people suffer. The little girl was not ready for such stories, though she's already able to fight the monsters, but her psyche is still too weak. So this is the same place. Kim immediately realized that it did accretion from the constellation of the crow. Katie looks quite concerned. She realizes that there is some psycho behind all this, and this is the worst. Since ordinary people work on the territory of this complex, not players, it becomes clear that all this was a hunted man. There's no point in telling Katie about Karis. It will look quite strange that Kim knows about him. There is no one who knows about the constellation among the players now, so it is better to remain silent about something. There were so many strong monsters in the last world, but the guards were the strongest of them. But the constellation is a completely different level. In this place was managed by Karas, the constellation of the crow. Karas was below the other constellations, but had some divinity that gave him extra power. In fact, for the sake of the appearance of constellations, but this guy became an exception, and this is a problem. He reduced the level of divinity that could be existed in this world and used it for its own purposes. So now it is here. It looks like this scoundrel is going to spend some time on entertainment until there is no one who can harm him here. Although if it is Frank, he entertained the same way in his past life and then disappeared. He is a constellation with a low level of divinity, but the amount of harm he has caused humanity does not even compare with the constellation of very high rank. Finally, Katie guessed that a very powerful guy was sitting in this place who arranged it all, and now you need to be careful. Kim noted her guessing, saying that she was progressing rapidly, but should not relax. The girl also noticed that there is a completely different planning here, unlike the Roman world, where she was before. It seemed like a local master, but now not about it, because an unknown guy approached them. He suggested that they go to one interesting place where they could truly enjoy the amusement park. Kim immediately felt that this boy's voice was very tired because of the constant fear of death, and he noticed a strange object on his neck. This guy said that they must visit their local ghost home. They will surely like it. Katie was against visiting the ghost house. She said she was trying to avoid such places, but not because she is scared. Suddenly, the object on the neck of this guy began to shine in a bright red color. He immediately began to shout and be pleased to wait. This guy said that he still had time and constantly asked to wait. Of course it scared Katie. Kim remained calm as usual, such an impression as if he was perfectly understanding what is happening right now. The system has updated the data. It must save people in this park of attractions. It is necessary to do so before the mission number 4. The level of complexity of this task is quite average, but when the explosion happened, it became clear that everything would be very difficult. It exploded on the neck of this guy. Of course he died. He had no chance. Katie was incredibly frightened. It was at such moments that she is just a child, although she has passed a lot of difficult trials. Probably these employees have limited time to visitors' calls, as well as players have limited time to perform the task. Kim predicted what would happen. People in the park got into a terrible situation. Among them are the killer and monsters and who hunt for their lives, We need to solve all these problems and get out of this terrible place. The more people can save Kim, the higher the award he will receive, although in his past life they could only be saved, and only a few people. In any case, the one who needs is here, so you need to collect all the seals. Kim approached one of the workers and asked him to tell about this place. He looks like he wants to go inside. The employee immediately warned that he is unlikely to like it there, but Kim cannot give up the task, otherwise he is waiting for death. The employee said that all the players who came here could not last long and died or hid. But if Kim wants to get into the ghost house so much, he must go through and thus complete the task. Everything looks quite simple on paper, but in real life everything is always much more difficult. The simpler the task, the harder it is to pass them, so you need to be very careful, and then it may be possible. The employee wished the players good luck and closed the door. Katie was too scary, although they were just entering. She explains that she is very afraid of darkness, which is why she holds on to Kim so that he does not lose each other, as it is romantic. Kim asked her to be careful, not to lose concentration and always follow him. Suddenly, he saw that they were approaching them. He had time to react and saved Katie's life. The girl began to shout and was very frightened. Now a very dangerous situation. One blow and they are a corpse. Behind them began to run real zombies. It is the most terrible house with ghosts I saw. Kim got a weapon and began to reflect from these monsters. They are not too fast and smart, so there should be no extra problems. While the guy was fighting, Katie lay on the floor and started crying. This girl was too frightened. He realized that he would have to take her in his arms and calm her. Otherwise, the problems would be even more. New monsters were waiting for them. They all look creepy. Although it is enough to frighten a little girl, it will not stop an experienced player at all. An equal fight against the monsters began. Kim was quite difficult to fight them, and at the same time keep Katie's neck. So far, Kim successfully copes with these difficult tests. He skillfully destroys monsters with the help of martial arts. He assured Katie that she can also easily destroy them. They are too weak, and they should not be afraid. But the girl continued to cry and could not calm down. It was better to leave her outside and make everything alone. The attacks of these monsters are built on the template of the Room of Fear. On all sides, as if not from where, traps appear and monsters attack. But the difference is that they really try to kill visitors. There is a problem. Tim successfully destroys these creepy creatures, but their number is increasingly more. Soon Katie began to laugh nervously, such an impression as if she had lost her mind, although it could be because of her nerves. Although Kim was the best than now, but to fight and at the same time to protect someone is very difficult. He asked the girl to hold him firmly and ran forward. You can call all this training and attack at the same time. In his past life, he did nothing like this, so it can be called a wonderful experience. The attractions were surprised. These players were the first to leave this house in 15 minutes. Kim replied that it was not very difficult, the monsters were not very strong, so nothing complicated. Katie fell to the floor, wiped her tears from her eyes, and said that she was also quite simple. Kim was pleased that everything was successful, but now he had some questions for the employee. Of course, he is interested in a bracelet on the neck of this guy. Kim asked him where to buy such a bracelet. This guy has a surprising desire, but in the end he got what he wanted. This bracelet can be blown away remotely, or set some conditions. The guy got an ore chalk and tried to cover the bracelet with this item, because of which he would become stronger. After that, Kim threw him on the floor. Katie did not understand at all what he wants to do. Kim began to count up to 3, and then this strange bracelet rose into the air as if he were for a harass. Kim said he had blown up this bracelet, but he remained unharmed. The fact is that the internal explosion is impossible to break the coating from ore chalk. Although everything was broken inside this bracelet, that's what Kim wanted to reach. Everything is very simple. Now he wants to share this knowledge with other attractions in order to save life. The person who has turned away from others at least once is easy to repeat it in the following times, which is why Kim never passes by other people. In his past life, he could not do as the same person, although he was one of those who he helped. But then Kim said that they would not return to the territory of the attractions. There can be dangerous and better obeying the system. Of course, Katie was surprised, just that this guy said that he wanted to help people and now changed his mind. Initially, he plans to collect all the seals and the necessary information. He suggested that the girl go and ride on American slides. She said that she was her favorite business. Katie believes that attractions are the best in the world. Only the ghost house is weak for her. But when they returned to the attractions, it turned out that everything was different here, not as she imagined. The girl said that she could not be here anymore. Kim only laughed. Although not, he would have died 4 times, because at first they rode on American slides and it was very dangerous. Things with human faces flew there everywhere, but it was not enough, because then it was even more fun. When the trolley reached the top of the slide, a huge monster's mouth appeared from nowhere. After that, they sat on the free fall attraction, but there were broken brakes. That is why they flew to the ground without the opportunity to stop and were close to break to death. After all that they survived together on this day, the ghost house seems like a regular kindergarten. But there is still one attraction. It is necessary to finish everything faster and finally leave this swollen place. But Kim said they would not be able to ride at the last attraction because the work of the park is over. Soon, the evening came. The lanterns began to burn everywhere and was quite beautiful and atmospheric. Katie began to hear a pleasant tune. Probably began some evening event, but for starters, it is better to hide. After they found a safe place, they began to analyze the situation. The evening parade may have begun. From afar, it was not very well visible, but it became clear that many monsters came out. They all entertained and enjoyed the evening. Of course, their purpose was to destroy people. Kim immediately closed his friend's face. He does not want the child to see such horror. These monsters mock ordinary people. They arrange torture and enjoy their suffering. Katie suggested that she return to a safer place immediately, but Kim replied that it was dangerous, not just so many human corpses around. After Kim said that it was dangerous, he went somewhere forward, probably forgot about his own words. He explained that they could not be found and called the girl behind him. There are too many monsters in this park, and workers were in front of homes and attractions. That is why players have almost no place where they could hide. In his past life, he was one who told everything. He also said that there was a great safari in this park. If you believe in his words, those who are there are players who stuck between the first and third task. In the usual situation, this is almost impossible, but the Crucian looks like changing the rules of the game. He was probably interested in this game of the gods. The constellation has divinity, but is not God, so Karis and cannot participate in the game. It is quite possible that he signed an agreement with the master of the game or found some gap in the system. Now is the time when Kim wants to know how he made it all. To begin with, you need to go and look at the same safari, which he learned from his past life. As it was told, there are really many people there. Katie approached these guys and asked to enter inside. Everyone immediately noticed that there were 4 seals on her hand, after which Kim and Katie were granted permission to enter the safari. It is about these seals constantly and told them that this is probably a very important nuance in this park of attractions. They were told that even the leader of players in this park of attractions is only 3 seals, so Kim is now considered a fairly cool player here. Katie also showed her seals and said they were the best in this city. She did not even have a drop of modesty. A little later, they met other players and were asked to wait for the leader to come. The player who started them inside is the name of Patrick. He has already told some laws of this place. Everyone who is around is players along with ordinary people, in total about 200. Of course, not everyone is here at this point, but Kim is sure that the same guy he is looking for is here. This guy cannot be elsewhere, and after how many minutes Kim was convinced of it personally when he found him. In the higher divine best, which is the 12th Olympus, there is a single avatar. This boy is called Donald. It is strange that such a powerful and strong god has only one avatar, and even more so, such a calm and quiet guy. In his past life, he was one of the most famous players, and Kim remembers it perfectly. The tools he created always sold at incredible prices at auctions, which is how he became famous. There would be no player who would not dream of getting at least one of Donald created. It will not be an exaggeration to say that players who lasted in this game for too long did it only thanks to his objects. Although looking at him now, Kim realizes that it is not the same Donald he knew before. Earlier, this guy was shining as the sun and did not lose the hope of even the hardest situations in life. But now everything has changed. Such an impression as if he had already lost all his talents. Looking at him can be depressed. His older brother sits next to him. Rumors, in his past life, he died at the end of the 3rd task. Kim and Katie approached them, greeted them, and asked the opportunity to sit next to them. They explained that they are new in this place and looking for new friends and a place to rest. The older brother was called Mark. He immediately greeted the brand new and said he would be glad to talk to them. Everyone around these brothers, so they are very sad for a regular human conversation. Kim noticed that the older brother seems blind. In the past life, everything was completely different, but now it doesn't matter. They began to get acquainted with each other. Looking at Katie, Kim realized that she only behaved quite relaxed with him, because now she is only silent. Kim said they wanted to become friends with brothers and make every effort to go through this task. But then, Kim thought for a while, his intuition began to tell him that something was wrong here. It looks like a regular player. Even his sword is quite ordinary. Although then this sword attracted the boy's attention, Mark explained that from the moment he lost his eyes, He uses this sword as a staff. Suddenly, the conversation intervened Donald and asked his older brother to silence and stop talking about it, because the memories were too painful. After that, the younger brother said goodbye to everyone and said that he would lie down and sleep a little. Mark apologized for the behavior of his younger brother. He said that Donald has recently become too sensitive. Analyzing the situation, Kim realized that there was nothing surprising here. Everyone around the foreigners. Then Mark was upset and explained that he had only recently escaped from him. Does he mean Karis? Before bed, he planned the next day. Now his goal is to collect the maximum amount of information, and of course, you cannot forget about caution. He looked at Katie and could not understand whether she really was so brave when he was needed, or just her. Suddenly, he saw Mark in the middle of the night. I wonder where he was going to go at that time. He approached other players and said he needed to go to the toilet. They were dissatisfied with his request. Now it is too dangerous to walk alone. But with him, they are afraid. Mark replied that he was about understanding the surrounding area, so he cannot worry about him and he would go alone. They agreed to open the door to him, but if he did not return, they would not look for him. All this time, observers have been observed. It is difficult to break away from these creatures. Kim could not understand why observers follow him to the toilet. Something is wrong here. All this situation is too strange. Kim immediately decided to enter the community under the mask of anonymous number 48 and start a conversation with God the Clown. This woman began to laugh and said that he started to appear too often and said that he was loved here. In the past, he already gave them great information about the dungeons, and God Friday was satisfied with the raid in that place. He approached the clown and asked to look at the observer. He explained that he had no personal avatar, so there was no observer. He also said that one player constantly refuses to become his avatar, which is why he wants to watch him. The clown considered it all strange. Players like to become an avatar, but probably this anonymous is too weak, God. The clown said that many are trying to get this player now and make it their avatar. She said that she would also like to make him if she didn't have Ketty. Her avatar is now resting, so she can easily access her observer. Instead, she asked if he saw something very interesting. She would first tell her. Now Kim has access to the observer and will be able to safely watch the desired character of the game. It is unclear why Mark has decided to go to the woods without help at night. He is unlikely to only want to the toilet. Soon, a wonderful creature, a white bird with an interesting blue aura, appeared near him. Although Mark cannot see anything, it became clear that he did not feel the presence of this bird. He leaned and bowed to her, so now it is obvious that he came to her. Kim was very surprised when Mark was trying to tell this bird information. He said there was nothing extraordinary today, but 2 new players appeared. Kim very quickly realized that the voice of this bird did not look like a Crucian, so it is Vung. This deity ordered Mark to watch new players. If they cling something interesting, he should immediately tell all this. This bird said that the Karis Master needs to find more people. Now the whole story is getting clearer. So there is a great and powerful man who manages in this place, I mean the same Vung, but that this great guard does in Karis. All this situation is very strange and confusing. Inside this city, the only guard was Vasilisk, but you can forget about it because Kim killed him. But we are talking about another guard which is also near this place. Maybe all this is because the task has changed. Maybe the deities have learned about Kim. It has long become clear, and that this world is a game, and its main server is managed by the master of the game. But he is by no means the highest being in this world, although many do not know about it. There is one who is above the master of the game, who interferes with the rules leading and managing the game as a system. It seems that all this is related to the system, since the guard is a hidden monster which is determined by the system. Of course, Kim knew what could happen soon, especially if he behaved too noticeably, but it turned into a problem. In his past life, he saw many people whose thoughts were different with their behavior, so he knows that Mark did not pretend. Even the clown was surprised that this blind guy was a real spy. It is still unclear that in his past life, Donald said that his brother was a good man, and even sacrificed himself for the sake of Donald. Did he really change so much? We will find out the answer to all these questions a little later. In the morning, sunlight woke up all players in Sappher. Kim woke up one of the first. He immediately greeted others and met those who did not meet yesterday. He was tired very quickly. It turned out that even the information is not as easy to collect as it seemed. But if we fold everything together, then all this coincides with the past life, all but Vung, because this sea star is a rare type among monsters. It is slightly slow, but has strong armor and powerful energy. The more it eats the metal, the greater its protection of the attack. With the current Kim's skills will not even be able to injure this monster. Now this rival is too heavy for him. Katie has also tried to understand the whole situation all this time, though she understands little, but hopes Kim will not start hunting. Last time, they all almost died, so it is completely against this idea and considers it suicide. Kim explained that he realized that fear is too strong for him, but in the future they would meet. If the conditions of future battle are favorable and Kim will make significant progress, he will be able to defeat this monster. So that they do not do now, Donald will not get better. So when the time comes, everything will be resolved by itself. Kim decided to leave the brothers for a while. He said that he had an important thing outside the safari and promised to return. He asked his girlfriend to constantly look at these two brothers. Later, he would explain everything, but as long as she must trust him. He asked her to tell everything that would seem strange. The task is simple enough, so Katie agreed. Kim said goodbye to her and went to an important meeting. Now it's time to try a monster under the name of Wung. Yes. 5 minutes ago, he told the girl that he would not meet him, but all this was just that she would not worry about him. There was a huge fortress in the other part of the city. There were many monsters inside. There was no light. All evil creatures adore darkness. They enjoy the human horror and the smell of fear. Some people have visited this cave. He has been living in this place for a long time and he really likes it. But today he has an important meeting. An old acquaintance came to him, Titan Church named Wung. Wung came to talk about the problem that is related to the third task of the game. He considers it very important. Karis is known that the strongest player has only 3 seals now. He likes to look at frightened people who cannot get a second seal. Wung replied that this information was outdated. So it was before yesterday, but now it has changed. There was a player who was able to get 4 seals, and most importantly, this is that there are 2 such players. It is difficult to believe what is possible at all. One of them did it without the support of the deity. Now he immediately watched the information and saw how the 2 were able to go through American slides and water attraction. He also saw that they were on a free fall and even in the ghost house. All this is strange because it was the hardest test from the outset, and the level of this mission increased even more. If nothing changes, they will be able to get the 5th seal today and go through this task. If the carp intervenes in the main task, they can read problems, although this method could simplify everything. It would be perfect if Kim's alone came here, but it all looks unrealistic. Karis asked his assistant to leave these players alone. He believes that if they fulfill the task, then there will also be advantages. Recently, fewer players ride on rides, all of which have lost their motivation because of their high level of complexity. So if Kim and his girlfriend are able to go through this task and get out of the park, then other players get an incentive, which is good. Hearing this wonderful plan, Wung said that it was time to leave. The time of patrol had already passed. Karis noted that he was a faithful ally, although when they saw for the first time, it seemed that he was too stupid. It was Karis who added to Group Wung. Almost no one does such actions, and of course he does not know Akarthos. Wung said goodbye and went away. Today he wants to meet several insects and destroy them. There was a wonderful weather near the safari. The sun was shining and there were many trees and flowers around. The birds were constantly singing songs. Kim already knows that Wung patrols this road. If it really was, he had to go here. He finally saw this giant soon, and finally their long-awaited meeting happened. The terrible approached the boy and smiled. He said that he was not interested in killing the hunters. Now there is no doubt that he serves the carp. These guys think equally. Everything is still. The guy is sure that the guard wants to see how he escapes from him in horror in his eyes. But his hands are not trembling at all, which means that today this guard will have serious problems. The experience of a past life is too much. The guy becomes more confident and feels the right moments to start the attack. But sometimes it seems that he has lost his mind at all. Wung is too big and mighty. His armor is so easy not to punch. The guy can't hurt him even with a sword covered by ore chalk. Does this monster eat metal even during patrol? Kim did not expect him to be such a powerful rival. But if he was not like that, it would not be interesting. Wung also noticed that the guy was not beating in power. He did not know that there were such interesting players in the game. Both fighters are confident in their victory, but as always, there is only one place in Olympus. Wung said that he was not interested in fighting with this insect. He suggested not to wave his fists, but to talk quietly. Kim replied that guards say too much instead of working to the tongue. Let him get better. Of course, it was a lot of angry. He does not know where such an intricate guy came from, but from his corpse will not remain a wet place. So now we will see the true strength of Kim. All this time, he has not fully revealed his potential, but now he will need it. From the first powerful blow of the monster, the guy managed to dodge, though he is inferior to power, but his speed is at a different level. Although Wung and very large, but there are many problems in its protection. and this has to be used. Due to the fact that he constantly eats metal, his protection became incredibly strong, like titanium. Kim immediately noticed that his weapon did not break and did not change its shape. All this means that the body of a guard is not stronger than orichalc. These are good news that allows counter-arguments, so everything is needed by Kim is the power of impact. He lacks the strength to protect the guard, so you need to find its weaknesses. All about the intellectual game is a significant advantage of Kim. It is almost always smarter than rivals. It is also one of the important moments in the martial arts, sometimes not one who is stronger, but the one who is smarter. We are now seeing the classic battle of David against Goliath, but the result is still covered with fog. Kim attacked different parts of the body of a guard. He tried to injure even his eyes, but did not find weaknesses. If he does not have time to see the opportunities to win, then it can cost him. The only reason why he is still alive is his speed and advantage in this aspect. For the sake of the battle with this Titan, he raised all his characteristics in advance to the maximum. Now they are all at level E, that is, higher than any other player. And even though all these characteristics, the guy cannot even squeeze this giant. Of course, Kim guessed that with his current level, he would be incredibly difficult with this monster. Now it is clear why, when you remember the name of this monster, other people begin to shake their arms and legs. If the Wung Wung is so strong, it is likely that the ability and characteristics of the carp is much higher. Kim tried to destroy this monster, but nothing left but to use the first round set. Kim began to turn on the speed and break the distance, the guard. It did not like it, and he called the guy a little rat. After that, Church promised to destroy him and make him so painful that it would even be difficult to imagine. But for starters, the monster must find a guy. Now Kim hid and is at a long distance. Of course it looks ridiculous, but there is no other choice. With the current characteristics of Kim will not be able to win the guard. This requires a strong and powerful stroke of a strong attack, and there is only the only way. While Kim tried to escape from the huge Titan, other players in Safar were resting in sunlight. Mark began to think that Katie and Kim brother and sister, and began to ask extra questions to the girl. Of course, she answered that it was not true, their names are completely different, so they cannot be a brother and a sister. Mark said he seemed so, because they feel very good at each other, so he thought they were from one family. Then the conversation came that they both were able to get 4 seals, although now it is a rarity. Katie began to brag and tell how hard she worked to reach this level. Because of this, she did not see her close friends approach at all. Kim was very scared. She asked him to warn him in the future when he was trying to approach so quietly behind. Mark greeted and said that at this moment they were talking about Kim. Katie told that the brothers were very interesting how they got acquainted with her. Kim loves this story, he told Katie when she tried to rob the bank. While the girl was angry with her friend through this story, Kim approached Mark and asked to talk to him. Kim has to tell him something very important, but he does not like this situation, so it is better to move aside. Mark agreed, and in a few minutes they were far from the resting place. Kim looked carefully at his opponent and asked him if he was telling the information about this place of guard. In response, Mark was not only surprised, but he immediately got his sword and sent him to the blade to his neck. There were still some questions that Kim wanted to ask about, but now and so difficult, so it is better to forget about it for a while. These words seemed very strange. He does not understand what it means and what kind of game plans to Kim. The guy smiled and said he hopes that Mark would attack him now and use all his strength. Kim wants to look at what this blind guy is capable of. Mark immediately agreed to this proposal. His sharp blade was close to cut off his head in a second, but he was rescued by an incredible reaction. This is the case, you think that before you a bad blind man, and it turns out that it is a true master of martial arts. Kim immediately noted that his opponent is quite good at the sword. This really causes great respect, especially given that Mark sees nothing. It seems that he uses the spiritual eye. Kim has heard of such in his past life. Mark noted that Kim said a lot, but now he does what he is constantly evading. That is why Mark has no choice but to kill this self-confident fool. He felt Kim moved away from him, and that is why he decided to get closer to quickly and strike. Mark was very surprised when his best blow Kim not just repelled, but caught his bare hands. It seemed impossible as a common person can catch a sharp sword with his hands. Mark immediately felt the approximate characteristics of his opponent. It is amazing, given that he was not even an avatar. It became clear that Kim's flexibility and speed make him such a heavy rival. He skillfully evades all Mark attacks and remains unharmed. This battle could take a long time, but Kim decided to use his secret weapon. Mark immediately felt that he would not be able to do anything with these guys with a sharp tongue. All this is because Kim uses gloves. They are very strong, help to defend and resist magic. Kim acknowledged that he was surprised by the abilities of a blind guy, but comparing with Kim, he was too weak. Now the guy finally wants to hear the answers to his questions. Why Mark is trying to spy for a guard. This blind guy has enough skills to play this game on his own and achieve great achievements. Mark silenced, and it was at this point that Kim finally realized that Wong promised to leave him alive with his brother in exchange for help. Mark acknowledged that it was true when they first collided with a guard. He fought with him on his own. Although Mark cannot even call it a full battle, it was no more than a regular children's toy for him. As a result, to fight this monster without support, it turned out to be the wrong decision on his part. In the same battle, he lost his eyesight, and his younger brother plunged into a serious depression. He had no other choice but to agree to all the conditions of the guard. At that moment, he felt his strength and was in a hopeless state. But he tried to save his younger brother, even if he got to hell. So now he tells all the information from the moment he got to the safari. Basically, this information is happening between ordinary people and players. Nothing serious. Kim decided not to do anything now. By this point, it did not interfere with him all this. Perhaps on the contrary, he would be able to take advantage of this situation. If sufferers collect information, but he does nothing, so he is only curious to watch how players feel fear. Soon, Mark guessed that Kim wanted to fight against Wong. He knew that this guy was strong, but warned that the monster is completely different. If you do not have a normal plan and idea, then Tim will quickly turn into a torn calf. But Kim told that he was already fighting for a guard and realized that he was different from all the monsters he had ever met. But he acknowledged that he could not destroy the monster immediately, although this does not mean that he would not be able to defeat him in the future. Finally, he asked Mark to continue to execute Wong, but he should tell this information as well. He will tell all the details when all this makes sense, too early. And of course, he ordered all this to tell his younger brother Mark, immediately upset. Kim explained that all this is important because his younger brother Donald is one of the main figures in this case. When Donald learned of it all, this was very angry and surprised. He said that he had to know all this from the very beginning. Mark apologized to his younger brother and explained that he did not want to be constantly worried. But now Donald is worried even more and is afraid that something bad will happen to his older brother. Mark had no other choice but to apologize and recognize her mistake. Finally, Katie realized why Kim ordered her to follow these brothers. Kim explained that now it was time to finally destroy this guard, and it was going on. Katie tried to go and try to accomplish the task of the game, but Kim forbade her to do it. He said that it is better not to leave the territory of Safari because the guard could be somewhere nearby. Soon, everyone knew that Kim would be preparing to destroy Vung. Kim is not surprised if this monster now comes here and start killing other people. According to Mark, they have about a week, and then you will need to destroy the monster. There is no other way to get out of this territory, although this task is too heavy even for the owner of 4 seals. Kim is well aware that he will not be able to win, which is why he is ready to ask Donald. He sat down in front of this young boy and asked him to make a weapon that could kill the guard. For a while, the guy fell silent, then squeezed his fist and promised to try to do it. Soon the preparation process began. Now everyone is focused on achieving the result. For Donald, a basic set for weapons and equipment was prepared. The guy had never seen such a professional set, though he was surprised. But it was visible that he was satisfied. All this was bought by points that have been obtained for past achievements and mission. Donald said that this should be enough to design the right weapon. He liked it so much that he already wanted to get started faster. Katie said that all this is very strange that these items appeared in such a place, and hinted that Donald agreed too easily. The guy replied that he was very glad that he could help in an important business, and it is not difficult for him. Katie said he now realizes that Kim has planned all this from the very beginning. She knew what a man he was, but did not expect him to behave in this way with a little guy. Kim answered her that Donald and her difference is only 3 years, so she was better silent. Donald told that he was already studying in the 3rd year of high school, although it looks much younger. Kim asked to stop talking about all these stupid things and try to install a dome here. The protective dome is needed to prevent others from getting here. Kim knows that Katie is wonderful. The girl did not understand how he learned about it, but still went to do it. Sometimes it seems that her main ability is the nervousness of other people. But now the 3rd task is, so she has already gained the skill of installing a dome. To do this, you need to split the space and make a little effort. After a while, everything was successfully done and Donald was safe. And now, no one will even be able to understand what he is doing there. Kim was very pleased with Katie's work. He did not expect that this girl had already learned to separate space. Still, we must admit that the support of high-class deities is a completely different level. That is why in the first round, no one could find this girl when she fled. No wonder they say that if you want to become an avatar, you need to choose a high-class god. However, he bought something for Donald. He must make weapons from this metal. Initially, Donald could not understand what it was better to do. There are too many weapons, perhaps a spear or a sword. But Kim asked him to stop and got something out of his pocket. He painted himself what he needed. The paper was painted unusual weapons. It is it that it should destroy this huge guard named Vung. So far, this giant was quietly walking around the earth and did not even know that a real hunt would soon begin. He always believed that with such abilities they would look for and collect seals, but did not find them, and realized that they came out of the safari. Suddenly, a little toy bear ran to him. He greeted the guard and said that he had an urgent message. Wong very quickly guessed that he personally causes the owner of the Crucian. Titan was happy and said that a real party would start soon, and everyone would be very fun. When the guard said that he would go to the carp immediately, the bear was upset and said that it was the wrong choice. He explained that it took time to prepare other monsters and did not understand that all this is important. Because he dared to talk to his boss so, he immediately felt that the power of guard was. Wong began to suffocate him with his trunk and said that one monster would be enough in this situation. Soon, strange things began to happen in the safari. Patrick and Katie sat on the mountain and expected a monster. Kim warned all the players in Safar that strong monsters can soon appear here. At first, they ignored the tips on evacuation, but then their attitude changed when Katie showed them their seals. If she did not have to be burned on her hand, then they would probably not have listened to her advice. They heard something in the forest, and the girl immediately turned into a large bird and went to check the situation. Her skills are very important in different critical situations. It is always great to have such a person in a team. She approached the loud sound and realized that they finally came to the Wadwung. So far, she does not understand how they should catch him. All of this looks like a continuous absurdity. She soon reported Patrick that the guard was approaching them. He is already close and should be prepared. Everyone else has not yet escaped, although they were warned in advance because the monster came faster than expected. Katie began to think about fleeing immediately, but she could not leave Kim. He helped her too often and saved her life. The girl began to think about different variants of the plan. She suggested luring the monster into a trap. Suddenly, she saw Mark approaching her and said that no one had to be trapped. Does he really want to fight the monster? Mark explained that he had no right to flee as a coward, although of course his strength would not have enough to fight the monster. But his main task in this confrontation will be the detention of time. He must do everything possible to give extra time to other players for salvation. This guy is ready to sacrifice himself. Katie again began to smile nervously and laugh. Like this always happens to her in a critical situation. She began to think that they immediately needed Kim's help because the monster was too close and people are still not evacuated. Meanwhile, Mark was approaching this guard. He looked calm and ready for any events. In this long time, he followed these people, was the eyes and ears of the guard, which is why now it was time to answer for his actions. Mark is obliged to detain the monster in any way. He became close to him and greeted him. Mark said that he could help the monster catch these people. They try to escape, but Mark is ready to show a short way. Suddenly, the conversation turned the wrong side. Wong said that he did not want any help and did not want to listen to Mark because he tries to win time. He is well aware that Mark was not one of those people who came to him immediately and began to help in such a situation. The guy realized that he has no right so easy to release this monster, because all other players will be destroyed today. That is why he got his sword and said it was time to revenge. The monster began to laugh and said that they have not fought with him for a long time. He hopes that Mark's abilities have increased since then. The guy tried not to think about the past battle between them. He made progress and wanted to show him. And no matter how big and strong his rival, but today, the result of the battle should be completely different. The blind guy immediately showed his speed. In this aspect of martial art, he progressed most. But in response, Wong just laughed. He said that speed would not help anyone if there is no weapon that would break the opponent's armor. At such a speed, it is impossible to scratch the entire monster. Mark immediately felt that everything is not going to plan. Titan said that Mark worked very well on him, learning the information you need, but it was time to complete the cooperation. He struck this guy. In the last seconds, Mark hoped that his younger brother would forgive him. But suddenly, the guard felt that an attack with an unknown weapon began. Another guy appeared, who was ready to challenge him. Of course, we all understand who the language is talking about. Finally, Kim appeared and intervened in this situation. He believes that there is no point in the great power of the guard. It will not help him today. Titana ate quality metal too little. Because of this, after a shot of weapons, he almost lost his hand. Kim is glad to see this monster again, but this time he brought his friend with him. Kim said that his friend would certainly tear his head to this monster. He is ready to introduce them. His friend named the Pile Bunker. Katie was still in the form of a bird. She's looking for something in the forest. Kim constantly gives her a stupid task. She finally found what she was looking for. It was Donald, and it looks very frightened. The girl immediately ran to him to make sure all was well. She was scared that he could be injured. The guy greeted and told her to hide with him. He was sure that it was the safest place in the forest. Although she agrees with these words, but then they will be able to kill the monster if they hide here? Meanwhile, Kim has already begun his battle with a giant called Wung. These guys are no longer the first battle with each other, but now Kim has a joker in the form of a new weapon. Wung is trying to destroy this guy, and once and forever, he is already too bored. In order to make this one accurate stroke, no player in the world will withstand it. But for the time being, Kim is successfully protected from all attacks. Its plasticity is quite high, and this allows you to evade strokes. Kim also started psychological attacking his rival. He said that Wung became even more stupid after their last meeting. This is exactly what should be done with a guard when it is too angry. It becomes very predictable in its actions. Aggression completely dazzles him and he forgets to fight wisely. Kim also noticed that the monster began to move slower, all because he lost his hand and became less stable. The guy is also not very pleased with his actions. He wanted to destroy the monster in one blow, but so far it could not be done. He decided to break the distance a little and move back. All this is part of the strategy. Everything is normal with him. Kim is not injured and healthy, but after the first shot, weapons should be recharged. It takes another minute that this new toy starts to work again and be able to finally finish this scoundrel. A minute later, Kim hopes to send a guard to hell. Just there is a place for such fools. Of course, Wung disagrees with this plan. He is a real guard, and cannot be so that he is killed in the third task. He was very angry and began to approach the guy quickly to crush him and drink his juice. It should be remembered that the monster is too big as he tried to get closer to Kim. A minute had already passed. That is why the weapon was fully recharged and Kim can send Wung to hell at any time. The monster immediately was frightened and began to reassure the guy. He asked him to stop and said that he had a proposal. The item promised to never kill people again and do whatever he would like to him. But this plan did not like the guy. He said that he was a fairly battle with this elephant Dambo and activated his weapon. Within a few seconds, Mark felt that the presence of Aura's aura had disappeared. The monster was destroyed, and of course, Kim will receive a quality reward for winning such a strong guard. Soon, Mark personally became convinced that Wung finally died. It was time to sigh with relief. Kim completely destroyed his head. Even the starfish dies from such a shot. As it turned out, such a large and powerful monster is also mortal, and that's good. Mark wanted to find out where Kim found this weapon, but there are too many observers around, so Kim promised to tell about it later. Other players from Safari began to appear around. They could not believe that this monster really died, and they were finally free. Mark, like all the other players, immediately began to thank their rescuer. Without it, it would not happen. Suddenly, Katie appeared with Donald and said that Wung's intermediate boss and another. Of course, everyone around the surprise began to look at her. No one understands what it means. The girl tried to explain something, but Kim intervened and closed her mouth when not needed. She speaks too much. Kim assured that they will be ready to tell all the details later. Now not time. Of course, he implies that now it is time to destroy the Crucian. It is he who is behind it. When Kim destroyed a huge and powerful guard, many watched with the help of observers. For example, the Greek general, he was surprised by the power of this guy, although he does not know who it is. Anonymous 97 greeted the general and said that this guy has long been arranged in the game. No one can believe that the ordinary guy can win the guard, especially if he is not someone's avatar. Then the gods turned to the clown. They reminded him that Kim walked together with his avatar. The clown replied that she was not going to talk anything about this guy, but he works in her style. It ended. Katie immediately began to ask Kim about the reward for the destruction of the monster. The guy told that he got an item called Himmermur, although it looks like a regular stone. But Gruer is the subject of rank A, that this subject is little known because almost no one received it. It allows its owner to eat metal and turn it into parts of the body. It is possible to use the skills of a starfish. Katie was surprised that Kim got an item rank A. If you eat Orich, can the body be partially stronger? This is how it is if you use this skill, so if Katie is also able to destroy the guard, then he will certainly get something similar. Kim said he was very lucky. He was also surprised that he had fallen such a cool object. But Katie still envied him. Seeing her despair, the guy immediately threw her hand in her hand and said that she could leave him. Of course, it was a surprise for the girl. She believed that such items could not be broken down. She reminded that she could change his appearance and now be able to make weapons from her hands and turn it into metal. This thing is very valuable, and all its features of the girl should be verified personally. Katie can consider it a reward for help. She will be able to reveal more the potential of this skill, so he has to accept this gift. The girl hopes that he will not give up her words. She takes this gift and will never give it. Of course, she could not stay because she had an incredible desire to test the skills of this stone. She immediately activated him and saw that she had opened the technique of the starfish rank A. If she were not an avatar, she would be able to share this skill, though if she could not reincarnate, she did not last so long. Kim immediately sees people with incredible future potential. It is one of its features. After that, their whole team realized that it was necessary to return to the central park of attractions. Their goal was simple enough to help people get rid of and finally become free. They were able to save many ordinary people from monsters, and also began the process of liberating workers from bracelets with explosives. Attractions park workers were very afraid that something could go wrong and they would explode. But Kim assured them that he found the right method of unlocking their problem. I think everyone remembers how he was able to neutralize the bracelet with the help of the Orihitch object. Suddenly, the guy saw Ketty near him. He became angry because he asked her to oversee the crow. But the girl is interested in another question. If they escape, what happens to their seals? Do they really forget about them so easy? If they release everyone, no one will seal them. And how then to accomplish this task? Kim immediately sought help from one of the workers. He should also have a seal. He immediately asked this man to put the seal in Katie's hand. It should work. The girl immediately felt the result, although at first there were strange feelings and fear. She could not believe that all this time they risked their lives in vain when they could get these seals so easy. Kim reminded her that it was he risked most of all, and therefore she was silent. So you only need to get a seal from an employee in the park. With the tasks of other players, everything has been decided. Meanwhile, in his tower, Karis began to be truly nervous. He realized that something was wrong. Wad Wung had to return for a long time, but he was still gone, which is why he called his assistants. He was immediately told that there were rumors that Vung died this morning. Judging by the size of this monster, he had to destroy a lot of people before death, at least half of the park. A similar Crucian did not realize that Wung was really dead, and it was not killed by others, but he was killed. He immediately began to ask who was able to defeat this mighty and great monster. Karis was very angry because his assistants had admitted it, but he was explained that at that moment other players began to attack them. All this was a planned escape from Safari and a park of attractions. Karis could not believe that the players dared to challenge him. He ordered his assistant to immediately collect all the monsters and send them to the Safari. They must destroy everything that moves there. But his assistant also explained that he did not say because there is another problem. Some monsters ran from the beginning in the Safari after learning what happened to Vung. They said that no one left in the Safari. There was quite empty. The flying crow began to shout from anger. He did not understand that the player could do it. Soon all deities will find out that this game has a special guy with special skills. It is at this point that the most interesting will begin, but now it is too early to talk about it. Meanwhile, all ordinary people and players tried to leave the attractions park. Mark has already learned that too many wounded boys and girls were around, so we need to hurry until the monsters came. Even strange that everything is so easy to decide if it goes out of the park. Kim said that everything is really good now, but until they are threatened to move faster. He meant a crow. Soon he would definitely come here and the real chaos will begin. Suddenly, these guys felt somewhat strange emotions. Something horrible is approaching them. Kim looked up and saw that a lot of dark fabric became around. It looks like it all started. Everything they were so afraid will happen now, and they will not be able to do anything. The big black crow is approaching. People and players have not had time to evacuate completely, and this is a problem. Panic may soon begin, though few people know something, but its appearance is enough to inspire horror in the eyes of people. Even Kim has acknowledged that all this looks terrible. It is necessary to get ready for a collision with darkness quickly. Of course, the constellation is a constellation. It is not a regular monster or green goblin. It is something completely different. The carp soon landed near Kim and Mark, as if they were the main culprits of this situation. He acknowledged that they really deserve the applause because he did not think that someone would be able to force him to act. Kim immediately realized that his experience was a difficult rival. He had not worried so long ago. At the moment of the battle with Org, he was also a little afraid, but mainly because of the restriction of the second stage. He knew about what techniques this monster would use, so all this was not critical. In the battle with Vung Kim, he was a little worried about the unique transformations, but there was no fear in his eyes. But this time he truly began to get nervous. But it is not a fear, it is an excitement for all the people for whom he beats. In his past life, he would undoubtedly leave them to save himself. But now everything will be quite different. He said Mark that detained the crow and ordered everyone around immediately to run away. Katie immediately realized that she had to act and listen to her friend's orders. She told everyone that they should move and not look at the crow. Karis was surprised because Kim behaved so, as if the enemy would quietly stand and look silently. Of course, this will not be. The constellation came to take revenge and show its true power. So it became clear that it was time for a decisive battle. Kim should protect people, otherwise all this did not make sense. Karis was surprised to see that the guy easily evaded all his initial blows. Raven believed that it would be enough for him to strain a little to smear this fool on the ground. But Kim does not show signs of fear at all. He said that today will make the crow shut down forever. This is the case. On the one hand, you are a strong and powerful monster, but some unknown guy talks to you without signs of respect. Kim is convinced that the enemy deserves such an attitude to himself. It was he who made these people suffer. Karis replied that Kim is saying too much and now he would make this small snail suffer. This is what Kim tried to achieve. He became angry with his opponent. And now it is only necessary to take time. Even half of people have not been able to go beyond the park, so Kim should fight for at least half an hour. All he did all this time was for this point, so he is obliged to succeed. Karis immediately activated his shadow running skill. It is a rather unpleasant technique that can cause serious problems. The guy should remain decisive and focused, because the flexibility, strength, and other indicators of the carp is better than him. But Kim also has its strengths. He has a magical equipment that will allow him to survive and attack the opponent exactly. Karis immediately noticed the strengths of his enemy. He believed that this battle would be much easier than it really was. Kim constantly analyzes potential battles and his rivals. He understands how to act on favorable conditions. Now he has activated the skills of tooling gloves, the opportunity to throw or shoot objects in the selected place with accurate hit. Finally, we saw the carp begins to worry. He will understand that the guy wants to catch up with his speed. Of course, he does not like it. Small people have no right to challenge him, and even do so confidently. That is why the enemy stopped all the attacks and prepared to strike. He wants to show the guy the difference in their levels because he is a constellation, and Kim is only an ordinary player. Stones on different sides began to attack the guy. It will have to do too much to leave alive. In addition to the constant evasion of stones, you should also not forget that the crow is always nearby and ready to strike a fatal blow. Kim had to activate all his abilities and characteristics to survive. He has never been so close to death. Raven was even able to squeeze his face. Next time, everything can end much worse, so Kim is obliged to invent another plan. Karis did not want to fight at full capacity from the beginning, but Kim became too much angry. Kim tries not to lose optimism, but it can be seen that he will not be able to withstand several more such opponent attacks. Raven called the guy a fool and promised to give him a lesson that he would never forget. He raised his hand up and began to activate some skill. It is something like energy. Judging by Kim's face, already knows about this technique from his past life. He did not expect it. Raven asked him to look more closely with his little eyes and memorize everything he sees. In his opinion, this is the constellation power. And now Kim feels on himself in his true rage. Kim should not think that if he comes out in this territory, then everything will end. The crow is ready to kill them all in a few seconds. It will not take much effort, because it is not currently the rules of level. Kim forces are now limited, and it is angry because the crow plays against the rules and uses the energy transfer skill. Karis is too fast and powerful. Kim immediately realized that it would be difficult for him to evade his new attacks. That is why he decided to start hiding from all this and then try to do something. Karis respects his opponent. They have been fighting for 10 minutes, and Kim is still breathing, so it says a lot. He realized that there was an unusual guy in front of him who got into this game. Kim can be called a special player with great potential for the future, but today he should die. This unusual guy also has his strengths, but he was still unable to make progress at the constellation level. At first, Karis began to get too angry with this guy, but now he finally felt respect for him. Kim should be happy that hears such words from such a powerful rival. The guy himself must understand that he is not compared to the strength with the crow. From the very beginning, he was nothing more than a bait, to delay time and allow his friends to escape. But the crow can no longer wait. They must finish this battle, because he needs to kill other people in the territory. That is why he asked him to accept his death and die with dignity, and because of this, he would not cause him severe suffering before his death. But now we see the proof of Kim's transcendence. All people have gone beyond the park, so the main task has been successful. With this, Kim was able to get a set of the first round as a sign of reward for a successful mission. He can now get all the skills or objects he earned in the first round. Depending on the level of the main task, it can only get one skill or subject without restriction. Proof of Transcendence of level S helps to increase all characteristics in the battle against the constellation monster. All this will happen within 30 minutes, and now they will be able to apply the opponent in a deadly Euron. This technique can be used once a month, but now it doesn't matter because the crow realized that it has come to an end. He cannot understand why this guy has how many skills and strength, though he is not even Avatar. He could not even believe that because of some small snail, he would have to endure such pain. It was very angry with the carp, and he tried to attack the guy with his sharp feathers. It all looks like a real wave of death, but Kim is sure that it can evade it. He will not only be able to evade, but also try to strike a powerful and acute stroke. Of course, Karis is not afraid of any human attacks. He believes that he cannot get any spear, but he completely forgets about the special skills of this player, one of whom is a good fit. Now Raven will understand that this guy can no longer be underestimated. He is a really equal opponent. However, he activated the spear and put on him the skill of Proof of Transcendence and getting into the target. But even this did not help him break through the heart of this monster. Karis is already too Ostguide. The angry crow began to try to strike back. These guys are really worth each other and can fight until the next morning. If Kim had no additional protection, he would have long been turned into a steak. It is very difficult for him, but it is necessary not to stop and continue the fight. He is obliged to win today. Karis still cannot believe it. It seems impossible because Kim is only an ordinary player. Usually the crow destroyed ordinary players in a few seconds. They could not answer him. But now a completely different situation. There is a player in the world who can challenge the constellation. Kim seemed ridiculous enough that the constellation crow screams so loud after an attack by a regular player. Now he finally feels how dangerous this guy is and will respect him forever. Karis believes that it is a bug in the game. It simply cannot be. Probably for this boy is played by some god. Kim does not notice at all, and so his opponent and goes directly to the character of Neo from The Matrix. He now understands what he takes the initiative of the battle, but relax too early. The sharp feathers of the crow are able to break any creature into a piece, so you need to be careful and have time to evade. Some of these attacks will, of course, come to the target, but you can reduce the harm. Kim does not feel fear at the opponent. All his excitement seemed to be weathered during this time. Raven again activated the shadow running skill and did everything that this little snail finally died. But even this was not enough. He soon feels what weapons from Donald are. Let's not forget that in the past life, this guy by the famous manufacturer of weapons, now his skills have not gone anywhere. Karis tried to defend himself from the last forces and created a wall from his pines. But will it help him? The explosion was so powerful that he broke Kim's weapon, but even without it, he was still confident in victory. He believes that he will be able to defeat the constellation enemy with his bare hands. It is too self-confident for him. Karis was able to easily evade his attack and took the initiative in his melee. He started laughing from this guy and said that his self-confidence led him to the grave. But Kim still controls the situation. He reminded his past words that the Crucian should not lose concentration. Is it all a tricky plan for a guy again? Did he really predict everything around a few steps forward? It happened because all this time he held his spear in his hands and finally was able to punch his opponent's belly. Karis began to spit blood and say various bad things about the guy, but soon he finally fell silent, forever. In the second dimension, this guy was watching closely. He attracted his attention by many deities and constellations. Some even began to think that there was a real bug in the system, but it is scary to even talk about such gods. A Karthos master watched Kim's actions closely. He was dissatisfied with the crow's act and considered him stupid. A Karthos began to pity that he believed the carp. It seemed to him that everything was under control, so he received 50,000 points and closed all his eyes. Although Karis was rather weak, but he belonged to the constellation, and Akarthos believed that everything would pass. He also saw that there was a problem with the player's balance. Kim has been able to use the technician transfer skill. Maybe all this is due to the system. Raven is too young constellation. Probably few people know about it, so it is better not to tell anyone about it. It is unclear how this player was able to defeat the Crucian, but now they will be watching carefully. Meanwhile, the system reported that the first large-scale update begins. There is a lot of interesting things, as well as information about the fourth task. Players now receive the open world and have to join the new community, and the next task will be a big raid. In each area, it will have a raid boss. Of course, it will need to win and receive a valuable reward. All this will only start in 2 weeks because there are some people who have not yet completed the third task. That is why they will have enough time to rest and restore strength. Donald will be able to complete the repair of the tools. Kim can already walk and get out of bed quietly. His wound almost healed because he used magical objects. Although this wound was really deep, the regeneration skill helps to heal it 60% faster. Kim said he had important things, and he wants to go to a neighboring city. This girl will never be able to understand him. It is already necessary to get used to it, but she will not go with him. The clown is now watching them openly. It is constantly annoying and knocking out of the panther. Kim believes that he was very lucky that Karis used the technique of blocking vision. The black curtain covers everything around the darkness and blocks the visibility, because of which observers did not see the spear that gave the heart of the crow. Judging by the behavior of the observers, the clown wants Katie to go with Kim, but she still does not want to do it. That is why it is time to offer her something. And this girl loves suggestions. After the update, it is possible to create guilds. And of course, Kim certainly wants to use it. Katie replied that she is not very fond of working in teams and Mark is not sure that he could be useful. Only Donald began to support this idea openly and said that he always dreamed of being in a team with Kim. Kim assured that they can all speak directly, and they are all very needed for the success of the guild. To begin with, Donald will become the best master of weapons, and Mark is a strong enough player as not inferior to the avatars of the gods. He also has important skills, such as the spiritual eye, so it has a lot of potential. So the boys quickly decided that they were all ready to form a new guild. After this conversation, Kim said he had come time to go to the neighboring city and do everything he wants. Soon, the high-speed train went to the same city from the city station. The staff of the station assured that they will do their best for a comfortable trip. But after updating the system, new guilds, such as in the Eastern month, have emerged very quickly. They burst into the train and said that they now belong to their guild and will be fully captured. But these self-confident guys have forgotten somewhat, because the train can be very powerful and strong players. Of course, I talk about Linda. This girl has made incredible progress, and she is unlikely to enjoy the capture of the train on which she is located. The most interesting thing is that not only it is on this train, Kim was also there. He heard that something loud was happening in the back of the car and thought there was a monster there, but did not interfere. This time he did not like the reward. Before that, he received items of white gold, and this time he received a regular award. This item is called a hunter feeling, allows you to find the location of the object with the help of objects or traces of the monster. In any case, the guy did not like it. He lacked the rewards for the crow and passing this task. But a little later, the system reported that it became the owner of the constellation of the crow and will receive the eye of the crow and black Xanvis. As soon as he can raise his divinity, he will immediately begin to use all these skills, but so far he has the status of a lower deity. The crow's eye creates a black crow which can be sent for intelligence, and with the help of a black curtain can be broken in the dark. Karas successfully used all these techniques in the battle against Kim. So these are quite good skills. But now the skills are not the most important thing. The most interesting thing is that the destruction of the constellation gives divinity, although only lower level. In any case, it is profitable to get it. If everything turns out, then Kim will soon see the witch observer. The witch who wanted the death of all humanity despite their love for people, and at the same time wanted to leave them alive. Even funny to say, but this woman was the most kind to people among everyone else. The guy decided to sleep a little and relax for the road to the city faster. Meanwhile, the members of the guild continued to try to capture the train, but so far, their main problem was an incredibly aggressive and strong woman. As soon as her red aura appears, it means that everyone around will soon die, and this story turned out to be true. Rumors and legends spread very quickly to players in this game, so they have heard about Linda, but have not believed in her ability. In vain, these guys were angry, would better sit in their places and not move to the end of the trip. Now they are trying to apologize and ask for salvation, but they are too late to do it. Linda is not going to believe in the words of these guys, although they promise to correct and help people and be volunteers. Perhaps in a normal state, the girl believed them. But now her eyes shine in red, so we all understand what it means. Soon the train successfully arrived at the station, similar to the warriors of Guild, and could not stop him. Rumors began to spread around what happened inside one of the wagons. Kim heard about it, but did not pay attention. Now he was surprised because he saw behind Landa. He did not know that she would also come to this place at the same time. They did not agree to go together. Although, of course, Kim told her that he had completed all his affairs and went to this city. But they did not agree where exactly and how they would meet. which is why it all looks strange. The girl has already heard about what was happening in the park and safari. With the help of the system, she also knows about the battle of the boy with the constellation Raven. If she were near this difficult moment, then everything would be much easier, but all this time she was prevented by the third task. It was not too difficult for her, but it took a long time, and she did not have time to help a friend. Kim explained that he came to this city to catch a local boss raid. It was quite expected. Linda has already been accustomed that this guy constantly behaves and changes his plans, which is why she does not ask him unnecessary questions. Kim can't understand what she thinks about him, that he is a strong and classy guy or a common fool. It is time to go to the central district of the city. All the details of this Kim will tell later. In another city in this country, many observers simultaneously watched Katie. The girl was looking for something, but she couldn't find it because Kim told her everything. He drew her a little like a map to take advantage of it for searching, but it will be difficult for her to find her father and daughter with light hair in the area of foreigners. Instead of photography, she just got a picture. In addition, this drawing is quite poor quality. There was a bad atmosphere around. A similar monster staged all this and did not survive anyone. Whale believed that she got an easy task, but later, she would understand how difficult she would be. She noticed the approach of the monster of a diatrope in time. If this animal is not destroyed immediately, then it will be difficult due to rebirth. This monster looks like a real werewolf from a movie about Van Helsing, a rather terrible creature. As soon as all this began, Katie did not notice that she was watched from height. It was a pretty young player. He greeted with a little girl and said that he was very dangerous from below. It seems that he is the same foreigner who searches, and his daughter should be next to him. The girl greeted and thanked him for the help. The guy replied that only so and could survive in this game. It was he who hit the wolf with the help of the fall of the rock, so Katie should thank him to his life. Next to him was his fair-haired daughter. She did not want Katie to be saved, and because of this she became angry with her father. This is because of Katie's observers. It indicates that she is an avatar and much stronger than others. A little later they all met. This great boy's name is Taylor, and his daughter called Lynn. It was exactly what Katie was looking for, so she immediately asked to walk with those two. This man is definitely a beautiful player, because only a real profile could throw a large piece of concrete at this monster. There is nothing known about his daughter, but it is unlikely to be a serious problem. Taylor immediately agreed to the suggestion of a little girl, but his daughter was against it, because why to help anyone who is stronger than them? If Kim advised to join these two, then there is something in this. The girl immediately told her friend that she found these two players. He called them the keys that would lead humanity to victory, but now, not about it. Let's return to Kim and Linda. They noticed that humanity comes to order. If the game becomes in the form of an open world, the task cannot be anything. One of the soldiers approached them and asked if they were players of this game. The fact is that he should find out their names and registration numbers because they were ordered to check the player's personal data. Kim believes that it is foolish to try to control players in this world. He suggested Linda not to waste all this time and try to jump to the building opposite. Although this military tried to stop them because it could not be so easy to let go, but no one listened to it. Linda and her friend immediately showed him what a real professional players are. From the height of this building, you can see almost the whole city. A truly wonderful look. Linda guessed that they got here to find the boss's raid. Kim was activating the skill of the Raven's Eye. This is the technique that he received for the last battle with the constellation. Linda was amazed at Kim's skills. She said that he was special, but the guy believes that he had to learn a lot. While the crows are looking for a boss of this city, they can check their characteristics. Kim was surprised how rapidly Linda progresses. All its parameters increase several times. She has mastered the technique of defeat of vital organs and raised the regeneration to the rank of C, as well as her skill Reagan already has 3 stars. It means that it has taken over the evil aura. Or is it close to it? Will it really happen to her? Because of this, Kim was upset, and Linda immediately approached him to understand the cause of his sadness. But he immediately transferred the conversation to another channel and said that the crows sent him a signal. Judging by the size, it can be a powerful monster, so you need to be prepared for everything. There is a long time in the timer, but the raid boss has already appeared. Probably this timer is an ambush for inexperienced players. They immediately notice traces of large wings and claws. There may be a fight between the winged monster and the beast. But Kim assured that all these are the signs of the same monster, and suddenly they heard strange sounds. The land under their feet seemed to explode. It became clear that the party began. Now Linda acknowledged that it was really the same monster. It is difficult not to believe when you see it with your own eyes. Black tiger with huge white wings, one of the 4 most fierce creatures in Chinese mythology, is called Gung. This tiger is really huge, with Linda and Kim look like ants. The guy did not expect this tiger to start attacking in the open style. He was worried that he could not find this monster, but he found it on his own. If a huge tiger was able to hide here, then his cave is in this place, so now the players have to unite and destroy it. Suddenly, Linda began to feel a strong smell of blood, and we all know what it could lead to. Gung jumped very high with his wings. It seems that this smell of blood comes from it, because in his body a particular object sticks out. Kim began to guess that this monster had already met and fought with someone very powerful. They were preparing for a heavy and long-term fight, but the tiger disappeared instantly in an unknown direction. Kim realized that on his body there was a wound from the horn, and the information he heard was later. There was too much inaccuracies in the past life, and the guy cannot remember everything. To begin with, you need to analyze the terrain, which can be understood that it is not a tiger logo. Soon they found Kirin, a sacred unicorn. It looks dead. Probably this is its territory. Linda has already seen something similar in Chinese mythology. She heard that this creature has white wool. Probably these two beasts fought each other, and Kirin was able to injure the tiger with his horn. After that, the unicorn became weaker and lost this battle, but his opponent was too powerful. The problem is that Kim was all this time to find the traces of the tiger, to then find Kirin and pick up his horn, so it's a failure. Kim was very upset because he will not be able to get there without a horn where the item is needed for him. It is also quite dangerous if Gung can get energy from this horn, so it is better to look at everything around and analyze the situation. It is a dungeon, so it may be a reward, but judging by all the level of this dungeon is low, so it is hardly interesting to be interesting. A little later, Linda reported that she found a mithril. It is a rather strong metal, and she found a large egg. And this is interesting. Kim immediately began to shout at surprise. The girl explained that she found this egg near the body of a unicorn. She began to dig and found it. Kim immediately ran to the insect girl, began to hug her and thank her for what she did. He was so happy for the first time. Karina's egg is very important. The female siren has been carrying it for a long time, and a new unicorn will hatch from there soon. If it is a female, if the male is the ring, and the common name is Kirin, so everything is quite simple. It turns out that it is an egg of a monster, and to be more accurate, it is a sacred animal. And because they have received it, there will be a lot of rewards. But now you will have to carry this egg with you. Of course, it will not be easy, but it is worth it. The system reported that the player should pour his blood into the catalyst, and this will have an impact on the abilities and statistics of the beast. Kim did not want to pour his own blood there. He thought that Linda's blood would be better for this, because she has a star death skill. But then he realized that the opposite would only be worse. In order to find the right blood is 48 hours. Katie's blood may be suitable. It will be difficult to find another correct player for this. All the key characteristics of Katie is perfect. In the meantime, he saw a message from this girl. She told that she had already found the people she told her. They finally met soon, but so far Katie does not understand anything how the unicorn egg is related to the people she found. She wanted to find out everything in the world, but Kim, as always, said that he would tell you about it later. She should now stay next to Taylor and Lena, that is, her father and daughter she recently met. The girl immediately hinted that she will not do it for free. This is how the times change. Young people are ready to do something only for reward. Kim believed that he would be able to do everything alone when he started a second round with all the knowledge gained. But when he met the highly altered Minotaur and Karas, he understood one thing. The system intervention should be taken into account, and that is what he needs. A player who has the strongest characteristics that even gods are afraid. The top of mankind, the one who can change the whole scenario of the game and rewrite the story. A girl named Lynn. Meanwhile, this little blonde was already looking at the unicorn egg. Before it did not see anything like this. She began to communicate with Kim like a very old man. Does he really look as bad? But it is quite logical. Between them is 10 years of age. So Lynn cannot talk to Kim without signs of respect. These conversations began to rage Linda very much. As soon as Katie realized that she was standing with a real devil, then immediately fell silent. Kim cannot return to his past location because he still won't have time to catch the raid of the boss, although they have already seen it. Kim began to ask Katie's information about the local boss. He was interested in all the nuances. The girl said that the raid of the boss of this city is very large, about the same as the other things. If you judge the battle force, the guard will be stronger, but the difference is that the boss has higher protective characteristics and more health. That is why you will not kill it so easily. It also has less restrictions and actions, so it can cause very serious problems to others. Katie suggested that he quickly kill this boss, but all this is too early. Other players are not ready for it. The raid boss has changed. Kim does not remember that in his past life, he was injured by a unicorn horn. In his past life, Kim was not even in this city. But the monster's attack was so unpredictable as he was waiting for Kim. There were many traces, as if he wanted to lure the guy into a trap. The battle of the unicorn with the tiger quickly ended. Although 3 days after information about the raid of the boss, in this situation there are too many inaccuracies. Of course, all this can be a banal intervention of the system, but there may be another reason. Akarthos all this time watched the actions of this player. He acknowledged that Kim is unusual and has a fairly great potential. He also learned that Kim was able to find Karina's egg in the dungeon, and this is interesting. So far, the master of the game looks quite calm. He realizes that even if an animal hatched from the egg, it will not solve all the problems of the guy. Also, Akarthos, I cannot understand why the beast is so weak. He was only a little wounded and is already groaning with pain. It was the master's master who did everything so that this tiger could absorb the energy of Rog Kirin. But in order for the guy to notice nothing, it was necessary to increase the skill of wound healing and adaptation a little. If you make a little effort, this big tiger can really make a legendary monster. So far, let's get back to the real world and see what happened to Kim and his team in 2 weeks. The guy walked around the city with Linda. They were calm enough until they met. It was a flying bat, Robert. This guy wore a black cloak and changed his combat equipment. As soon as he saw Kim and Linda, he immediately showed all his hatred of these two. There were also too many military and police. Probably want to show that last time. Because of an unexpected attack, they fought not in full power, but against the monsters their weapons work poorly. They could entrust all this business to ordinary players, but in this case, the players will have more power. Military and police do not want they received in the open world, but now it is not very important. There were many more players around than in Kim's past life. They all gathered to hunt a boss. There were many players who were looking for new friends and teams. Kim and Linda were also invited to join one of the teams. Of course, they immediately abandoned this proposal. The captain of another team was surprised. He believes that the two of them will not be able to survive. He also thought Kim was trying to brag about his girlfriend. All these people began to nervous Linda. She suggested destroying them all, but Kim reassured her and said they had to hurry. It was then that they saw Robert. Kim immediately approached him and began to ask what happened to James. Robert said James went to his native village because he was worried about his relatives. It became clear that Robert succeeded in the third task, judging by his equipment and skills. The transmission skill cannot be mastered in the usual way. Everyone is well known. Avatars can only do this with the help of their deity, which is why they have such a destructive effect. But the problem is that the deity does not give this skill just so. Kim decided to go into the chat of the deities to explore the situation. He is constantly talking about Kim there. Also, all these gods have already learned about Karina's egg, so observers do their work well. The clown has such a character. It will not tell anyone about it, so it is not a problem. Kim turned to Robert. He is sure that this guy has already learned the skill of incentives and asks him to use it now. The flying bat immediately began to assure that he did not know this technique at all and did not study it. He seemed to forget that if he started lying, Kim immediately hinted at serious problems for the guy. Robert immediately asked him to wait and told what he knew this technique and studied her nuances. In the sky above them, there was a large black crow. He began to approach the boys. Because of this, the asphalt began to tremble. The stones began to break from it and fly in different directions. Kim quickly approached Robert and ordered him to use this technique immediately. The guy explained that if you do not do it, then everyone will die now. It looks like a monster sits and watches people to attack at the last moment. The situation is quite ambiguous. If he really wants to kill the players, then it was not necessary to observe. Especially, there is still a long time before its appearance. The answer is quite simple. This beast wants to eat a little before the final battle. Kim immediately began to shout loudly and ordered everyone around immediately to hide in a safe place because Raid Boss was approaching here. In response, everyone started laughing. The system indicates that the bot will only appear in 10 minutes, which is why everyone started calling Kim stupid. He warned that if they did not listen to it, they would soon die, so they are obliged to find a safe place and run away. The result was quite obvious in such a situation. Only words would not help. We need to act. He looked at Robert, ordered him to activate this technique faster. But Kajan replied that it was not so easy to do. There are clear conditions for activation. You need to understand the way of thinking of the object. If you start manipulating people without warning, it will no longer be an incentive but hypnosis. So you need to prepare weapons and change your plan. Kim asked his girlfriend to hit the fire crane with all his strength and not ask about it unnecessary questions. When Raid Boss Robert appears to use the skill of stimulating when people start panic, It should take them to a safe place because a real rock and roll will soon begin, and this requires a tested weapon. Kim began to feel that the boss's raid remained only 5 seconds, so we need to get ready. Soon people began to panic. The earth around began to tremble as if an earthquake began. Everyone was surprised because they believed that it was not time for the monster to appear. Only Kim remained calm. It was noticeable that he was waiting for this. That's what he was preparing, and now he was ready to act. As soon as Boss Kim appeared, immediately prepared his favorite weapon to send this guy to hell. Of course, he was not alone in this difficult battle. Linda was also ready to help. They immediately began to attack the boss raid from different sides, act as a real team, and it is a pleasure to watch. Of course, all this looks quite strange because the dungeons rarely get monsters with wings. People could not understand at all what was happening. The system indicated that the monster would appear later. The situation was joined by the military and police. It was ordered to open fire without warning. For this purpose, those guys were preparing their whole lives. They just let them start fighting with someone, and then it will be difficult to stop it. They were so excited that they even activated and used the tank. This is really powerful. It was ordered not to stop until it was confirmed that the boss is completely destroyed. The military was convinced that after such an attack, the monster should be torn into 1,000,000 pieces. Probably they were too underestimated by this guy, because their attacks did not impress him at all. They immediately began to flee and try to save their lives, but they are already late. The most interesting thing is that the tiger has changed very much from its last appearance. It seems to have decided to start the process of evolution into an adult. If it really is, it is a problem. Adult Gung is the same as a full-fledged career. He has an increase in the scope of action, and it will be very difficult to stop it. Judging by that, he receives all his strength from his horns. It was not without the help of the master of the game. It was certainly a Karthos. Kim quickly guessed that this master helped the monster to become so powerful. People, military and players immediately began to try to save their lives, but they would better find a safe place. Now it may be too late, although the military is ordered to stop this monster, and he is too close to them. Thanks to the help of the master of the game, this tiger has passed a very fast and lightweight process of evolution. Kim realized that it was necessary to ask the flying bat immediately for help earlier, and such an idea would not even have come to his head. Robert also realized that he should act, so he began to activate the skill. This should help save most people and allow the military to do their work. Although this monster does not have modern weapons at all, so the military also needs to report it. Not all players were ready to flee. They only got the 4th task now and decided to try to overcome the monster. They had a stupid logic. They believed that because the monster is large, he had many weaknesses. That is why they decided to attack him. But these fools forgot that the real Gung. Kim intervened in the situation and rescued one young player. He warned that a mighty monster was in front of them, so it was necessary to fight for real. Its weapon called Pile Banker is too slow for the battle with this tiger. I wonder if the spear is enough. The players were still understood that this monster is difficult to get closer because of his prickly wool. It does not work from afar, his skin is too thick, so even magical arrows cannot break it. Now no one understands what to do with this tiger. Fight it on an equal footing? Is it better to escape? Right now, there is an opportunity to fight him without loss. But Kim does not know when he will turn into an adult monster, so it's little time. Only now, some players have realized that this tiger also knows how to fly, like a real super war. Some of them began to guess that they would be better sitting in a warm room and knocking out a delicious cocoa. This task was a mistake for them, because if the tiger now falls to the ground, it will destroy half of the city. There is almost no point in running away. This city can still be destroyed. But standing and waiting for death is also not an option. Kim cannot allow a fatal catastrophe before the monster goes down to the ground. It must be killed. Of course, Kim is well aware of the fact that compared to the Crucian, it is not a moving target. If done correctly, you can easily hit him and cause him serious problems. Kim has to understand the moment for his attack correctly. Timing is now very important. If you hurry up or be slow, you can lose the perfect moment to hit. The people around were shocked. This guy in the black cloak really wants to throw a spear and try to hit this monster? None of them know who is Kim. They do not understand as its characteristics and capabilities. The guy asked his friends for help. He ordered to immediately pull the chains on himself to press the monster to the ground. A rather interesting plan because it will make it easier to hit it and will not allow the monster to destroy the city with its fall. Seeing that even a girl helps in this difficult business, other players also accepted to pull chains. They still do not understand what Kim has conceived, but they only need simple help, so there should be no problem. Of course, you did not like the game. He had his own personal plan for destruction of the city, and all these chains limit his movement. That is why he did everything to escape, but the strength of the players was greater, so he did not work. The tiger fell to the ground and the players immediately began to shout that it should be extracted while there was such an opportunity. Kim began to notice that this tiger began to turn into an adult. If nothing is changed or intervened, it will completely transform, and it cannot be allowed. It is necessary to immediately finish this beast while there is such an opportunity. And this is what Kim is engaged. The guy jumped and shot the tiger's head from his weapon, but this monster is too strong, so it didn't help. Kim had a feeling like it would work, but for some reason, his skin was found too strong. Linda intervened. She felt that her starry time came and said that she would try to help. The girl thinks that she is better for this task. Is she really doing what Kim thinks about? She wants to put a sword in her heart to cause the maximum effect of the Death Star, but it's madness. The deeper the sword enters the heart, the more the intensification will grow, so there is only one movement. In order not to die, Linda will use the regeneration skill, which is why she will quickly recover from injury. As soon as her eyes began the wards with red flames, the commander immediately realized that it was his final station. This blow was really powerful. Now we can see what the strength of the Death Star is. It's time to order everyone around you to run away from this monster. Now it is too dangerous to be too dangerous because there is a last blow. With this, Linda has no problems. She got a monster and he immediately fell to the ground. This girl has an incredible potential for progress. It is very interesting to watch her evolution. And it turned out to be not enough, and she decided to add a few more strokes with her corporate weapons. But then terrible things began to happen. The tiger opened his mouth and tried to swallow the girl. Kim immediately began to shout because he realized that it could end fatal. All this happens too fast. Kim could not help her friend because she was inside the tiger. But now an important question is whether she needs to help at all. Maybe Gung made an incredible mistake when he tried to eat this juicy girl. Within a few seconds of incredible suffering, he fell to the ground and did not show signs of life. People began to gather around to see his terrible body, and suddenly something began to climb out of his head. It was Linda. It was she who did it with an incredibly large tiger, so she deserved thanks. The girl wiped the monster's blood from her body and began to wave her hand in Kim, as if nothing had happened. Even the raid of the boss seems to die quickly if it is torn the brain. From this, you feel ants on the skin. The deities immediately began to talk about what happened. Even they were surprised by the battle of these two players. They also noticed that the boss raid turned out to be too strong, and it had high rates of experience and strength. Someone even noticed that the tiger had a level of guard, so everyone began to guess that the master of the game had intervened. Without his help, the tiger would not be so strong. But why he did it? Maybe because of that guy in a black cloak? Suddenly they joined the anonymous number 48. We all understand well what Kim is. The deities were quite excited by this event. They do not like the intervention of the master of the game. They are afraid of their avatars. This should be stopped immediately. Instead of speaking a lot, you need to invent a plan for counteraction. They do not like that the master of the game, Akarthos, does not cope with their work. This cannot be forgiven. After that, a real conflict began. It seemed that Kim only enjoyed this process. After that, Akarthos master could not go to this server for a long time. He made too many enemies. With this victory, Kim received the skin of Gung's rank A, a rare type of adult skin, very rigid and durable. It will be possible to make very high-quality objects, so the tiger has managed to evolve before Linda destroyed it. Linda also received a reward, the Dark Jade of the Unhappy Star rank S. It is the crystal of the forces of Kirin and the Dead Tiger. He has an unusual power. If you make weapons, it will be a top-class weapon, but now there are no right materials, so you have to wait for a better time. Suddenly, the girl approached Kim and asked him to pick up this gift because she just got a wounded monster. Kim assured the girl that she deserved this achievement and should leave the object with herself. Then she would find the opportunity to use it. It turned out that Robert also got achievements and deserved a silver level for helping people to avoid danger. He said that only thanks to him everyone was saved, but no one paid attention to his words. After they finally dealt with the awards, Kim decided to ask for Robert what he would do next. Linda asked not to touch this guy and to give him the opportunity to change under James. They reminded him that there is still a bracelet on his neck, so he should be careful and do not do anything wrong. Linda has no special tasks now, but she really wants her to have her mother. They only talked once, but the girl could not find out where her mother was. In this world, no one knows when she dies. Her mother learned that her daughter lived, but did not try to meet, so there are serious reasons for it. The stronger Linda becomes, the more often Kim thinks that if he had not left her in his past life. In the past, it has not even managed to develop its abilities and died, and now it is constantly progressing and helps Kim. Although in her past life she has died, But now she is alive and plays an important role. It proves that fate can be changed. Finally, the task was completed, and it's time to relax. They deserved it. But all this time, the observer was constantly looking behind them. It is almost impossible to hide from these eyes. Not far from there, strange events took place. Unknown men tied the children and forced them to follow them. The children were constantly crying and calling for the help of their mother and father, but they were ordered to be silent, or they were cut. These men were satisfied with today's prey. They found a place where ordinary people were hidden. It was there that there was a school with children. They do not even know where the children are being conducted, because they are just ordering. Probably these children will die soon. But suddenly these men saw the approach of an unknown man. From afar it was not clear who just came to them. But a little later they saw that the leader Thomas was. They immediately asked him why he came to them. Thomas explained that there was a rat among them, and he came to find him. All of them began to worry immediately. No one wanted to admit that it was draining the information. So Thomas decided to kill them all. Of course, these men were not left choosing. They decided to start running immediately and trying to save their lives. It may have turned out if they had another rival, but it would be difficult to escape from Thomas. Soon they all died in a cruel death. It happened because they considered the black sky a joke. So far, let's return to our old acquaintances and see what young talents are doing. Lynn and Katie spent time together, but they often quarreled because of various problems. Lynn believed that they could score more if they used a different strategy, and Katie said that she had a golden level, and it was better to know what to do. The young blonde said they should be more careful because she could not survive if something happens to Katie or her father. Of course, her girlfriend said that she should not worry and everything would be well. She was too self-confident, and with her skills you cannot worry about. It was at this point that an unknown man was shot from her back and tried to hit her. Fortunately, the lines had time to prevent her. If it weren't for help, Katie's head has already turned into a pancake. But this girl responded very quickly and realized that the attacker had to be punished. With the help of her new skills, she turned her hand into iron and struck it in the face. Only now did these guys realize that they did not attack ordinary girls, because ordinary students are not able to knock out men. The girls immediately saw that unknown people were trying to surround them. These were not simple players. By looking at their face can understand what a zombie is. Katie began to think that they were attacked by monsters in the form of people. Probably they did not perceive them seriously because of their young age. But a little later, they finally realized that this girl was an avatar. She turned her hands into weapons and said that it was a special braid with mineral coating. Soon these boys quickly realized that they were angry with the girl. She showed them that she was able to and what she was capable and began to cut everyone around for a piece. The rocket completely forgot about her girlfriend, who remained completely one in front of a large number of Gentiles. Katie immediately began to try to approach her girlfriend quickly and save her life. Soon, these men realized that they would not be able to get the desired and began to flee quickly. The girl was very lucky that nothing wrong with them. He assured that they did not harm her. The last moment she was able to dodge, though it seemed that she was about to seize. The girl could not even understand how she did it. She just tried to repeat Ketty technique. Now this is not very important. The main thing is that they remain whole and healthy. But later they saw something. It immediately rushed to them, because the blood that remained after these men was black. As soon as they saw Kim, they immediately began to ask him about this black blood. Katie told that she cut one of these men's hand, and instead of red blood, she saw a dark liquid. The guy realized very quickly that the girls were hunted by the servants of the devil, or a black gang. All this seemed strange because they should not have the strength and should behave quietly enough. All this may have happened because Mark was killed. If everything goes as in his past life, the black gang should not appear. But without it, their influence could only increase. So Kim only helped these demons become stronger. Kim said that he understood who attacked them, and the girls immediately began to ask a bunch of questions. The horse has not seen such an expression for Taylor for a long time. It can be understood because these demons tried to kill his daughter. Kim said that these people were quite likely to be related to the devil. When Taylor heard the word devil, he almost fell to the ground. About the same face expressions were in both girls. They were all shocked by these statements. The problem is that the guy cannot understand where these demons try to get. In the past life, they were destroyed by completely different people, so there are almost no ideas now. The conversation intervened. Linda mentioned the third task. It was not too difficult, but there were many rivals. It was then that she had to fight with her husband with black blood. At first she thought it was such a technique, but he probably signed a contract with the devil. Really, the groups that are related to the devil appeared in this world. Last time Linda destroyed them. But there were other gangs. Kim said that they should start for this place and look around. He noticed that many new stores had opened there. Probably in the corresponding world business is thriving. He believes that it is very dangerous, but understands that ordinary people have nowhere to go and do something. One of the store workers quickly realized that Kim player, but warned that his goods were not available. Kim assured that he did not want to buy anything, but only asked if there were no kidnapping cases. The man began to behave strange. He said that he knew nothing and did not want to hear strange questions. Of course, the guy noticed his strange behavior. All this only confirms the fact of abduction of children nearby. He decided to approach him and try again to persuade him to have a calm dialogue. Kim also showed him a picture of Linda on the phone. Maybe he saw it before, but the seller still did not want to go to the dialogue. He began to sweat and said that he did not want to talk about. Probably Linda really staged a real pogrom here, so Kim decided to say that she was his girlfriend. It finally worked. The seller said that too many unnecessary eyes and invited to talk inside the store. There was no visitor in the store. The seller immediately said that he remembers this cruel woman. He also said that some men were interested in children. They were part of a guild. These men did not appear here from the beginning, but then this woman appeared and destroyed them all in the area. That is why it is hard to meet them now. And now it is difficult for this man to look at Linda's photograph. It is unclear how it found them, but it seemed to destroy all the organizations existing here, and the Black Gang used it and seized the area. It was the Black Gang that began to abduct the children and forced everyone around death. Thanks to experience from past life, Kim quickly guessed that if these people try to abduct children, so their goal is a mask of sorrow. In this world, not only deities play games, there are other creatures of which are called demons. Divine is chosen by no more than 2 avatars because they must be monitored constantly. They focus all their attention on the avatars and give them incredible support, but also intervene in orders. With demons, the situation is completely different. One such can sign a contract with a large number of people and share their power. In addition, it can give its power to its slaves and create many guilds. Demons, unlike the gods, did not look at the capabilities, ability, and character of man. They are only interested in the thirst for strength and weakness of temptations. They are only interested in whether a person will go and blindly believe in their words. Everything else does not matter to them. This game was not entertaining. They perceive it as a reality that leads to the destruction of humanity. The Mask of Sorrow has a fairly strong demon 27. It is called Nephiros. Chorus is not a rival at all because this demon absorbs human sorrow and vitality, and with this it becomes stronger. The vitality turns into points, which is how the power of the mask becomes stronger. It can be a force that is equal to constellations, and now this situation has become clearer. The group in black is the servant of the demon. They are related to Neoberos, and now Kim knows what to do next. We need to destroy the group in black. That seller constantly talked about white buildings. Kim took advantage of his technique to start an analysis of the surrounding situation. But the problem is that almost all homes are white, and most people have dark hair and dark clothes. It will be very difficult to look for a black bathtub among them. But the participants are not the main goal of Kim. He wants them to help him find their boss, and then destroy him. For this, Kim had to destroy many members of this gang, and hunting began. Everyone believed that he was a member of the Guild of the Eastern Month. It was a new guild that is engaged in bad cases. Kim got his weapon and said who he was. This was secret information that you do not need to know others. He is sure that they all die today, so it makes no sense to talk to them once again. When he felt dangerous and saw that he was preparing to attack, he immediately activated the technique of the crow's eye. Not where black crows came from and began to attack these people, quite well to distract their rivals. This opportunity can be perfectly used to start your own attack. This is what Kim was expecting, that he did that as soon as they were distracted. After that, it was time to show them what the shadow running skill means. This technique was taken after the victory over the carp. These Gigres lost Kim and could not find it and see it for a while. The guy all this time was looking for missing children. They probably hid them in the basement. Then Kim decided that all these Gentiles need to be destroyed. They work on a demon, so they are not worth living in this world. After that, he successfully found the basement of this building and found a large number of abandoned children there. They were all crying and afraid, because they did not know whether he was good or bad. The children were getting ready to go to the same terrible place about which so much heard. Kim guessed him for one of these people from the gang. The children were very frightened and wept constantly. They were told that they would make players from them. Kim was surprised that the children really tell these nonsense, which is why they were lured here. He explained to the child that the player could not be as desired, especially more impossible for an ordinary person to make someone a player. The child continued to cry and call Kim a liar. They too want to make players. The guy tried to reassure the children and explained that he came here to make them free. He released them and asked them to go home immediately. and promised to resolve the issue with the men who stole them. The world has changed too much. Even children already want to become players. In any case, they are now saved, so it's time to look at this building. Kim remembers that the 7th floor has looked badly. There should be their leader and need to find it. Thomas, meanwhile, was dissatisfied with the vowels of others. His assistant approached him and said they had a problem, and he wanted to tell something. One of their branches in the central district of the city is completely destroyed, and the most interesting thing was that one person did. According to the video records, it became clear that it was a man in black clothes, but black crows closed the cameras, so the video quality was bad. Looking at more closely, Thomas began to think that it could be a servant of another demon. But where did these crows come from? That is why Thomas realized that it was time to go to his older brother. This man with dark hair was called Paul. He is the same boss in a group in black and almost always spends time in his office on the 5th floor. He began to tell Thomas that some fool decided to destroy their people from another branch. After Thomas told that he already knew this information, Paul ordered him to deal with this issue. He said that they could not allow them to neglect their gang, which is why this thing is very important. Paul warned that this guy in black looks strong enough, so Thomas should be careful. There were at least 50 people in the branch, and they were all destroyed by one only player. But Thomas is convinced of his own forces. Neperius said that of those who concluded the contract, there was no one more stronger than him. That is why he immediately goes in search of that guy in black and promises to take revenge on him. Meanwhile, Kim surveyed the branch building and found the accurate location of the main headquarters of the apartment. It will be easy to find this building, but now there are too many observers. They would better look at their own avatars than behind it. He should try to do everything that he has not found, because if the opponent sees observers, then there will be no point in the attack. In addition, the attention of the gods is also nervous of the boy, especially if it is the attention of some powerful deities. One of the observers was quite strange. Kim began to mention that it could be a witch observer. At first, he thought it could not be. If everything is like in her past life, then she certainly has her avatar. In any case, the most important thing is to decide how to destroy the gang in black. The number of their fighters in the main headquarters of the apartment is too high. It will be much more difficult than last time. The guy decided to start releasing the children from the basement, because it is clear that children are used to wake a mask of sorrow. Soon, Kim was inside and found a place where the children were kept. It was difficult to look at it because most children died very quickly. The gang members expect children to stay for at least a few days, but they die much earlier. From the conversations of these guys, Kim heard about Captain Thomas. In his past life, he was also a member of this gang. After that, Kim immediately came out and showed his face. The boys thought he was one of them, new in this post. They ordered him to immediately help to remove the dead children, but immediately paid for it. Soon they both died due to severe internal bleeding. Kim immediately approached the child who was lying on the floor and almost did not show signs of life. All this seemed surprising to him. The mask of sorrow is an artifact that eats sadness. So, and who suffered these emotions? He lives in sadness until the end, and then dies. Such people have no rest even after death on his face. This mask has less power than he believed. Judging by these bandits, in 2 weeks, suffered a large number of children. After a while, gas is released from the bead and kills what is nearby. Kim found this item, but who uses it? Did the servant of a demon or one of the contractors try to save the children? It is clear what he tried to achieve, but now you need to bring children outside. Meanwhile, Paul sat in his office and was incredibly angry. He still has not received information about who attacked their branch. The searches continue, but there are no traces. So you will have to ask the Master Neo here to wait a little more, and it takes extra time to collect new children. He was told that a man in black clothing that controls the crows may be a servant of another demon. His assistant began to worry about Thomas's strength and power. If this guy chose the other side, then problems will begin. Paul explained that all this is only nonsense. Thomas treats him as his older brother and will not betray him. But the assistant still asked his boss to think about it in his spare time, because it could cause a catastrophe. The gang boss went to his window and started panic. All this because he saw a bunch of crows flying at him. Soon the window crashed and all these in black crows flew into the middle of the room. Soon it became clear that the paws of these birds hold a bomb, and this is really fun. Soon, the headquarters began to explode from the inside. These terrible people deserved such death. Very quickly, this information reached Thomas. He was told that unknown people were attacked. The guy immediately began to worry about the gang boss in the mask, which was in the basement. He was explained that after the explosion, the mask was under the debris. The attacker took the children, but did not touch this mask. If it has a divine power or related to demons, then it must be known that it cannot be destroyed. so its target was children. All this looks very strange, and Thomas is in a hurry to return to himself to understand what happened. Recently, the Raven sign has changed, which means that the constellation was killed and his power was taken by someone else. Thomas reported that this was done by one of the most famous players, though they are demons and cannot get into the community of gods. But there are too many rumors around. Thomas also learned that this guy with the power of the crow is still in the main headquarters. He probably checks whether the people who have been able to survive after the explosion remain. There is little known about this guy. He is not one of those who show his face, and even in the battle does not show true himself. Thomas wants to make him fight so that he cannot hide anywhere. Now the captain plans to go to the place where Kim's teammates are because there is his base, and it will be easy to find it. Anyone who talks to him through a system communication is worried that Thomas can die in this battle. The mask is still not completely ready, but if you wear it, it will be easy to defeat a Black Crow. Although this idea does not like Thomas, it is not in that position now to choose. That is why he agreed to put on this mask, and now the demon will bring him a victory. Soon he was in the city where Kim's assistants and friends are located. He immediately saw a great man named Taylor and two little girls. They could not understand who exactly came to them and immediately began to worry. Before that, everything was calm. All the boys' friends hid from the rain and enjoyed warm tea. They talked about different topics and did not worry about the weather. Linda has not yet returned. She probably is engaged in observation on the street, although in such weather it is a rather strange activity. Katie began to tell her that she was scared to even think about Landa's skills, so they look awful. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud sound. This line dropped a plate on the floor and broke it. Katie started worrying about the girl and asking her, did she not hurt her hands? But Lynn replied that she began to feel a little strange. Something bad was approaching them. She could not understand what exactly, but felt that she had to prepare for the worst. That's how a tall man named Thomas came in their door. He quickly found their house. Katie began to think that it could be a comrade Kim. Maybe everything is not as bad as it seems at first sight. But very quickly it became clear that he came here not to sit quietly and drink delicious tea. He probably did not have been in the school lessons of ethics, and does not know that young girls cannot be beaten. Katie felt a very severe pain. It is surprisingly because her mithril had to protect her. Thomas warned her that if she behaved quietly, he would quickly kill her and will not make it suffer. He also made a mistake and underestimated this little girl too much because she could surprise. She is not going to be afraid of anyone in this world, which is why she activated her weapon and has been attacking. But today, a truly mastered opponent, his skills of very high level, is fighting. With the help of speed and reaction, he was able to stop her attack in the first seconds. After that, Thomas tried to take the opportunity and strike. But at the last moment, he was stopped by Taylor. This great man does not like when his friends are offended. Thomas is sure that Taylor was not the easiest rival before the game, but now he has no time to talk. He asked Taylor to go aside and die quietly. But this man has a daughter, so he would fight until the last drop of blood. It looks like a real battle with Mortal Kombat. Thomas has higher characteristics, but we do not know Taylor's abilities. No one has ever seen this man with white hair shows his combat skills, so it will be interesting to look at it. Meanwhile, in the headquarters, Gangs in Black also took place very important and interesting events. The head began to ache in Kim because he caused more than 100 crows to help. But with this, it will be easy to destroy the Gang in Black. And Kim also realizes that they have certainly hid the mask. While the guy tried to understand whether he could destroy the mask or not, the observer told him that Avatar Katie was in danger. At first, Kim believed that all this was a bad draw, but in fact, the situation was really critical. In just 10 minutes, Thomas was able to easily win the battle against Taylor and Katie. He looked at how Lynn was crying and immediately remembered his childhood and a very similar situation. The demon turned to Thomas and asked not to kill this child. He explained that a huge force was hidden in it. He also said that he feels a high and pure magic in this child, which he will definitely need in the future. The demon allowed to kill all other members of their team and take this girl with him. Thomas approached a little girl and said that if she wants and dad and girlfriend to remain alive, he should follow him. He promised that everything would be well and he would surely save their lives if she behaved well. She did not have any other choice but to submit to this hacking her husband and accept his conditions. But this evening, Thomas will not be so perfect. It is time to feel what real problems are. Linda returned after the survey of the surrounding area and immediately began to operate with an axe. She did not expect Thomas would be able to evade her first blow, but did not stop and continued to attack. The guy immediately felt that his rival was moving even faster than him, but so far it is too early to panic. Linda was very decisive. She saw her friends in danger and therefore prepared for a serious battle. The girl quickly realized that her opponent is strong enough. After her several blows, he was still alive. It shows his professional training. She was convinced that one accurate blow would be enough to win, but he is incredibly flexible like a snake. The experience of a professional boxer is immediately felt, so you need to apply a completely different tactic to win. This is not a problem for such a skillful player as Linda, and progress has achieved high rates and she is no longer afraid of anyone. Thomas quickly realized that he would not be able to get out of this house so easily and take with him a line. To do this first, you will need to deal with this annoying girl, and it will not just do it. Linda decided not to waste time and immediately continued to attack the attacker with the help of strokes. And speed is at a completely different level, and it helps to cause a lot of attacks. However, Thomas did not panic at all. He saw that his rival was only kissing and attacking without using tactics. There is nothing difficult about this. Its technique is quite ordinary, so he is sure that he will be able to win with the help of one accurate blow. He managed to enter the distance of melee and strike with his right hand. It was really powerful. Although the fight ended fairly quickly, it was still impressed with the speed of this girl. She almost had time to break his hand with her re-attack, although it did not succeed. This battle was quite dangerous, which is why the guy quickly gathered his things and realized that it was time to run. He was already sitting on his motorcycle and prepared for a quick trip in the rain, but what he saw in front of him shocked him. Linda did not die at all, and did not even lose consciousness, though blood in her hands, but she is ready for revenge. She began to try to catch up with the speed of her feet, although it seemed absurd. At first, Thomas believed that all this is only a dream. She really believes that he could catch up with a high-speed motorcycle? What should be the speed of this girl if she can really catch up? Is she a daughter of Sonic? With every second, Linda was getting closer and closer to her target. There were only a few centimeters. But at the last moment, Thomas used his demonic mask to save his life. This insidious strategy worked, and he was able to break away from his pursuer again. Of course, it was not without the help of a demon. He could not allow him to ruin the main dish. Very quickly, Thomas was able to get to his destination. This is the main city pier for boats. Everything seemed quiet enough, but the demon informed the guy that the same crow would soon come here because he wanted to save Lynn. Thomas became very interesting who was hidden behind the crow mask, because he had quite interesting friends. It is not only a foreigner with powerful melee skills, but also a high school student with interesting techniques. And of course, a little girl with blonde hair that was so interested in the demon. This crow must certainly be a serious rival and a difficult test for Thomas. He also mentioned that the girl in black is also part of their large team. Maybe she is one of the most dangerous of them. If the crow is so powerful players, it is also a talented character. The demon reported that if Thomas does not wear a mask in this battle, he would fail. The demon also warned that if Thomas loses, it will be terminated with a contract, which will have serious consequences. It was not necessary to wait a long time. The Black Raven Kim was in place in a few minutes and prepared for a fierce confrontation. Finally, these guys met each other, so we will see what happens to those who are hurting Kim's friends. Raven recognized his opponent. He had already seen him in the fighting of mixed martial arts. Seeing that the line was still alive, he asked Thomas, why did he decide to take this girl with him? The guy replied that it was the best way to get Kim to come to him personally, and as it became clear now, this plan worked. So everything is simple enough. This meeting had to happen because Kim destroyed the gang in black. Thomas felt the power of his opponent very quickly. He realizes that his internal energy at a very high level. Raven explained that he decided to destroy the gang in black because they behaved too badly and attacked his friends. But Thomas came here to take revenge on this gang and said that he would take his head with him. Seeing that Thomas changed Kim's hands, that his opponent was trying to use the technique of strengthening his body. All this looks strange. Kim has not been fighting without weapons, but ready to demonstrate Thomas a master class. Both boys only wanted victories and at the same time began to attack each other. We are waiting for a battle encounter. Courses. Always interesting to watch, because you never know who will turn out the winner. With the help of boxer's experience, Thomas tried to get closer to Kim and strike. Of course, he wants to take advantage of his strong sides, but Kim always beats smart, so it is unlikely that it will work. The Black Raven feels great when you need to defend themselves, and when you go into a decisive counter, offensive. With the right technique, he tries to break through the strong protection of his boxing opponent. Quickly, Thomas began to realize that his opponent was very strong. He underestimated him from the beginning. The demon warned of the power of the crow, and now the guy has no choice but to use the help of a mask. The demon also spoke about the difference between the contract with God and the contract with the demon. He explained that demons can force their people to do what they need, so Thomas has no other choice. Kim was not going to stop and continued to use the techniques he received after the victory over the Black Crow. But all this may not help after Thomas puts on this demonic mask. He did not want to do it from the beginning, but because of a contract with a demon, he has no other choice. If Thomas were stronger, he could overcome his own. But the difference in levels is now too big. Soon the mask was finally dressed. All it looked quite spectacular, but at the same time creepy. Kim realized that he could now start serious problems if he did not come up with the right plan. With the help of memories of past life, he tried to predict what would happen after Thomas puts a mask. Perhaps their scores will be equal and then they will be approximately at the same level. But all this is just a guess. The demon enjoyed the fact that Thomas could control the body. He felt that he would now be able to take the situation under his control. And to begin with, he needs to get acquainted with Kim personally, to say hello, and then totally destroy it. Kim is now 27th in the rank of demon, the same majestic and horrible Neburos. He still remained calm about it. He said that he did not want to hear unnecessary conversations because it is bad to constantly be in the rain. Neburos was interested in this, guys, all this because he heard Kim could destroy the Crucian, and this was already respectful. However, the demon thinks that all this is impossible. The usual player could not really defeat the real constellation. The mask is still not fully formed. This is what gives the opportunity to win, because otherwise it would have long been dead. The Battle of Titans began. It is no longer a fight against the ordinary green goblin or another player. Now Kim is fighting against a very strong opponent, which is fueled by a demonic force, even nothing to add here. But the guy still remains calm and confident in his own power. Though his opponent is strong, but his movements are too predictable. That is why Kim is sure that he can easily win, even though he is beating with a demon. In this battle, there was something to look at. Everyone tried to take advantage of their strengths and avoid dangerous moments. So far, it was noticeable that the initiative on Kim's side, it even seems like a normal beating of a boxer bag. When he thought about the battle with a demon in a mask, he expected much more resistance and danger. Even if Kim is not able to cut it in half because of magical power, the demon should still feel pain through the body of Thomas. Oddly enough, even in such a difficult situation, the demon continued to laugh and stay calm. He acknowledged that Kim really has excellent martial arts skills and also uses his strengths well. But he still remains only an ordinary person and you should not forget about it. Due to severe injuries in this battle, Thomas returned to consciousness, although his brain is still controlled by the demon. Until the guy removes this mask, he will not be able to avoid control over his mind. That is why he found strength and began to try in strange ways to break this demonic mask. Kim began to guess that this guy was trying to regain his consciousness. It is quite unusual to watch. Thomas not only wants to break the mask, but also resists the manipulation of the demon on its own. Neburos called Thomas a fool and said that this mask was not as easy to break as he thinks. Only the one who is at least at the same level with him can break the demon artifact. So Thomas was able to finally do it, and Neburos was very dissatisfied with his behavior. He said it was a very stupid act. Thomas replied that he has long wanted to terminate a contract with demonic force. Especially Neburos would have to get rid of Thomas in the future. That is why the guy decided to leave his past master first and finally become a free man. Now it can be 100% free and do all that he pleases. Kim is ready to continue this fight, but the question arises whether Thomas wants to fight with him after breaking the contract with a demon. Thomas explained that he did not fight him through a demon. He probably wants to take revenge on the boss of the gang in black. The contract is completely terminated, and the scores of experience remained at the same level, so it is capable of only one single attack. That is why he suggested that he continue this battle in the Black Crow and finally find the winner. He was amazed at how quickly Kim agreed to these conditions, approached him, and prepared to strike a powerful blow to the jaw. But now Thomas has begun to feel that he could see the movements he had not seen before. Did this guy start adapting to Kim's technique very quickly? Were there any experience from the mask still left? Now Kim began to feel that the initiative was beginning to slip out of his hands, and this is an unpleasant feeling. The guy realized that we needed to quickly invent something and take advantage of all the possibilities of his body. That is why it is time to show their flexibility and medium-distance battle. Kim was able to find an opportunity for a well struck on the opponent and did it truly effectively. It became clear that Thomas would not be, but his opponent at the moment outweigh him in all key characteristics. It was such a powerful blow that Thomas thought for a while he learned to fly. But it is better to learn how to swim, because otherwise he will find himself at the very bottom of the sea. This battle was over very quickly. No doubt about the winner could stay here. Kim acknowledged that his opponent really deserved respect. But all this is no longer any significance. But as it turned out, everything was so simple because in some way Thomas was able to survive and opened his eyes. When he lifted his head, he saw a little girl with an umbrella in a white dress. She smiled and greeted with him. It was noticeable that he did not understand how he could survive, and so this girl explained that she saved him. Thomas is not a fool at all. He quickly guessed that an unusual person stands in front of him. But who is she? She said that he asks too many questions as a pathetic warrior, but she's ready to answer some of them. This girl, oddly enough, is one of the 7 demons that govern the devil's world. Her name is Azazel. It was noticeable that this answer was completely shocked by the guy. He realized that he was faced with a legendary demon laziness. Interesting events began to take place in the eastern part of the city, which will soon affect the storyline. There were several people in the spacious room who talked about potential association. It looks like a master of ascending guild named Edward against this idea. He suspects that all this can be a trap. One of the important masters of Guild Genesis, Master Brian, replied that he could not predict what it would lead to. All these empty chats are already very tired of another member of the guild. Sharon said she would leave from here if they continue it. That is why the boys tensed and began to look for a solution to their common problem. Brian called them all today not to talk about unification. He said that he had a question about the main task, and this immediately caused surprise to others. The renewal of the guild has taken a little time, but the main task still has not started, and some signs appeared. Brian recalled that everyone has known so long ago. Different dungeons began to appear around. He believes that all these are signs. This time too many dungeons have appeared. And because of this, there are more and more problems between the guilds. That is why he thinks something that the next task will probably be aimed at competition between the guilds in the fight for the dungeon. This is a bold statement by the guy, but it should be acknowledged that she has a solid basis. Therefore, it does not offer mandatory association. The main thing is that they do not quarrel with each other during this period. There is nothing unusual about this, only the classic proposal of a peaceful solution to this problem. As it became known recently, after the 4th task, it became possible to form guilds, and this changed the rules of the game. You can now buy any territory in the city center, make it a guild office, and it will become a safe area for players. Kim believed that all this would happen much later. At least that was in his past life. But the attention of the gods is too much challenge to special players in this game. That is why he planned to become a member of another guild all this time. But after meeting with some players, he changed his mind. All this time, he needed a safe area so that no bandit or even an observer could get there. He wanted to do it later, but the circumstances were otherwise. That is why he had to hurry. In the guild building, you can feel much more free because there is no constant observation of the gods. Kim invited everyone inside and said that he would later tell all the details of this safe zone. He could not help but notice that Linda had become quite upset lately. He had not seen her laughing for a long time. The girl explained that she was upset because she could not protect her friends, but it was in the past, and life goes only forward. Still, she is worried about some aspects of her progress. She realized that she was missing a lot. It does not only mean raising the scope of experience and combat skills. It seems to the girl that she must learn some specific technique. All this seems strange because Linda is even incredibly strong now, so in the future she wants to become even stronger. Kim immediately remembered Thomas. He constantly thinks that this guy could survive after that strange explosion. He felt that his last attack had interfered with something. Only demons could interfere with this situation. Moreover, considering that this force has been able to reject Kim's blow, it is enough for 7 demons. All this constantly does not allow Kim to calm down and enjoy the moment. This tension is very annoying. Only Katie behaves quite relaxed. Now she has started to think about the beginning of the next task. There is no information about this mission now, but Kim said that all the nuances will tell when everyone comes. Soon their large and friendly team finally gathered together. There were everyone, Taylor with her daughter, Donald with his older brother, and a girl. All of them have already heard that lately, and more dungeons have become more and more. But this does not guarantee occupation. Kim said they had to treat it more closely and said something about the seal of the dungeon. It is unclear what it is in mind, but everyone immediately began to look at him. Simply put, only those groups where people are marked will be able to fully go into the dungeon and work there. Until now, there were no restrictions on the entrances of the dungeon, but after updating the system can be installed. Mark immediately suggested a rather interesting idea. He said that it would be more profitable to seize a large number of dungeons. And this is what Kim thought. stable delivery of resources, buying points, growth of players. All this is a chance to get into the leaders of this game. Of course, everyone understands that real competition will begin. Big players have long begun preparations until this moment. There are already several large guilds in their city, and those who are not a member of the guild cannot participate in the main tasks. That is why Kim has gathered all his friends together on this beautiful day. He wants them all to join his guild. The brothers immediately agreed to these conditions. The thought did not change at all from their last meeting. They are many obliged to Kim, so they agree to everything. Katie replied that she did not have a difference with Kim at all, so she also agrees, as well as Linda. Taylor and his daughter are believed that they will not be able to help this guild. Last time they could not stop Thomas. But Kim assured that they needed his guilds and he insists that they join his team. He is well aware that Lin has the best abilities of all players who have been alive at the moment. Taylor, in turn, has a very strong compatibility with the gods as an avatar, so it is not inferior to other players. In his past life, he was even one of the best players for a while, and Kim remembers it perfectly. The family of foreigners finally decided to join the team of heroes and become part of their new guild. Now it's time to talk about really important points. Katie is very interested in what the guild will be called. The girl said she was even ready to offer her name, but Kim assured her that this question was already resolved. Of course, she was dissatisfied with this answer and feared that the guild would not be called as she would like. But Kim assured the girl that the name was quite cool, and said that their new guild is called the Killer of the Gods. Of course, nothing cooler. None of the participants of this new team has never heard in life. They all looked at Kim and said that they were fully satisfied with this name. The captain was satisfied with himself. After the question with the name was resolved, it was time to see the headquarters of the guild. Donald was amazed at this house. He did not understand how Kim was able to find an affordable place and even in such a wonderful area. This house even has a dungeon with weapons for raids. Such conditions cannot boast even some of the best guilds. There is also a training platform to improve their physical abilities and to refine combat skills. Of course, Linda spends almost all her free time. After losing the battle against Thomas, she trains almost all day. But we must admit that Kim is not far behind her and also constantly improves his combat skills. He already realized that this girl is too much anger. Even now, she's trying to hold back not to destroy him. But sometimes it becomes noticeable that her eyes are again filled with red blood, and then it is very difficult to stop. Linda successfully learned to control her aggression for all these workouts, which is why Kim is still alive. All this happened so fast that the horse did not even understand how Linda had time to press him against the wall. It's time to stop training and relax. Otherwise, Kim will have to spend the night in the hospital, in the surgical ward. Even though Linda was so successful, the girl was still dissatisfied that she could never hit Kim. She began to ask where he learned how to fight so much, because he also wanted to borrow some techniques. All this looks strange. He has only played computer games all his life, and now he has become one of the best masters of martial arts in the world. While they were talking about how to move during their attack and protection, a hunted girl with ice cream ran into the room. Katie said that in this room it stinks too much. Now it is impossible to train here. Earlier, this young lady said that she would never come to this hall, but now she is here. The girl reported that some strange sounds came from the incubator, which is why she came to tell about it. As soon as Kim realized that it was fanfare sounds, he immediately began to think that it could be a sign. All his intuition told him that the little unicorn Kieran was ready to hatch from the egg. No wonder these sounds began to get from this place. So, the unicorn is almost ready to be born. The system began to report that it was really true. Kim received an achievement for helping to be born. Now he can officially call himself a person who tamed the sacred animal. Few people. Watching the birth of a unicorn is always exciting and very exciting. It can be understood by Katie and Kim's face. Soon they saw this baby in their own eyes. It is really impressive. Katie immediately took him in her arms and began to take care of him. And Kim, meanwhile, could not get away from shock. The catalyst proved to be so effective that the unicorn turned into a real child. Yet it was not clear at all how it happened. This creature combines human blood, which has unusual abilities, with the blood of a sacred animal. Now the child must have magic and various techniques. In about a month, he will become a teenager, though he will be good. But it can always change because it flows in human blood. The development of this child will depend on the method of education. And as it turned out, it is a girl. It turns out that this child belongs to Kim if it did not look strange, and she needs to be named, such as Mary. This name was offered to Katie. She always wanted to be called this way. It's time to show this child to all other members of the new guild. And Katie immediately ran. Kim decided to allow the girl to raise this child for a while. It will be right and will not distract the boy. A little later, it was time to talk about work. This building has an important point. Depending on the dungeons, there will be different points. The fifth task is called the ratio in the dungeon. Its key task is to clean up as a more dungeon. Linda said that there are too few people in their guild, and they may be you're competing with others. Maybe there's another way. Katie said that the dungeons that give the most points should be attacked, but it will be difficult to find out this information. The dungeon has a clear principle of appearance, but it is necessary to decipher this code. This requires a map with the last dungeons in the city. With the help of ravens, Kim was able to obtain this information. Only Guild Genesis conducted an analysis regarding the principle of the appearance of these dungeons. But looking only at this card is almost nothing clear. This is not enough. But a little later, it became noticeable that these dungeons seem to form constellations, but they give little points. As the constellation can be associated with dungeons and raids, it all looks pointless. The team leader said that they have some tips. It is a hint that the tasks will be related to constellations. Therefore, the purpose of their guild is the dungeon for which they give high points, and they need to focus on. They are divided into insect groups depending on the category of constellations. And for the dungeon, which is located in the city of the brightest star, you can get 10 points. After that, the guy explained that all this is not even the most important because the most important thing is Katie. Although it sounds completely unclear, but the guy promised a little later to tell everything about it. There is nothing new about this. Kim always tells something interesting, and it leaves all the most important. Now it's time to talk to Linda. Kim warned that she could no longer fight players. This is a competition, not a fight to death. The girl was a little upset and said that she wanted to kill only bad guys. Who is bad and who is good she has to decide, but in any case she should try to be calmer. Excessive attention will lead to the problems of the whole guild, so how cruel it is necessary to calm down a little. Kim understands that he talks not with a baby, but an adult woman, so he is sure that she will be able to deal with it. Suddenly the guy saw what made him really worry. He came to a letter from the Witch of Dreams. This is strange because Kim was her avatar in the first round of the past life, which is why he was so surprised. Meanwhile, interesting discussions took place in the chat because the king said that the war was calling him. He was waiting for these competitions. The Hammer King was dissatisfied that there is another king in this chat except him. All deities under different nicknames were constantly talking about future competitions and boasting their avatars. Suddenly, an anonymous number 48 joined them. He said that he had information about the dungeons, for which they gave high points. All around them immediately recognized him. Before that, his information was constantly at the highest level. He immediately showed a high-rank dungeon on the map. Many began to offer his avatar to his guild, but Kim immediately refused. The guy was in no hurry and calmly talked about everything he knew. His plan is simple enough. He wants to provide unnecessary information about small dungeons and a few large ones to win trust. One of the deities understood his plan, probably only interested in the place and time of the appearance of 12 constellations. Probably the leader of Guild Genesis is already aware of this. So Kim finished the distribution of free information. Now he has a message from the deity, in which he was an avatar in the first round, and is called a Witch of Dreams. Divine can send a message to players up to 10 times a month, so they save this opportunity, and they rarely write even to their avatars. It is very strange that God sent a message to an ordinary player to whom, in his past life, he has never received such a message. The Witch of Dreams wrote that she likes Kim, and she is not worried about restrictions on messages. Everyone around her tells her that someone's avatar, but she does not believe in it and wants him to become her player. She will be able to make him the winner of this game. Probably this woman does not remember what happened in the first round. Kim cannot repeat this story, so she refuses to offer. He respects her proposal and understands that she is not guilty of past failures, but now they are going different roads. The goddess of dreams said he could always turn to her if he needed help. She also said that she would always watch his future achievements. In the meantime, Katie constantly thought about the words that they told them at the general team assembly. He believes that now she will be the main one in the future battle, first to ambush and then act. The girl was dissatisfied. It seemed to her that Kim was constantly trying to give her the hardest job. A new dungeon began to emerge next to them. Everyone was informed that they needed to prepare for it. Katie did not understand why there are so many different people around. Maybe the dungeon would really be 10 points? She does not like that she was ordered to come here alone, but now she should not worry, but act and use her skills. It turned into a bee and joined the members of the team of one of the guilds. They all began to go into this dungeon. Some of the members of this team tried not to let other guilds hear. She watched them carefully, and it seemed that some are stupid around her, and we needed to understand and run away from here. The players tried not to relax, because it is unknown which monster would appear here. They immediately noticed that this dungeon is completely different and differ from everything they saw earlier. Everyone took their positions, though no one saw that the bee was with them, but it also played their role. The girl was responsible for the captain of her guild, so she wanted to prove herself as best as possible. A little later, no one watched her, and she could calmly turn into a person again. Then Katie got dynamite from his pocket. He can work remotely and does not act on monsters and players. It is not expected that she will have to work with him at all, but this game makes the players constantly progress. Soon, there was a loud explosion, and thanks to this it was able to block the entrance and expand the exit. The girl did not know where Kim was able to get all this dynamite, but she enjoyed working with it. The girl was lucky, and soon dungeon was completely cleaned. She can be proud of. Other guilds were constantly arguing for this dungeon. They were ready to destroy each other to pick it up. Everyone was happy to find a dungeon for which they give many points. It will help raise the overall level of the guild. Suddenly, they saw that an unknown girl approached them. She said that there should be no other people near this dungeon. The boys began to panic because they did not understand who it was and how it found the road here, but one of them explained that it was he who had missed it. He did not want to kill Landa immediately, so he decided to have a little fun. The problem is only Linda today, because in a few seconds she showed her true strength. None of these players could even move, of course. They immediately started panic. Linda immediately noticed the strange tattoos of the moon on their hands. She has already heard about this guild. Linda did not stop at all and tried to destroy everyone who hinders her. In a short time, she was able to imprison 32 participants of this guild. Perhaps this is enough. A little later, the official rating of these competitions was released. The Guild of the Murderers of the Gods was second with Genesis. The Ascending Guild was the first. That's how Genesis and wanted to do. They want to continue to hold this position. But next week, take a sharp step forward and take the first place so that no one can prevent them. They are convinced that no one except them knows about constellations, which is why they behave so self-confident. A little later, Sharon and Brian began to talk about the Guild of the Murderers of the Gods. They do not know information about these guys. They also became aware that the Guild of the Killers of the Gods checks all the dungeons for which they give high points. They have a bit in common. They also know about the relationship between points and the provisions of the dungeons, so they need to be observed. So far, the Guild of the Killers of the Gods has not yet realized that they are already beginning to monitor them. So far, everything is as Kim and expected. Most guilds are hunting for a low-grade dungeon. 2 heavy dungeons have already cleaned Ketty. Linda also helps her constantly and is disassembled with dungeons for 5 points. With the help of wonderful women's work, and the guild has already received more than 25 points. While everyone is working hard to progress the guild, a young child by the name of Maria is growing rapidly. Other team members also have no problems yet, so the captain can be satisfied with their work. Line came to Kim and said that she also wanted to hold Maria in her hands. The captain of the team was not very ready for the fact that he needs to grow rapidly. Now he has a great responsibility. Line is constantly concerned about what is not beneficial to the team. She also wants to learn the basics of martial arts. But Kim assured her too early to think about it, and it's not too small. To begin with, she must know herself and her internal energy, and then think about martial arts and competitions. Kim is well aware that, from the very beginning, she was not one of those who need to exercise or courage her skills. It becomes stronger only by observing other team members. She should understand that training and hard work for her work quite differently than everyone else. Thanks to this conversation, the girl began to feel more confident and her mood immediately improved. It may also be influenced by Maria. It should be remembered that this child is partially a person and partly a sacred animal. She may already be able to use her magical abilities on the second day after birth. And all this can be quite dangerous because Maria began to shoot the sun from her horn after a few seconds. Of course, this was not expected not only for Lena, but also for Kim, who had not seen it before. Although the guy said that he was not scared at all, it was noticeable that it made him strain. This child is special and therefore should be a special attitude. Even in his past life, Kim has not encountered anything like that, so it is difficult for him to adjust. Some team members began to guess that Guild Jansis would soon contact them. Most players have already begun to actively discuss their team members. Now they are some of the country's most famous teams. Although it is possible to believe that only they know about constellations and the distribution of points for dungeons. The Killers of the Gods clean only those dungeons where they give high scores, so they may be of interest. But Kim warned that he did not want to talk to Kim and began to think about finding another team member. Mark believes that it will be correct to clean the new dungeon for 10 points. Now they are talking about it. But Kim has already learned that this dungeon is watched by guild Jansis. He explained that there is nothing wrong with low grades. There is no big difference in points for monsters. While they were talking, they were very quickly approaching the right place. Kim connected Gung's skin to the darkness of darkness and got a rank. So now he had even more confidence in his own abilities. Many ordinary players and even ordinary people were constantly monitored by the guild rating. Upgrading the system changed their lives and completely changed the rules of the game. Everyone was surprised because the killers of the gods were now in the first place. They are ahead of Jansis and the Ascending Guild. No one heard about them before, but most of all, the members of other guilds began to worry. Now they realized that those who clean the dungeon behind their backs are guys from the Guild of the Gods. The members of the Team Genesis and the Rays Guild are very angry with their competitors and are ready to destroy them. But the problem is that the killers of the gods work with the shadow, and almost no one saw them with their own eyes. There are only suspicions of the dungeon they cleared, but there are no witnesses to these raids. It seems that the killers of the gods secretly watch their competitors and are constantly ahead of them. Edward told that he saw a strange guy who was walking near their area constantly, but he could not check who it was. Brian said that this is exactly a member of the team of the killers of the gods. They all need to be careful because they are constantly observed. But among other guilds, there are also conflicts. Edward is dissatisfied that Guild Genesis has reduced the gap so quickly. Brian explained that they were just lucky because their dungeons turned out to be a high rank. They all need to think about how to stop the killers of the gods because their authority can fall significantly if they lose the competition. There are only 2 weeks left to fulfill this mission, so you need to act very boldly and quickly. To begin with, Brian proposes to stop the cleansing of the dungeons and start collecting information about a competitor. Now is not the time to think about points, so members of the guild must expect further instructions. All of them have to unite and act as a single organism. Only you can protect your honor. Perhaps the chance, find out who such killers of the gods will be, and they need to use. Edward agreed to these conditions and said that the Rising Guild would temporarily stop its cleansing of the dungeon. They will do the same in Genesis. They want too much to see the face of their competitors, and for that is ready for anything. Now their main goal is very simple: the disclosure of the Guild of the Killers of the Gods at any cost. Meanwhile, Kim did not stop and continued to work constantly. He immediately felt that the protection of the borders had intensified. It is not difficult to guess that it is more important for their competitors to find them than to clean the dungeon. All this is quite bad news because now their work is at risk. But there is nothing wrong with meeting their competitors. If they want to see so, this is not a problem. Most soldiers are in the dungeons, so it is even better because Kim is ready to meet with the bosses of other guilds. He never thought that their strategy in the dark would be constant. They are always ready to open up to the world. It is time to use another skill he received from the constellation Karis. This is the technique of running in the shade. But it looks like this technique is not as perfect as they are talking about. It turned out that Dorothy heard the approach of an unknown rival and was able to protect himself from his attack. Kim knows who she is. This girl is the right hand of boss guild Jansis, known for her high level and lack of flexibility. She ordered Kim to show his true face or prepare for death. The guy was in no hurry to die, and that is why he suggested talking, but Dorothy did not listen to him. She immediately prepared her sword and went into a direct attack on the boy. If it was not an incredible Kim's reaction, he would be dead because she is a real swordmaster. In order to survive in the battle with this girl, you need to concentrate as much as possible and show everything you are capable of. Dorothy felt that her opponent was also a strong nut. She likes to feel strength and hates weakness. Kim suggested talking again and not rush to beat each other. But this girl is not one of those who can negotiate. She got her sword of Urumi and prepared for the second round. Kim did not expect that she had such a serious weapon. It was an indicator of her guild preparation. These rivals are really worth each other. But the problem is that Kim does not want to fight and kill Dorothy. He is trying to stop it and reassure her, but she is increasingly angry. This time the girl got a small sharp knife from her pocket. It is the third weapon in a few minutes of battle. This couple of players have long tried to understand which of them the strongest. And finally, the battle ended. Kim won. Dorothy acknowledged his strength and prepared for death. But the guy came here not for this. He explained that he was a member of the Guild of the Killer in the Gods and came here to speak, not to kill. Finally, the meaning of his words came to her. All this time she did not believe that he really wanted to talk. The fact that Kim is a member of the team of the Killers of the Gods radically changes this case. It's time to talk to Guild Boss Jansis and resolve all misunderstandings. Initially, Brian was not going to believe in these words, but Kim said he knew about the constellation. After these words, Kim is indeed a member of the Guild of the Killers of the Gods. Even in Guild, Gensis, not all team members know about it, so now you can really talk quietly. The brand invited Kim to sit next to him and calm down, and Dorothy can now be free. He assured that all is well and she can really go to her room and relax after a difficult battle. Kim still did not show his face. It was more comfortable to speak in the shade. Of course, the brand is interested in understanding the cause of this meeting because it is not clear. Kim reminded that guild members Jansace were actively looking for his friends, which is why he came open here. Brian began to guess that Kim came to ask for a weakening of control over the dungeons. But as it turned out, this Kim was not interested in this. He said that the dungeon can continue to be controlled in the same way. All this was not expected enough. So far, the purpose of this visit is completely unclear. However, he said that in their city there are 2 interesting places that he came to tell, and it is better not to go. He also said that there are about 16 different dungeons near them. They are also very dangerous. The guy says in this way, if you go there, something very bad will happen. A little later, it became clear that he was talking about the constellation of Scorpio. Kim reported that unknown people hid the bomb in this dungeon. He talks about 8 signs of the zodiac of 12, fragments of the constellation of Scorpio, which is known for its cruelty. The problem is that no one knows where they are. Kim cannot tell the details, but in the Scorpio dungeon sleeps a monster who can turn their city into a bloody sea. Of course, Brian was not going to believe Kim's words immediately. He said he wanted to hear full evidence. Kim replied that this is one of his skills, to learn about the most important information first. But if Brian wants to hear the evidence so much, he can give him some data he will surely believe. Kim is obliged to gain the trust of this guy in any way, because he must prevent this case. All this because he had to go through in his past life was a real hell. It is unknown where it all started, perhaps through the guilds that began to clean the dungeon. But in any case, the monster woke up and a real hell began to forget about even in the next life. It may have been a publisher focus so that the gods may be satisfied, maybe something else. 2 other monsters came out of the constellation of Scorpio and Teres, and the 3rd part of the city was destroyed in a week. In this battle, the Ascending Guild received incredible harm. Genesis also had to heal her wounds for a long time. The progress of the city players immediately slowed down, as well as the pace of improving players in the whole country. That is why Kim so much wants to stop this incredible disaster, and is ready to do anything for it. Among the 18 dungeons, there are only 2 places where the constellation of Scorpio may appear, if nothing has changed. Brian told that one of his intelligence officers contacted him and reported that Mithril was really discovered in this place. He became wondering how this guy in the cloak learned about it all, and at what level is the Guild of the Murderers of the Gods. It is unusual metal, and mithril, and if Kim so easily gave them a mine, it means that he had something more valuable. In fact, it is. Kim has 2 locations of mithrila and white steel, giving one of them as little things. If there is a monster in the dungeon, now the priority is the destruction of it. Kim said Guild Jansace should follow the dungeons for a while. He would be glad to talk to other insect guilds, but hardly anyone listened to him, which is why he came to Genesis. But if Brian refuses him in this, then Kim has a completely different plan and will take advantage of him. Kim says in this way as if he has a million ways to achieve the desired result. It looks too self-confident. In any case, Brian believed this guy and said he would do his best. He also said Kim could seek help at any moment. Then the conversation ended, and Kim disappeared. It happened so fast that even Brian has not seen such sudden disappearances of people. If such a guy as Kim decides to attack without a warning, then you will be awaited an inevitable death. Of course, Scorpio is a very dangerous monster, but it does not reach the level of full of guard. If you prepare properly, it can be easily stopped, but if the preparation is really serious, Donald made a special gas mask. It is made of mithril and 8 types of materials. This thing helps to breathe fresh air, even if there are poisonous gases around, and first requires 5 such items. Kim said that he would buy all the necessary materials so that only these items were made on time. Donald replied that for him such a job was a pleasure. This room was personally made for the manufacture of equipment, and Donald is chief here. He also had time to make clothes for Kim. The captain of the team was very pleased. He called him a Dark Knight's coat. It has high levels and options for magic, as well as special skills. All you have to do is cover all the rest of the mithril, although Donald does not understand why to do it. It seems to him that white steel weapons do not need to be further covered with mithril. Kim explained to him that this metal has special qualities. Donald should understand what it means because he is a professional in this case. Kim said he would like to go to this business alone, but he would not have enough time. The system may not be expected to intervene, so you need to call for help all your team. They quickly gathered and decided on the road. All were concentrated and prepared in the case. Katie believed that it would be necessary to go into every dungeon and look, but Kim reported that everything was not true. He also asked Taylor not to stop and continue to follow the other players. He also got a bracelet from his pocket and gave him. This bracelet was received in the remuneration for the clearing of the dungeon. It may be needed. So far, Taylor will not be able to check the effect of this subject because he belongs to Kim. Now it's time to find what they gathered here for, and to do it quickly. With the technique of star strength, it is much easier to do than if Kim did it alone. The guy reported that all this is near from here, the 5th and 15th dungeons. But one of the dungeons now has a gate condition, so Kim cannot check it so far. The last dungeon is in the place where the star of the constellation of Scorpio shines brilliantly shines. Until it is formed, it is necessary to do others, and it will take about 2 days. They will start the last dungeon separately, but now they have to clean the first 2. Very quickly became clear that the Guild of the Killers of the Gods is not one here. They have enough competitors. Of course, Katie can turn into a member of another guild and go inside. But what will everyone else do? Kim said that you could not worry, because their task is a complete cleaning of the dungeon. He says it with such a face seemed to kill everyone who is in these dungeons. Linda suggested her help in this case, although she had said that only bad guys would kill only bad guys. Although this is really urgent, it is not possible to kill everyone around. Even if it is not enough time, you still have to be careful. Linda is now in a dangerous state. It seems that until now she has been fighting the strength of the death of death all this time. But it became clear that it is no longer the same as from the beginning, so it is better to trust Kim. Within a few seconds, the problem with competitors was solved. All of them lost consciousness at the same time. It is unlikely that it happened by accident. Now the team could go inside. At first glance, this dungeon looked quite, of course, nothing special. But all this is only at first glance. Kim warned about the dangers and asked to get gas masks. They do not know what can happen inside the dungeon, so we must be ready for everything. Meanwhile, Taylor continued to execute his assignment and followed other guilds. He was in front of the gate in the 18th dungeon and received a strange report of danger in his area. His god personally told him about it, so something is really dangerous inside this dungeon. The gates of the dungeons began the wards, and the speed of formation immediately increased. Kim proved to be right. This situation inevitably intervened the master of the game or the creator. It does not even look like other dungeons. They will probably give it 10 points. Even the leader of the Ascending Guild has never seen anything like this. This form looks like a poisonous mushroom. He decided to personally check this gate, although it violates the contract with other guilds. Edward believes that one dungeon will not be a problem, especially Jansace is occupied by other areas. Edward ordered the half of his team to stay here and go with him the other half. Meanwhile, the Guild of the Murderers of the Gods continued to move in the middle of the dungeon. There were quite a few small and annoying green goblins, but, as we already know, it is quite easy to understand these guys. They do not pose a serious threat to professionals. Even Katie will be able to destroy many such monsters on their own, so they did not scare the team members. The problem is more in their number. When there are too many green monsters, it becomes difficult to stop them. Kim quickly destroyed more than 10 monsters. Katie was surprised when he became so strong. The guy explained that he trained a lot and was able to make rapid progress. He thought that Katie should also start training with Linda. They will be able to help each other. If they fight at least 3 times a week, the Kenti will make incredible progress. Soon, Kim began to feel the aura of the stars, which means only one thing. They are almost in place. When the guy saw what they were looking for, he got his weapon and asked everyone to retreat. He also ordered to wear masks more firmly and not prevent him from doing his job. He immediately began to use his weapon. All other members of the team were waiting for him. Soon a large purple crystal began to crack, and it became clear that a monster would soon appear. So it happened in a few minutes. This cockroach is really big, even larger than talking about it. All this is because of him. The reason with which in the past life the inhabitants of the city were doomed to death is his poison. The usual gas masks did not help him. The losses were incredibly large. Now with Kim is sure that he will be able to destroy this monster without his main weapon, poison, it is no longer so strong. But we should not forget that the Scorpio will soon have to catch another. Although Scorpio level is lower than that of a guard, it is still necessary to defeat it as a real team. Otherwise, the study also underwent a study. The Ascending Guild did not stop on its way. They found a large medium-level crystal. Before they had only low-level crystals. However, Edward has not seen special signs in this dungeon, although such crystals are already a great benefit. If you make equipment from these crystals, you can become the strongest guild. They correctly did that. All the dungeons came and the search is almost complete. The boss reported that other team members found a huge hole. They look like they want to pick up everything here and leave nothing. These guys do not even realize that they are watching a spy from the guild team of the murderers of the gods. Taylor began to feel that real problems begin if they went down to the very end. They would enter the dangerous area. If it was a common situation, then his goddess certainly ordered him to save them. Even without her advice, Taylor would do so. But now a completely different situation and he cannot understand what to do. She sent him a message where he told him to get out of the dungeon faster. But Taylor is not so weak to leave these people in the brink. That is why his goddess began to convince that these were unusual people and players who are stronger than him, so they do not need to worry about them. But Taylor is still a military man, and even if they are players, he still has to protect them. Taylor felt the greatest joy at the moment when he was made by Avatar. It is the happiest moment after the change of the world. He was informed that he had the heart of the hero, and the one who has the heart of the hero is not inferior to even mythical heroes. That is why the goddess suggested that he work together in one team. And if Taylor now turns around and starts to run, will her words now be something worth? The goddess of justice Astra recognized that he was right and said that he was proud of his avatar. Meanwhile, Edward found a stone with a dungeon, and this is interesting. This crystal is incredibly large, seeing its radiation immediately. Suddenly, Taylor ran into the room and ordered all members of the Ascending Guild immediately. He reported that the monster inside a lot of poisonous gas inside, and if not hurried, they would all die here. Of course, Edward was shocked by these words. He does not understand who this guy is and where he had such information. But suddenly the crystal really began to behave strange. It was then that Taylor was telling the truth. But there is one problem. It was necessary to retreat much earlier, not when Scorpio had already been born. Now this huge cockroach can cause true chaos in this dungeon. Even Scorpio did not expect that the cracks in the crystal would appear so quickly. So he thanked the guild. It is Scorpio Antares, and he has a reason that he has an interest in this game on Earth. This reason is quite simple. This is that the crow's carp and his constellation received the ordinary guy. That is why when he was asked for several scorpions for the game, he expressed his desire to take part in it. But it was necessary to adjust the level of complexity because it is the 12th constellation and has a divine force above average level. This is how everything happened. He does not like the decline in points, but in general, this is a small problem. It is not the worst solution to run away from this monster. Scorpio likes it, and it usually begins to use poison. Monster also saw that in this room there was an avatar of God. It seemed to know in advance about the appearance of Scorpio. But Taylor does not look like a very special player. The game just begins, so there is no player who can kill the constellation. There is probably some other way to win. And this is the way the one who killed the crow's crow. Scorpio began to destroy the fighters of the Ascending Guild very quickly, and a real panic began in Edward. Its people begged for salvation and help, but it is almost impossible to stop this monster for ordinary players. It is enough to touch a little and breaks them on parts. It is not even interesting. Only two brave men decided to challenge this great cockroach. It was Edward and Taylor. He immediately felt their strength and became more interesting to him. After all, he was fighting against the leader of the guild and the avatar. Taylor had already time to sweat completely. He began to regret that he decided to stay here and did not escape. Edward was also dissatisfied with his strategy because members of his guild were injured. Taylor asked Edward to flee and save his life faster. He said that he could hold Scorpio, but this huge man was not going to do it. He was sure that the monster would soon relax and they would have a chance for attack. It is not known to anyone, so the second chance may not be, and it is better to escape while there is time. Although it was difficult to agree with this, but Edward understands that it is true. He would not have the strength to defeat the monster. That is why he agreed to flee and left Taylor himself against the huge Scorpio. The monster was surprised from this behavior. Taylor, in such a situation to sacrifice himself, it is senseless. He warned the guy that all these soldiers would still die when he came out. After that, Scorpio began to attack the guy and press on him. Is it really the end for a foreign warrior? Is it really a line or an orphan? In these last seconds, he thought of his team and realized that they would certainly be able to take care of his daughter. She is already quite adult and should not allow someone to insult, so you cannot worry about it. In these difficult seconds, Taylor felt that his bones were about to break. Blood left his mouth. Suddenly, the goddess began to turn to him. She began to ask him to become her representative. Initially, Taylor began to think that it seems to him perhaps because of a solid load. His brain could not stand. But Scorpio also heard these words. He does not understand what is being discussed. Does she want to form an alliance that was not made even in myths? Perhaps Astra has completely lost her mind because of his Sum of Sumi. Already she really wants to make this ordinary guy a representative of the goddess of justice? Suddenly, another guy intervened in this situation and said that the goddess should wait a little. Scorpio was surprised that someone came to save this foreign military. I think everyone has already guessed that only Kim could interfere in such a hopeless situation. Scorpio was shocked that there was a player who was able to stop his attack. Then Kim turned to Astra. He said Taylor is the perfect representative for her, but she knows that nothing would work. She could not understand where he knew all this. Kim replied that he had such a skill. She chose Taylor with her representative to save his life, but now it is better to wait. Kim was pleased that he decided to give this guy his bracelet. This item was useful. This bracelet, depending on the condition of the user, allows you to instantly move to the location of the owner of the bracelet. Is Taylor's really not enough ability to become a representative of the goddess? He assured that the case is not at all. It will be difficult for a simple person to withstand it. The problem is that Taylor is too strong for Astra. If she used all his strength, her body will not stand and break. Taylor was in any case satisfied that he remained alive. He immediately began to thank for the help of his rescuer. Kim replied that it was not difficult for him to do it. He assured that Taylor could rest a little while he was engaged in Scorpio. Of course, the monster was incredibly angry that these people dared to talk about it in his presence. Kim is well aware that Antares came here to personally check how Kim killed Karis. It is this behavior in the style of this Scorpio. Now he will feel all the anger of this guy. The horse promised that he would beat Scorpio so powerful that he would start sorry for the birth. Karis, which was a common constellation, could not fully show its power in the battle against Kim. But Scorpio is a top-level constellation, so this battle will certainly be much more difficult for a guy. This battle is quite uneven because Scorpio has much more powerful parameters, but the horse is much smarter than it. The monster is dissatisfied with all these indicative techniques. It warns that it does not need to be underestimated. But the captain of the Guild of the Killer in the Gods never underestimates his rivals, and he already felt how solid the monster's skin is. Understanding his weaknesses and strengths, and began to aim at the zone in the joints of the monster. This can resemble a real chess party, which is how the battles can be described by Kim. But now the Scorpio has something to respond to these smart attacks. It has poisonous gas. Probably this monster underestimates his opponent too much. He believes that Kim came here alone. But do not forget that if he goes somewhere, then his faithful friends are almost always going with him. Linda got her mace and began to aim at Scorpio's head. It was a powerful and accurate shot. He is the owner of the strength of death. That's what you need to drink these cockroaches. He realized that he should take advantage of this pause and finish the wounded beast. Taylor did not stand apart and also decided to help his team. It was time to demonstrate his big biceps. He has no super ability, but to have so powerful hands, it is like being an iron person. Taylor, Kim, and Linda can act even more actively and attack Scorpio on different sides. This is exactly what was done, and this disgusting guy finally began to feel a real pain. He realized that the situation comes from his control. Now he understands how they won the crow. This guy is especially interested in his cloak, though his equipment looks ordinary, but these techniques are quite interesting. All this is very annoyed by the Scorpio, because it cannot use its invincible force. He became angry and decided to show who he was, because this monster Antares, the 12th sign of the zodiac and the constellation of the highest rank. The monster was already able to guess that his poisonous gas does not act on rivals, but why does he spray him so much? A little later, it became clear that all this was an insidious plan to retreat, but also a counterattack was possible without warning. That's how it happened in a few seconds. It was a treacherous trap of a large scorpion. He made them believe that he started fleeing, and after a few seconds showed his real face. Kim actively began to think about the plan to win. For this, he asked Landa to start delaying time. Scorpio quickly understands the location of his enemies with vibration, so it must be distracted. This is not quite what Linda wanted, but she agreed to this request. Of course, this girl would like to destroy and kill, but delaying time can also be an interesting task. After that, Kim turned to Taylor. He asked Taylor to contact the goddess, and did it urgently. The fact is that Kim wants to ask her the power of the 7th sign of the zodiac if it did not look strange. Soon, Taylor fulfilled his team captain and called the goddess. The zodiac sign is the weight, so he wants the goddess to cause Libra. This is the Latin name of this zodiac. The goddess did not ask where Kim knows all this. She understands that he will not answer these questions. But he really wants Taylor to use weight, if it really cannot give her consent. Kim assured that even if Taylor could not manage this zodiac sign, then all that the goddess should do is call him. In the meantime, the battle with Scorpio continued, and Linda was trying to delay his time. It was not easy for her, but Kim asked her to find the strength and continue to do it for at least a few minutes. He even managed to save the girl by covering the Oris. A second, and there would be nothing left of her. Taylor began to guess about what Kim wanted to do. He began to do everything that was in his power to help the guy, but even his breath stopped at these moments. He was finally able to pronounce the right words and give weight to the goddess Libra. In different places of the city, something interesting in heaven was visible immediately. This radiance went from the territories for which the Ascending Guild is responsible. Even Brian could not understand what was happening there. Like Kim asked him not to go into the dungeon. It seemed that the huge yellow heavenly rank was now attacking the earth, although it looked very good. The team of the murderers of the gods surprised Scorpio. He did not expect that they would really be able to call a Libra. He believes that they are all psychic because there is no one who has divine skills. Scorpio does not understand why Libra, if no one can even take these scales in their own hands. And not later, Scorpio began to understand what these arrogant players were doing. But it was too late. This was the Kim plan, to cause huge scales and to destroy Scorpio. Finally, it became clear that this monster has calmed down a little. Now he would talk less. This is Libra. It disappeared immediately because there is no user. This is probably because Taylor immediately lost consciousness after the impact. He used all his strength and fully fulfilled his role. Now it has come to act, Kim. The case has not yet been completed and Scorpio is still alive. Although he is seriously injured, this guy still poses a serious threat, so he must be destroyed. Now he could not believe that he could really die at the hands of the player during only the 5th task. All this seemed to him an absolute absurdity. He could hardly believe in this hour ago. He shouted at his last forces and tried to stop it, but only death awaits him. Kim showed all his power and forced this monster to never doubt his abilities again. It all happened as Kim thought. The death of the 12th zodiac sign is a big problem that is not compared even with Crucian. The creator had to make personal efforts for this. The guy was upset because he could receive a reward. But if the creator really intervened in this situation, the system cannot leave it unanswered. So it happened. Kim beat Scorpio to Hemisphere and got a hunter on scorpions. Now he can choose the skill of rank A. Of course, the guy is very glad, but if he personally killed the monster, he could gain the divinity skill. Suddenly, the guy felt that he began to activate very much magic near him. It became a little realistic that it was astral metal Esther. The same guy learned about his first life. In its power, this metal is similar to mithril, but it has a stronger resistance to magic. And in respect of magic, it is generally the best metal of all possible. It preserves all the strengths of other metals, which is the unique force of Esther. Kim took him in his arms and began to think if it would be enough for initial capital. But now he has a completely different problem. He has to take his 2 friends with him. The only way to do is to start flying as a Superman. With a crow's skills, it is possible. Many players saw everything that happened. They have already started to make legends about the guy in a black cloak. The updated guild rating soon came out. The murderers of the gods were in the 1st place, Genesis in the 2nd place, and then the Ascending Guild. But now, let's take a little quite the other side of this city and look at the interesting character. I think everyone remembers who saved Thomas and did not let him die. This girl is constantly lying on the bed and does nothing. Thomas suggested that she arrange sparring in order to have a little fun, but she said it would be uninteresting. Then he suggested returning to the devil's world, because if she is constantly sleeping, the demons will start talking behind her back. But even she rejected this proposal. No one dares to speak behind her back. Just the problem is that she is too lazy. So you cannot understand how such a lazy girl could take the 3rd place in the world of the devils. She probably became so because she is too strong since childhood, never trained or did uninteresting things. It is a feature of the strongest in this world, but there is one person who interests it. This is a girl with golden hair. If she wants to become a demon, then she will have to give in her place. Thomas does not understand what she left him alive at all. He is just a low-level player who just wants to become stronger. She explained that he seems to her a rather interesting toy. He is like an antipode for her. He reminds her of a small bear with which children play. Observers are no longer interesting. It is better to look at everything in real life. She believes that Thomas should become stronger and take revenge on the crow, but the guy recognizes his defeat. If they see, they will fight, but Thomas does not want to take revenge, that's all. The Demos gathered her things and said that it was time to take a little walk. She probably thought again. Thomas was dissatisfied that it was necessary to walk in such sunny weather, which is why she called him a stupid worm. He does not understand what is happening in her head. This girl is constantly changing her plans. They came to some unknown area of the plant to think, all this is a solid absurdity. But suddenly Thomas noticed that a baby is running in this place. It looks like a little girl. The Damasa said he did not stand but began to act. Otherwise, this child may die. It looks like a time, and now the demons are ready to save children. All this is getting too strange. In the future, this guy was nothing but death. But recently, everything has changed and became like in the fog. So it is difficult to predict something. The one who had not been here from the very beginning intervened. This girl is struggling to catch up with people in blue cloaks. They know that there is a dead end ahead. That is why they will be sure that they can catch up. But in this game, everything is always too difficult. The girl looks very frightened and begins to cry. It is noticeable that she is already panicking. But suddenly she hits something, or someone, because she did not look at her feet. A little later, it became clear that Thomas happened in her way. In this mask, he looks too dangerous. Looking at his black clothes, she began to guess that he was also a demon. All this scared the girl, but a little later she began to think that he could be a contractor. It is strange that she met him trying to escape from the devil's servant. But in any case, we need to ask for help. A little later, the devil caught up with the girl and tried to understand who was standing near her. Thomas cannot understand why they were so dressed. They used to wear only black clothes, and now changed the color to blue. One of them started talking to Thomas and said he would give them this child. But Thomas decided that his fist would say better than him. It was a really powerful blow, like Mike Tyson struggled his opponent. Thomas warned that if they did not turn and run away, then everyone would die in this place. Of course, this was enough for all the devils to run home. No one wants to check this guy's strength. Soon the girl was rescued, although some of the servants of the devil still did not have time to escape and got a few blows in the face. It's time to ask this girl why these people tried to catch up with her. And did it with all the flock? The girl began to worry, and so Thomas said that she may not answer his question. Now she is free. She couldn't believe he was really ready to let her back home. He probably began to ask too many unnecessary questions, but if they try to grab it again, he will no longer be around. This girl behaves very strangely. She says almost nothing and is constantly watching Thomas. All this time, they watched the Damansa. It was noticeable that she was satisfied with this performance. A little later, she immediately ran to this child and asked her what exactly is her name. The girl was very scared but still answered the question and said that her name is Barbara. Then the demon informed Thomas that if he took this girl with him, then she would leave separately from them. But the guy planned to leave Barbara here and not bring her with him, though she's not an ordinary child. Suddenly, Barbara said that Thomas had changed her fate because she had to die here from the very beginning. Such a plot turn was difficult to predict. The girl ran to him and asked him to take it with her. A pretty strange suggestion. She began to explain what could see the future, which is why Thomas immediately began to get nervous. She explained that he was a Skulsh avatar. It is a goddess who can manage the future. That is why this girl knows what this game will end. And at this point, Thomas began to understand how important the treasure got into his hands. If he does not take her, then her brother will die, at least she is sure of it. The girl burst into tears and began to tremble as if she had a fever. Probably her brother really dies. She had to die. Then her brother would decide to take revenge, escape from prison, and would remain alive. But it all happened to the contrary, and now he must die, and she does not want it. So Azazel knew it all and deliberately brought him here. It was a difficult walk. Demisa said that Thomas could do everything he wants, and she was still a little bit. The guy sat on his motorcycle and said Barbara should do the same. They should return and talk. The girl later told that those who stole her with their brother is a guild that competes with the Rising Month. She also said that this guild is called a mining source. It is all that she knows. Thomas has long heard stories about this guild. Before they were part of the Black Brotherhood, but then deviated from them. Not surprisingly, they are doing bad things now, but did they really start to abduce children? Barbara explained that they tried to steal and use and skills. With the help of the future, you could benefit from the guild. Of course, the girl did not want to help them, which is why they took the hostages of her brother. At that moment, Azazel appeared in the room. Barbara told that she can see the future quite accurately to start what would happen in 3 seconds. There is almost no recharge, so it can constantly use this technique. She also sees clear dates, such as a few days or months, but the further the future, the more recharge. This is a much larger skill than a regular avatar technique, and personal skills may have been added here. Also, the girl told that this is not all. She knows how the game will end, and it is her main weapon. All this is strange because even the gods are not allowed to know about it, although when it comes to man, she could bypass the system. To be more accurate, Barbara can see the end of the game. She sees the end of this world. In most cases, such games always end badly. Probably everything will be the same. But Barbara replied that all this is not true. This game is waiting for a completely different finale. Not bad, but not good. The most interesting thing is that the end has changed once. It does not know the reasons for this. From the very beginning, she knew what the end would be before this game began. She knew that only one player will remain alive. That is, the finale of the game would be bad. The world would become lonely. But before the beginning of this game, the finale of this game has completely changed, and it does not allow her to sleep quietly at night. Then Barbara saw that the end would be completely different, not as it was before. This usually happens when she sleeps. The girl sees strange dreams that then become reality. Likewise, with the finale of the game, it changed and it began to see completely different paintings. There was also Azazel in these dreams. She, like other demons, came to worship before her king. This king will be called the King of Demons, and we all understand who he is so similar. However, Kim is very far from becoming a king of demons. He quietly spends time in a safe territory. The guy planned to remain in second or third place, but it happened that they won these competitions. During all this time, Maria has grown very much. It is a special child approaching adolescence. Now she cannot understand how she is better called Kim, because they have unclear relationship. She said that she wanted to call him dad or mom, but in response they were very angry and said that it could not be done. He is well aware that she has no mom, though if you think carefully, Lynette has committed her mother. The guy said that she should call all of them by their names, so it would be easier and no one will be offended. Katie is very much related to Mary. She says that this cold creature is very good and constantly takes her with her. All this is all through the blood of a unicorn in her body. The girl already has 5 techniques of magical attack and even the skill of regeneration. If it continues to progress so quickly, it will become a very serious force. The girl told that the dungeon appeared, which is waiting for Kim for so long. That is what she came here. Kim immediately thought about it. The point with these dungeons is very important and you need to be careful. It's time to take advantage of the crow's power and go to some small study. Soon he found what he was looking for. It was a dungeon of dreams and it is special. With the help of Crows of Crow, Kim can monitor him from the distance. You need to thank the constellation Karis. A little later, the guy got up and said that Maria should also go with him because he needed her strength. He probably implies the power of the sacred animal in order to open the door into the dungeon. The Dungeon of Dreams, unlike other such places, is separated from the world, and this is its main decoration. Such dungeons are called the instances, so the entrance to the Dungeon of Dreams is a necessary object that has a sacred power. But despite such great restrictions, it will be possible to get somewhat important in the reward. This item is called the Sandy Times of Lapis. This treasure belongs to the rank S and is capable of showing one person's future for 30 minutes. But it is difficult to take this reward quite seriously because 30 minutes too little to travel to the future. Linda said that she also wanted to enter the dungeon and see how she really looks. Moreover, when Kim comes inside, someone will be obliged to look at Mary. Kim agreed to these conditions. They decided there and collided with the first problem. This is the door of this dungeon. He looked at Mary and said that she had to open them as he did not explain them. Suddenly, the girl, with the help of her horn, created something like a soap bubble that flew to the door. Kim and Linda silently watched all this and did not even dare to interfere with the process. Soon, the gate in the Dungeon of Dreams was finally opened, so Maria became a full member of the team. Kim told the girls that they are not obliged to wait here, but may not rush to return home. It is time to go into this dungeon on its own, and if something happens, he should only count on himself. The conditions of cleaning the Dungeons of Dreams depend on who exactly went there. This is mainly related to the person you want to see the most. Kim got this dungeon for the first time. Earlier, he only heard stories about it, and now he sees memories from his past life. It is unclear when it was in this building. It all looks like in the fog. Suddenly, the guy heard in the explosion near him. Though it is memories, but everything looks very real, and Kim feels true emotions. Then a great unknown blue energy appeared as if he had imprisoned Kim. But all this did not last long, and then it became free again. It looks like a bad dream. Probably this is what he is most sorry about, the same task from past life. The memories immediately became much more acute. He felt the emotions he felt at that moment. An unknown guy appeared behind him in yellow glasses. He looks like a clown. Kim immediately became angry and prepared for a fight. He felt the approach of the unknown and prepared his fists. Although Kim is famous for its high-speed attacks, which are compared to lightning speed, it was even enough. His rival was even more agile and was able to retreat quickly at a safe distance. Kim recognized him a little later. He asked this guy what he was doing here at such a late time. This guy in strange glasses is called Christopher. He said that he had come to kill Kim. It is this guy who expected to hear. It coincides with his memories, so everything is perfect. Christopher said that Kim had to agree to the conditions. It is better to save players or ordinary people, but there are too many. Christopher also knows that Kim still tried to attack them, tried to hide and do everything in the dark. This impression is as if the Dungeon of Dreams is trying to laugh Kim. All this is an absurdity. This task is one of the most regretted, although its conditions were quite simple. 1,000 ordinary players and 1,000 ordinary people had to choose one side and save them. Each of the teams could not leave the area that the master of the game followed. Other players had to choose one side and then kill a team of opponents. So, it is a really terrible task. Kim has chosen 1,000 players because in this world, more needed players and then ordinary people, so he should fight Christopher. But now, such an impression is not going to do it at all. Christopher said that if Kim quietly turns back, he would make an exception and not kill him. He has no installation to kill all enemies, although such a setting is in Kim. Kim said that he is ready to retreat quietly now, but that does not mean that he refuses the task. Christopher is too self-assured, and this is an explanation. At that moment, his guild was the strongest, and so Kim pretended to be receding. Of course, this guy realized that it was not at all like Kim's behavior, but he is still very confident in the victory of his team. After a few seconds, Kim disappeared. Now he has too many thoughts in his head. It is unclear how old he was then. It seems just 30, so his body is no longer so young. In general, this moment was not the same as in the past life, because Kim still had to kill Christopher. Interestingly, how does his guild react to this that Christopher will think that Kim decided to flee? Meanwhile, people began to gather around one of the strongest players of the game, a girl named Lin. In his past life, Kim made his choice, and then he regretted him much. He could not forget that day. In that task, he killed Lena. All this is paradoxical, because now, in this life, they are members of the same team. After that, Kim turned back and thought it all over. He met Donald. He greeted the guy and asked him if everything happened. Kim replied that his plan had fallen. Too much interfered, so he came out of there. He looked at Donald and believed that he seems to him a stranger. It was a rather strange feeling. Many people gathered around and everyone wanted to ask their question. Did people wonder if Kim would continue? The guy grabbed his head and said that he knew nothing for sure. He needed to think carefully and prepare his equipment. A little later, it ended, though it looked so real, but it was a stupid dream. Kim woke up feeling cold sweat on his body, nightmares. It's really awful. He looked at the system and saw that his speed of progress is much slower than in his second life. All its indicators were much weaker. Its speed was not a strong side at all. The task has not changed. It should cleanse the dungeons of dreams, but if it dies inside his memories, then he will die in real life. Now his memories have taken form and he must complete the task due to his memories. The level of difficulty is quite high. Suddenly, he heard that someone was talking to him. It was a female voice, and he remembered that at this time she had to turn. It was a witch. She noticed that today he was also in a bad mood, but still came to support him. Kim is upset because this world is approaching destruction. He returned too late and not change it anymore. But it will be wrong to blame her, because she really tries to save humanity. This witch is called Idra. Kim said that she wanted to ask her one question, but she was very surprised when she heard her name. It seems that he is not her avatar at all and cannot call her them. This witch immediately blushed, as if ashamed of it. Maybe he never called her name? Idra witch dreams are the outer god who appears in ancient myths, as well as the only deity that people are interested in. In other words, it is a deity from another world that wanted to participate in a game from another galaxy. But there was no such creature who could at least say something that she did not do. She had the power that made her forgive her. Perhaps that is why the system itself left it alone. And later Kim did not understand why she chose it with her avatar. In any case, she constantly supported him, wanting all humanity to remain alive. But after the destruction of the world, it disappeared. Kim began to ask her about the Dungeons of Dreams. She did not expect such a question. Only now did she understand why her avatar is constantly upset. Here's the problem. Probably because there is a Dungeon of Dreams here, which is why he called it by the name. Now the puzzle has developed. Any creature that has its own personality behaves in just so. It applies to both people and gods who look like humans. If Kim knows how to feel insects, he is not avoided. He is not those insects who depends on his memories to talk about them. The witch is convinced that he was not yet in the Dungeon of Dreams, so his problems are not related to this place. Kim asked a witch wheel, or not care that she was not real, but the woman replied that it was the opposite of giving her a sense of pleasure. Kim asked her to tell everything about the Dungeon of Dreams because this topic is worried about him. This dungeon is too perfect. Kim does not remember the face of all the players he met, but this person exactly existed in this world. That is why he wants to find out if this person was created by dungeons or really participated in that event. Human memories are too unfair. Only with the help of them it is impossible to create this world. On the basis of these memories, it is now a search for that time, and then copying the world is possible for the system. The witch explained that now the boy's past, or his future, would take shape. The people who exist here begin to behave in the same way as those characters, but they are not true. These are just copies that have created the dungeon. Even the witch is a regular copy, so only Kim starts to understand it, especially how to accomplish this task. To clean the Dungeon of Dreams, he needs to go through this stupid task. It can be done in the same way as in his past life. But if he wants to receive a normally reward, the answer he already knows will not be used. The result that wants to see the Dungeon of Dreams is not a repetition of the past. It must be done perfectly, not like last time. If he was able to save this child, then if he only made another choice, then what would happen? It's time to return to his friend and talk to him. He spends all this time in the workshop. Kim came to Donald, said he wanted to find Caddy in order to help him in the battle. She is unlikely to agree. This girl always does everything else, but Kim really wants to get an item she can do. This is an elixir, although it may also be a difficult task for Donald. Donald said that none of the players can know its location. It hides itself too much. Even if Donald, who is the best equipment manufacturer and is familiar with all the best players, does not know where she is, then this is a problem. Very quickly, Kim realized that he could not even enter the chat of deities, so the ideas are getting smaller. He decided to talk to the witch and ask her, but Idra replied that he became just like a child. Usually he only constantly ignores her, but it is only a dream, so you can afford to be a little more brazen. Kim said she could write a letter to him so as not to come personally, because the appearance in the image is also worth a large number of points. The witch replied that it is so better for her. It is only a dream, so it makes no sense to keep her points. After that, Idra reported where Katie was, so it was decided to go there. It is very interesting to watch Katie in this temporal line. Maybe she is older? A little later, Kim found a place where his girlfriend should be. This is an old school. A pretty strange place to hide from the whole world. The guy immediately went inside, saw that everything around was destroyed. It is the perfect place to shoot a horror movie. There were many corpses of people around, and the worst part is that on one body there was a shape that Katie wears. The guy began to worry, but suddenly his intuition began to tell him about the danger that was coming. Intuition almost never fails. This time is no exception, because someone really attacked him. Kim was able to defend himself from this attack, and heard a female voice. He said that he did not expect such an insidious attack. It was Katie. She looked different and was older. The girl said that this world was completely plunged into chaos. That is why it is better to attack the first than getting from someone in your back. Kim was glad to see her and hear her voice. She said that they had not seen a long time ago. For about 2 years, she did not see his horrible face. Of course, she asked why the guy came to her. Was he so sad that he went such a long way? The guy said that with the help of his god he could and find it was not very difficult. Earlier, she was also a favorite of the gods. It was interesting times. But a year ago it ended. When Kim was last seen, there was no observer near her. In any case, this game is only entertainment for the gods, who then leave their avatars. The girl realized that if Kim went such a long way to find her, then there should be a serious reason. She asked him to follow her because in this place it is not the best atmosphere for serious conversations. But the place she brought him is not much better than the corridors of the same old school. Looking around, he saw different photos. Kim immediately realized that people were dead. Katie explained that she was her classmates, but she couldn't find a photo of all of them. It became clear that they were all her friends, although in fact the girl's loved ones were much smaller. The world began to change, so Katie also had to adapt to this. She was always a quiet and silent child. When she passed the first task in the game, she realized that she could not. Katie realized that she should survive in any way, and she learned to pretend quite well. The game began as if yesterday she and her friends came to walk in the city and the whole world turned upside down. Then she had to split with her girlfriends, after which she tried to find them for a very long time. At first there was no money, so it had to be robbed by banks, but it was all foolish. The school uniform was the only one that united them, so she could not wear other clothes. A little later, the girl was able to find her friends, but it was too late. They were able to last for a very long time, probably concluded a contract with the demons, but then used and killed. She seems to be just a dream, but she still tries to remember the dead. Her parents also died on the first day of the start of the game, so she had nowhere to go. Kim thought that all this made demons from a dark brotherhood, but a little later realized that he killed all its members, so how was it possible? He immediately began to worry and asked in Katie whether her girlfriends belonged to the Dark Brotherhood, the one who was governed by Neberos. The girl told that her friends were elsewhere. Now it is better to be careful with those who have concluded a contract with demons. The girl was surprised that Kim asked her so many questions. It is not clear who did he come. The guy explained that she wanted to help him get a task, but after all heard, she believes that she will not be able to do so. All this time he thought she would be able to make an elixir, but now not sure of it. The girl said that she was not a problem for her and began to ask questions about the amount of elixir. Kim assured her that 1 bottle would be enough, and also said that he had another request. He got a little from his pocket and asked her to do the same so that high-ranking players could use it. Far from their secret conversation, some also talked about Kim. Christopher still could not understand why Kim did so, first retreated back, and then disappeared at all. It did not look like him at all. Christopher was asked not to be distracted and to think about their business then, because now the meeting is important. They have no right to be distracted by different nonsense at such a difficult moment. Only a week remained for the task, and this is a meeting of Guild Agatram. All the main persons are assembled. The leader of this guild, Joseph, said it was time to finish all these things. Charles? He said easily to solve all these problems himself. We only need to use his best skills. But the leader replied that it is not necessary to underestimate the rivals, although they are quite a guild, but there are also capable players. Charles was disagreeing. He said that their rivals were just a weak guild Yansees, and they are afraid of nothing. However, one should not forget that this guild is the Sacred Virgin Ruth, as well as the same guy in black. Charles immediately reminded him of the same strange guy who uses different types of weapons. Finally, Joseph remembered him. This is the guy who constantly interferes with them. Most likely he is the strongest player of their team. That is why they started looking at the youngest guild player. She doesn't want to try to kill this guy in black. Suddenly, someone entered their room and began to apologize what interferes with their negotiations. He reported that they had serious problems. A large number of players were found outside the quarantine zone. All this time, everything was too quiet, so these players were constantly preparing. Charles wanted to get out and deal with them, but it can apply the Euron Guild, which is why Gunn will personally take this case. Meanwhile, all important processes were completed, and Katie was able to make elixir and various items in only 2 days. She explained that she had a lot of spare time, so she was able to do it all so quickly. Still, it is necessary to admit that Katie is at a different level, which is why it was the right decision to ask her for help. It is only now that Kim realized that today, the same day when they are inflicted on an incredibly powerful attack. Although he immediately joined after that, he was able to recover from Christopher's battle, and they won. Most of them had to kill with a hidden attack. There was no other option for winning. Kim also mentioned that the sun will participate in this battle, so now there will be a perfect opportunity to win it while he acts. The whole situation begins to aggravate. The events in this temporal line are also very interesting. Many players gathered and planned their future actions. It was noticeable that they were excited. All this was because the gun appeared. They believed that he had to be killed immediately as they began to attack. This is a healthy warrior, and said what gave them 10 minutes to get out of here, because it is the last warning. Among the players, problems began. Someone thought that it was suicide to fight from the gun, and someone thought it was a matter of honor. But of course it was strange. The gun is much stronger than these players, but why does it make several warnings? There may be a reason that he cannot fight. In any case, someone alone will remain. The players said they are not going to step back and will attack. Today they want to destroy Hun once and for all. This great and strong warrior kept calm. He said that he accepts this choice and is ready to show them his power. Then Hun told his assistants that he would be able to resolve this issue on his own. He was informed that his opponent had a high rank, but Hun replied that it did not care at all. Now we will look at what this healthy man is capable of. Maybe he is really as dangerous as they are talking about. The battles were officially started. Each players began to use their strongest sides and try to win the battle quickly. So far, all this looked strange because Hun didn't even try to block his opponent. He may have been too fast to this big man. Maybe all this is just a treacherous plan. Suddenly, Hun began to look very surprised. He could not believe that his opponent really knew Baldra. It was difficult to guess immediately. It seems in Scandinavian mythology, Baldur was the second son of Odin, the god of light. There is nothing to say here. It is the god of the highest category. He enjoyed common love, and nothing in the world could harm him. It's time to show these brazen players that they are worthless. Hun demonstrated its incredible force and completely destroyed its opponent in a few seconds. All were shocked by such cruelty. And how could he defeat a high-rank player with only one blow? Initially, the players could not believe it, but soon they realized that it was time to run. But this guy is not going so easily to let them go. They seem to forget that he warned 3 times about the consequences. They did not want to retreat from the beginning, so they should now be punished. Of course, everyone started panic, and even posters, they can be understood, especially given the level of their opponent. This guy is too big and mighty in order to even try to stop it. It was really suicide to fight with him. Now these fools will remember this lesson for life. But a little later, Hun stopped. He saw in front of the same player in black, whom everyone around was actively talking about. He is happy that now he met with this guy. He immediately recognized him. Kim's well-known face, he is not one who beats in open battles, and this is true. But Kim said he seems to him that Hun is trying to kill these fools and he doesn't like it. Hun began to worry. His guild had no one more than him, but Kim was somehow able to block his blow. Kim quickly approached his rival and said that he completely forgot about the worst habit in games. There are times when you have not particularly valuable items, but you do not use them. You accumulate these items and then become too sorry to use them, although of course it is not worth it. In the past, Kim was too cautious and he frankly recognizes it, but now Hun will in no way be able to win it. After these words, the great warrior saw a message in front of him. His god warned that he should flee immediately. Of course, Hun was shocked and frozen in place. He has never received such a message in his life from his god. But everything happens for the first time. In a few seconds, he felt incredible pain. It was strange because he just activated his skill, but she did not help him in the battle against this black monster. The problem is now to run too late. Hun is too much injured for this. There is a last blow and this great warrior will remain only part of the story. A little later, this battle was finally completed. Kim successfully returned to the guild office. We should not forget that in this life he is a member of this team, and of course all surprised that he was really able to defeat Gun. Kim quietly replied that he did not expect rumors to spread so quickly, and said that this battle was quite simple for him. Brian was shocked. He knows well that Hun, not one of those who can accidentally kill. Kim is satisfied with himself. Of course he guessed that if his name becomes very famous, it would be easier to interfere with business. In his past life, he almost did not use the name of Mistlin, this tree which was the beginning of Ragnarika in Scandinavian mythology. This thing can revoke the skills of the gods, and it could help reduce the loss of their parties. Now Brian recognizes that Kim is much stronger than it seems at first sight. At least he can really resist all the leaders of the best guild Agatrim. So far, Brian can't understand whether Kim is telling the truth. Is he just trying to make a joke? Kim approached the leader of his guild and said that he needed 3 days, during which time he would accomplish this task. The rumors that Kim really was able to defeat such a strong opponent spread very much. The sacred Virgo from Guild Yanses, a girl named Ruth, she was quite a strong and skillful player. Kim knows that of all the players she is the best healer. Her skills are incredible. She thanked him for his compliments, but still can't understand why he brought the body of the sun here. There are no special reasons for this, but Kim just wants her to save him. All this looks silly. Why to do it? And how can she save a dead person? Kim constantly calls her a sacred virgin. All this is very angry with the girl, but she still decided to try to help him. But there is one problem. This guy died, and his skill of recovery at 0. Kim was able to heal his wounds. They are barely noticeable because the guy spread his body with an elixir before his death. All this is very strange, and Ruth cannot understand if Kim was smeared with an elixir. Then why did the Hun die? Such an impression as if he tries to test the girl's skills, but she is not going to believe his jokes again. If the elixir acted, he would survive, but died after Kim was spreading his body. All this is incredibly strange. Kim began to look again, as if he did not know anything, although he was well aware of everything. Ruth began to guess his insidious intentions. He wants to blame her of the death of this boy. But Kim said that he would trust anyone except for her. He would try to destroy all members of this guild together, so he would no longer contact her. She asked to warn her in the future before such requests that she had time to prepare. Kim promised that next time he would surely take a gift for the Holy Virgin. All these dialogues immediately make sense when you know the future and when you know what will happen when the task is over. The Sacred Virgin. Ruth will die after that. This moment was only a nightmare of a dungeon, but when he comes out, it will end. In the past, he did not even have time to say goodbye, although she was a very important person for him. After the battle with Christopher, she treated his wounds and was constantly in difficult times, but then he was cured and they did not meet anymore. This is how the story ended, which is why Kim feels sadness on his heart. Now it is clear why he wants to give her a gift at their next meeting. Meanwhile, Agatrim Guild also reached these horrific rumors that Kim had destroyed their strongest warrior. Joseph said he knew about Kim's weak place, but is highly likely that he used Mistlin. It became clear that the guy in black was very well prepared for meeting with Gun. Now he is ready to defeat any high-rank player. Of course, everyone has started to worry now. Each of them is in danger. But the most interesting thing is that the line was not at all surprised by these events, of course, because Kim killed even her father. All these turns of the plot are very interesting. In the next life, they will be friends. Although in the past, everything is quite the opposite. Everyone knows this story about Taylor, a hero who was able to defeat one of the 12 constellations, the Golden Taurus Aldebarans. But then Kim began to hunt him and successfully destroyed him. For a long time, everyone spoke about it. But then Kim disappeared, and the conversation stopped. After that, the goddess concluded a contract with Lin, but she did not tell her a single word more, perhaps because of her father's death. Although he is convinced that the goddess continues to watch her, and she must kill this scoundrel named Kim. This girl really has a lot of talents and can do it at any time. Charles said they couldn't wait anymore, and he is ready to kill Kaiki in person. Everyone in the room was very tense. It was felt that this situation really knocked out the rhythm of the whole guild. Most players were silently watching what the leader would do. Of course, decisive action was waiting for him, and he said that they could no longer be so weak. They always believed that none of the players would be able to fight their best warriors. But as a result, they got incredible losses, and all this happened in just a few minutes. That is why they can no longer afford to relax. So everyone should understand what is dangerous to walk without support. 2 days later, as soon as everything is ready, this person will definitely pay for what he did. And it is clear that Lin will look forward to this moment. She will enjoy every second of the boy's death in black. However, these are just plans and dreams. Reality is not always as simple as you would like to see it. In real life, which has an incredible number of different talents and techniques, it moves unnoticed and attacks instantly. It will be difficult to cope with such a guy, even the best guild. Now he has done all the preparations and now start active action. Then we are waiting for us. It became noticeable that the territory of ordinary citizens has already expired. With the help of her observer, the goddess asked the boy what he would do next. Of course, the answer was obvious. He said that would fight. Does he think that he could do everything on his own? The goddess did not expect that he was so hungry. He did not do anything before, but now changed his approach. Even Kim does not understand why it happened. Probably because he learned much more than before. And now he knows that he has Idra. Earlier, he always refused to use the power of the gods because he believed that it was a tightening of a rope on his own neck. In fact, it is, but let this rope delayed more, because it is not very important if Kim escapes death. This is just a world of fantasies, so you can behave much more relaxed than in real life. Meanwhile, Guild Agatrem monitored very closely at all of her territories. They saw that they were approaching the danger, and judging by the fact that the opponents act secretly, the leader can watch the whole content, but has never seen them with his own eyes. They may already be outside this city, or are able to properly sweep their traces. Jessica suggested openly destroy them, but it is dangerous because they do not know what to expect from opponents. This girl is one of the leaders of the Agatrama. She is a powerful player and always likes to act on ahead. They were asked not to rush and wait for the best moment for the attack, but the girl did not like it. She said that usually Christopher is always ready to start a fight, but today he behaves quite differently. The guy replied that he had a bad anticipation, but it was necessary to act because they risk being trapped. Jessica was no longer going to listen to all these pathetic guys. She said that she was ready to do everything herself, so woman. She does not like to sit and wait for the situation to become exacerbated. She believes that she can personally solve all the problems and destroy this small fish. But suddenly she began to feel something. She seemed to her, or there really was someone here. She saw some dark energy for the destroyed building. It was interested in the girl. She began to approach and saw some unknown red flash of light. A little later, she realized that it was some unknown item, but it could be a bomb. She believes that this is a plan of some fool, because it will be difficult to undermine, as she's a sorcery specialist. Now it can easily make an ordinary iron can on this subject. But suddenly this item began to glow strangely, although Jessica removed all the magic from it. According to the eyes of this girl, it became clear that everything went to her plan. She looks like a bad witch expert. A little later, it became clear that all this was a trap. She so actively tried to avoid it to get into the center of events. Even all her incredible witchcraft talents did not help. Jessica fastened well on a flame, like a small grilled chicken. Everyone was heard this huge explosion and saw flames and smoke. Some were even injured. A little later, it became clear that this smoke cannot be inhaled because it is poisonous. But the problem was everywhere, so it was almost impossible to avoid this polluted air. Jessica was able to escape from the terrible flame, but began to breathe too much smoke. She has not lost consciousness so far, but already begins to feel the effect of this poison. A little later, she heard a male voice. He said that she would find this explosive. Although she was able to survive, all other people suffer from poison, and because of it, this explosion worked. So it was all the insidious plan of the boy in black, and Jessica became only a pawn in this strategy. Kim apologized to her, but said that her time had passed. Morian is a truly too annoying creature. She was surprised that Kim knows the name of her god. He is a really unusual guy, which is why he should be destroyed by one blow. But when you try to destroy Kim, you should first make sure that you do not personally die in this battle. He has not seen sorcery skills for a long time. Such characters are really a rarity in this game. She did not even notice his approximation similar poison from the bomb still eventually acting on her. This is how easy he was able to defeat one of the leaders of this guild. Even in this life, Kim has become very strong. Now it is necessary to destroy others very quickly until everyone gathered together. Other members of the guild heard the explosion and realized that the danger was approaching their back very quickly. Kim, meanwhile, continued to be near the Jessica's body and wait for the arrival of others. Suddenly, he heard the approach, completely different, but strong, energy to himself. It was a couple of fairly dangerous guys who came to destroy it. Christopher and Charles today in a bad mood and are not going to joke. They want to revenge. Now Christopher immediately began to regret his past decision. He had not to release this scoundrel. He was too stupid when he thought that Kim was one of the players who was fighting for people. Then he had to tear his head. Now a lot of ordinary people die because of this smog, and there is nowhere to run away from it. This poison has already spread throughout the area. Now even players have been threatened with death. And now Jessica has died. So Kim certainly deserves an execution. You can't leave everything just like that. These two guys are unusual players. Christopher is Avatar Mac, and Charles Avatar Agni Divine. This means that they can use the force of storm and fire, which is a really dangerous symbiosis. Together, when they beat like one whole, these guys can create great trouble for anyone. You also need to understand that they are very motivated. And when you have additional motivation, you always beat more aggressively. The attack was started and Kim decided to retreat a little. This is the right solution, given that it beats with a simultaneous 2 high-rank opponents. With the help of his instant attack, Christopher was able to catch up with him. But it turned out that it was only a shadow. It became clear that Kim would use all his cunning things. No one said that this battle would be simple. Now it seems that Kim is everywhere, which is called a game of shadows. All these warriors can fight at the same time and help Kim, and they divert the attention of rivals. Charles came to the main stage and asked his friend Christopher to evade his future attack so that he would not be injured. It looks like now we will see what the true power of fire is, and whether it is really dangerous as they are talking about it. But Kim can't just let this guy use his skills, it's too dangerous. That is why he activated the shield technique and blocked the attack of fire, cunningly but effective. All this was created with the help of skills, but it is just a fire. You only need to block the supply of oxygen and magical forces, and it will go out. Of course, Charles did not like it. He said that he had enough fire for a new attack. These guys are too angry at Kim. Because of this, they completely lose their mind and cold. So far, Kim easily avoids all their attacks. Because of their anger, they become too predictable. But they do not need to be underestimated. They are avatars of high-rank gods, which is always dangerous. Although they are tired after a few minutes of intense battle, they still continue to fight. It is unclear what Joseph is doing right now. He may have entrusted this case with these two soldiers and may be busy with his business. In any case, this is the perfect situation for Kim. His rivals look tired and he is ready to use it. He smiled and said that he would no longer run away from them and was ready to take the fight in countercourses. They were immediately glad that he was ready to take their blow and die immediately. But Kim assured that there is no need to run away and in fact serious problems will be. However, Christopher began to suspect that something is wrong here. He knows that Kim almost never interferes if he is not profitable. He only beats when he is absolutely sure of his victory. It is his way of dealing. At first, this guy hid, and then came to them without assistance. In addition, he behaves too boldly in the battle with two guild leaders. In his ordinary life, he would never have gone. It was because of these thoughts that Christopher began to guess that all this was a big trap. He immediately grabbed his friend and said that they needed to run urgently, and they could not wait even a second. Of course, his intellectual abilities should be noted, but it was too late to flee because these little ones got into the mousetrap. They immediately felt that they were in a difficult position. It was necessary to run earlier. It seems like Kim has learned to use magic because what happens now you will not call it. The guy explained that he did not even use it. Everything he did. It activated a magical tool. Now this item does all the dirty work for it. It was only necessary to install it here before. This can be called a swamp with a special paralyzing poison, a really unpleasant thing. Kim immediately warned the boys that it is not necessary to think that he did a mean because they fight 2 against 1. Now it became clear why Kim initially killed Jessica, because she was a sorcerer. If this girl was near friends at this time, they could remove this spell. If they could have guessed his insidious intentions before, then this would not have happened. They tried to have fun and paid seriously for it. It would be a great lesson for the future. Destroying every dangerous player separately is a hard work. Kim tried to do all this in a quiet way, but it did not work, and the leader of the guild had already guessed everything. Now Kim can't understand if he can defeat Joseph and everyone else at the same time. To do this, he has one idea, but first you need to protect against the insidious attack behind the back. A little later, it became clear that it was not an enemy at all. It was only Katie came again to have a little fun. She said that she was sad at an abandoned school, and so she came to help. The girl is curious about what Kim intended to do. She thinks that they would be more fun together. Now she understood all the plans of her friend. It is a game, and he is sure that he will succeed. But we should not forget that when you come to the territory of enemies, you always arrive in a dangerous position. At any time, on any side, real professional mercenaries can be treacherously attacked, and then it will be too late to call a mother. But all this does not apply to so talented players as Katie. It is only necessary to click with your finger like Thanos, and it will be enough to protect against any threats. She said that he was also involved in this task, and that is why Kim would help, because she has been resting for so long. Kim was struck by the fact that she decided to come to his aid. He thought that she was not very interested in her. Globally, this is true, and it is not really interesting, but it probably had reasons to help a friend. All this can be explained by her thoughts about what this task can end. In any case, her skills are incredibly useful in such difficult conditions. Kim was very lucky that she came to help, although it is also difficult for her, but she cannot worry. This girl will not hurt herself. Katie said Kim should not delay and start fighting with the strongest, because if he appears, she would run. This girl is too guessing. She understands even small hints and always supports a critical moment. Such friends should be appreciated. Kim asked her to detain all these bad guys while he would deal with the hungry boss. Katie prepared for a solo performance and asked anyone to interfere with her. Meanwhile, Kim was approaching the leader of Guild Agatram. He was very angry and dreamed of revenge. Joseph had to stop this guy from the very beginning and not give this catastrophe. However, you do not change the past, you have to do everything to stop the guy in black right now. Joseph is really worth the opponent. He cannot be underestimated because his ability is extraordinary. He has a victory technique through which he wins the strongest enemies. If he activates the light sword, then even Kim, with all its high characteristics, feels true pain. It became noticeable that the leader is too angry and sees nothing around. Because of this, Kim has time to evade his attacks. It is unclear what principle this technique works, but if you use distraction and start attacking, you can win Joseph. Of course, it will be dangerous, but Kim is such a masterful warrior that he is not death in this battle. Joseph said his mistake was that he showed too much mercy, though he had to kill Kim immediately. Although the leader is not as strong as Christopher or Hun, it is still dangerous. Kim is well aware that in such a place he is not profitable to fight, where the beginning should be taken away from here. Of course, the leader realized that he wanted to be trapped, but he is sure that he has no weaknesses. He looks too self-assured, but Kim did not prepare anything special for him. Although he was preparing for the battle against Charles Christopher in advance, as it was for the battle of Jessica. But here is a completely different case. So far, Joseph cannot catch this guy. His agility and speed help to avoid all leader attacks. Joseph is sure that Kim will not be able to defeat him without outside support, all because he is too vicious and a sneaky player. Kim is not against such a characteristic. He is convinced of victory because now everything is ready. Compared to Joseph, Kim knows that he is missing a lot. He does not have such incredible skills. They are all simple enough. But there is only one characteristic in which he is better than his opponent, and it is not the meanness and inability to bluff. Soon Joseph will be able to feel what it is, but Kim is ready to say that I amra. In this territory, it became noticeable that some strange things happened to the sky. At first, everyone began to think that a huge thunderstorm or tornado was eliminated. It all looks so terrible. The sky becomes darker with every second. Only Kim retains peace, as if knowing the true cause of this process. So Ira should become a key player in this battle. She is a joker, Kim. Finally, Joseph calmed down a little, and his excitement became noticeable. He did not understand what Kim intended. What happened next cannot be described in any way except the deity intervention. A player named Kim summoned to the help of a witch of Idra's dreams, and she responded to his call. It looks like it helps. The player should become her representative. Kim agreed to these conditions and immediately saw a system report or became a representative of the witch and received the skill of spiritualism. It is a very, very high level, allows you to temporarily use divine power, causing it into your body. Of course, it took a lot of energy. It was necessary to warn that it takes so much effort. Now it is even unclear whether it feels Kim or not. One wrong movement and it risks losing your mind. But you should not forget what is worth the power of the last player on Earth. It is not a joke. Now he can do everything he wants, and especially to defeat the leader of the guild, Agatram. Of course, Joseph disagrees with this. He will fight as a beast that was driven to a dead end. But will his perseverance and motivation be enough to defeat the one who has a divine power? Now we will personally be able to see this. The result of this battle will be clear very quickly. The power of fire against divine energy, such a slogan is worth the most interesting battle of players. Both wanted to win the battle of the first attack, but there can be no two winners. Very quickly, Joseph is clear that his fiery attack has disappeared. The similar divine power is much stronger than any fire, even if it is a fire from Mordora. Without his most important power, the leader of the guild will not be able to stop the opponent's attack for a long time. And to be more accurate, he can do nothing at all. Kim made him suffer and spit on his own blood. This battle was very close to the finals. But at times when it seems that it isn't ending, an unexpected player may come to the stage. The player of whom everyone was temporarily forgotten, but nevertheless a player who has not lost his danger. She was waiting for a moment for revenge for a long time, and at the best moment came to kill Kim and take revenge on her father. However, she did not have time to destroy him by the attack behind her back. This guy is always one step ahead. He was able to predict her attack and evaded in time. Of course, it would be impossible without divine power. She now has all the possibilities for revenge. But will she be able to defeat such a strong player? Kim has already met similar techniques. This attack is similar to Christopher's attack, and it is not like imitation. But Christopher lacks experience, although he has this technique almost perfect. On the contrary, the line is less experienced than he, but on the other hand, it has much more talent. Then he felt that she was trying to overcome it with the help of Charles' attack. She learned a lot from her senior comrades. Here is what is called really incredible talent. It has a great future, but in another timeline. While Kim was fighting, he was constantly looking up. Such an impression as if he was waiting for something. Many people follow them. Of course, they are both avatars of their gods, as well as simply strong players. This battle is worthy of attention. Even deities that are not related to these players are so interesting. Idra did not expect that this girl would try to do it. This scene is really great. You can call this battle a true cherry on the cake, especially given the motivation of each other. One of the best players in the game is fighting a girl who dreams of revenge on her father. You should also not forget that Lin is a representative of the deity who has destroyed a large number of innocent people. We have heard a lot about that Lin is one of the most talented players of this game, and now it's time to see in person. Kim, as always, looks fairly confident and calm. No signs of excitement or stress are visible. So far, the battle continues without stops. No one wants to give his opponent time to rest. At first, Kim could not understand why she was trying so much to kill him. He probably forgot that her father had killed. But the girl said that she has other motives for this, so everything is not easy. Such battles of different elements are always pleased to observe. Each of them is a professional martial arts master. The girl said Kim is too cruel to herself and to others, and if nothing changed, there would be no one. Kim replied that it is ridiculous to listen to these nonsense, because it said the girl who could not do anything but still stood and looked. She understands that it looks ridiculous, but I am sure that Kim had to find another way. She accuses him of being absorbed by his own pride, saw nothing but himself. That is why she, like Taylor's daughter, should stop Kim, because her father would also want it. It was at this point that the girl decided to seek help, and this appeal was addressed to the deity. She called the goddess of Astra's justice and asked to become her official representative. Let me remind you that this is the goddess who made Taylor with her Avar, and then a representative to other temporal line. And it looks like she will come now to help his daughter. A little girl can get true from this goddess. Many enjoyed when watching the battles of various strong players in this game. One deity has not played for a year, and it became sad and she decided to turn into a male god and go to conquer beautiful women. But suddenly she saw something very interesting, the battle of two real professional players. They are both representatives of the gods. Lin is the avatar of the goddess Astra, and it is a powerful beating. And the other guy is generally intergalactic, so this battle becomes much more interesting every minute. The Witch of Dreams, the deity of the highest rank. So when compared to these two, it is like the battle of an elephant fly. All this is amazing, because this girl beats a strong player with whom she has such a big difference. Her opponent is too difficult, rarely when you can see a person using the skill of spiritualism and still stay adequate. This deity even thought that Kim would be able to become God if he finds divine power. But all this is not the most important now. Such characters do not meet in other games, so I would like to join them. Everyone was interested in watching this battle of titans, of course. Katie also looked carefully at this fight. Kim, meanwhile, became much more focused. All this because he realized that Lin became the official representative of the goddess. If she took her father's place, she got a completely different shape. But there is no time to stand and admire it. Kim knows that as soon as he begins to be distracted, he will die immediately because his opponent becomes stronger every minute. He needs to constantly concentrate on the girl and not forget that she has many different techniques in the arsenal. As soon as she became a representative of the deity, who immediately added confidence in her own actions, she began to attack more aggressively and do everything to destroy her enemy and take revenge on her father. This impression as if they beat in the tornado. Swords and knives fly around, and two soldiers fight in the middle. So far, Kim successfully restrains the girl's pressure, but the line constantly changes the angles of attacks and finds different solutions to problems. She understands that Kim is very well protected, but every player has his own weaknesses, so playing. And as soon as she was able to find the weak side of Kim, she immediately approached him and struck a fatal blow with a sword. It seemed that you could start rejoicing and opening a bottle of champagne, but not so easy. As it turned out, this is one of this guy's technician again. The game of shadows saved his life again. It became even more angry with the girl, and she began to attack again much more and more often. All of them have too many different ways to win, but this battle still cannot end. Kim decided to use iron ore. It is a giant artificial meteorite. It is created by a merger of perennial iron ore, which was closed in a nearby dungeon in an imaginary space. Of these words, almost nothing is clear, but it is obvious that this thing can really bring you a lot of problems. With the help of his skills, this player is already able to attack other meteorites. We will not see anything steeper today. But not for nothing, he called Lin one of the strongest players of this game, and it was time to see it. The girl is constantly trying to go on the other side and destroy Kim. But even when everything seems to be over, he has time to protect himself. Kim realized that it was time to stop this battle somehow, although he could not catch Lin. Is it really the peak of humanity? Now we will see what Daughter Taylor is capable of. There should be only one alive, so will Kim be able to stand the hit of this Iron Lady? The line will not stop before to take revenge for his father's death. For many months in a row, she fell asleep with her dreams of this sweet revenge. How long and slowly it will destroy her opponent and cause him incredible suffering. All that she now shows all these skills and techniques is the highest level work. Others even seem to see sleep. The struggle of these two players went beyond the game. It generally went beyond the human level. This is what can be called the battle of true representatives of the gods. With divine power, they reach the level of transcendence. When you watch it, you can't even breathe quietly. It is so epic and legendary. Not only ordinary players, but also most observers of the gods watch this battle. Everyone was interested in who would win, so two became the central figures of the game. This number of observers could only be seen in the first stage of the game. All of them came to look at the future winner, because it is clear that the one who wins this battle is likely to win the game. For Katie, Kim always seemed surprising, but now it is clear that he is a truly incredible person. Kim said that this performance should end. She has been going on for too long. He completely agreed with these words and said that he would now send Kim to hell. With the divine power, which they would receive thanks to their gods, this battle became much brighter. It seems that they have moved to fight the center of space, but still attacks do not act on her opponent. She thought that if he now was able to block this blow, then she would retreat and would go into the throat. Now she needs precision. If she can bypass his protection, then the case will be done. But Kim was able to defend himself at the last moment, and he not only reflected this attack, but prepared a counter-response. It was so lightning that even such talent as Lin did not have time to see this blow. It seems like Kim chose the same way of attack as a girl. They exchanged blows. Of course, the line immediately fell to the ground, though she wanted to take revenge, but I will hardly be able to do it in this life. Observers around frozen on the spot. Is it really an end? Did it really die? Kim has been starting to miss the skill of regeneration and the skill of death. He had something else to do, though the task was accomplished, but now he thought only about the use of the elixir. He knew what would do now, trying to create a real drama from this finale. Kim was activated by some unknown power. At the very beginning, it is not even clear whether it was a bomb or some secret energy. There were too many corpses around this battle, but they all began to open their eyes. Suddenly, even the line opened her eyes. The girl does not understand whether she died or is still alive. There is one item. It can put an object into a coma. It worked with monsters, so at the very beginning of the game, some used it. Few people know about him, but after considerable levels, he no longer acted, so this item was forgotten. With the help of the subject, you can introduce a person into a state of clinical death and go through the task, which is why Kim asked for it. He took not only the bomb to enhance the effect of the bead, but also the liquid potion that was obtained from the evaporation of smoke. Ordinary inhabitants immediately got into a coma as soon as they began to inhale this gas after the explosion, and he personally cut a high-level players with a blade that was poisoned by this potion. It also helped that the opponent's side kept hostage people for safety. Therefore, it was possible to immerse all of them in a coma, and Kim added poison to ordinary water. Also, his girlfriend has joined this task, so he was able to defeat the players. Everyone who was on the side of the opponent was immersed in sleep, although he could ask for help in Lin all this time. But in this case, only the question with the task would be resolved, and it would all end there. And there are other aspects of the game that Kim was so worried about. Just look in different directions. Look at how many observers are around now, and look at how the players who are alive are rejoicing. Only now did the line understand that it was wrong, and Kim chose the best way. She looked at him and said thank you. At that moment, tears flowed on her face. It is difficult not to note that this moment is too sentimental, but sometimes it is even missing. Of course, all this could not happen without extraneous support. In this case, another deity has played a role. It is the god of the clown, or as it is called, Loki. All this looks like a comedy. No one died, and the gods returned. The game that had little interest to come to life, and everyone was waiting for a completely different end. He achieved a new result, but all this turned out to be sleep. Did he definitely need to do so desperate? He seems to be really the last player on Earth, as he was able to achieve such outstanding results. The goddess is very pleased with her avatar. Thanks to the skill of spiritualism, she was able to learn a lot about him. Player alone in the second round, if everything goes on, she will not be able to conclude a contract with him. All this has a reason, and the door will not be opened again. The key to this is a little girl with light hair named Lin. But you need to have 2 keys. Kim learns a little later, but watching it is quite interesting. By the way, for such an interesting result of the game, as a reward give only sometimes of Lapis. Isn't it heartless? The goddess decided to give her a personal gift only for him. The gods are 2 illogical creatures. Kim opened his eyes and saw the darkness around. Did he really return? Now the guy wants to see what happened after he lost consciousness, but even that is not very important. Looking closer, he saw in his hand a sandy watch of Lapis, rank S. This item is capable of causing the future of one person. But as we remember, there are too many specific conditions. Kim realized that it was time to get out of here. Maria and Linda had certainly returned. For this difficult task, he received the status of the past representative and reached the results that no one has achieved before. Kim will gain a new skill, so all this was an unusual hallucinations from the Dungeon of Dreams. Seeing Kim's girls immediately asked them how long did they expect him. He was amazed when they explained to him that he was unconscious for more than 7 hours. He offered to return and relax at home a little. It was probably difficult for girls to wait for him. After this difficult task, Kim understood something. He realized that it was possible to change this world. The goddess watched the boy with interest. She hopes that he would like her gift. It's time to go back to the safe area and rest a little. Kim earned it. All this seemed very strange to him, especially when he received a new skill that did not even have an accurate name. Of course, he also did not expect that the skill of the divine Idra would return to him. This is called an imaginary space. This technique can help create an open time spaces in the air. In his past life, Kim often used this skill along with technique spiritualism. Usually he was not able to open the space there. You are living creatures or large objects, although it is quite a great technique because it is associated with inventory. But why this technique appeared in Kim? He has never heard such a skill for a mission in the dungeon. However, he soon guessed that all this should be related to Idra, although she cannot be asked. Although when the deity realizes that Kim began to use this skill, he would first start this conversation. Katie approached the boy and asked him what new techniques he learned lately. It was strange to look at her in this school form after they saw in the past. Now, Kim realized that during her walks, Katie was constantly looking for her friends and increasingly understanding thanks to the last task. She assured that she could not worry about her and said that she was running away as soon as it became dangerous. Today, Kim seems a little strange. He became so after returning from the dungeon. It seemed difficult to him there. Kim said it was really a difficult test and assured that Katie should not go there. A little later, when she left, Kim thought that it would be necessary to solve the issue with her. He knows that all this can be related to the devil, which is a serious matter. The most important thing now is gathering information, and of course, Kim tools are enough for this. Soon Linda began to search for him. She could not understand whether he was in the house or had it gone. Recently, she is very sad, such an impression as if these two little girls are afraid of her, but why? Maria saw Linda and asked her if she was going to go inside. In this place, there were memories of the past, horrors since childhood, so Linda could not attack the full capacity, although it was satisfied with the dungeons. She was wondering if Kim would be angry when she learned that she took Laplace's clock. On the one hand, he should not be too angry with her, although if he has a bad mood, it will be possible. Now she is constantly thinking about what will happen if you apply this clock. What kind of person he will become in the future. Will she be able to return to the ordinary life that was before, or the opposite will only be worse? The girl tried to use this watch and see what she would show her. A very, very beaten man appeared in front of her. He began to call her, said that she was called from the NGO guild, and concluded a contract with the devil. Then she saw herself personally. Her red eyes glowed as if the devil was really moving. Linda heard about Guild Con. She was strong enough in one of the city areas, and they say that their leader had concluded a contract with the devil. If she does not have unnecessary tasks, then tomorrow you can go to the area and see what is happening there. The next day, it turned out that not only Linda was going to get information about the Guild Con, Thomas also walked around the city and tried to find out something about this gang. He came to speak personally with a famous guy named Daniel. He is also called a professional informant. Thomas explained that he did not need any grand information. It is enough to tell about the location of the gang. According to rumors, the Dark Brotherhood is destroyed. Interesting. Why to such a person like Thomas to find the location of the Guild of the John? Is this guy really wanting to go against this gang? Every day they become stronger, so he will not be able to win them without support. But if he only needs a location, then the informant can easily tell about it. Of course, this information is not free. It will be enough 1,000 points to pay for it. Of course, the informant calls a low price. He is well aware that in this case, he risks staying without his head. After payment, Daniel thanked Thomas and invited him to contact him in the future. Azazel never understood why Thomas asked what he knew. It looks like this guy wants that this gang is rumored that he is looking for them, of course. Daniel will tell everything about their conversation. But it is necessary for the leader of the guild named Richard. All these rumors should reach him and attract his attention. Looks like Thomas has become too self-confident. Is he really sure that he can win this player? But his demon is already accustomed to such a self-confident behavior of the boy. He no longer change. He will soon go in search of this guild. And maybe Linda will meet at this point and we will see a rematch between the two. Daniel will certainly come to the NEC guild and tell them all this new information. Of course, the leader of Richard is known about it. He is also called the Iron Devil, and Tom hopes that his level will not disappoint him. In the meantime, Kim continued to look for the information you need. The names are unfamiliar to him, but he saw his face, so he quickly found what he needed. The problem is how to break the contract with the devil. It should come out if the relic of the devil, how Thomas did. But it is impossible to do it with ordinary efforts. Even Kim saw it only once, although it is already involved in the second game. The easiest way to do so, that the devil personally breaks the contract with the player, but it is not easy. The girls said Katie and Linda went for a walk and everyone else went to find new points. All this is strange, because Linda is not one of those who are constantly walking for no reason. At the university, she was constantly studying, and when the world changed, she began to hunt for monsters or train. It seems that the girl said that he would go to some guild. If the line is not mistaken, then this guild is called Yong. As soon as Kim heard this name, he immediately turned 180 dirham and ran quickly. He realized that a new problem had arisen. Linda knows only those guilds that are on her list for destruction, but Kim did not expect that there would also be a guild of Chong. Recently, she behaved too quietly and Kim relaxed. Maybe she was dissatisfied that he paid too little attention to her. Kim hopes Linda will not kill Ketty's friends, but in this situation can happen anything. Meanwhile, the informant Daniel came to the John Guild and told that Thomas was looking for, and explained that he saw him with his own eyes. All this was very quietly listened to the leader of Guild Yong, the Iron Devil Richard. But he never understood why Thomas to try to capture them guild. It is senseless, and he is not one of those who want power. Although if you think better, it can even benefit. because the Iron Devil has long wanted to beat Thomas. If he can win the battle with this guy, he will be able to get the title of the strongest player and conclude a contract with the devil. If there is a girl who can see the future, then the whole country will now be in the hands of Richard. Now he must destroy Thomas and release some. But if he cannot return them, then everyone will have to kill. And when all this is completed, the second Dark Brotherhood will definitely appear, and no one will stop them. Meanwhile, Thomas was going to go to the NGO Guild. A real party will begin soon. However, he cannot understand why this little girl who can see the future wants to go with him. She said she was worried about him, and also looked at the future, and said that there would be no danger for her. The problem is that there will be a creature that can change the future, and this is what Barbara scares. Still, Thomas had no choice and he took it with him. Soon they reached the main building of the Guild of the John. It was very quiet. It all looked surprising. Maybe the informant did not tell Richard, but in any case, Thomas learns about it only when he goes inside this building. Going inside, Thomas immediately realized that something is wrong. Everything around is empty and no one. There are no employees in the workplace and there is no regular building protection. But suddenly he felt that there was some sound on the upper floors. Perhaps everything is the most interesting there. Barbara was very worried about her brother. She said that he should be in the basement. Soon they had already descended into the basement. Thomas promised to try to save her brother. Thomas has an incredible sense. He realized very quickly that there are at least a few people in this room, but there is no Barbara brother. The girl also knows about it, but she wants to see all the rooms because it is important. She seems to have seen something in the future again, but she is in no hurry to talk about it. Her skill of seeing the future very quickly has time to add to others. However, soon with the help of the technique they were able to find children. They were dressed in black suits. Of course, it was clear that this guild is quite low, but to use children as workers is too much. The girls recognized this guy and realized that they were asked to sit below because of him. Maybe Thomas had already killed everyone? The girls got on their knees and began to be pleased with the boy not to kill them, because they still want to live. As it turned out, it was they who saw Barbara in the future, but she does not ask them to bring them with her. Thomas cannot understand why this girl made him come here. Maybe these children have something, although they are just a devil's servants. However, Barbara turned and ran forward. She said that they had no time and they should save her brother. Thomas continued to hear a strange sound in different rooms of this building, such an impression as if something was about to jump. Thomas began to nervously and told the girls that they would not follow him. They explained that they were not here for their desire, and believed that if they follow him, they will be able to get out of this hell. They also named their names, Sandra and Carol, and explained that they did not enter the Guild of the John. Suddenly, Barbara began to run the name of her brother even faster. I think you are all incredibly surprised, as well as me, because her brother is Christopher. Of course, Thomas was surprised to see this talented player and realizing that this is Barbara's brother. It became clear that he had a fever. First, it is necessary to bring him to the mountain. Still, it is very strange that there is no one around. Maybe they all on the upper floors? But suddenly everyone began to feel some strange sound. It became clear that something was approaching. The first of all reacted by Thomas, although all others were in a state of shock. The guy began to scream that everyone immediately ran into the shelter and grabbed Christopher. Quite strange things began to happen. It was especially strange to see how little Barbara was able to grab her great brother. No one could understand what happened, but then they turned their heads and saw it with their own eyes. Initially, it became clear that a hole was formed in the ceiling, and other players descended from the upper floors. The most interesting thing was to see the leader of Guild Khan. He was very in bad condition and someone kept him for his hair. This impression as if this guy was already dead, and the girls he had imprisoned did not even know how to respond to it. For the head of this talented player, who is also called the Iron Devil, was held by a girl named Landa. Seeing Thomas, she immediately threw away Richard's body because she recognized this boy in a mask. She did not know that they would meet again, but finally this meeting happened and she would be able to enjoy the revenge. This time, she came with a weapon and had already had time with the Iron Devil. Linda and does not like to spend extra time on unnecessary conversations. She immediately takes the case. Kim was already told that she did not like empty walks when it comes to a fight. She behaved in the same way. So this girl with red hair immediately began to attack her enemy, and he was not ready for everything. She thought of sweet revenge for a long time, and now she has been perfect for it. She closed her sword immediately and struck a powerful and accurate blow. Although Thomas did not expect such speed from a woman, he then reacted and struck her. It is necessary to remember his boxing experience because the only one becomes clear how he can beat so much with his bare hands. But it is not about his attack, but because Linda does not even try to block his blows. She's not even going to stop after she started spitting her own blood, so this girl is well prepared. Of course, Thomas began to flow blood, but he has excellent regeneration skills that help him hold on his feet. He does not understand how she was able to withstand his powerful blows. His body was covered with magic, but Linda still withstood his attack. Judging by the fact that Richard remained with whole hands and legs, he was not in vain called the Iron Devil. Although he quickly lost the battle of the girl, his body remained whole. And that's something. If Linda is aimed at Thomas again, he will immediately turn into a corpse, as well as Richard. This girl is not going to joke and stop until she reaches her main goal, so Thomas has huge problems. The guild headquarters is hot today, but not through members of this dark gang. On the contrary, their leader has long been destroyed, and the real battle is happening between completely different players. Finally, Thomas realized that his rival became much stronger than their last meeting. Recalling her past version, you immediately feel the progress and improve all her skills. It is not just that it has scored more points, and not only in trust. Linda has become the best in all aspects of martial arts. She has completed her technique and is not afraid to use it constantly. Thomas realized that he was not profitable to fight for this woman because he would die soon. Although if he tries to escape, these girls will not be able to survive without his support. In addition, 2 of them are servants of the devil, so his assistants will certainly find them and take them again. That is why the guy has no other choice but to take this fight and try to survive. But if he does not kill her with one blow, then he will certainly lose this fight. With every second, this situation becomes more threatening to him. Now he is flying huge stones. His iron fists are ready to repel this blow. But the problem is that Linda is ready to repeat her attacks by the end of the existence of this game. When her eyes begin to glow through the skill of death, it becomes clear that she will not stop until she gets the desired result. Thomas felt he needed to collect all the magic of his mask and restrain Linda. In this situation, only iron fists can help, and it is that it counts on them. However, this girl has made such great progress that even iron fists were not ready to stop it. She does not even think about evading his blows, but on the contrary goes forward and attacks him without thinking about protection. It seemed to have lost its mind and instinct for self-preservation. However, this tactic works. The situation is not the best, and if it were not for the magic of the mask, it would have already died due to significant damage to the body. But his attack was also quite effective. Linda lay on the floor, all in the blood, and did not show signs of life. Thomas immediately reassured the little girls and said Linda would no longer be a problem. She was already dead. But in response, he was told that Linda was still breathing. At first, Thomas could not believe it, because it was impossible. All this is an absurdity. He saw her neck broke. Can she really move after that? Is she really right now to try to put the cervical bone in the right place? It is not quite clear if we are watching the events in the game or a movie about the zombie apocalypse. It seemed like Linda was enjoying when looking at Thomas. He has no other choice. There is neither hidden power nor hidden weapons. He looks into her eyes and sees only a cold and cruel look without a drop of compassion. Such an impression as if she looks at him just like a stone lying on the floor. Can she also be called a person because now she is not like her at all? It is very similar to the end. Now Thomas will close his eyes and sleep with an eternal sleep, and no more will worry about anything. Linda came close to him, lifted her weapon and prepared to kill, but stopped at the last moment. She smiled and said that this time she had won. Her eyes were no longer burning with fire. She said that she won this battle this time, and if Thomas wants to play it again? If you remember their past meeting, when Thomas attacked her comrades, she had to kill him on the contrary. But on that day, he did not kill anyone, though he could do it, which is why Linda did not do so. Of course, she had the desire to destroy this arrogant guy, but there are too many children. However, at the last moment she saw a message from Kim. He very much asked her not to kill the boy in a mask. So she is not going to kill either Thomas or children sitting behind his back. She does not consider herself a hired murderer and does not kill everyone around without parsing. Of course, she loves to destroy enemies, but her heart is not as cruel as they seemed. Linda explained that she is very bad for evil, but now she does not feel the evil spirit from Thomas. Finally, she said Kim asked Thomas to continue to protect these children. He never could understand why this guy saved his life. If Kim did not write Landa at the last moment, Thomas would have been dead, but this is a completely different story. The battle was completed, and it was time to return home. It was difficult to look at Linda because of her numerous injuries. Suddenly, she felt something, such an impression as if her heart would now escape from her chest for fear. It looks like the words that she just heard was touch something incomprehensible in her soul. There was a short conversation between her and Thomas. The guy thinks that she can become stronger if he would be alone, and stop walking everywhere. Of course, Thomas recognizes that the Black Crow is very strong, but Linda is unusually talented. It is strange that she is constantly listening to him. The girl began to think seriously about these words. She had never thought about such topics before. Thomas will understand that she received a message from Kim during the battle. Only he could stop her in order not to kill Thomas. The girl said that it was a secret and did not answer this question. But Thomas understood everything. She was suspiciously obedient, and even Linda herself admits that it really is. People are not used to leaving those whom they obey. The same applies to this situation. But Linda believes that this time has not come, for this time to behave quietly and wait. Wait for the moment when it becomes so strong that he can keep him, even if he wants to escape. Kim saw girls who were able to save Thomas. They were school age and behaved quite relaxed. Kim immediately guessed that it was Katie's two girlfriends. Maybe even they are classmates. Kim also met Azazel. This is the same demon that has concluded a contract with Thomas. She was surprised because she did not even name her name, and it turned out that Kim knew everything about her. He remembers that in her past life she did not conclude contracts at all. This girl is too lazy, but suddenly decided to find an assistant. Of course, she was interested in where Kim knew all this, but the guy answered as always that he had his own method to find out the information. Generally, the methods are different. For example, someone can see the future or use the skill to see the right tips. There are many incomprehensible and interesting things in this world, so you can invent a lot. Azazel was convinced that Kim would kill that she has concluded a contract with Kim, but for some reason the guy did not do it. Of course, he had the opportunity. He only needed not to write Linda, and then Thomas was already dead. Azazel began to be interested in the cause of such good-natured guy behavior. Kim calmly replied that he was interested in saving the children, and that is why he did so. All this through contracts. These children have concluded contracts with the devil, and this is a real problem. Only a contract with a higher-ranked demon will be able to block their past contract. This situation is very confusing. Azazel was satisfied. She does not like to do something alone, and now she has more servants. She also said Kim is quite interesting character, and she has long wanted to become friends with him. In addition, most demons are very fond of having fun, so not only has interest. At this point, many observers are watching Kim. It is not surprising because he is one of the most famous players. Azazel already knows that Kim is watching one very annoying personality. Her avatar constantly follows this guy even in a dangerous dungeon or headquarters guild. She certainly knows that she has her own transmission technique, but why she doesn't say it? Is it waiting for Kim? Azazel said that it was time for her to return to her contractor, asked the crow to protect herself, and said that they would soon see. After a few seconds, she disappeared, and in the meantime, he thought that he did not particularly want to see her again. To prevent it from happening now, he will have enough time to prepare. He always thinks a few steps forward, and this time he has not become an exception. Kim ordered his crow to follow Azazel, and if they meet again, then it will be during the battle in the devil's world. Meanwhile, in the world, the devil was also interesting, especially in the building of the dissolution. This is what this castle is called. The legendary Akarthos appeared there, and this guy was very dissatisfied with one only player. Recently, he is constantly thinking about Kim. This guy is doing anything and forcing him to behave carefully. Of course, he could not expect that the gods would begin to express their dissatisfaction, and they have too many rights as gods. He came to this incredible, beautiful building to talk openly. Probably this house is higher than the deity of the highest rank. It would be great to be there. He was immediately met by Mara Papias, a demon of his lust, the sixth in the world of the devil. He was surprised to see such an unexpected guest here and said he enjoyed playing even without Akarthos. Akarthos immediately said that he came here to ask for something. It was noticeable that Mara Papias was not very pleased with these words, but he said he was ready to listen to him. Akarthos thanked for this opportunity and said quite briefly, he wants to temporarily get the strength of the sixth demon. But to be even more accurate, he wants to get the power of the one who has concluded the contract with Mara Papias. Apparently, a girl is, and she probably has very developed characteristics, even if Akarthos wants to borrow her strength. Meanwhile, Kim has successfully gained the skill of resistance to psychological attacks rank A. It helps to defend the majority. This technique completely stops psychological attacks rank B and facilitates the protection against attacks rank A, and the guy is very pleased with such opportunities. This technique is not to be obtained in the usual way, so he is very lucky. If he continues to progress quickly and train quickly, it will be able to reach the rank S and will stop afraid of psychological attacks. In the gym, Kim found Lind and asked her for help. At this time, she usually trains. Recently, she is constantly trying to improve the skill of a cruel killer rank S and wants to increase the power of blood absorption. He asked to sit opposite him and look at his eyes. Linda immediately did it. Of course, all this looked very strange and she could not understand what Kim wanted from her. A little later, he asked her in a quiet voice to use the technique of death. This is so surprised. He wants her to do the same as when she tried to make the devil painful. She was surprised by this strange suggestion and began to think that Kim wanted to train her new technique. However, she approached him a little later and carefully applied the technique of the Death Star. The guy immediately activated his new technique to resist psychological attacks in order to check his action. To begin with, everything was normal, and that is why he asked her to strengthen the effect of the Death Star. As he expected, the technique of Death Star is a psychological attack in itself. A regular player could not even move after that. But now Kim will be able to constantly train and improve his resistance to psychological attacks. He asked Lin not to stop, and so they trained the next few hours. After completing his workout, he also offered his help, because he constantly asks for Linda. But the girl replied that she didn't need anything from Kim now. He gave her a weapon, so he made too much for her. Kim explained that he gave her a weapon because he promised, and now he would have to constantly ask Landa to train with him. It will continue about a week. He realizes that it is a big load, but still asks for it. He has not yet had anything to agree, as Linda had already agreed. She said that she was ready to train at least every day because she still did nothing to do. But instead, she also wants to ask for something. She does not want to train in this gym, because it will be better to do it in her room. She looks like no one wants anyone to interfere with their workouts, or she has other plans. Of course, Kim agreed that if this technique is accidentally applied against Maria or Lin, then they are seriously injured. This cannot be considered a very special request, although this will be enough for Lind. They have agreed from tomorrow to start such training in Kim or Linda room. 2 months have passed from this conversation. Kim received a special task. Additional details will tell him a master of the game before starting a mission. This quest personally performs the creator, so even the explanations will be of high quality. It will happen in Glastonbury. There was one who saw the third candidate personally, Sir Arthur. And of course, there will be necessary to use the technique of resistance to psychological attacks. Kim has made great progress in this area, so he can now be sure of himself and prepare for the start of the task. Katie is very worried. She is not sure that she will be able to enter the 100th of the best players on this mission. Kim assured her that she is much stronger than those insects who would participate there. But the girl is as opposed to participating in these competitions. It is not surprising because there may be her weaknesses. In addition, she has already found her friends. Perhaps because of it, he does not want to participate. Linda is also worried if she does not fall into the best 100, why is she to go to the place of collection? Mark is also very worried before starting, but Kim constantly reassures everyone and assures that you need to wait for details. Donald assured his older brother that he would work out for him because he personally prepared his equipment. These brothers cannot worry at all. Kim recently gave them many points. Linda is also very strong, so you cannot think of it at all. She is one of the favorites of the competition. Kim has already agreed with all participants. There will be 4, Linda, Katie, Kim, and Mark. He could not leave the children of some, which is why he left Taylor with them. Especially, he said he had not enough points. The system reported that the special task of the servers began. All participants were asked to calm down and expect the following instructions. Soon all of them will be in a completely different place. And even in another continent, because the competition is held in England. Once in Kim, he realized what was on the main field for this task. But there was a problem. In some way, Maria got there, although how was it possible? Kim immediately approached her and started asking many questions. The girl answered what was playing with Lena, and suddenly she was here. Maybe it's something like a pet in games, and she went behind Kim. It will be necessary to protect her as much as possible so that nothing wrong. As soon as Kim thought about it, he immediately felt that some unknown huge monster was coming to him. It seems that the competitions were immediately started. The players did not even give time to prepare. But even more strange things began to happen, because with the help of her horn, Maria made a huge hole in this monster. She apologized to Kim and said that all this happened so quickly that she did not have time to react. At first he wanted to tell her something, but then changed his mind. Probably better not to offend this child. Soon it became clear that most participants have already started participating in competitions, despite the fact that a small number of players were selected. But they began to gather from other servers. So now it is clear why there are so many. But the situation is still unexpected. Many were not ready for it. Although, of course, most immediately got their weapons and started active actions. With the help of Raven Kim's skill, he watched members of his team, Mark and Katie, very quickly destroyed the first monsters. And of course, as expected, Linda also did not feel any problems at the beginning of this test. However, Kim is not going to join his friends. Finding treasure still happens separately from each other. As soon as Kim said that it was time to appear a special guest, the sky immediately gave a crack. It was from there that the same character who has been waiting for Kim appeared. This guy with blue hair is named Akinton. He is a master of playing the English server. Akinton immediately greeted the players who participate in these competitions, and soon he told who he was. The master of the game explained that they all called here for the sake of the eventual task. Speaking in simple language, it is time for bonuses, something like a gift to server representatives. They have already seen in their system that this task would be to find treasure. Throughout Glastonbury, hidden objects rank D and above. They can be in ordinary grasshoppers on the ground, and they can even be on trees. Some of the players' treasures have already received after they killed the monster. Also, the master of the game immediately reported that the players should in no way attack the guard. It is a huge dragon that should be avoided. Suddenly, the player began to speak with the master of the game, who concluded a contract with God Apollo, his name Eric Sanders. He asked that if he was able to kill this dragon, Kim immediately knew this guy. In his past life, he was also a well-known character. In the past life, Eric Sanders was a competitor of Avatar Agatram. There are certainly people of this god. The master of the game was already informed about the achievement of Eric. One day, this guy hunted the guard and even killed him. He enjoys praising this act and considers it as its main achievement in the game. But the master of the game said he was informed that among these players there is another character who killed a guard. Eric Sanders immediately began to worry and tightened. He considered himself the main star of these competitions, but it looks like it is not. Akinen reported that Eric destroyed the fourth guard, but the first 3 monsters killed 1 player. He did all this almost without the support of others. Although these monsters were incredibly powerful and strong, Eric could not believe it. A regular player would not be able to kill 3 guards, and he is not going to believe in these tales. But the master of the game assured him that this is all true. But this player wants to remain anonymous, so Akinton will not name his name. But he still emphasizes that among the players there is a person who destroyed 3 guards on his own. This self-confident fool still cannot move away from shock. It is all true, and he has a much stronger competitor. Maria could not understand why Kim hides her achievements and did not want to talk about it. The guy replied that if everyone learns about it, then they would ask him too much questions. He already realized that this information came to others through Akarthos. This master of the game says too much. Akinton continued to explain the rules of the task, and recalled that players should find all the necessary items in Glastonbury. The higher the rank of the subject, the more points they get, so everything is very simple. There are also a few words about the rank S. Because there is only one subject of that morning, it is the most valuable in this task. For him, a player can receive 50 points, although for rank A, give only 20 points. Eric Sanders said he had heard that there were SS rank items and asked if they were in the territory. The master of the game told that they could not distribute such objects on this task because they will have problems. If such an item would really exist, it could be given 100 points for it. Once the task is over, the score will begin. The server that will score the most points will receive different ghosts. That is, doubling your points. Everyone was surprised to hear these news, so the first place will be a truly brutal struggle and competition. All the rules were explained to the players, but it is unlikely that it will be very interesting to seek the treasures. Therefore, various trials and additional tasks were prepared to make it all more interesting. If you remember what has been in the past life, this task will inevitably appear monsters, as well as a village with surviving participants. And the additional task will be in this village near here. It will be interesting. The monsters that have been invited here can appear in both day and night. They are very strong. But the biggest problem will be the guards, because this time there will be not 1, but 2. Kim will try to act through knowledge from past life, especially he needs to find one interesting place. Finally, the master of the game added another interesting detail. All the items that will be found here cannot be stored in inventory until you return to your server. You need to put them in bags or use some skills, and Akinen hopes that everyone understands the cause. Similar to robbery, most players understood it immediately and prepared for an uncompromising struggle. The master of the game officially stated that the competition started and players can start searching for treasure. All this will happen within 2 weeks, a long time to find a large number of items. Of course, It is very interesting for everyone who will be able to find the same special subject rank S and see the winner of the competition. The master of the game wished all the players of luck and left them some. Now they all have to come up with a plan of action. Kim said he would act with Mary to protect the girl. All other members of his team will now be able to do all the work without support, so they do not need to worry. Although the master of the game said that there was no rank in this territory, but Kim knows that this item is here, regardless of the task. To begin with, you need to understand where to go, all around this solid mountain. But Kim has known that there is a village near here. These territories have already been captured by the monsters, and the same village is in another place. Kim quickly learns the information with the help of a crow. We always help in a difficult situation. That is why with the help of this technique, he is about to find the second village he needs. When he did intelligence with the help of a crow, he did not see the signs of the village, so it is in a place that is not easy to see. As Arthur said, there is a forest with an incredibly large lake, so it will be easy to find. Kim is sure that Linda has joined Mark, and these two cannot worry. Maria and Kim have been looking for the right area for a long time. The girl even began to worry that they could get lost. But Kim assured that he controls the situation well, and at that moment, they heard some players quarrel with each other. All this was not like they try to share a subject, and each of them thinks that he found it first. This is the perfect moment to apply the crow's help and see what's going on there. Soon Kim could see this conflict with his own eyes. It became clear that many players gathered there. From the very beginning, Kim saw a girl who called Sharon. He was already fighting with her. She is a member of Pinakwa Guild. Also, he could not see that all this time she conflicts with the Holy Virgin Ruth, our old acquaintance. At all, I did not understand how these two girls could meet each other. They are very brazen girls and have a bad character. They can soon start a fight, so if you do not interfere with the conflict. But Kim said that he was not going to interfere with them and spend their time. At all, it is unclear to conflict, especially players from one server. Probably it is ordinary and banal competition. Everyone does not want to give the other what they saw the first. Kim asked Maria to go quietly. Otherwise, they would be seen very quickly and will be interfered with. Soon they finally found the place that Kim spoke. It turned out to be really beautiful. Maria said that she is experiencing strong magic. Similar to her skills have been progressing very much lately. There should be an activated magical spell, similar to that scare away monsters, and Kim guessed it. This is the Lake of Arthur. He came here when he was running away from the monsters, and then realized that they would not come here. However, he continued to be afraid of monsters who could be outside, and therefore did not go from here. Arthur was morally broken. He rushed into the lake and chose death, so he got into the village. Kim said that now they both had to go into this lake if it all did not look strange. Maria immediately began to be nervous and explained that she had not yet learned to swim. Kim smiled and assured her that everything would be fine. She should only close her eyes and hold her breath. So far, Mary has no magical skills for use in water. They only appear depending on actions. But Kim is convinced that the girl in which the blood of the unicorn flows will not be able to drown in the water, even if it enters it. He asked just in case to hold her breathing, took her hands, and dived together into the water. Inside, everything looked like an ordinary lake. He did not see anything strange, so there was no way to do without the skill of finding a way. This technique can help find the right road even in the darkest places. Kim soon saw signs that he was going in the right direction. He made some simple manipulations and finally opened the gate that he so actively sought. As soon as his hand touched these gates, the system immediately told him that he got into the safe zone. He soon realized that he was in the same village of which he heard and which he so carefully sought. They were immediately met by the guards, and they were soon informed that these two players could enter. It was strange to see a player from the outside world. They could not understand how Kim and Maria were able to find this place and go inside. As Kim was told, this village is a copy of Glastonbury. They look like a player for the first time because they are isolated from everyone else. Soon they came to their destination and the guard said they could go inside. Of course, they did not expect that someone from the outside world would come here. Kim and Mary met the girl in a strange hat. She greeted the player and said that the guest she did not come to her. She was also surprised that the guest came not one, but brought with her something interesting and small. Kim said that in order to talk to each other to begin with, you need to name your name. The girl smiled and said that she was called Morgan. She was the owner of Avalon and the Last Witch. Meanwhile, Linda tried to find Kim with her system and map. She does not understand why he is heading for a completely different place. It looks like this guy came up with some tricky plan if he wanted to combine their efforts. He had called for a long time, but did not do it. So he does not need the help of his friends yet. Linda probably is still lacking in strength. The girl began to worry about all this, because she does not have a large number of techniques and abilities in her arsenal. It cannot turn into other monsters or create incredibly useful weapons. But anyone can fight. It is not some incredible technique for the player, so there is nothing special in it. Until this world turned into a game, it was the only one, and now it begins to regret it all. If she knew that this world would change so much otherwise, now she has only physical strength, but she still remains the second after Kim. If he decides to leave her, she will not be able to stop it. That is why she tries not to do what he does not like. He should listen to him in everything and follow him as if he is her father and mother. She has always been a good baby and learned how to play the role of a good baby. Linda was indeed a child of a dream, and she had immunity to mental disorders. Hence the peculiarity of the perfect control of their emotions and remain calm despite anything. But to be honest, it cannot even be called immunity. It is rather a feature of managing your strengths. That is why the desire to kill was not something special to Linda. Thanks to this, it did not become crazy from the star of death. And that is why she could remain a good baby. But she has too much desire to keep Kim in her hands. But so it is impossible. Though it should still remain good, it is impossible to allow Kim to start hating it. Now Linda chooses to be a good and obedient girl, but then all this will change. Avalon is a utopia where the sorcerers and fairies live, the masters of this land Vivian, and the real witch that lived in the times of ancient myths. We have already met this witch. Her name is Morgan, and she loves blue. So it was here that Avalon, but Kim did not know about it, and did not even know. Judging by the fact that she calls herself the last witch, it is clear that the other is gone. Morgan is convinced that Kim will work out, though he is only a beginner in the constellation of the Crow. At first, the witch began to think that he came with a unicorn, but then it was clear that it was a child of this creature. Celtic children have already told her that the world has become a game, so now it is almost surprised. Now it's hard to believe that Kieran's baby came to her. But why, and what do they want to get from her? The witch has long been not accompanied by sorcerers, and if it can, it will definitely help them. Of course, Kim used this opportunity and said that he wanted to get a legendary sword. He smiled at him and said that there would be no problems. She immediately showed him a caliber, a sword rank SS. This sword is the most famous weapon among people, but only the one who has the right of the owner can be used. Its accurate characteristics cannot be verified. It is logical because only the true master of the sword can do it. It looks like a witch offers how to pull out this sword on their own, and it is unlikely to be easy. It will be something like when the Avengers tried to raise the hammer of the Torah. Classic flashbacks. It is possible to control this sword if the muscular force is at a level A or S, so it is unlikely that Kim can use it. Morgan said that Kim does not make it all meaningless. He will not be able to pull it out, so it is better to ask for something else. But Kim refused and said that he still wanted to take this sword, and he didn't need anything else. He tried so much to lift it and pull it out of this stone that he began to lift everything together and try to put it in his repository. So far, even the witch did not go, so Morgan began to worry too. Soon everything turned out, and Kim thanked her for the help in receiving this sword. The witch began to panic and stop the boy. She asked him to wait and tried to pick up the right words. Morgan promised to give him many other good items, but if he leaves this sword with her. Kim replied that he was not interested in anything else because he only needed this sword. He would definitely give it to his master. After that, the witch changed the mood completely. She asked Kim who he was, and how did he find out about the owner of this sword. However, it is not Merlin, so he cannot know all this, but he replied that he had his own channels of information. The guy assured that if he could not find the owner of the sword in 2 weeks, then he would turn this sword immediately, and the witch immediately rejoiced. But Kim added another nuance. If he still returns the sword, then he must ask for something else in return. Morgan assured him that she would generously thank him for his sword return. She gives the word lady of this village near the lake. After that, Kim also asked for something. He wanted to stay in this village for 2 weeks. Morgan is not against this, but instead she wants to stay with Mary all this time and promises nothing wrong with her. She never saw the Eastern deities, and if she had such an opportunity, it would be wrong not to take advantage of it. She assured that she would not offend the girl and did nothing wrong with her, although Maria was noticeably nervous. Kim agreed and asked to teach this child magic. He explained that walking with him would be more dangerous than staying here. He also explained that Morgan is not very bad, although she is a witch, but if something happens, he would come and save the girl immediately. He asked her to behave well until he was around, and promised to buy her ice cream after returning home. Meanwhile, in the forest, players saw some unknown boy with a wooden stick. He looked like a fool. They thought that it is a competitor from another guild, even if he got into the leadership on an English server. One of them approached this guy and said that he could not walk with his head raised when such weaknesses walk nearby. After a second, he hit this boy and forced him to fall to the ground and let in all his things. However, this guy did not pay attention to them at all. He rose calmly and began to lift his objects and said nothing in response. Of course, this began to annoy the players. They were dissatisfied that this guy did not even have his own pride. These fools believe that they can calmly offend everyone who is weaker than them, although they do not understand that this is the one who told Kim about. He was so angry with these players that they decided to continue to cause him problems and beat him even more. The guy finally started talking. He said that he did not want to offend anyone and wanted to continue his way quietly. Through these words, he was called a pathetic worm and pushed a few meters forward. One of the players even got a sword and said he wanted to fight against him because he does not deserve life. As soon as he said these words, and immediately felt what the attack of Raven Crows was. At first, everyone believed that they were attacked by monsters. Only a little later, they began to guess that they were ordinary birds. Soon they saw Kim and realized that it was he who directs these crows. Kim said he had personal affairs with this guy and ordered them to get away immediately. Everything happened very quickly. Of course, all this is strange. The traveler did not want to beat these players, although everyone knows that he is much stronger than these fools. Arthur replied that he was only a weak guy, and nothing would change if he boasted of his power. He believes that these players were right. He is a fool who left his family to die. However, of course, it became wondering why Kim saved him and what he wanted from him. Kim quietly opened his system and said that he came to cure his leg and mind. After that, he made him an offer to become a member of Kim team. Everything is very straight and simple. However, Arthur immediately abandoned this proposal. It seems that he could not forget the same illusion. Kim is very respectful of this guy, but you do not need to constantly believe in the illusion. You need to look at the transparent reality. However, this guy did not give up his ideas. He thanked Kim for help and said that it was enough. Kim realized that the perfect moment came to change the topic and talk about King Arthur. Everyone knows that they are in Glastonbury, in which the legend of King Arthur lives, and who thinks that it is a wonderful topic for conversation. The traveler replied that King Arthur likes his son, who wanted to get here, but his father was constantly busy. The conversation came about the Babylonian dragon, the guard of Wales, and the traveler often told this story to his son. Kim said it was time for them to go to this Babylonian dragon together and meet him. Oddly enough, the traveler agreed to it and went with him. He said that the son would be happy to see this monster. However, so far this guard behaves enough. He continues to sleep and does not pay attention to anyone. The guy told that his son was constantly teasing that his father was not at all like King Arthur. However, Kim is convinced that he can become a hero, and it is not an empty word. All you have to do is find the evidence of this. If the traveler can pull out this sword, then it will be enough. Kim does all this because he wants to become a member of his team. He knows well what illusion this guy sees, and that is why he understands his feeling. After the start of the game, too many people died. There were many those who had similar symptoms. They saw their dead relatives and suffered incredibly from these painful illusions. Arthur explained that he does not want to forget his son, even if it is an illusion, but he wants to see him. But if these illusions were his real family, they would not have left him in this form and would like him to live a normal life. That is why he must gather all his strength and try to get this sword. Kim believes that the traveler needs change, and Kim needs such a player in his team. However, not everything turned out to be so easy as Arthur tried to get this sword. Kim saw that with the eyes of the crow, something was wrong. In parallel with this, a new conflict arose in the forest between the players, and again through the girl. The aggressively tuned guy shouted at a girl named Chris Bright. He ordered her to immediately return his comrades to normal. But Chris quietly replied that she does not want to do it. Probably a new fight is waiting for us. She believes that the demon necessarily warned that it was the fastest way to find a crow. She assured that no one could worry because she would not kill other players. Eric Sanders cannot return to normal. He has a memorization technique. Of course, this does not like his friends. They are beginning to annoy more and more and prepare for the battle. Suddenly, a real crow appeared. It was angry because someone was using his name. However, Chris Bright got what she wanted. She said that she had a special matter to Kim. She soon started laughing and said that she got an order in which Kim's murder wanted. He had already heard of this brazen and too self-confident girl, but did not think she was so terrible. The girl said Kim looks pretty strange, but she is not going to fight him. And they did not like to look for everyone separately, so she took advantage of her fascination skills. Of course, this technique is very strong, but we remember Kim spent many weeks training with Linda to stop mental attacks. Chris has heard Kim tries to save people in critical situations, and now she is ready to give him that opportunity. Many players have to be rescued, but if he resists, she will kill her all, so Kim should stand quietly. She already knows that he has the skill to resist psychological attacks and warns that this technique cannot be used. Kim realized that she was reasonable enough, gathered around whom this technique works, and it complicates the business. Kim began to think about opening an imaginary space behind him and was not expected to attack. However, this situation began to exacerbate those who began to return to the girls who still could not share one item. It was a sacred virgin Ruth with Sharon. They were surprised to see a large number of people around. Chris Bright thought that his friends came, but he replied that there was nothing to do with them. Suddenly, Sharon approached him aggressively and said that he was the guy who prevented them with dungeon. Brian told her about Kim. He said that the crow and their friends cleared their dungeons. At this point, the girls began to quarrel with each other, because each of them wanted to talk to the crow in person. They began to call each other with fools and scary dolls, and this is really fun. Suddenly, Sharon began to use strange technique. This can rarely be seen among other players. This skill is called Brisingagen. The effect of the technique is quite simple. It helps to fully seize men. This technique can be applied to a limited number of persons, and the number of applications also has a limit. The skill has a more powerful effect than Chris Bright Fascinating, and now this technique is used. All men immediately felt relief. The fascinating was removed and now they can move. Sharon ordered them all to leave Chris Bright and come to her. These women's things never get bored. Of course, the hired killer was not worried about it. In general, she had still female players. And at that moment, she intervened in the sacred virgin. She could not understand what it was, and then guessed that it was a skill of abnormal state. However, she has her counter, arguments, and she is ready to apply them to other girls. Chris Bright seems to have huge problems because her technique has been completely unlocked. The battle of two elements began. Each of the women considered themselves the best and wanted to demonstrate it in the eyes of everyone else. Meanwhile, Sharon continued to laugh at a girl with white hair that came to kill Kim. However, through her main purpose, she has completely forgotten. She made Kim get closer to her from her back and strike a striking blow. The guy immediately realized that it would be correct to first destroy the one who concluded the contract with the devil. Of course, Chris Bright tried to stop him and offered a draw. However, the guy replied that he was not interested in draw, and he only thinks of victory. It was an accurate stab, and Chris Bright was close to die, and without approaching the task. However, at that moment, another girl approached her. Maybe it is some enemy who wants to finish the injured Chris. However, this girl touched Chris Bright's face and healed all the wounds. Of course, the devil's servant was happy because she almost died, though it was already in her life. She was rescued by Cirrus, although this girl said that Chris was able to die perfectly, and if they did not conclude a contract with Mara Papias, then it would all end. Chris believed that she would work out on her first attempt, but she could not kill anyone. However, thanks to this attempt, Siri realized that with the help of ordinary magic not to defeat this crow. However, Chris Bright said that he no longer wanted to contact him, but they cannot be so easy to refuse to ask the master of the game. He said that they would kill them both if they did not execute his assignment. Chris began to panic noticeably. She said that they did not even have normal combat skills, and it would be difficult to defeat this opponent. However, Cirrus answered her that she found something interesting, and if it does not help, they will call the game master. She referred to the great red Babylonian dragon and the mythical creature of the hippo. Probably only the riots will be able to stop the crow. Vibration began to feel all over this forest. It is something like an earthquake. Katie, Mark, and Linda passed all these tasks together. They tried to find objects and felt these strange impulses of the earth. Because it is not difficult to guess that this is a guard, although there were signs of a completely different scale. Of course, they did not expect this guard to fly, but where did the vibration in the ground come from? Soon they saw that something was trying to get out of the ground. Now it will become clear. This is probably the same mythical creature of hippo, although this animal is not like a hippo. Katie, she said that they had to bring diapers with them because with such monsters would not even help Kim. Linda thought of jumping into her monster into her mouth and killing him from the inside, just as she made from Gung. Of course, it is clear that this girl has an incredible speed of regeneration. But for this monster, they are nothing. If she jumps into his mouth, he would think that he was given a gum orbits and torn her into a piece. Linda immediately checked the system and message, but did not see anything from Kim. She only saw his location. And of course, she was very interested in what he was so busy that he completely forgot about friends. Kim had already seen that two great robbers. He thought that the witch woke them up, but she said that she had not gone crazy. Only Maria was pleasantly surprised. Finally, she saw divine creatures, such as she. The witch started screaming at Kim. She said that he was not his house here, but he behaved too brazenly. She accuses her of awakening the great monsters and brought her unknown man. Kim reassured the girl and explained that this traveler called Arthur, he was the owner of Excalibur, whom Morgan so cautiously protected. Of course, the witch could not believe that this vagrant really became the owner of this legendary sword. It looks like a regular beggar who asked for money for food in the subway. She said she would never believe in these stories until she see it with her own eyes. Kim smiled and said that he was from her and expected it, so Arthur wanted to pull this sword in front of her. This guy's starry time came and Kim awaits him with decisive action. However, Arthur replied that he never said that he was going to get this sword. Kim always respected his opinion, and that is why he wanted to wait, but no longer. Is he still doubting and experiencing different emotions when observing these horrible monsters? Arthur says he has no guarantees that he will be able to get into this sword, but Kim is absolutely sure of the success of this action. The more Arthur will delay, the more players will die. Is he really ready to go? For a long time, the traveler replied that he agreed to try to get this sword, all for the sake of other people's lives. Everyone kept breathing and said nothing. All of them were focused on Arthur and the sword. But, as always, at the most interesting moment, we are forced to return to the events of another storyline. As soon as the players heard the sounds of the great monsters, they immediately began to check the system. Everyone was noticeably worried. However, they soon came to them. The owner of the subject of the highest rank of SS appeared. So Arthur really did it. He really was able to get this sword and showed that King Arthur's worth it is incredible. Even Morgan was amazed and said that the crow had a very developed intuition. He was right all this time. It was after these words that she took her magic wand and began to speak some strange words, as if it were a spell. To begin with, you need to conclude a contract, traveler's feat, and inactive physical abilities. Here is what happens when you become a legendary sword and show that you are a special player. But the guards can't wait for all this. If they have already woke up, they want to destroy someone. Edward began to worry noticeably. He has not happened lately at all. Dorothy began to shout at this fat man and said that he was the leader of the guild, and therefore had to come up with a plan. Even he has nothing but to pray when he faces these guys, but Edward is glad that he could not participate in this game. The players decided that the hippos should begin with first, although it would be harder to fight the dragon, but the hippo at least realistically kill. Those who are in the top 10 from each server should go forward and fight in the first rows. Some players can see the ability of a monster with their skills, so they say that hippo it is getting bigger over time. Of course, there is a restriction on its increase, but if you leave it so, it will become too dangerous. That is why player Eric should act now. It must be put first, because he already has the experience of killing a guard. Everyone expects that Eric will now become a real leader in this battle, but it does not want to do it. Although he talked a lot about his victory over the guard, but when it was time to demonstrate his skills in real life, he began to worry. All this because the monster he destroyed in the past was much smaller than this hippo. However, there is no choice, and he began to prepare for his first attack. His goal is the eyes of a hippo. Suddenly, at the moment when everyone was ready to attack the monster, someone saw the same traveler, but now he is no longer heated. Now it looks much healthier and stronger, and also has a strange sword in its hands. Everything indicates that Arthur has come to destroy this monster, but Guard has completely different plans to date. The hippo immediately began to attack the guy and not be afraid of his sword at all, but from the first attack, Arthur managed to evade. This traveler is so stupid to fight this monster alone, so he came here not one. Soon he began to call his friend, and at that moment Kim appeared with his incredible weapon. Arthur seems like a bait and distracted the monster from his main threat. It is a weapon in which there is enough esters and mithrila, and will not pierce iron. Donald made him, no one asked him, but the guy thought that these weapons could be useful and turned out to be right. The attack was as accurate as possible. Arthur and Kim worked as a real team and everything turned out to be. But in order to destroy this hippos, this may not be enough. So Kim asked Arthur for help. He should immediately attack the monster's legs so that the hippo cannot move. Of course, Arthur was not very pleased with this task. Kim constantly asked him for something, first a contract, then a sword, and now that's it. However, now it is real, and if Arthur refuses to help, many people will die. It is time to use the true unifying force of his sword. He can concentrate energy and increase the power of the owner. However, the hippo looked incredibly angry. He did not like him that he was so treacherously attacked and wounded, and he wanted revenge. Other players prepared to fight the guard. Not everyone wants to stand and see how this monster will destroy Arthur. Eric Sanders also felt that his starry time came and began to use his flame technique. He did not alone. All the players tried to come to the aid of Arthur. All of them understand that if this is not destroyed, then he will destroy them all. Arthur also did not delay and attacked the monster with his sword. All this superpower should work. A few seconds after his attack, the hippo seemed to explode. Only black smoke and ashes remained. For a while, all the players were fascinated. No one could understand what happened right now. At first, it seemed that the hippo was really destroyed, but a little later the red eyes of the great monster were visible in the darkness. After a few seconds, there was no doubt at all, and the guard was still able to withstand and survive after a combined attack of players. And now he is approaching to destroy them all, so they cannot stop and should continue to press on the monster. Eric in general began to doubt. He was not sure that there was hope that they could defeat the hippo. However, a little later, the players realized that all this was only a warm-up, because now another guard is going to them, the Babylonian dragon. This defender Wales is considered even stronger than his friend Ipo, and hardly anyone will be able to stop these two monsters at a time. At this point, the players began a real panic. They could not even defeat one guard, and now two of them. Kim has been watching the air from the air all this time, probably even lost and does not know what to do. It is all much more difficult to control the knife, but he could think of himself. But we need to invent something. Maybe Arthur was able to control him even to what he shared with him, the skill of resizing psychological attacks. Kim felt incredible power by keeping his weapon in his hands, but would it be enough to win the dragon? The answer to this question will soon become obvious, but it is unlikely that Kim will be easy with a dragon. The guy immediately began to call Arthur and asked him to block the defender of Wales. It will not be easy to do, but Arthur should help the guy because it was with the help of him that he received this sword. Just like Morgan, if it is the same red dragon legend, he will not be able to kill King Arthur. Now we will see if this traveler is worth the title of king, but if he pulled out this sword, he should be worthy. The dragon is not going to bow his head to any of the creature in this galaxy. He considers himself the strongest of all. Soon, Salo is clear that the dragon even knows how to talk, and he looks at Arthur in surprise. This is a sign of one of the varieties of magic, and the Scary did not expect that he would ever meet the one who would take this legendary sword. And now, Arthur is difficult to understand how this red dragon from the legend has turned into a monster. However, he explained that this role was determined by the system, someone became a player, and he became a monster. Is it really impossible to resist, however? He is the same legendary red dragon. However, it is impossible to combat what includes all the laws of the universe, so there is no special difference between Dragon and Arthur. But it is strange that he turned into a monster. Did the red dragon be a player? But players are only people who are externally like gods, which is why they can make them their avatars. The sword owner wanted this dragon to tell Arthur a lot, but he cannot do it. However, according to the oath of the gods, he is obliged to help this traveler at least once. That is why the dragon turned and began to approach the huge guard of the hippo. At first, everyone around had doubts, but then it became clear that he was trying to destroy the hippos, so it was the help of the Arthur. Of course, the hippo was completely against such arrangements. He believed that they were acting at the same time and fighting on one side. From afar, the players could not even understand what was happening there. It would be noticeable only signs of a great battle. Only a little later, those who have observation skills saw that the dragon was trying to destroy the hippo, and so far it succeeds. I realized that it was time to intervene and get a wounded beast with his weapons. He skillfully approached the monster and struck his back. All those who observed this event nearby immediately felt the taste of this blood. After the help of the dragon flew away, it looks not to wait for gratitude from Arthur. Kim received the achievement of the Killer of God and received a special reward for the destruction of a strong guard. When he went down to the ground, he could not understand where the red dragon went. Probably, Waves Wales realized that if he had left here for a short time, he would have to fight with other players. Everyone was amazed because Kim was really so talented and a strong player. Julian approached him and said that a great honor for him to get acquainted with a living legend. It turned out that even this guy is here. He is a player from Germany and concluded a contract with God of another constellation. In his past life, he was a rather active player. Julian said that he wanted to talk to Kim personally, but the guy replied that he was better to go through outsiders. Julian agreed to it and said that they would still meet and talk in the future. Kim confirmed these words, and turning into a crow, soon disappeared. All this happened very quickly. Now it became clear that all servers will be united in the future and only larger. So it is quite easy to understand that every prominent player in this game will now be important. All this must be remembered to prepare for the same moment that Kim awaits. For a while we will move again to the world of the devil and the Yard of Dissolution. Have not seen for a long time what was happening there. Akarthos returned to Merapapius. He was upset and said that his plan did not come out because the mental attack was stopped. Of course, the devil was not delighted with these news, but it was not much surprised. Akarthos suspected something wrong because he even told about the accurate location of the hippomont. Subsequently, the devil replied that Kim did not feel even the slightest threat, and this is amazing because he was too strong. Strong players are an incentive for them, at least that is what Mara Papias believes. Now he cannot wait for the moment when Kim shows himself, for example, in competitions that will soon start in the world of the devil. Recently, this building has been talking about a black crow. Kim learned in advance about the method of attack, regardless of the appearance of a guard. Of course, Akarthos was angry because the red dragon did not obey him at all, so he could not continue. Monster is not enough to destroy Kim, so he will do anything to find another way. It took a while and began to count the points for this competition. In the first place, the English server. So Kim and his friends are only others. Now the master of the game should intervene and say his word. But Kim still is dissatisfied for some reason, although he solved all the problems. Kim is worried that the Akintan master did nothing, although the witch thinks that it is even for the better. All this is strange because usually the masters of the game do not behave at all. Similar to Arthur is also in a bad mood. He still cannot find the answer to his questions. That's the kind of man. He got a sword, but did not receive extra courage. Kim asked him to think more after the competition is over, although his faith in this guy looks strange. However, Raven has long learned to trust his intuition, and he may know something with the help of memories from past life. Maria entered the room and called Kim. She wanted to find out whether she had finished the competition. The guy replied that nothing was completed yet, but the results are already quite obvious. For this sword, they should give about 100 points. Therefore, with such an assessment, no matter what the other server is successful, he will not be able to catch up with Kim and his friends. Arthur thanked his new friend for his help and said that all the players of England should also thank him. But Kim replied that it was not for the sake of gratitude. Therefore, it is enough that all of England can reach a new European level, and its players get an incentive to become stronger. Sometimes it is too good so it even looks suspicious, but it is. Maria approached Kim, and with tears in her eyes, began to ask him to take it with her for a task. However, Kim was not in humor and immediately said that she could not go with him. It could be too dangerous. He also said that there is no chance to learn magic in a big witch, so Mary should appreciate this opportunity. Before going, he promised to fulfill any of her desire in the future if of course it will be real. Another week of competition on the English server, Linda was dissatisfied with her achievements during this time. She knows that Kim is constantly busy, but she was angry with him because he never wrote it. Suddenly, she felt that someone was approaching her without even turning her head. She ordered to flee if he did not want to die. It looks like this guy is not going to run at all. It is unclear why people never listened to her for the first time. But suddenly she heard a voice that immediately seemed to her. Her heart immediately began to fight at double speed. Only a few seconds she realized that my brother was behind her who had not seen his name George for a long time. He was glad to see his sister alive because he was worried about her, although he heard news from his mother. It turned out that he constantly communicates with his mother, but if he came to her, so he wants to tell her something. However, George replied that she was too serious about it. He could find it by accident. However, he is her brother, and she knows his character perfectly, so he is unlikely to come to her without a goal. George smiled and said, Linda remains the same prudent as before. She was always careful. George said that he really has no goal in this conversation. Just wanted to offer somehow to see when they both have free time. You can dine with your mother, because they have not been seen with each other for a very long time. Linda could not help but notice a strange tattoo on the neck of her brother. She immediately attracted her attention. The girl began to remember the battles against various bad guys. Their bodies also had similar tattoos. Did her brother become a member of one of the gangs, which she had already met before? However, now let's get away from this and see what is happening on another continent. In a fairly spacious apartment, a baby cry was heard. Like Barbara again, something dreaming. She immediately came to the sisters of Sandra and Carol and began to ask what happened. The girl explained that it was only a nightmare, though to be more accurate, she saw the future. She explained that all the people who are in their hometown would soon die. Of course, there should be a reason for such a future, and apparently it is related to the same girl in a black suit. Of course, everyone remembers what Linda looks like, but will she lose her mind and destroy everything around? Barbara explained that her nightmares are constantly changing, so all this is not accurate. But the only thing she is absolutely sure is that she saw a killer from a star of death. Meanwhile, Kim continued to watch the news in the community of the gods. About the guild of the killers of the gods began to speak too much, so their guild becomes known. But if it is not stopped in time, it can only complicate his affairs. Soon he saw Katie. It seems to him that it was she who tried most in this case. While everyone was focused on dragon and hippos, she was constantly picking up items. And it turned out to be great because she was really able to collect a large number of objects of different ranks. However, one detail is constantly concerned about Kim. He cannot help but notice that something strange has been happening with Landa lately. At first glance, it is not clear, it seems not offended, but it is impossible to say that everything is normal. If he understood what was the matter, he immediately talked about it and tried to solve the problem. Kim approached the girl to say hello, but she was very scared. It was not before. Of course, the guy noticed that as he approached her, she immediately closed her messages. Maybe she hides something? Kim was wonderful that she read her messages with a serious face, and he decided to ask who was writing her. Soon Linda decided to tell about meeting with her brother. She said that he wanted to meet, and unlike her, he was always talented. Is there a person who has a bigger talent than Linda? I have not heard about such a boy in his past life. Kim quickly guessed that she did not have the best relationship with her brother, but he would explain that the matter is not about it. She is worried about the fact that her brother is a mother, although it looks great. But not everything seems as it seems. Linda is upset because her mother does not particularly love her. And to be even more accurate, her mother is afraid of her daughter, and it is really strange. So Linda does not want to meet her brother and mom, so Kim offered to go with her. He is always very kind and ready to help in a difficult situation. It sounds quite good, but not expected. Linda explained that she was interested in this proposal, but there is one problem, and Kim will soon find out. Soon they went to this meeting together. There was too much garbage on the streets of their city because of the constant battles of players with monsters. Kim immediately recognized this street because the devil's servants usually gather here. They soon came to the meeting place. Probably not a better place for dinner with their family. But strangely enough, this restaurant is still working. And at the entrance, they were immediately met by an employee of this institution. How many seconds when he looked at his visitors, the guy immediately started panic. He did not just panic, but began to shout that he did not want to serve the demon to the killer. For these words, he almost left his head. Linda does not like when she is called a demon, although sometimes she is really a demon, and she is really a murderer. The girl approached him and said that he was more calm and ordered 2 Americano. It seems to have learned the technique of returning objects, and it also becomes an increasing personality on this server. And it is only necessary to learn to communicate with other people because so far this aspect is difficult. She soon received a message that her brother would soon join them in this institution. When he came, he immediately said that he was usually not late, but now he had very important things. Linda immediately began to ask him where their mother, she was so impatient, did not even ask George. How was his work? After that, he looked at the guy sitting next to Linda and asked her who was. The girl calmly answered that this guy was called Kim, and she likes, even Kim himself was not expected. George was also very surprised. He said that Landa was never liked Linda, so she probably jokes. However, the girl replied that it was not a joke at all and she is telling the pure truth. And then George truly naked. Of course, Kim began to feel quite uncomfortable. He guessed her feelings. But before she had never said that directly. However, it is not the most important thing now. Kim began to look at George and realized that this was the same problem that Landa was talking about. He guessed very quickly because it is not difficult. This guy has black hair, black eyes, and a strange tattoo. So he concluded a contract with a demon. Linda said that they should immediately go to business and forget about the formalities. This is more like her. Straightforward and simplicity. George immediately smiled and started talking. He said he wanted to show something. He has changed a lot and is no longer the guy who was before. He frankly stated that he concluded a contract with a demon that ranks 17 in rank. He looked at his sister and realized that she was unlikely to conclude a contract with someone. These words did not like Kim very much, to be honest. She signed a contract with the guild. Kim also guessed very quickly that the demon concluded with George's contract is higher in the rank of Neberos. George told her sister that she no longer need to look like a good look. The world has changed, but she remained the same. Linda replied that she was so comfortable, and Kim, meanwhile, could not understand whether Linda he knows. Insect George was completed for a short and unpleasant conversation that he was ready to show her mother's sister and ordered him to follow him. Linda never had any special talents in her childhood. The more she had something, the more her father demanded. He very often shouted at the girl and said that they with his mother put too much in her, and she should reach more than they. Parents were convinced that their daughter could make more progress to justify their investment. Of course, the mother of this little girl saw her father constantly shouting at her. She understood that all these requirements were absurd, but she could not say anything because she felt fear. And the main problem is that this fear subsequently turned into cruelty and violence. She began to beat her daughter constantly. She beat her for every mistake, and it almost never stopped. However, for Linda, this violence did not make any sense and the girl began to smile everywhere. When her mother saw it for the first time, she felt a real horror and can be understood. No suffering and punishment could intimidate Landa. She was very dependent on her mother, and this is wrong. However, the girl understands it too late, but still tried to continue to listen and tolerate. After that, Linda constantly began to hide her abilities. She resigned to and did not pay attention to her father's requirements. But her mother still did not love her daughter, and that's what was so upset the girl. Her father realized that he would not be able to make progress in the upbringing of Land, and therefore translated his expectations to a young son. The mother was also much better about George. It was noticeable that she loves her boy. George, at which time was not paid attention because of his sister's abilities, desperately made every effort to satisfy his parents' expectations. Although, unlike his sister, he could not achieve outstanding results. Because of this, parents often shouted at him and compared to Linda, and she watched such scenes until she went to the university. After that, he only left to wait for her mother to forget about it, and she will try again to bring her closer. The world changed. His father died, and the mother continued to avoid meetings with her daughter. But now she has expressed her desire to meet Landa, and it looks very strange. Kim noticed that the girl worries something, maybe people who are around. He replied that all is well, and she would not kill all these people, although she feels a lot of evil aura here. Linda knows that now her brother is with her, so we have to endure. Calm down and be a good girl. However, her eyes show her true emotions at this moment, but she still tries not to show her true face. Soon, George already said that he already knows that everyone around Linda's killer of the devil. It all looks pretty surprisingly because she is not an avatar, and did not even conclude a contract with the devil, and everyone she killed was too weak. Soon they finally got the destination and George said they would see their mom now. As soon as he opened the door, people in black suits began to bow immediately before him. They called George his boss. Kim immediately focused and tensed. Maybe this guy thought of some dirty game. As it turned out, George is the head of the Guild of the Eastern Month. He became one of its leaders and won the trust of other players. He said that he became the head of the new branch in the area, unlike his sister, who did not become anyone. Although these words were very offensive, Linda remained calm and said that it was true. She doesn't even want to say that she would envy her younger brother, although she probably felt that he was above her. The girl does not pay attention to all these words, George. She said again that she wanted to see her mother. Of course, all this upset the boy. He said that he expected another reaction and called his sister boring. He soon ordered his assistants to bring something. Kim and Linda were straining immediately because he was unlikely to mean to bring his mother. Soon his assistant brought him some strange box. So far, it is unclear what is inside. Then George took this box, called his sister, and said that she had to open his gift now. The girl was very scared. It cannot be because he loved her mother very much. No one saw so tense and frightened Linda for a long time when she opened the box. Her eyes had twice. At that moment, George immediately laughing at the whole room. He was convinced that his sister was surprised and pleased with his surprise. She has now got her beloved mother, and George believes that the fellow who was avenging for his bad attitude to Landa. Mom was constantly mocking her and beating, and now she is officially punished for it all. Of course, no one expected such a turn of the plot. Linda did not understand why he did it, yet his mother loved him very much. He explained that she loved him, but he hoped too much, and it pressed on him. Everyone knows about her problems with her head when her father disappeared. She immediately began to pick up George. She is not even a player, but an ordinary insect who constantly ordered him to do, and that is why he killed her. Kim all this time was silently standing nearby and was in a state of shock. He realized that George is an ordinary psycho. However, this inadequate guy said Linda may not worry because he will soon send her to his mother too, and they will be together. Linda will not be able to attack her brother, so this situation requires immediate Kim intervention. But a few seconds, the guy began to feel strange emotions. It is something associated with Landa. The girl dropped her mother's head on the floor. To be honest, even you look creepy. Kim immediately began to reassure Landa. He said that she should not do anything. You need to wait and hold on. However, it was a flame that woke up and it did not allow her to calm down. Although the girl really wanted to quench this fire. Soon her eyes began with the wards and red light, and we all know what it means. Linda wants to kill everyone around again. She should do it to protect what she appreciates so much, and if she is not reassured, the apocalypse will soon begin in this building. George could not understand why his sister began to behave so quietly. She was too boring again, though there should be at least some reaction. As soon as she made a step towards, he smiled and said that now he would show her how strong he was. But in a second, she firmly grabbed her neck and began to lift over herself. It seems that he was waiting for this, so he immediately got his sharp black sword and prepared for a blow. George promised to cut her back in half and tried to do it in a second. However, what happened very much surprised him. Clint did not die, and could somehow withstand this blow. To do this, you need to have incredible endurance and regeneration skill, and all these qualities are in Linda. He began to ask his sister to calm down and let him go because he realized that he was close to death. It was at this point that she smiled. Smiled just as she did it as a child and when she was beaten. George immediately began to call his assistants and ordered them to stop this woman immediately. He does not understand why they stand and do not interfere with the situation. His neck is already very close to being broken. They did not have time to do this. Perhaps because they were shocked by the power of this woman. Perhaps because of her aura did not allow them to intervene. But in any case, this story was completed by Linda said goodbye to her brother and tore his head, and immediately realized that they had serious problems because the madness she had restrained for so long. After that, Linda began to name Kim many times and returned to him. She continued to laugh as if hungry, and then promised to protect Kim and said that he could not worry. She will not allow him to happen to her what happened to her mother, but all this is absurd. The girl said that he would destroy all these ants around. Then with Kim may not worry and trust only her. However, he understands that her condition can lead to catastrophe, and only he can stop Linda. This is no longer a competition in the game. It is necessary to be prepared even for murder, and the Kim can die. Linda began to glow in red and repeated that he should kill everyone. Such an impression as if you have been and entered the devil and trying to get out, it looks creepy. Even the best player around the world did not reach such speed. And seconds have not passed as 2 of the demon servant were brutally killed. Linda was not a real death past these cockroaches and destroyed them and sent them to hell. Kim stood and could not understand what was happening. He did not even have time to turn his head. And most people in this room had already died. Of course, they all shouted and tried to escape, but when Linda reaches this condition, it is in vain to scream and run. Kim does not matter what will become with the guys from the Guild of the Eastern Month. But at this rate, the condition of land will only get worse. He tried to tell her that she would calm down and stop, but in response, the girl only smiled. Of course, he did not want to activate his forces for this, and especially did not want to fight her. There is no other choice. But even his strength could not stop this mad anger and aggression that took possession of Linda's mind. The girl did not stop and continued to destroy the members of the Guild of the Eastern Month one by one. There was such an impression as if they were all ordinary turkeys on the farm, and it came to prepare for gratitude. She looked at Kim and smiled. It was noticeable that she did not want to kill him. So even in such a state, she realized that he was her friend. Of course, this can already be called a plus, but it is impossible to allow it to go beyond the building, otherwise a real disaster will begin. Its purpose was quite simple. Linda was constantly repeating that he should kill everyone. She can no longer lose people loved ones, so he has to protect them to remain good. She always tried to be a good baby, but without loved ones, this good child does not need anyone. Linda has not completely lost her mind, but if you do not stop it in time, then it will be difficult to return it to normal. That is why Kim has no other way out but to intervene and apply the forces against this woman. However, we all understand how strong Linda is in this state. And if you be honest, I am not sure that Kim will be able to stop her. But it should always be remembered that this guy wins in the first place with the help of his intelligence. He finds reasonable solutions to difficult problems. He did not expect that he would have to find out this item again. But now the perfect opportunity. He managed to put him on a girl and forced her to stop. Kim asked not to waste his strength in vain, because this bracelet was weighing 10 tons. After that, Kim guessed to write Katie, she will be able to invent something. However, it was his mistake as soon as he was distracted for a minute. Then a real horror happened immediately. Yes, it is not difficult to guess that in this state, Linda quickly decided to tear her hand to escape from the bracelet. It seems that with the recovery of rank A, such focuses are possible, but a person should still have pain. It will soon get to the city center soon, and then a real chaos will begin. Linda has to apologize to him, but Kim is obliged to destroy the upper part of her body. If he wants to protect the city, this is the only option. He took his weapon and approached the girl behind the back. The last thing he said, it was the words of apology. A very loud explosion came. Is it really true? Will we never see Linda again? So it happened. His weapons worked perfectly. Linda's body was torn into 2 parts. This is probably the irony of fate, because even in this life, Linda has also died. She did it in the first round when she protected Kim from the attack of green goblins. Now she also died, and the most interesting thing is that she has lost her life again because of this boy. And in his hands blood very close to him, will be difficult to put up with it. It was necessary to guess that this girl could not be brought here. It was necessary to guess and prevent her from opening the box. Kim closed his eyes and tried to hold back tears. Now he would regret all this until the end of his days. But it is early to hurry up with the conclusions. We already remember what rank A is capable of regeneration. Kim felt pain in his legs and fell to the ground. It became obvious that he was attacked again. Soon Kim realized what attacked him. Of course, he recognized this red axe. Linda is very similar to zombies. She was cut into 2 parts, but the regeneration skill is so strong that the girl was able to recover. She smiled and said Kim was very mistaken because he had to target her head. Now he has a problem, or a guy lost both legs because of her insidious attack. She approached him and began to apologize for it, but she also had no choice and she had to make it. She said that she wanted it because Kim was very strong, and if she no longer liked it, he would run away and she would not be able to catch him. That is why she was constantly worried about all this. Probably completely lost her mind, and she took possession of madness. Linda continued to cry and say Kim would not worry because she was constantly with him. On the contrary, he will now be better without his feet, because Linda will be able to become his feet, and he does not have to be upset because of this stupid game. Now she will protect him, and he will always be safe and will feel her love. Now she is satisfied with herself. And the happy world has changed. Now all her loved ones will always be with her. It looks like no one left in the area of the city. All of them died or fled. However, Linda heard something. She saw that a regular mouse was running near her. It looks like this girl became completely inadequate because she began to attack this little animal, as if she were a devil's servant. But in some incredibly, this mouse was able to evade the axe at the last moment. It also looks like a professional player. In the eyes of this mouse there was noticeable tears. Probably it should mean something. Not only Linda has his regeneration skills, Kim also collected many points and skills, and with this, he was able to restore his legs. But he would not be able to do all this without assistance, so he had to write. Katie came to his assistance very quickly and was able to support this difficult moment for him. Now Kim is trying to understand what Katie did with Linda. Did they really fight? However, this is not quite true. The girl explained that Linda closed in the interpretation pit. She did the same when she created a bunker. This skill works about the same as magic, so Linda will be hostage for about 2 days. As last time, this protection will not be split last time. You need to remove the technique. Of course, Kim noticed some of Lin's behavior. In such nuances, he is always very attentive. At first, she completely lost her mind, and then as if he had recovered, most likely the problem is not in the skills, but in her personal characteristics. Katie said she had no techniques for this case, and even if she does not know, others will not be able to help. This time, even Kim cannot invent anything. The situation is too complicated and not classic, so it is difficult to understand what to do. He saw a tall girl in a red dress in front of her. She saw his excited look and immediately came to the rescue. Imra began to fear that Kim could start praying to another deity, so she immediately came to his help. She said that the guy should not be so surprised by this, because she came into this world not quite in a direct way. If you say it in modern language, with VPN, it has thrown a fictitious file into this world, although the process is a little heavy. If you act in the same way as demons, all this becomes possible, although usually the gods do not pay so much attention to the game. Of course, there is a restriction. If the player gives her a sufficient reward, then she will be able to help. Otherwise, the system will perceive it as a mistake and immediately remove from the game. With regard to the reward, everything is simple here. The player can safely give their deities. There is nothing special about it. Although, of course, none of the players know it. Few people can tell such information. If someone does not like something, then they can do it on their own, so envy God bad. Idra also said that she remembers all the rules and does not violate them. Even now there is a broadcast, so the creator sees it all. Recently, Idra began to be interested in video and began to teach them on her channel. Her nickname, A Witch of Dreams. Of course, it is strange to hear that the deity teaches a video on her channel and asks her to lick. In his past life, everything was completely different. However, it doesn't matter now that Idra removes everything on a hidden camera, because we need to think about how to save a girl sitting in a pit. Idra is able to attack the mind and cause hallucinations, so he can give advice. And this advice is that Landa meets with her mother. In fact, all this is not very difficult. Then its features will be manifested again, and it will quickly return to normal. However, Kim immediately said that the problem is that it is impossible to do it. Her mother died. But the Witch of Dreams has a different opinion on this. She said that she has an idea how to arrange it. It is somehow related to the past. Kim, for example, was already in the past, though it was only a dream. It is strange that Idra knows about it at all, because she was only part of this dream and was not in the Dungeon of Dreams. She approached Kim and said that if this problem is solved, she will have more subscribers, and that is what she wants. This method is quite simple. You need to change the Dungeon of Dreams and then the reward will change. As it became known, there is a quest in the dungeon, and Kim knows everything about the reward. That he can change the dungeon, the reward will also change, so the main task is to return to Linda. The guy cannot understand why Hydra sacrifices his points and helps him, although he is not even an avatar. But as it turned out, she was not going to spend her points. She called him a brazen guy and said that he would pay for it. She already said that she should receive a sufficient reward from the player, and such a difficult task will cost 100,000 points. She is sure that Kim will be able to pay such an amount, and he should be grateful to her, because for such a price, none of the gods will do so. Soon, he transferred the right number of points to her account, and Idra immediately began to ache the head of this complexity of this mission. It seems like it begins to do the video mounting and teaches them on its channel. When Kim comes inside, he will immediately find herself in the time when Linda's mother was still alive. In those days, they could already conclude a contract with Idra, although it is not necessary. In general, all this looks strange. Because this witch from the second round knows information from the first round, probably she has created a similar situation in the past. Soon, all these explanations were completed and it's time to work. With the help of Dreams began to change, and the process has been launched. Now it is a Temple of Dream. This temple is now officially moving to a player named Kim. Now he will control them and can be called the boss of the temple. This is still the Temple of Idra, but now it will be to control Kim. All this is quite confusing, but it is not very important. To enter this Kim temple, only 3 of its skills must be chosen. It looks like a lot in the past. He will have to give up a large number of different techniques, but this is the cost of rescue to Linda. According to the Witches of the Dream, Kim ended up when Linda's mother was still alive. He immediately saw that there were no scars or calluses in his hands, so this is not a very distant past. Now he is trying to understand what this is at the time in the past, but it is strange that he does not feel people around. With his current level, he is weak enough. Maybe it's just the first round. Suddenly, Kim heard strange sounds and returned that he did not like him at all. Too unsuccessful moment to appear in this world. It is probably an approximate end of the dungeon, so the smoke that can be seen around is poisonous. Kim did not expect that Idra would send him right before his death, although it is possible because she poorly controls the choice of time. Next time you have to talk to her, but now you need to find a safe place immediately. Kim immediately applied the search for this because if he did not hide in time, he will have serious problems. He soon found a wonderful place for hiding, and it was at this moment that he heard the approach of an unknown creature. In his current state, it is better to avoid battles. At this time in his past life, he was engaged in search and collection of objects. Then he lost consciousness from the poison of this Scorpio. But fortunately, someone saved him, and he returned to Mr. Taylor. Maybe someone carried him on his back and then left on the road. He was lucky because he could die. Now you can breathe calmly. Scorpio will be caught tomorrow, and Idra will soon come to him. Now you need to quickly cleanse the Temple of Dreams and get out of here with Linda's mother. But she should go with him at his request. There is no time limit, but if the horse dies, the same will happen in his reality. So her mother should be said somehow. Now she should be with her son, and he probably in a dark brotherhood or in the Guild of Sins. If this situation has already arisen, then the Dark Brotherhood is much more suitable for Kim. He immediately went in search of the right information, especially about players who recently became participants in the Dark Brotherhood or Guild of Sins. He found the same informant and asked him if a player named George was known to him. He reported that this guy knows and is called the Ascending Star. He is Sins. Kim immediately heard this information. He hoped that George would be a member of the Dark Brotherhood. The informant reported that George did not know the exact location of George, but he had to send him to a new branch. This information had to pay 1,000 points. This is not a big price, but now Kim has too few points. The informant thanked the payment, and Kim was convinced that Kim has no more questions. He wanted to go right away. However, Kim was in no hurry to say goodbye to him, and said that the last detail remained. The guy got his sword and cut his throat to the informant. Such was to expect it from Kim. He did this because the informant inevitably told this information to the Guild of Sins. Soon, the guy found the right place where the members of this gang are. He also mentioned that Idra had to appear soon, but he was upset because it is too uncomfortable to follow the crow's eye skill. Fortunately, he had a search technique. He tried to use it, and suddenly he felt that he could follow him. In the first round, this did not happen. In addition, it makes no sense because they do not see each other. Maybe something has changed in this Temple of Dreams, and perhaps all this time he felt the presence of Idra. As always, she is late, but now it is not crucial. It is good that she came at all. Kim does not understand why she sent him at the moment when a large Scorpio appeared, but the woman replied that she could not control the time of time. Even now, she was late because she synchronized her memories with this world. After this brief conversation, it was time to make Kim his avatar, and now he got the skill of imaginary space. With this skill, Kim can feel much calmer. His mood was immediately smoked. Then Idra said that she got a little interesting here. They met later, so she didn't know if the girl was still alive. The witch knows that Kim felt her presence. She was all this time watching him. A similar guy does not understand who the witch says, but at this time this girl is still alive. Soon Idra finally named this girl's name and Linda's name, and did not expect it. Of course, he remembers that she was killed at the very beginning of the game, when the world changed. So from the very beginning, she had the skill of the Star of Death, and Kim could not guess how much this technique could help people at a critical time. Of course, he understands that with such technique, a person can recover even after death, and there will be no trace of injuries. So at that moment, Linda was still alive, and a witch of dreams saw her personally on the way to Kim. The words of the goddess really make sense because Kim did not check if Linda died after the attack with Goblin. He immediately fled. Idra saw that he did not trust her words, which is why he said that he had to go and see for it personally. The guy used this advice and immediately tried to use the search skill. He realized that the desired object was 40 meters away from it, turned on the noise insulation and decided to see Linda with his own eyes. Is she really alive? But then why she watched him all this time and didn't even try to get about? He was able to find her soon. She probably lost Kim and lost her because of it. Idra was right. Anyone could say so if he saw it with his own eyes. It looked like a monster crazy. Is it really Linda? Is it that she saved his life when he lost consciousness because of poisoning in the first round? She took it and took it to a safe place. Only now Kim saw this picture completely. But he cannot understand why she has changed so much. It seems too logical to him. The guy decided to get closer and catch this girl immediately. All these questions should be closed right now. At the moment, she has no such regeneration skills as in the second round, so she chose a cautious tactic. In addition, it became noticeable that it does not show even a hint of anger to Kim. It became clear that Linda was definitely, but of course not quite one that he was used to seeing her. Make sure she understands his words. The guy stood up and told her to follow him. Usually those who have a Death Star skill feel hatred of all people in the world. This quality is given to them from birth, which is why they become enemies of humanity. But with Landa, everything is different. It was not noticeable such manifestations, probably because of its personal characteristics, or something else. Kim has taken his girlfriend to Idra to ask her advice. Now Linda is very similar to a home pet. Kim has his thoughts about this. Her character may have become quieter because of the injuries she received from Goblin. But there is a high likelihood that the Star of Death could, on the contrary, even more prove itself in the second round, and this technique merged with its instincts. That is why she looked like a person, but now it is quite different, and it looks like a completely disappeared personality. Even now, it is unknown whether it is a feature of Linda or whether it worked as a protective mechanism of the Death Star, but it is known that it was held nearby to protect Kim. In the first round, the guy did not feel it at all. She probably died at some point while watching him. That is, she died protecting him from danger, and he did not even suspect it, because she could not tell anyone about it. Now he decided to do everything possible to save her in the second round. He feels that he is his duty. Meanwhile, let's move to the main headquarters of the Guild of Sins and see what is happening there. Inside today is too quiet. The impression that everyone around has completely died and does not express signs of life. It is unlikely that anyone will decide to attack the guild, which is managed by the avatar of God Hades, because it is madness. Probably everyone around went to catch a huge scorpion. The guards behaved calmly and did not suspect that all this time they were watching them and they would soon have problems. When they felt that someone was approaching them, it was too late, and Kim took advantage of their speed to destroy them. He asked Linda not to bite anyone around, but in this timeline, this girl looked like a disobedient dog. Although it has the characteristics of an incredibly strong warrior, but behaves like a regular child. This girl's combat skills have not disappeared at all. She even moves faster because now she does not have such a strong regeneration skill. Kim said that it would be too dangerous and so she can't follow him, though Linda was against it. She wanted to go with her friend so much that she could even say a few words. The girl looked at Kim and said that she would protect him. After that, it was difficult to stop it, so it was only to be allowed to go. Meanwhile, Linda's mother, who was called Margaret, tried to reassure her son and asked him to stop. George replied that he couldn't do it because it was the only way to stay alive. He must obey the one who is stronger, because that is what his mother taught him. Probably Margaret is worried that the leader of the guild has shown interest in her, and now they must meet him. At first it seemed that she would give up such a meeting, but Margaret agreed for her son. Of course, we all remember the leader of the Guild of Sins, whose avatar Gides is called Mark. In this temporal line, he is still alive. George really wants to become his close ally, because it will help his career in this guild. He is convinced that he will soon conclude a contract with the devil and will become the leader of one of the branches and will finally show his sister that he is better than her. Meanwhile, on the lower floors of the headquarters of the Guild of Sins, it was fun. Everything around almost completely destroyed Kim and Linda. Even in this temporal line, this duo is too dangerous. They quickly killed all the security and used the poisonous gas of Scorpio. With the help of Kim's system, I will understand that there are only a few people left in this building. It is George and his mother, as well as guild leader, Mark. They have already heard that they began to start off the outside, but were not very worried about it. Mark has felt that there are only 5 living people in this building now, like worthy rivals. He can see all this with the help of the royal eye technique, which immediately sees the living and dead around. He seems funny enough that he has only 2 rivals. He hopes that they will be worth his attention. Mark stood on his feet very quickly. It became clear that even this simple action was frightened by Margaret. George decided to take the situation in his own hands. He asked the leader not to interfere and promised to destroy all these cockroaches in person. This guy looks confident in his own power, which is what wants to see the leader and his warriors. Of course, George's motives are quite simple. He wants to take the opportunity and win Mark's trust. He cannot hope only for this stupid woman. Anything can happen if the guild leader changes her attitude to her. George feels that he has become strong enough. He is no longer the little boy who was before. He got his sword and went to meet the adventures, not even knowing what he would have to fight with his own sister. Mark felt that enemies were approaching their room. Now we will witness an interesting family drama. When Kim enters the room of his rivals, he opens the door with his feet. He immediately met George and tried to cut off his head with his sword, but Kim skillfully evaded and bounced high. It looks like this juvenile has overestimated his abilities too much. Now a real alpha male is beating in this world. Kim decided not to use his sharp blade, but was satisfied with his neck in order for George to lose consciousness. It happened very quickly, and it looked incredibly easy, which means the skill of the player. Mark saw these unusual abilities and now realized why his people were weaker than Kim. He likes strong players. Earlier, he easily destroyed his enemies, and no player on their server was interested in him. That is why Mark is very interested in this battle and hopes Kim will be able to cheer him up. Kim returned at this time without most of his skills, but some focuses still remained with him. Of course, he is ready to use his strengths at the right moment, and this moment has come. He does not like rivals who say too much, so he wants to destroy Mark so much. In his past life, he had such an opportunity, but Linda destroyed this arrogant leader of the guild. Now Mark's indicators are quite high. It also has special technique, so you cannot relax. Moreover, this guy was angry after he was injured in his neck. He promised to break Kim with one blow. The technique of imaginary space is very important in the battle against strong rivals. It helps to become unpredictable and attack from different sides. When your rival uses this technique, you can't understand where to expect his attack. If it turns out to be fast, it will be a killer symbiosis along with this technique. Mark noted the skills of his opponent, but it seems to him that Kim is afraid to fight him in an open way. But all these words do not act at Kim at all. It does not lose confidence in his own power and continues to follow his plan. He said that he expected much more than the leader of the Guild of Sins, and thus forced him to use his strongest techniques. It's time to use his main weapons, and Mark was ready for it. He activated Quine's technique. After that, this guy immediately disappeared, and everything around was covered with a red fog. Kim has heard a lot about this technique. It allows you to hide and not expected to attack the enemy. This is one of the same techniques who do not like Kim, because it is difficult to fight against them. Soon Mark appeared and treacherously attacked Kim. A few seconds in the room became too much blood. As it turned out later, this blood belongs to the leader of the guild. He did not understand how Kim was able to feel his approach. However, it is not that Kim has seen him all this time. All this can only be called ordinary intuition. While the opponent protects his protection, he will certainly decide to attack the front and put a direct blow. You can hide your abilities, but the habits will not go anywhere, So Kim has won again with the help of banal logic. Yes, it was cruel, but cruel players should be punished as if they were crazy. This is how the leader of the Guild of Sins was destroyed, and one of the best players in this game. However, it is now time to talk to the woman for whom it was planned. Kim asked Margaret to follow him, but the woman doubted and afraid that he could die at the hands of this stranger. Kim called his girlfriend Linda so that Margaret could see her daughter with her own eyes. Of course, she was surprised and believed that her daughter was killed at the beginning of the game. The girl immediately began to run to her mother and hug her. Even having lost her mind, she does not lose connection with loved ones. Kim said they could not stay in this place for a long time because soon fighters from another branch can come here, so it's better to leave. Kim explained that he came here for the sake of Margaret, and if she wants to live, he should move faster. He did not have any other choice but to take her forcibly and bring her with her, because otherwise she would stay with her son. Kim said he was not very fond of elevators and chose an alternative to get out of this building through the window. It can be said that this is a rather exotic way to go down, but there was nothing more. Soon the guild warriors will come to the building, and today, Kim was lucky that most of them tried to catch Scorpio in the city center. After a while, George woke up. He was angry that he was taken to a small snail and not even killed. He saw that his boss was killed and realized that if he had concluded a contract with a demon or god, then everything would be different. However, suddenly he went into the system and saw that he had come. And the most interesting thing is that this message was written by God Hades. In the meantime, Kim began to try to tell Margaret the whole situation, but she could still understand anything. Kim asks her to meet her daughter, but Linda is now here, so it's too hard to explain. Kim hoped that Idra would appear and help him in this matter, because everything is so confusing that it is even impossible to explain to the ordinary person. Linda, meanwhile, hugged her mother, and then Kim in turn was noticeable that she loves both of them. Earlier, Margaret never saw her daughter being so good to someone but their family. Kim assured her that if she showed the same reaction, then most of all the daughter would also love her so much. However, Margaret immediately began to shout and wave her hands. She showed all her appearance that she did not need such love of her daughter. She became clear at once that she was afraid of Landa. But what is the reason for this attitude to her daughter? Probably all of this she beat her, but Margaret replied that she had never done so and took her gaze to the side. Kim immediately realized that a man was facing him. This is a type of people who do evil to other people to overcome their own fears. But so far, Kim cannot understand why Linda loves her mother so much, and for her sake, it can withstand so much bad. At this point, Linda looked at Margaret and said her mother hated her more. An adult woman was immediately frightened, and it became noticeable that tears appeared on her face. Linda did not stop and continued to talk to her mother. She said she was a good girl. Margaret could not withstand such emotional words from her daughter. Even in spite of their relationship, she took a step to her daughter and gave her her hand. And it is at this important moment for this family that there was an explosion. Maybe it is an attack of monsters, or the devil's servants. This explosion immediately knocked down Margaret and Kim, but Linda remained on the ground because it was like a dog all the time. All this was very expected. During such a conversation, you do not expect to attack any evil forces. Soon it became clear, and who came to them is George, and probably he wants to take revenge on his boss. Kim deliberately left him alive because he did not want to arrange a family drama. And that's exactly what Hades used. He knew when and how to offer his help to this guy. Now this god wants to test George's abilities and ordered him to destroy Kim. Is this guy not realizing that his attacks can hurt his mother and sister? But it looks like he knows about it. George said that he tried to kiss them and kill all three of them at the same time. This guy was like a real psycho. Hey, probably gave him a lot of points because another guild leader died, and now George has become much stronger. From the very beginning, Kim did not want to kill him because it will then be difficult to persuade Margaret to go with him. But this is not the worst. Now George has learned to some techniques, Mark, and one of these technicians is called Quine. For the first time, Kim was able to defend himself and understand where the enemy would attack. But will everything be so easy this time? George had just mastered this technique and had not yet had enough time to bring it to automatism. That is why Kim was able to stop him and protect himself from a dangerous blow. It was too obvious attack, so it was easy. George was even more angry and said that he would be much stronger now, but his blows were still blocked. Kim explained that George destroyed the building. Lime powder has filled everything around, which is why George leaves traces when he moves. With this observation, which was able to predict all his subsequent attacks, and then came time to hit. All this is a good lesson. What is the point of high characteristics if they cannot be used? Kim approached him and struck a fatal blow. Between these two guys is too big a difference in experience. George could not believe that he really dies. He is the avatar of the king demon. Not that is not enough to be the strongest, but it looks like this is not the end. George tried to get out of his body. Perhaps Hades have taught him some focuses of regeneration. Kim immediately focused and tensed. He realized that this battle could be much heavier than he expected. Hades offered him extra strength to destroy Kim, but George was convinced that he could kill him with his own hands. All this looks very creepy and dangerous. It is necessary to destroy this guy very quickly and get out of here. This is what Kim decided to do. He approached George and put his sword even deeper into his heart. Such an impression was not to talk to George, but to Hades. Kim did not understand whether it was necessary to bring to it. The guy was not mistaken. Now the King of Demon really talks to him. He completely took possession of George's mind. This legendary demon said he has a bad mood now, and he does not like to be upset. He has such an impression as if Kim is not the first time he kills his avatar. It became clear that Hades did not remember everything as Audra, but he had a feeling. Of course, no one expected Hades that he would be able to get into the body of dead George, and now death will attack Kim. The situation is quite tense. The difference in their figures is too big. Kim will be difficult to break out with this hellish duel. Hades grabbed his hand, so it is possible that Kim will have to cut off his hand. However, it is too early to draw such conclusions. Because Kim will not fight this demon, Linda came to the rescue. She saved him from this hellish admiration and left his right hand whole and intact. But all this has a price. And now the King of Demons began to look like a mad monster. He began to shout at them and said that they were not afraid of God. Kim smiled and said that they were not afraid of anyone in this world, especially some loser. After this attack in the hand of the body, George broke the bone. Hades realized that it would be difficult to defeat these two people in such a weak body. That is why he decided to expel that he really lost this time and did it aloud. Kim immediately suspected that all this could only be the insidious plan of the King Demon. It is unlikely that he would be so easy to break away from them. The guy decided that as soon as Hades tried to strike him another blow, he would send him back to hell. Hades acknowledged that he lost, but also added that he would do his best, that Kim could not win. That's the same attack for which the main character was preparing. Now let's see if he will be able to protect himself from it. One of Kim's strengths is his timing. He always chooses the moment to start the attack. It was because of this that he managed to cut off George's head, the same death as in another timeline. But Kim saw that the face of this psychopath was still smiling. Maybe he conceived something before his death? Only later did it become clear that all this time, Kim was not the main goal for the attack. It was Margaret. It seemed that at that moment life stopped, although everything happened incredibly quickly, but such an impression as if God had stopped the world. If everything did not happen quickly, but Linda had time to react, she ran to her mother and closed her body with her own back. This is one of the most epic moments of this story. Margaret always beat her and did not show her love, and in response, Linda gave her life for her. It is unlikely that her body can withstand such a powerful blow. When Hades beats someone with her attack, then these people usually die. Kim could not understand why she did it, but the girl replied that she wanted to defend her loved ones. Probably because of incredible pain, her mind returned to the body, but is it for a long time? Margaret has never seen her daughter so calm and happy it has melted her heart. Linda asked her mother not to merge with her. She understands everything perfectly, understands that Margaret is afraid of her. However, Windows still cannot understand where she made the mistake. She remembers Kim's words that he told her a few years ago. She apologized to him for not being able to defend him anymore, but she was sure that he was strong and therefore would be able to go through this game. She was confident from their first meeting because he was always like that. If he started something, he brought the matter to the end. Finally, the girl said that she had one request for him. She asked Kim in any case not to forget her. With tears in his eyes, he looked at her bloody body and said that he would not forget her. Never. He held her hands when tears began to pour from her eyes. It was he who witnessed her last breath. Soon the system announced the boy that he absorbed the peculiarity of the love of a sick girl. So it was not a skill but a feature. Created from a girl's hope, it has only one man's love and the desire to defend him. It is not yet possible to know what the effects in this feature, but now we need to think about another. Only now, Margaret realized that her daughter died, a few seconds after her brother's death. Perhaps Margaret behaves so calm only because she is alive, though she may not care at all. Her son was brutally killed, and her daughter gave her life to defending her mother. It will be difficult to survive anyone. Margaret remembered that Kim wanted to tell her something. He invited her to another world, but she was not sure that it was safe there. But Kim did not persuade her to go with him. Apparently, this situation completely changed his intention to the future. He said that he was wrong, and now he realized that such a mother did not need Linda at all. Of course, Margaret could not understand what he was in mind. Tears continued on her face. It is unclear how she agreed with her daughter earlier, even if she beat her as a child. It is already in the past. Kim can only see the moment and evaluate it. Now Margaret is more like a poison than a mother. If he brings this woman with him to the second round, then he will say nothing to Linda, who is engulfed by madness. Judging by the fact that she was hesitating to her daughter, she may still have her mother feelings. But these maternal feelings had to be manifested from land from the very first round. It is called being a mother. Shortly, the time that Kim received in this world will end, and in this case, he will fail. If he cannot bring Margaret into his world, then there may be no other way to return it. But Kim is sure that he knows another way. He was from the beginning, but the guy tried to avoid him. But now everything has changed. Kim realized that he should save this girl. He was responsible for her, because he is the only one who stayed in her. All these words forced Idra to miss. She said that he agreed to everything and would allow him to add another person. The portal began to open. It was time to return to its real life. Kim looks quite upset. Now he thinks that it is very unlike him. For the first time in his life, he failed the task in the second round. But still, not everything was lost. He returned and met with Katie. The guy said that the failure of the task is not important. Linda could still be released at any time. Is he really trying to convince the girl to open a barrier? Katie immediately said that as soon as she opens the gate, he would start to flee. Kim prepared his weapon and ordered the girl to run as quickly as possible. If there were other people nearby, then let them take them with him. All of them have to find a safe place and hide, and Kim, meanwhile, will not fight. He will try to save Landa. Katie entrusted this guy and opened the gate, and soon Linda's silhouette became noticeable. While it was closed in this space, Foam Insane increased immediately that it is very difficult for her. Probably Linda kept herself a lot to hide her true essence, because she had too many different fears. Kim looked at her and said that she would never restrain herself again, because she no longer needed it. He is ready to accept it as she is, and that is why he invited her to attack the first. She immediately had a violation called the barter. Its protection worsened, but the attack became stronger. Kim has never heard of such a violation as a berserk. This is his first meeting with something similar. But this guy remained calm and focused. It was noticeable that he was ready for any result of this battle. Linda immediately began to attack her corporate weapon, and the attack will be difficult to restrain because the Star of Death sits inside her. However, Kim is one of the strongest players. He has incredible experience, natural talent, and intelligence. With all these strengths, it can stop the attacks of any other player. But he quickly seemed to be beating with a real piece of iron, so this girl is cruel. She not only attacks and tries to tear his head, but also throws huge stones. However, there are sometimes small pauses among all these attacks. They can be called perfect moments. It is at such moments that Kim loves to act when the opponent takes a pause for a second. You need to strike the answer. This blow proved to be very accurate and successful, and as a result, Landa lost her hand with weapons. It was noticeable that the madness completely seized her mind. Her eyes were constantly glowing with red flames. There is a deadly aura around her. Well, of course, you should not forget about the regeneration skill. She brought this technique to almost the perfect level. Less than a minute, her hand was completely restored. With such a force of regeneration, it can be considered that the weakening of its level of protection is almost not felt. The battle between friends continued. Linda's small wounds only raise points at the expense of death. In this case, it is necessary to activate the technique of not pierced steel. At least such a plan in Kim. This should help restrain this mad girl. Maybe even she will turn into a pancake. Kim did not restrain himself and used almost completely his combat arsenal. He attacked the girl with the help of not pierced steel and was sure that it would be enough to stop her. But even he underestimated the strength of the star and madness of this girl. If you do not invent any new plan, this battle can last for years. Kim is very strong and hardly losing this fight, and Linda has an incredible regeneration skill, so it is almost impossible to kill. The impression that she looked at the Wolverine and decided to become a copy of it, the girl only lacks claws. She looks at Kim but does not quite see him, and the mind is overshadowed by anger and aggression. Kim continues to work on plan and tries to assure the girl that she should not resist. He has many different skills that he is ready to use at least all day, and sometimes it really helps. He approached Linda, took her face and said that it was an end. The system immediately began to synchronize two players. In the past, they often spent time together. Linda was always interesting. Is it not bored to play these stupid games? Kim has always explained this, that he is more comfortable to be one. But Linda believes that such people are called outsiders. He couldn't understand if he really an outsider. Why is she talking to him? The girl could never find the answer to this question. Kim considered her behavior strange. Linda did not like it when he called her strange. She said she was a rather ordinary girl. But Kim has a completely different opinion, such an impression as if Linda is constantly wearing a mask, although it is not very concerned. He does not try to offend her at all, only states the fact and is normally treated, because it is a kind of human behavior. Linda said she had often wore a mask and cheated Kim, but he replied that she was normally treated. She always has such a face as if he tries to punish her, although Lyda did nothing bad, so he should not adjust to him. The girl did not even know that it was so noticeable, and it seemed that she skillfully hid her emotions. She has always been the same from the first meeting with Kim, but he still thinks that she is worth respect. However, it is much more comfortable to be what you are, not to try to adjust and play the role of another person. Linda plays a role because otherwise everyone will be afraid of her. Like her mother, she considers herself a very bad person, and he does not like herself. Kim said that Linda was trying to hide so carefully, but he is sure that she is not as bad as he thinks of herself. If she was really so bad, she would never talk to such an outsider as Kim. So if it is difficult for her to continue to play this role, she can always come to him, whatever she may be, it will not worry him. Even if she is very scary and evil, he will still take her as she is. It has passed a lot of time since the conversation, and now is the time when Linda has finally shown her real face. Kim was not used to breaking his promises. As he said, he is ready to accept her as she is. The girl was able to escape from these iron chains. Of course, they could not keep it for a long time. Kim began to worry and assume that this failure was the synchronization between them broken. If it really has a problem, because it was the way he considered the only one he could help her. In Linda's head began an internal struggle, now the hardest moment in her life. This is a moment when she has to make a choice, and it's a moment when she should remember everything related to Kim. Together, they went through many different situations, and does she really no longer appreciate it? It was noticeable that it is very difficult for her. This internal struggle takes a lot of strength, but this victim is necessary. She called Kim's name, and then tears began to flow out of her eyes. It is strange, because now the active phase of the Death Star, she realized that he had not forgotten. He did not forget his promise in his past life when he said that he would always remember her. But now Linda is afraid that nothing will work. She cannot hide her true essence. Kim said Linda did not do anything wrong. It was his fault that he could not interfere with this situation with his mother and brother. He did not behave as he should, and that is why this situation happened and immersed her in madness. Now it is difficult for him to answer all her feelings, but he will never leave her, at any cost. He took off his cry and put on her body, then asked to never be afraid and calm down. Her consciousness has completely returned to normal. Now it is very similar to a cat in boots. These words made her impression very much. She agreed with him and immediately embraced Kim. She watched a witch of dreams behind this scene. Even she could not hold back emotions. All this is too for a deity. In the video, this couple looks very good, so Idra is sure that he will get a lot of views and likes. In the community of the gods already learned about the Dungeons of Dreams. Everyone was interested in what happened there. Of course, the general attention was drawn to the main actors. Kim, who is not even an avatar, was amazing the gods most. They also paid attention to Mrs. Zombie Apocalypse. Everyone was surprised that the girl was able to reach such a level of madness. Then everyone started talking about the relationship between the two players. Their love story was interested in the gods even more than the battle with the monsters. The video of this battle appeared on the network, Idra perfectly installed, and hid some of the drawbacks and situation with Hades. Everything has been successfully ended with Linda, and now Kim thinks about the next task, and that Akarthos can create new problems to him. This master of the game watched all these videos and events that happened to Kim, and he did not like it. He knows that these two are members of the same team, and began to think about attacking them with the help of monsters. But the problem of this plan is in this, guys, because if the guards start to serve, it will be very unprofitable. That is why the master of the game decided that would be an interesting idea to release 12 signs of the zodiac at once. If something goes wrong, the server may disappear at all, although the constellation will be enough to kill Kim, which is why it's the perfect solution. Akarthos decided to call the constellation better for this plan. Only a little setup for the battle with the player and everything will be perfect. Of course, Kim was not aware of all these insidious intentions of his enemy. He spoke to Katie, who already splits the head through all these frauds with herbs. Kim smiled and said she had to continue to raise her skill. But the girl cannot understand where Kim learned that she would need these ingredients, and the alchemy's skill in her appeared recently. Kim explained that this day would come, and prepared in advance this day. It was one of its features. Mark thanked Katie for her work. With this potion, it became easier to live lately. He can take it when injured. But the girl is dissatisfied that they knock out her potion in such quantities, because of which she has to work almost all day. If her level rises, Kim will allow the girl to rest. He has already put off several items that fit her. As it turned out, Katie was almost at an average level. He probably underestimated her talents. That is why he decided to give her a day of rest today. Katie looked like the happiest girl in the world. Then Kim saw that the brothers were constantly looking into the system. It is easy to guess that there was a new task. Katie was already planning her day off. She thought what she would do and how she would rest. But her dreams should be postponed for later because Kim apologized before her and said she would not be able to rest. The fact is that the new task is very insidious. It is necessary to find the constellation of Chameleon Mamajek. It hid in the city and takes various forms. Kim has never met him, but he heard stories about this phenomenal chameleon, and it is for this purpose that he needs Katie, so she will not be able to relax. There is a difference between a chameleon and this girl. He can use the skills of who he is turned into, and therefore constantly causes problems for other players. Thus, he used other techniques and was the culprit of the split of mankind. Later, his name would go to it. Yes, you did not hear, later, and will be called Phenomenal Ketty. In her past life, she was very famous for a while, only then did not disappear. So Kim does not know how she was able to destroy Mamajek. Kim had a thoughtful look. Linda saw it and came to offer her help. But Kim said he didn't need it and she should continue to rest. Of course, the girl was immediately offended that Kim had to explain that this task is not very suitable for her, and she still needs a rest. Of course, Kim is not a fool and is well aware that if Chameleon Mamajek begins to copy Landa, then it will be a disaster. Linda, however, was upset. She began to think of something bad because Kim would act with Katie. The guy explained that this little girl has not reached adulthood, so Linda may not worry about. Recently, we have been focused on the events of Kim and Linda, and have completely forgotten about other members of the team of Killers of the Gods. Line spends almost all the time with Mary. This little descendant of the sacred animal is growing very quickly and progressing. They both have incredible talents and have a great time together, and after their games in the room is usually a solid mess. Then it is very difficult to force them to clean, so these two are usually left unattended. As soon as Kim entered their room, he immediately felt that their levels have already reached incredible performance. He looked at laziness and said that he had an interesting idea he wanted to bring with him for the next task. He explained that she is also a full-fledged team member, and this task can be a very good experience for her. He knows that she was already going with her father in the dungeon, and so I am sure that it will not be very scary for Lynn. The girl was noticeably worried, but Kim assured that they should go out now, and Donald even made equipment for her. The main task has already begun, so you need to forget about your fears and look at the face of danger. It was time to apply the crow's eye technique. As Kim returned to the past, he did not have the opportunity to enjoy this skill. This crow will be able to help find a phenomenal chameleon named Mamajek in the city. This is exactly what happened, but Kim was somewhat concerned. He heard that Mamajek was the constellation of the lower divine rank, but this boy comes from an incredible aura. Immediately felt aura at least a medium level, and he did not expect it, because now the chameleon could even turn into Kim. It became clear that all this insidious plan of the master of the game Akarthos, it was he who made Chameleon stronger. Mamajek felt the technique of the constellation Karis near him. He realized that Kim became a crow, and that is why he used his long tongue to destroy one of the Guy observers. Now he will be left without his eyes and will not be able to follow the phenomenal Mamaj. Then he opened the pendant that was in his hand and said that there was very little time left, and looked at Eliza's picture. Of course, before this task was formed, the master of the game personally met with Chameleon. Mamajek was satisfied and happy to get the task personally from the Akarthos. It is a great honor for him. The master of the game told that the reward for the successful completion of the task would be an increase in divine rank. He said that this task would be very simple. You only need to find and kill the player you want. Soon, Chameleon went to the city center, and we saw him eat a crow who followed him. After that, he decided to destroy other crows so that Kim could not follow him. It is a pretty straight and effective tactic, and most importantly that it works. Kim immediately felt that he had problems. He really needs the skill to reincarnate this chameleon. In his past life, he even tried to split the Great Guild. In this case, it will be one of the two largest guilds of the city, that is, those in which there is no average rank of divinity. And only two guilds that approach this description are the Ascending Star, and already familiar to us, Guild Genesis. That is why Kim decided to ask his friends for help gathering information. Mark should learn everything about Genesis. Mr. Taylor has been instructed to find out about the Ascending Star, but now he is more worried about the line. and is afraid that she is not in danger. She still did not sufficiently raise her points, but Kim assured that even the most important thing, because the girl should first understand herself. It was noticeable that the team captain is very highly appreciated by Lena. It is not known to anyone that he only understands her true potential. Subsequently, Kim and two young ladies went together to get this task. Katie cannot understand why he called her with him at all, although Kim would not be able to explain to her that in the first round she killed Mamajek. But the problem, he does not know how Katie did it, and therefore should be careful. Line approached her captain and said that she had a strange feeling. When players with such potential say such strange words, you always have to prepare for the worst. Soon Kim also felt some bad aura, and realized that he had to react quickly. He grabbed Katie by the hand and saved her life. All this happened in less than 1 second. It was an attack using paralyzing equipment. It is unlikely that Katie had once again been able to cook herbs again if it were not for Kim. He immediately told the girls that they would focus and be ready for the insidious attacks of Chameleon. But later it seemed that they were not attacked by a chameleon Mamajek. This is some unknown and simultaneous attack of different players, but why are they all trying to destroy Kim and girls? All this looks very strange. They are not even going to talk to Kim, and immediately prepares for the attack. After a few seconds, Kim guessed that an imaginary space was to be applied, and it was at this moment that some animal climbed on his shoulder. Only then did he realize that Katie turned into this protein, although she had to protect the line. But judging by the movements of this little girl with blonde hair, she does not particularly need to be observed. One of the leaders of this group of players told his people not to touch the girl, because it is not necessary to waste their strength in vain. He later ordered all the attacks only on the guy and do everything that he would not return home alive. Kim has completely different plans for the evening. He is not going to be destroyed by some flock of wolves. He decided to destroy them with one blow and understand their intentions. Of course, this guy is completely different, so he got it very quickly, and it's time to talk. The players explained that their task is to destroy the insidious chameleon, so they thought that Kim was Mamajek all this time. The first few minutes, Kim could not understand what these fools say. As soon as they heard about the crow, they began to talk about chameleon. However, these players did not stop and continued to shout. They said Kim would soon seize because a great reward was set for him. Lena intervened in the conversation. She said that Kim was not a chameleon at all, and they understood something. Only later did the guy explain that this is Mamajek's order. This guy was too smart and invented a rather interesting plan. In simple language, the chameleon turned into some respectable person with high status and began to order players. Now, the chameleon has turned into Kim, which is exactly what players are referring, because if the leaders of the great guilds say that, then the players believe their words. From the very beginning, Mamajek began his work with the Split Guild. Mark has already written about it, and if it is true, it was an Akarthos order. This is what we need to expect from such insidious creatures. Now the information has been a problem for Kim. Considering the reward for this task, no one will especially understand whether it is Kim or not. The whole situation is completely confused, and now it is important to come up with what to do in the future. Although Kim was not upset at all, he said that on the contrary, it is advantageous for them, and one should look at this picture. To begin with, they already have information because they know that Mamajek is hiding in a guild. In one of the head offices of the Ascending Guild, Edward is constantly watching Kim. It is known that when a chameleon turns into a creature, there is no difference in this double. However, the essence of this monster can still be seen, and most likely, it has turned into Edward. In different parts of the city, all players have already been informed that they saw chameleon near them. Kim also watched all these players. Soon he saw his old acquaintances, and was surprised that they were even called. He referred to two special players, the deputy boss of Guild Ascending Star, Stephen, and the deputy boss of Guild Gensis, Dorothy. Kim said he didn't want to fight them very much. It is better to try to make a word. He also immediately asked Katie to follow the line if a big battle began. He explained that it was necessary to be very careful and concentrated in order not to miss the attack of the enemy. Kim could no longer hide himself and went out to the players. They all immediately decided that Mamajek was in front of them. So rumors that he is in the area were true. But Kim immediately looked at them and said that he was not a chameleon at all, and called his real name. Stephen immediately began to shout at Dorosha because she easily believed the words of the boy. He explained that chameleon would never recognize that he was Mamajek. But Kim began to prove counter arguments. He said that if he was a chameleon, he would not have come here personally. Although all this may be the insidious plan of this phenomenal monster, so you cannot forget about caution, so Stephen thinks. This conflict can last forever, so Kim said that only he knows what he was talking to their leaders. He reminded the girl that she was also present in that room at the time and heard their conversation. That is why he can easily confirm the fact that he was real. Because then they were talking about the constellation, and Dorothy ordered to leave the room. The girl immediately began to doubt. On the one hand, she realizes that it is necessary to be careful, and on the other hand, he really tells the truth. The conversation was not expected to intervene, Robert. Our old acquaintance appeared here and said that this guy cannot be trusted because he invented it all. This insidious little bit appears in the most bad situations. It had to be killed for a long time. But a little later, Kim looked at him more closely and realized that it was not a real Robert, because he had no bracelet. Only now Kim realized that this is a real mangacap. This insidious thief was around this time. He activated the provocation skill and tried to do everything to all other players destroy Kim. Of course, he has this time, because few people trust the crow. Meanwhile, Dorothy finally made a decision. She remembers that real Kim was strong, so it's time to check his martial arts. He should fight them, and if he wins, he will confirm his status. The task said that in order to pass the mission, it is necessary to wait for the chameleon to recognize its defeat, so it cannot be killed immediately. That is why everyone was ordered to attack Kim, but in no case to kill him. The boy had no choice and he accepted these conditions, otherwise he did not confirm his person. Now is the moment to demonstrate your true skills and strength, which is always ready for it. The players immediately felt the technique of this guy. Soon they will start regretted today. It was at this point that Kim noticed something. He no longer sees Robert. Perhaps Chameleon changed his appearance. This can be a real problem because the chameleon can turn into anyone. Such rivals are always difficult to fight. But now Kim has one advantage. He realized that Mangacap could not copy objects. To begin with, the guy decided to focus on the battle and show everyone around the true lesson of mixed martial arts. He also had time to call the line and ask her to watch it closely. Other players did not understand what he was talking about and said that they were not interested in any lessons of this fool. All of them still believe that they are a phenomenal mangacap, so they do not believe in Kim's words. He easily stopped Steven's attack and did not even feel his true strength. This guy is much inferior in Dorothy's characteristics. This girl is completely different compared to her, and it will be harder to fight. Steven could not understand why he could not even injure this guy, yet he is also the deputy boss of guild. However, Kim did not pay attention to him at all. He understood that the main test was the battle of Dorothy. If it was not difficult for him to fight this girl, one should not forget that he had already won her in this life. Now a lot of time has passed and it has become only stronger, but Dorothy is now beating not alone. Behind her back a large number of other soldiers. With high performance, you can easily and quickly finish the battle, but then no training for Lin will be possible. This is the purpose of the guy, which is why he decided to speak directly with other players. He said that those who think he is a real chameleon, it's only stupid, and if they want death so much, he is ready to give them that opportunity. The guy asked the line to look carefully. From that moment on, all those present around her score. At first, the girl did not quite understand what he was in mind, but it seemed like this was the reason he took her with him. She trusted her friend and followed how he destroys other players. Within a few minutes, a real pile of warriors lay around him, who could not reach a dreamy victory. All this looked like an illusion. Dorothy could not believe that such a number of players could not even hit this guy. She seems to be a little calmed down now, and it will be possible to talk normally. Kim said that she wanted to see her guild leader. These words were angry with Dorothy and she took the sword again. But this girl is not able to talk at all and always draws hasty conclusions. Kim explained that he came to help them. If he was really a chameleon, everyone would have been dead for a long time. But why did he want to help them? They explained to them that the real Mangacap probably turned into their leader. Dorothy replied that it was not true. She was told that Chameleon could not change his appearance more than twice a day, but no one checked it in person. Finally, the girl began to understand that the situation is really much more confusing than it was given, and it was very angry. He had to leave a hint because he realized that so many people would not be able to stop Kim. Dorothy remembered that guild leader told her to go to Pinaqua. As soon as Kim heard these words, he immediately began to check the location of this guild. He thought that Sharon could be still alive. It really was. Once again, she sat in her guild Pinaqua and had an upset look. She believed that Brian and Edward were her friends. They said that all together were the best guilds of the country, and at the end they told her back. All this is very much lusty, this girl. She does not like when someone is deceiving her. Sharon realized that it was time to find information about Mangacap. Suddenly she heard someone talking to her. Only later she would realize that behind her was a phenomenal chameleon. The girl immediately decided to use her main weapon. the technique of seduction of men, Brisinghang. But Mamajek did not let her do it. He did not come to provoke her. She should know about his abilities, so she should not do unnecessary movements. There is only one woman for him, so she will not be able to fascinate him. It was still dissatisfied that its guards did not run into the room and do not try to grab this thief. But later he explained that he prepared for it and forced all its guards to fall asleep. He said that she did not cross the way in the future and said goodbye. But at the very moment when Mamajek tried to leave the room, he saw that an unknown flying object was approaching him. It was something like a crow, and this creature with wings at all speed flew into this room. It was Kim. He came without an invitation and grabbed a chameleon firmly by his neck. Mamajek was surprised that the guy came here so quickly, and even killed anyone on his way. Kim tried to understand why Hamelion wanted to kill Sharon. Mamajek replied that he did not like her ability to fly in the sky. It was time to complete this unpleasant conversation. And it was at the moment when Kim tried to strike, Chameleon disappeared. All this can be explained only by its special and phenomenal transformation technique. Now it has turned into an insect. This guy changes his shape very quickly and is becoming more and more difficult to stop his attack. Kim immediately felt the insidiousness of these intentions on himself. It would not be easy to win in this battle. At first glance, the chameleon does not look high, which is why he wants to escape through transformation. However, Kim is not going to release this guy. This is the perfect moment to complete this mission. Both guys decided that it would be better to fight in the open air and sunlight. They are unlikely to be too worried about vitamin D. They should have no problems. Chameleon also uses wings, so it will be correct to make its movement slower. Now he feels confident in the role of a crow. Such an impression was born for these skills. The game in transformation continued in the future. This time, Chameleon turned into a servant of the devil, our old acquaintance named Thomas. The battle between them continued and became even more persistent. No one wants to concede. Kim has many different skills, but they are all too weak in the battle against a real chameleon. Mamajek applied the Cyclops' hand and struck a powerful stroke. Kim will not envy in this position. He had to escape from the last forces with the help of shadow running technique. Kim also did not forget about his speed and timing. These qualities can give him the opportunity to strike. He was close to punching the heart of Chameleon, but it turned out that he was his double. So Mamajek decided to play a little in the hiding place. But why is he trying to delay his time? Soon he appeared behind Kim's back and said he now understands why the Master's Master wants to destroy this guy. Now there was no doubt, because Mamajek openly stated that he received an order from the Akarthos. But not only Kim is the main goal of a chameleon, he wants to remove him from the game to capture the same girl. The phenomenon knows that Kim will become the biggest problem of the game, which is why it understands the importance of eliminating this player. But today, it will be dangerous because Kim still has a technique that can allow to kill the constellation. It is not in the plans of Chameleon to fight him. He probably knows the technique of proof of advantage. Hamelion was also quite upset because he could not kill the same girl. Now it is time for him to get out of here and to do more important things. Kim struck him with a sword and realized that it was only a doll, which is why he had so small points because it was a false Mamajek. And the main question is now where his real body is. It can be Ascending Guild or Guild Genesis, but everything I turned out to be different. Kim realized it when I got a message from Katie. She wrote that Mamajek wants to use Lena. Now Kim finally understood the plans of his enemy. Soon Chameleon received a message from the Neberos demon. Now it became clear why this demon asked to get information about Kim. Mamajek started watching photos and videos with Lena. It looks like his main purpose. He believes that this girl has a perfect body, and as it turned out later, he had already caught it and bring it in his hiding place. For the sake of this day, he studied a lot, increased his divinity, and expected for a very long time, and now he wants to release someone. It really has passed a lot of time, and finally he would do what he dreamed of for so long, which is why he wore his pendant on his girl's neck. We have already seen this captivity while getting acquainted with Chameleon. There was a photo of a woman named Eliza. However, suddenly he realized that everything was not going on his plan. It turned out that not only he had the skills of Hameleon in this room, Katie successfully turned into a line and made a little girl, though she didn't even have to pretend. Now she understood exactly where the weakness of this guy was, and judging by everything, she stole photos of his beloved. Of course, this is a lot of angry Mamajek. Probably this topic is too intimate for him. Now, even Katie began to worry because she became angry of this monster. It would be better to start a dialogue quite differently. To begin with, it is necessary to explain how this girl got into the hands of the phenomenal chameleon Mamajek. A few hours ago, they walked quietly with Lena. They decided to run better when Kim began to fight players. Katie assured that there was no problem in this because you cannot worry about the captain and their team. Suddenly, the line felt something approaching them. Katie asked her to calm down and stay still. Katie is well aware that she is now responsible for her younger girlfriend, which is why she has turned on the technique of space distribution. It was a chameleon. It turned into some terrible monster and began to attack them. Katie is also able to turn into other creatures, so she did it again and stole his pendant. Of course, he was very angry and began to try to destroy it. Katie saved using the skill of the starfish. This technique strengthens the physical properties of the body due to the absorption of metal if it would have been destroyed. In parallel with this, the girl received a message from her deity. The clown asked her to do her best to escape. Katie is too far to this guy technician, but now the main thing is to escape, not to measure forces. Chameleon turned into a huge eagle and continued to look for a pendant with his beloved. He quickly approached Katie and began to attack. It was noticeable that Eliza was very important to him. Soon he reached the desired goal and got his pendant back. It didn't take long. Katie was not used to giving up, so she also began to turn into different monsters in order to show her strength. She has a very good reaction, and that is why she does not want to give this pendant chameleon. She turned into a bird and started fleeing again, but Mamajek would not let her go of herself so easily. Within a few seconds, he became a huge monster, the impression that Demon Hades caused his personal guard. It will be very difficult to escape from this monster, but Kati has no other choice if she does not want to be his dinner. She soon saw a message, wrote to her Kim, and asked her to attract Chameleon to the building of their guild. He explained that she should do everything that Mamajek is inside and in the house. For this, Kim has already removed the safe zone. He probably has some clear plan to win this battle. Or he simply suggests that the chameleon will destroy them all together. Mamajek continued to catch up with the girl and screamed him to return his Eliza. Kim came to his friends and informed them that they all had to prepare immediately. He explained that Katie was trying to lure the phenomenal chameleon to their home. She has already reported that the purpose of this monster was the rescue of a girl, so he is very motivated. Kim felt that he has a wonderful chance now because Katie's hands are now a weak place of Mamajek. Of course, neither monsters nor observers can enter the safe zone, and on the contrary, it is possible to close the one who has hit the safe zone. If you really get into this area, it is impossible to break it. It is necessary to remove the settings of a safe area on the guild building, and when it appears here, it will no longer be able to escape from them. It is also necessary to increase the level of protection of the guild to the maximum, although this will have to spend more than 150,000 points. But Kim does not matter how much it will cost. They are obliged to achieve a successful result. Soon the players saw that Katie was approaching the building and leading a huge monster. It was noticeable that she was already tired and is very worried, because a little more and a chameleon is catching up with it. She immediately turned into a man and started hugging Kim. He was satisfied with her help and promised to thank it in the future. This huge dragon is Mamlian Mamajek, and finally he got to the guild house, so everything is going on plan. He continued to shout and ordered him to return his Eliza immediately, but they were not going to comply with his orders. Kim enjoyed the process and realized that it was time to use equipment called metal gloves. After a few seconds, the chameleon immediately felt a burning fire. Now it is clear that the skill is being done. Kim was not alone with him. Mark and Taylor actively helped him restrain the chameleon. However, Mark and Taylor were focusing on restraining, and Kim was constantly trying to attack. Mamajek turned into his true image and greeted everyone. He guessed that Kim wanted to arrange a real battle with him. Judging by how aggressive he behaves, after he has taken away the pendant, it will not be interesting to fight him. Chameleon did not like too self-confidence of the guy when he just got a task from Akarthos. He even had a little pity for Kim. But now, everything has changed and he should be snorted for the future of this guy. He must regret that he stole his favorite Eliza. Kim remained calm and felt that he was fighting in his territory, and he also understands that he had the support of his friends. Kim has many strengths now. If he cannot win in such conditions, it is unlikely to be able to do it somewhere else. That is why he realized that he should attack, not wait until Mamajek did. He had to squeeze that he could destroy the main guild building. Now it does not matter. While the phenomenal chameleon was distracted by the captain of the Guild of the Murderers of the Gods, Taylor and Mark realized that their starry time came. They began to attack Chameleon on different sides, and then it immediately turned into some incomprehensible creature. This monster had very big hands, although the main body was less than that of a young child. However, this was more than enough to grab these two Kim assistants immediately. The captain immediately felt that he had to save his friends and began to attack the enemy. This battle was similar to the real pogrom of the guild staff. It is unlikely that something is left here after this party. All members of this team tried to stop Hamlion, even despite the fact that he was beating alone. Mamajek is still dangerous. Taylor and Mark desperately tried to help Kim. They also want to be useful for the team, but their opponent is too strong. He could easily repel their attacks and said Kim that they would have to fight each other. He also informed the guy that if he returns the pendant, he would die without pain. But of course, Kim disagreed to such conditions. Mamajek reminded that Kim had already fought with his double. He was not as strong as the original half as half, but Kim barely defeated him. Kim did not deny this fact, but he said that he also did not fight the full capacity. He applied the technique of proof of his advantage and immediately began as a purple dragon. We will continue the battle between these two heroes. We will soon understand who is better, the best player, or the best constellation. Kim said that he was not going to beat his bare hands, and he got a sword from his hiding place. This weapon cannot be called ordinary. This match is called Dust, rank S. He belonged to King Faye Manman McLeera. Mamajek could not believe that this guy had such a powerful weapon. But Kim replied that he had not yet applied his other strengths. In addition to the sword, he has a recruitment of the first round. He did not receive rewards for the fourth task, so in the future his reward became better. This is exactly how this legendary sword has got. It is like a sponge. Absorbs magical forces, so there is a restriction on management, but now it doesn't matter. The phenomenal chameleon immediately began to worry. This player no longer seems to him such a light rival. With the help of the Kim's sword will be twice as dangerous and acute. However, it is too difficult to manage the sword because of its extraordinary strength. It does not have a classic effect from ordinary attacks. One mistake, and all this situation can turn upside down and change everything. To attack successfully, you need to use imaginary space. This technique has become one of the favorite for Kim. With her, he can attack from any sides on an unprepared rival. Although the phenomenal chameleon considers it only by the usual clown focus, this technique is really effective. As they fought together, the system updated the data and reported Kim that he had 5 minutes. 5 minutes later, the guild will again become a safe area and Chameleon will not be able to escape from here, so it is necessary to take time. Kim is not easy to stop, this guy. His constant transformation and incredible plasticity is a real problem. And you should not forget about its insidiousness, and this quality is one of the worst that can be your opponent. Mamajek easily turns into Kim's close friends and attacks at times when the guy does not expect it at all. It is only with the help of incredible intuition and reaction that Kim has time to understand what is happening, to evade and strike. Now he began to think more about protection, because he realizes that he needs to delay time. Of course, Chameleon Mamajek is not going to stay here forever. He wants to destroy everyone and pick up his pendant. These two are two different interests. They will not be able to resolve this conflict with the help of dialogue. This battle will continue until someone alone remains. The phenomenal Mamajek was so angry that even Kim realized that the situation was really exacerbated. Mamajek constantly finds alternative options for getting out of critical situations. He believes that Kim and his team opposite is an extra time. He already emphasized that he would not do Kim. He would not be able to defeat the phenomenal chameleon. But the captain of her Murderers of the Gods has a lot in his arsenal, and his confidence has increased after the guild building was updated. On one of the floors, a reinforced safe zone was activated. Now a stronger protection system was used. The system quickly found a creature that invaded the safe zone and realized that the level of danger of rank S. After that, the system immediately activated the immediate destruction of this monster. This is exactly what Kim tried to achieve. Now Mamajek should feel what the headquarters of the Guild of the Killers of the Gods is. How many seconds of fire and smoke were dispelled by the wind, and it became clear that Chameleon lies on the ground. It is very similar to the victory of the guild. The attack of the system was very cruel and effective. The players immediately checked each other's condition, such an impression as if they had no loss and injuries. Kim assured that this should be the case because the system does not work on the members of the guild. Chameleon was attacked from different sides. The system fired at it until it falls to the ground and no longer moving. But now Kim saw that this monster was still alive, though he could withstand such a large-scale attack. This is what shows the true level of phenomenal chameleon. When it seems dead, it turns out that he is more alive than all others. All this was his insidious plan. He expected the perfect moment to calm down all around, and he could be released. Kim immediately realized that he had to intervene and began to attack Mamajek. The system also helped him. The phenomenon felt that he began to flow blood, but he cannot die so much. He should live for Eliza. Thoughts about his love make him an invincible monster. They give him extra forces for life. Kim immediately felt the appearance of an incredible aura and strength in this room. He realized that Eliza was making such a dangerous enemy with Mamajek. It became clear that Chameleon wanted to blow himself and others from the inside, so we need to hide. After a few seconds, a large-scale explosion occurred. The system reported an error and started temporary technical work. This is what he tried to achieve. Chameleon realized that he had to make a mistake in the system. This guy does not look like who would kill himself, so it was a treacherous plan and he stole his pendant. Now it is not clear whether Mamajek has managed to escape, whether he remained inside the guild. If it is still here, the system must destroy it as soon as it corrects the mistake, but now the main problem is the injury of Lynn. She has a slight injury, but she needs to help to stop blood quickly. Maria immediately begins the treatment process. Kim asked everyone to disperse until the situation is clearer. If something goes wrong, then everything is only more confused. Also, in no case can this monster meet Linda because a real chaos will begin. Mamajek has not turned into a chameleon for a long time. Though it sounds strange, but he really didn't expect everything to happen. He does not have time. The system stopped for only a few minutes, which is why he wants to hide Eliza now. In how many minutes he found himself in one of the lower floors of the guild staff. There he saw many different interesting subjects. He was curious about where Kim found it all. Of course, he suspected that this guy was not a simple player, but did not know that everything is so serious. Mamajek decided to use this subject and get the catalyst. He quickly guessed that it could finally be returned from his beloved dead. Earlier, he could not even dream of such, and now it could be a reality. Kim began to look for a chameleon throughout the building, and for starters, he came to Donald was convinced that he did not see this monster. He is not sure that everything really ended, because Mamajek can hide in their building. He used to be sure that Chameleon would go to look for someone. But if it is not Linda and Donald, who could be so interested in him? Soon the system report came. It turned out that Chameleon recognized his defeat, and the task was successfully traveled. The reward is white gold. All this is very strange, though the wound from the system was deep. But whether Chameleon died so easily, Kim does not believe in this theory. Mamajek took his pendant and disappeared immediately. He could not die so easily, so something was wrong here. Soon the boys realized that something strange was happening on the mountain. It is certainly in the warehouse. It is unclear only why the protection system did not work. It had to react when the explosion took place. Soon Kim saw Taylor. This man was scared and called the captain to himself. He said that he heard strange sounds and realized that something evil was happening here. When they looked into this room, they saw a girl with bright red hair. Kim began to analyze the facts very quickly. The unknown woman appeared in the warehouse, and he also mentioned as Mamajek disappeared with the pendant. There is Lena's blood left on this pendant, so there is only one possible response to this mystery. Yes, he is watching Eliza now. The same love that he so tried to protect the chameleon. This girl feels some dark and scary aura. She's unlikely to meet players with arms. Later, Kim also felt the presence of Aura Lin. So because of her blood, the security system accepted Eliza as an ally. All this was very confused, and a new task from the system, the level of complexity A, and also limited time of execution before the awakening of Eliza has emerged. It turned out that Mamajek gave his life to resurrect Eliza. She has no mind and looks like a walking bomb. If you do not stop and kill it, humanity can face a serious crisis. Chameleon was a system. She tried to stop this monster. But in the case of Eliza, everything is completely different. Even it is difficult to imagine how dangerous it can be, because it is not a home restriction. This woman has already started attacking different people near the guild. So she brings problems for the first minutes of her life. Now she uses the technique of exhaustion, that is, sucks energy from other people, but leaves them alive. Mamajek did not have this technique, so it is a unique skill of Eliza. Kim first sees this. Now we need to do everything to stop this dangerous woman and send her to the world to her husband. It became noticeable that the skin becomes metal before the sword approaches it, so here you need the help of mithril or auric. In addition to her external kind, which can fascinate others, she also has many different dangerous skills. Soon, Kim felt how fast Eliza was. Probably her ability is much better than the phenomenal Mamaji. But the biggest problem is that her husband's divinity is felt. If it takes a little more time, then everything will no longer be turned back. It should be stopped here and now, because it is unclear what she has conceived, especially given that she carries with her dynamite. Soon her techniques began to progress. It changes physical properties depending on the type of her attacks. Various players appeared on the streets and started trying to catch it, but it is unlikely that it will work. With only one blow on Eliza's foot, can Eliza be sent to a deep dungeon, so strong. That is why it is called an exception to the rules, because its skills are not exposed to any explanation. But there are also weaknesses like any creature, and as soon as Eliza got enough energy, she immediately went to rest. Probably so it will do until its progress has reached the highest level, and it should be used. Katie thinks that she does not have to be touched at all, as it is, and there will be no problems with it, but Kim does not agree with it. In the body of this woman with red hair, the divine energy of Mamagek is felt. If there is so much energy in it, then it can soon explode. As soon as it completely finishes the process of awakening, everyone around you will immediately die, so you need to quickly invent a plan. The points are very high, most Eliza attacks are reacting in the exceptional way, and it also has features of Lena, so a direct attack is unlikely to happen. Kim immediately remembered Arthur and his sword, Escalurgni. Maybe with him can get something. But it is impossible to call English players here. And if you use a dust sword, the risk of failure is too high. Due to the insufficient amount of magical forces, Kim can't do this, but is there no other way to stop it? Katie said that she had long begun to think that all this was very strange. She offered a brilliant idea, to flee immediately. Soon the guy guessed that this task could not be rank A. It is too complicated for such a rank. He smiled soon. The girl began to guess that he finally invented the plan. Of course, Kim was not going to tell everything at once. It is at least not in his style. He decided to write Idra. This deity always helps difficult moments, which is why he asked if it was possible to make the monster see a dream. Probably a witch of dreams should know the answer to this question best for all other creatures in the galaxy. She answered very quickly and said that there were no creatures in the universe that she couldn't make you see a dream. Let's return to Eliza. Now she's alone. So she began to mention a conversation with her beloved husband. The phenomenon of Mamajek constantly told her, even when it does not, she should always be happy. Recalling these words now, she became very painful in her heart. She cannot understand who she is. Suddenly, strange things began to happen. Eliza heard a familiar voice and raised her eyes up. There she saw her beloved husband. He began to call her to her, and she immediately flew up. Now she doesn't even think about anything else. Everything she wants to touch Mamajek. But everything is not very simple. Her husband died so that she could return to life, and now, in front of her Katie, who turned into a chameleon. Kim hit her and pulled her behind. All this to lure Eliza to the trap. Quite enough, Katie constantly repeated the same words. She asked Eliza to save Mamajek. The awakening of Eliza is time until the divine essence of Mamajek completely absorbs all her consciousness. This woman with red hair and her incomplete memories will not be able to cope with this strength. It will become a monster with the divine character of the middle rank, probably even Chameleon did not know it. Katie asked Kim to fly faster because she was worried because she could grab her. But they have developed incredible speed. Now she is very scared because Katie does not like to play the role of bait, because the main risk lies on her shoulders. Eliza continued to shout and ask to stop. She probably did not realize that she was not a real Mamajek. Kim began to understand that the awakening was very close because this girl learned to speak. From the very beginning, she had no such function. Kim said they were almost in place and asked Katie to calm down. All the bad will end soon. At the moment, this is the best way to solve the problem that he was able to invent. The guy contacted Idra and asked her if they were not waiting for them. She replied that it would take some time before the opening of new gates, so from the very beginning they will not be able to open. Kim looked at Eliza and asked who she was. It seemed like a simple question, but the girl couldn't find the answer yet. She grabbed her head and started screaming, because she can't understand Kim. Maybe a player? But as a player could become a beloved constellation woman, of course it is impossible. Then Eliza replied that she is not a beloved woman, but only Avatar. Kim's plan works. He does everything to confuse the girl. She continued to cry, shout, and grasp her head. It was not clear what she was trying to say. Soon there was an explosion. Probably her aura did not withstand this tension. Kim was very angry with the girl, and now she wants to make him silence for life. She approached him very quickly, but he managed to get weapons and protect himself from her attack. All that it touches, it turns into dark matter, so it is better to avoid close contacts from Eliza. Kim tried to stop it with the same strategy he used against land. Now he got something like bracelets from his pocket, the same bracelet he dressed on a flying bat Robert. But this woman's progress is too fast. She realized that it could be a problem for her and immediately tore the distance between them. She has the qualities of Lena, such as incredible sensitivity to the approaching danger. But she is also much more aggressive than this little girl and wants Kim leave her road. If you try to use several types of attacks, it can work. Kim decided to try because he needed to wait for Idra to open the gate. Eliza turns him into a liquid to soften the pushing. Before Eliza takes a completely different shape, it is necessary to cut her legs. But at the last moment, she felt the approach of danger and evaded. although this blow was incredibly fast. This girl not only knows how to evade but also strike in response with her feet. She is probably a champion with Taekwondo. It has already become clear that it would be very difficult to stop it. Perhaps even with Mamajek it was easier. Kim missed several powerful blows and felt the strength of this woman. This is a real problem, and she should be solved immediately. And suddenly Idra appeared and began to smile. She probably likes when Kim looks like a beaten clown. She said that everything was almost ready. There is only a little time to wait and the gates would open. But they do not have the opportunity to wait even extra minutes because Eliza is very close to their full awakening. Kim began to call Katie and ordered her to run to the gate immediately. It should become a bait and lure to these gates of Eliza, despite the fact that it is very dangerous and it can also die. Kim assured the girl that he would cover her and do everything possible that nothing wrong with her. So far, the plan is working well. Eliza began to catch up with her lover immediately. And it was at that moment that she felt as iron chains began to grab her by her feet. Kim chose the perfect moment for his attack. It's time to prison this woman and send her to hell. He never felt such an incredible power. It seemed that even the great rich were less strong. Its power goes beyond the limits of imagination. But Kim is obliged to withstand it and hold it. She began to use her aura of divinity, which she got with the help of the blood of a phenomenal chameleon. It started to work because the iron chains are about to flake. It is surprisingly made of titanium. It was at this point that the gates opened fully, so everything is ready for the plan to work. Kim ordered Katie to flee immediately. The chains were completely broken. Now everything would be decided. The last moment of Katie turned into her favorite shape. She became a small squirrel. With this, she was able to evade and not get to this portal, but Eliza could not do so. In less than a second, it has completely got to these gates that Alavra opened. It seemed that the plan was implemented perfectly, although it was still necessary to see. Even Idra was surprised how well it turned out. Of course, she made it on video, and necessarily outlined her channel. Kim immediately saw a message from the system. An unknown creature entered the Dream Temple, and a confirmation of use was needed. Kim agreed, and the Temple of Dreams was activated according to him. Now Alice is waiting for a long and pleasant dream. But Katie still cannot understand. If Eliza is able to accomplish the task in the frame of dreams, then she will turn back. But Kim reported that he asked Idra to resolve this issue and avoid such an unpleasant scenario. It would not be possible to kill this woman with red hair, so sending her to the Temple of Dreams was the best option. The system reported that the additional task was completed, and while Kim enjoyed this success, Eliza was very upset. So far, she did not understand what happened at all and where it got. But then she finally heard a familiar voice. It killed her beloved Mamajek again. He said that she didn't need to be afraid. All the bad ended, and finally they met with each other. Eliza looked at him with her eyes burning. She missed this chameleon too much. Finally, they got together with each other. It was time for strong hugs. Soon, the task of the Temple of Dreams began. The system wished these two to be forever. It can be called happy end. Now it's time to analyze everything that happened in the last day. It is already quite clear that Akarthos gave the task of Mamajek to personally kill Kim. The chameleon frankly told about it. But nothing happened. Even the constellation with the transfer skill could not accomplish this task. So there is only one answer. Now there is no doubt that the end will soon come. Kim realized that he should immediately accelerate the progress of Lena's learning. Now it is very important. The main 6th task of the game was successfully accomplished. The system reported that new changes would soon be on a large scale. All players are now waiting for the change, and Akarthos, meanwhile, decided to meet the creator personally. He can no longer tolerate this mockery because of a nasty player named Kim. He did his best to destroy this fuck, but even the constellation could not do it. It may also have fun watching Kim on the side, but this master of the game hates him too much, which is why he wants to destroy. Soon even his life can be at risk. So there is only one way to call who he thinks for so long. It is impossible to leave this situation without personal control. And now there is confidence that this time, Kim will not be able to find a way out. Speaking of metaphors, you do not need to look at the tree, you need to look at the forest. If the game master cannot overthrow one tree, then he will have to destroy the entire forest. In this case, Kim will remain completely alone without the support of his friends, and then the most interesting will begin. Soon, the second large-scale updating of the game system began. In parallel, increases the likelihood of server tasks. Then the integration of the guild ratings of all servers began. It turned out that their guild only in 27th place. Guild rating is formed from the sum of all points received, so large guilds with a large number of participants are too serious opponents for the killers of the gods. Knowing this, to take 27th place in the world rating is almost on the verge of the impossible. Now, the condition and characteristics of Kim have increased significantly, as well as increased magical power can be used frigrous and telekinesis. Other guilds also took good places. The highest of Pinakwa's guild, it is now in the 7th place. Agatram took 14th place, Gensis ranked 17th place, but the Eastern Guild is only 18th place. Probably the time came for Agatram, and it is quite clear that their leader Joseph began to gather people. Kim saw that after updating the system, he could go anywhere in the world, and immediately said Lin that they should go to one place. He said it was time to go to China, or more precisely to visit Beijing. The girl began to be interested in who would go with them, but Kim replied that he didn't even think about it. After how many minutes, he looked at Mary and said that she should also prepare because she would be better with them. The girl was satisfied because she was very sad all this time, and rarely when they took with them for a task. 2 days later, they will go on this trip, so everyone should prepare. And it was at this point that Linda came into the room. It seemed to make it incredibly imperceptibly, perhaps all this with the help of stalker technique. She said that she also wanted to go with them, and then Kim realized that the whole team could go together. It will be a great experience for all of them, and will make them a more friendly team. But now we need to answer the question that excites everyone around. Why do they go to Beijing at all? Kim replied that they had different tasks in this city, but the main thing is to meet with the Heavenly Dragon. For 2 days, the team gathered things very quickly and went to Beijing together. There were many people around. They were all strange, and their views were horror. Kim assured that he should not think about the bad. They are afraid of nothing in this place, and reported that they would spend the night at the hotel soon. Of course, it is quite strange that after the start of the game the hotel is still working. It is probably now possible due to the system updates. Now people from different servers can buy a place for the night. It is a very useful feature. Kim said they all had to go to the hotel, and he still has important things. Kim said, "Katie, that today there are no tasks. This girl loves to do nothing and rest all day," so she immediately rejoiced. Linda came to Kim and said he wanted to go with him. He was not against this idea. Kim was sure she would like it. It is a dark place where the martial arts skills are used. It is an underground arena, which is managed by the third in the world of the Celestial Guild. So this place is not very simple. You can always find those who have been abducted and also those who want to make a lot of points. In this place, such fights are very calm. Kim came here because there are many interesting characters around and you need to get acquainted with some of them. Linda tried to find out who was interested in him, a man or a woman, but she didn't even have time to arrange her question. In this stage, always very loudly, and now the speaker has begun to say that they were waiting for the speech of hope of the Heavenly Guild. No one can understand where this woman has this power. She can be called a favorite of fans. Her name is Helen, and here she was called a sleeping dragon. Kim first heard about this woman. Linda has already started worrying, but the guy assured that he was looking for not Helen. In the Heavenly Guild, there is only one player whose everyone is called a dragon. It is unknown where he came from. The judge loudly stated that everyone can check their own strength against Helen. If no one wants to fight, then she will receive a prize of 20,000 points, but the wishing to check her power is found. Of course, it was Kim who is still so mad to challenge the sleeping dragon. Yor was officially confirmed, and now we will see how Kim will try to beat this woman. Now, all the attention of others is focused on the arena, and these two players. This is a unique chance for fans to look at the ability of players of other servers, because usually only people from China are fighting here. Helen greeted him and warned him immediately if he is too weak, and it is better to say that because otherwise she will break all the bones to him. Kim replied that they could only find out in the process, but Helen still tried to avoid excess blood. She gave him time so that he could have pulled out his weapon first, but she beats without weapons, so Kim would fight the same. He is sure that he will be able to invent something interesting when the battle begins, and his urgency likes Helen. The atmosphere around was incredible. Everyone wanted to see a lot of blood and sights and began to bet on the winner of this battle. For players around this is a standard procedure. With the help of the system, you can now bet on the winner of battles between players. This not only made it interesting to watch the battle, but it could also help make crazy money if the outsider wins. Of course, Kim is unknown to anyone, so the coefficient of winning it is very high. Sleeping Dragon promised that Kim would regret to fight his bare hands. Soon the fight was started. Everyone was looking forward to the first exchange of blows between these players. It is always interesting to watch martial arts craftsmen, especially if they are players from different servers. Helen beats in her territory, so she has more support that makes her constantly attack. However, this is unlikely to be crucial. Kim is too experienced player to lose only because of the support factor of fans. You can immediately understand that this girl, called the Sleeping Dragon, is very aggressive. She tries to hit her rival and win at the very beginning of the battle. So far, Kim has chosen the tactics of expectation. He may be trying to understand her characteristics and wait for it to be exhausted. However, even given all this, he is not going to constantly in defense, so no one has canceled the counterattack. Helen is not just called a sleeping dragon, because if you wake this dragon, then a real chaos will begin. Not only Kim has incredible protection skills, she also showed that she is able to evade rapid attacks. It is immediately noticeable that it has almost no unnecessary movements in it. It methodically awaits pauses to strike. It became noticeable that her skills in martial arts at several levels are dominated by Kim. Who is it at all? It seemed that the battle came to the finish line and soon we would finally see the winner. But then a little unpredictable happened. Helen stopped and loudly recognized her defeat. Of course, Kim did not understand this. She could safely continue this battle, so why to give up without a fight? The girl smiled and said that there was no point in the continuation of this battle. The judge of the competition was also surprised. For the first time in his life, he sees the sleeping dragon to refuse to continue the battle. Therefore, the Korean server player was officially recognized as the winner of this battle. Probably Kim does not feel like a real winner. He is used to achieving success in real battles, not in this way. Only now did he look closely at his rival and finally mention something. This deadly weapon, one of the 5, which belongs to the rank of SS, which he saw in the first round, the Dinsley's Death Sword. The name of the player who received this sword in the first round was Helen, so now everything is falling into place. Now the situation has become clearer. Kim asked Helen to give him some time. At first, she did not understand what he wanted from her. Is she really an invitation to a date? But then explained that he had several questions to her. Soon they went into one cozy cafe, where Kim immediately introduced Landa to Helen. The sleeping dragon agreed quite calmly. She was not aggressive, but on the contrary seemed like a nice girl. She began to think that Kim and Linda were meeting with each other as she said it. Kim immediately had tea. Linda, on the contrary, began to smile and said that they were always like lovers from the side. From these words, Helen realized that they did not meet. Did she also begin to like Kim? It's time to stop the future conflict, so Kim said they were not here for the sake of talking about love. Helen immediately began to laugh and said that she did not want to offend anyone. He already realized what was called the Heavenly Sleeping Dragon, but is she only wearing the title of dragon? The girl immediately became serious. She replied that there is another person who is called, and they studied together with one teacher. This is a man named David. He is also known under the pseudonym Yellow Dragon. But Kim is not quite interested in this character. He is more interested in whether there have been strange items among those who brought to this city lately. For example, we could be strange swords. And as soon as Helen heard it, she immediately tensed. Apparently, this really was. Some weapons were brought personally for the Yellow Dragon. This sword was even larger than expected, but it doesn't matter because it is a real SS rank. If it is not sealed in time, it becomes difficult to breathe an evil aura that goes from the sword, so it becomes difficult to breathe. So there is no other transportation. As soon as this large chest was opened, everyone around realized that all these legends were true. This match really has too many black aura around it, which is why it is so powerful. The Yellow Dragon. David smiled and told his assistants that they could try to hold this sword in their hands. They all strained immediately. Judging by their facial expressions, they do not want to take this sword in their hands. However, really creepy events began to happen, as if the black aura had completely captured their mind. All these players began to fight for the right to get this sword in their own hands. It was noticeable that they are quite close to absolute madness. That's what this weapon is capable of. The real battle began for this sword. If not stopped, they will kill each other. Meanwhile, the Yellow Dragon watched it quietly and did not even think to interfere. He just smiled and enjoyed this process. That's what he wanted. With such power, everyone is sure that anything will be able to do anything, because the sword of the SS is something at the level of the deity. Only one of his assistants remained soon. He killed everyone else and took this sword. This guy immediately decided to take advantage of this power and kill David. However, even holding the legendary weapon, it did not become stronger than the Yellow Dragon. Now David felt the ability of the Sword of Death. He is dangerous even for him. But with the help of these weapons, he can do anything. And now there will be only one dragon. So judging from this story, one can understand that Helen is in deadly danger. Kim soon returned to his friends and said that in the basement of Heavenly India there is a arena, and the auction probably also there. Taylor thought that this time Kim's goal is an arena, an auction, but that's not quite true. The captain of the Guild of the Killer and the Gods is not going to destroy the arena or interfere with the auction. Mark was dissatisfied that they did not want to destroy these terrible places because everything has become too creepy. Kim explained that they could not decide what to do with these places. This question should be resolved by the one who manages them. That is, only the Celestial Guild is responsible for this. And if you can get rid of the arena, then the auction is needed here. All you have to do is add a little change, and it can be used to the full. If there is an opportunity to travel freely between the servers, then it will be possible to adjust the commodity exchange around the world. Therefore, you will need to create a place to buy and sell all these products. So now Kim is trying to obtain permission to use, and even sometimes manage auction. He is well aware that there is no other way to rapidly rise in level than a good equipment. From the very beginning, Kim wanted to get acquainted with the yellow dragon to get to the auction, but he has too unclear thoughts of this dragon. So it will be much easier to solve this issue through Helen. But now it is more important to unravel this important thing because in a week, the Dying Slave Sword will be bidding. They have a little more time and Kim invites all his friends to tomorrow to go to the arena. It turned out that he wanted them not only to go with the boys, but also to take with them Line and Mary. Mithril Spear, due to this alloy, is able to show several times more efficiency, depending on the magical forces of the user. What the system was engaged in the sale of various goods, it was satisfied because everyone else believed in this bait. In addition, it is still an unknown item, intentionally made to attract more attention. Now to establish trade is just a matter of time, and Kim decided to inform his friends something. He said that now they would fight in the arena and earn points, of course, if they want it. Lynn and Mary will return back with him, and only guys should fight because there are no other places where you can earn light points. Linda also wanted to fight in this arena and earn points, but Kim asked her to keep track of Ketty so that the robber did not do anything wrong. He is well aware that Lind cannot be allowed to fight in this arena because many people will die. Kim did not have to persuade her for a long time, so Linda soon agreed to his request. Meanwhile, Mary began to worry. Everyone around began to looking at her, and saying that her horn is probably delicious. Kim asked her not to worry and explained that she is much stronger than them. If she shows her strength, you would no longer look at her. The judge appeared soon in the arena, and the first matches began. The show in this arena almost never stops. In the first battle, a well-known warrior Phil won. It was a light victory in a few seconds. Soon the judge saw that the same crow appeared in the arena, who defeated the sleeping dragon yesterday. The judge thought Kim came to hunt the Phil, but the guy asked Lin to raise his hand. Is he really wanting that this little girl who is not yet hardened with heavy workouts started fighting with these professional murderers? Only then Kim explained to her that when you raise your hand up, it means that you want to fight. Of course, she was shocked because she did not know these rules, but now she has to make a serious decision. It looks like a judge and other fans remained the last drop of immobility, and they gave the girl time to think. Kim believes in the ability of Lena, but still his act is quite strange because something can happen to it. If she does not want to fight this monster, he can give up the competition. She can be replaced by Maria. But Lena is well aware that if Kim has brought her here, then there is some reason. That is why she said she would fight the teams and surprised everyone very much. It seemed that it was better to give up this idea, but it looked quite confident, and everyone around began to make their bet on the winner. Of course, the judge suggested that the last chance to escape from here and save her life, but he confidently refused. Phil was also not very pleased with such a rival, because it is too much to fight with the baby. He decided that he would fight with her only with one hand, and asked the girl to get her weapon. But Lin has no weapons, so it will also beat their bare hands. It is time to finally see what this little girl is capable of. The judge officially announced the beginning of the battle. Phil knows that he is a great favorite of this duel, which is why he immediately began to attack. He activated his aura of the killer and prepared to send the girl to the world. After that, it is unlikely to be called a gentleman, but it is a battle in the arena, so the rules of society do not work here. But as soon as they were faced with each other, the audience immediately frozen as statues. It turned out that Lena could somehow evade his first attack, and no one could understand how it did. At first, Phil believed that today the girl was happy. He said that she would regret it because it would be better to get a slight death. But after a second, she was able to protect against his attack again. Then it became clear that luck was here to nothing. The girl showed incredible abilities and evaded again. Finally, the audience felt a real intrigue. Maybe she is familiar with the ancient martial arts, or has received some skills from the system. In any case, it is clear that it is an unusual child and everything was much more complicated. She has the same view that cannot be obtained with the help of training. It is a predator's view. Now Phil has already realized that he would not be easy to win in this battle. He underestimated his rival. Her talent became obvious from the first minutes of this battle, and everyone realized that he was an unusual child. Alina learns very quickly and is able to improvise, which is why she is so dangerous. Phil could not understand how it was to defend himself from his best attacks. Earlier, he seemed that his speed is at the level of transcendence, but now this girl has time to evade every blow. Lin has an interesting feature of Mary Sue, that is, it is constantly too lightly. It is not yet clear why she is so ineptly using her techniques, although she has many opportunities for it. However, Lina soon tried to concentrate spiritual energy and direct it against the opponent. It is then that Phil is clear that he has started serious problems and Lin will now not only defend himself, but is attacking. He was able to survive after this attack, but all his enthusiasm. He looked at this little and fragile girl and could not understand who she was. He could not understand how she was able to use the red circle technique now, and at such a high level. The attack seemed surprisingly. So she decided to change her a little and hit her more than she was counting. Soon Phil raised his hands up and said that he was ready to accept his defeat. There was a reason he realized that if this attack really hit him because he would have been dead. Of course, this sensation, before the beginning of the battle, no one could believe that this girl would win a warrior Phil. This baby will soon become a real predator in this arena, so everyone needs to remember her face. Now is the time to make merry all to restore Lin's vital energy. Rumors spread very quickly in this country, and players from the Guild of the Gods have already begun to call the tyrants of the arena. Where's a good reaction? Everything happens very quickly and easily. In addition, for these fights, they earn points. Today, only the 4th day of their stay in Beijing, Kim assured the girls that they would soon get used to it and forget about their home. Although they do not like it, they should get used to the surrounding culture. Helen came soon. She was in a bad mood and immediately shouted at Kim. She believes that he deliberately provokes players in the arena to fight him. Kim has admitted that this is true, but everyone around is not perfect, so there is nothing surprising. He is probably the only one around who can say so frankly about it. But Kim does not belong to those insects who beat in the arena without respect. He only thinks that it can be improved. He believes that the arena is a very good system that allows you to quickly develop players' techniques. But he does not like what can be bet on human lives. But if you use it with reason, you can find real talents. Kim smiled and looked into Helen's eyes. Then he asked her what she was thinking about him. The girl did not expect such a question. It was somehow too frank. She did not understand why he asked about it. And then he explained that he liked, and even Lin and Mary heard these words. Of course, the sleeping dragon did not expect such a turn of events, and so Kim said what she knew. The girl began to worry even more, and then Kim approached her. It's all too strange, but she can't say that Kim is an unpleasant guy for her. That is why Kim, in a quiet voice, said that it would help her take over the guild Chun Chun. She immediately began to laugh loudly and nervously. Probably Helen thought about another. She reported that Kim was not so clear, and replied that he did not know where he had such information. She wants to achieve a lot, but not sure that she can become a boss of Guild Shanshun, because the active boss is too perfect. They told them that it would not be forcibly persuading her, but if she wants to get this guild the team, he is ready to help. At first, she did not understand why he wanted to do it, but then the guy explained that this guild would become his partner. Helen did not believe in these words, and it was at this point that she received a message from the boss of guild. It seems that someone had time to tell the boss about their conversation. I have already said that rumors in Beijing are spreading too quickly. Now the boss said that he wanted to meet Kim personally for the sake of conversation. Of course, the guy replied that he did not mind it, and immediately thought that he would finally find out where Dinsleaf was. The yellow dragon David was looking forward to this meeting. For the first time in his life, he heard in the Guild of the Killers of the Gods. Soon Helen and Kim arrived at the headquarters of the boss guild. Everything around it looks too expensive. Probably to support the safe zone is a lot of money. All this is done to demonstrate that this guild is the best in China. When Kim entered the room, David seemed to see him to see a precious guest. He was immediately invited to sit at the table and taste delicious dishes from the chef. This is called a tyrant from another state, such a tradition of local places. Kim immediately felt that David was ready to forget about the formalities and not think about courtesy during the conversation. The guy tried to make the environment more friendly, but these words did not like the yellow dragon very much. But then he calmed down very quickly and said that Kim was talking correctly. Such an impression as if this man was now playing a role. Helen knows that Kim is very strong, but asked him to be more careful in words because if David becomes evil, then it will end. In order to forget about the images, David immediately offered to drink. He demonstrated the technique of seizure of wasteland. This level of energy ownership is very rare. But Kim was not surprised at all. For him, it is only the usual possession of telekinesis technique, nothing more than the focus of the clown in the circus. That is why Kim immediately started a conversation. He knows that Heavenly Guild has a large auction, and he is interested in whether there will be wonderful objects in 3 days. In the first round, Kim learned that all the goods at the auction passed through David, so he is 100% known about Dying Slave. The Yellow Dragon reported that the auction will begin in 3 days, and their charming Helen would also participate in it. Now Kim guessed that David knows about this sword, probably, and he wants to destroy Kim and Helen at the same time. This boss is too cunning. It is clear that it constantly puts on a mask with a smile, but then it will be ready to strike in the back. He suggested that Kim drink, and it started to get bored, so Kim refused and said that I would be enough. David thought that his guest was upset, but Kim replied that he always had a great mood. After that, he decided to ask the boss of Guild, does he know about the sword? This sword looks really legendary. It can help raise magical forces and teach telekinesis. Everyone around was incredibly surprised when talking about the Sword of Fraggers began. It was noticeable that even David would now change his attitude towards an unknown guest. This is the same sword that Kim spoke of, and it is not just some focus with telekinesis. Kim would not joke on such serious topics. He believes that only clowns use other skills under the type of martial arts. Very quickly, David guessed that Kim hints at him. A potential conflict was born between these. David felt his heart starting faster after he saw this sword. He decided to ask Kim to show one interesting technique. This is probably something like an invitation to a training battle. The Yellow Dragon wants to check how strong his guest from another country will be. Kim is ready for any turns of the plot and is not at all surprised by such a proposal. As always, he remains calm and balanced and is ready to demonstrate his combat skills. The Heavenly Sword is everywhere and directed in all directions, which is how the Yellow Dragon David says. He made Kim attack the first and immediately activated the technique of celestial wings. Kim is not used to giving up such proposals. He always demonstrates his potential. After these words, he approached his opponent in less than a second. It was a speed that goes beyond reality. David immediately began to regret that gave this guy the opportunity to attack the first. He was not ready for such speed. Now we will see whether the Yellow Dragon is ready to stand this blow. All around were concentrated in this battle. They never saw such speed and thought that David died. Kim, meanwhile, remained calm, so already had time to return to normal. He said that David had time to defend himself, so he should be alive. It turned out that it was only a blow to the sword, which is why the Yellow Dragon was still breathing. Soon the sword was turned back so that David could climb quietly. Kim believes that the guild boss itself is guilty of this situation. You do not need to fight the abilities of whom you do not know yet. Surprised, she subtly feels such things and knew David loses. But now the boss of Heavenly Guild has started to hate Kim. He will do everything to make it taste of defeat. After this attack, Helen began to feel sympathy for her new friend. She hopes they will meet at the auction in 3 days. Kim thought that her reaction is due to the fact that she is now ready to seize Heavenly Guild. In any case, it is necessary to expect a positive answer. It is unlikely to take a long time. Kim met with his girlfriend soon, if she can be called that. Enro was pleased that their past video was very popular and gained many likes. She also said that Akarthos is now with the creator, and the results of their conversation will soon become known. It was noticeable that Kim was very worried about any occasion, and she tries to reassure him. She said that he worked a lot, and soon it would be possible to see the beginning of the counterattack he wanted. He needed such words in his past life, now a completely different time, and Kim is completely different. He got the same item he received in the reward and said it was time to pass it. The Witch of Dreams began to smile and said that she seems that this guy was very fond of. Kim soon met with people from the auction. They were very happy to see him and invited him to a VIP room. Kim immediately realized that his product was bought very well, and this is an explanation for such an attitude towards him. He took with him because she considers that she should learn to recognize good objects from childhood. In addition, he decided that she wanted to show her something and was very interested in the girl. However, he was a little upset when he did not see any object named Dying Slave, but that was to be expected. There was not much information, but it is clear that this legendary black sword would kill all insects who is here. Today it is possible to expect quite unusual trading, at least that is what the Yellow Dragon thinks. Kim did not know that this guy personally visited the auction, but he was responsible for him, so he was obliged to be here. Moreover, there is only one bed with VIP places, so of course they will all sit with each other. David saw a little girl and was glad to get acquainted with her personally. He had already heard that she was called the Arena Predator. The boss of Heavenly Guild said he also has a nickname and is called a Yellow Dragon. He smiled and said that she would spend a good time. Now there is no doubt that this guy hypocrisy. Soon the auction was successfully started, and in the first few hours many different weapons were sold. It is time for Helen to inform that now the main product will be played today. The sword that the audience saw in the rank S. His incredible black aura immediately filled everything around. Everyone quickly felt the presence of this force. Helen approached to take this sword in her own hands, and at that moment her eyes immediately became black. Her hand immediately began to reach to take this sword. Did she also feel this high-level hypnosis? And it was fortunate that Kim intervened and stopped her, because otherwise she would have completely lost her mind. But now Helen began to worry that Kim could succumb to this incredible evil aura of the sword. She began to stop him and ask her hands from these weapons because a person would not be able to withstand such power. But he calmly took this sword in his own hands and smiled. The reason for this is quite simple. Kim confidently stated that this sword is a fake, and there was nothing to do with a real relic. He was able to do so with the help of passive skills to resist immediate weakness. This incredible technique was very needed today. He lifted the sword up and decided to ask the audience what the rank S should look like. Everyone has different opinions. Someone thinks that as a sword it will not work. Someone thinks that it is enough to use skills and everything will be fine. David, who was injured after the battle with Kim, intervened in the conversation. He was dissatisfied and began to shout and said that this sword was original, and then Kim suggested that he personally check it. Of course, David will not even take this sword in his hand because it is a real magic sword. It was noticeable that David was not delighted with such conversations at all. Probably Kim destroys his whole plan. Now it became clear that it was a real Dinsleif sword, the same sword rank S that kills everyone and even his user. Helen cannot understand what it means. She was not told that there would be such a product at the auction. David began to shout and said that he also did not know about it. He was not told that such black goods would be sold at the auction. But Kim remembers the words of the Yellow Dragon and recalled that David personally said that it was a real magical sword. The boss of Heavenly Guild replied that he could not arrange such a performance. He did not need it at all. Probably the reason for his act is that he has always envied Helen's abilities. And maybe all the time he wanted her to take it in her own hands and die because of the sword. Then his sword would take Kim in his own hands and also died. And that's how David could kill 2 rabbits with 1 shot. David decided to take this sword his own hands and to show everyone that he was not guilty of anything. A few seconds, he lasted dying slave in his hands in front of people. He believed that this was not a real legendary sword, but only a regular fake. But in a few seconds, some strange things began to happen, and everyone realized that all this was not easy to explain. He began to shout immediately to immediately release this sword from his hands, but it was difficult to do. The dark energy began to absorb the boss of Heavenly Guild. The situation was exacerbated very quickly and approached the critical state. Kim said he would try to solve this issue and asked Helen to save people until it was late. He was convinced that she could entrust the matter to him. The main thing is to act wisely. The effect of revealing all the skills of the one who has taken this sword makes them beyond the possible. Of course, all this can be called an incredible moment, but if you do not intervene in time, then the catastrophe will not be avoided. Probably such it should be, as monsters, which can simultaneously use the power of magical objects, is not so much. Kim asked Lin to look at all this carefully and not be distracted because it was time to study. He got his weapon and prepared to stop this huge monster. David has already started the process of transformation into some unknown creature and used the technique of 8 peaks, and I would immediately prepare to stop it in all possible ways. But we do not know how great power it gives this sword to its owner, so it is difficult to predict whether Kim will be able to stop David. All this may end too expected, but Kim is ready for any trials. The monster, which very quickly turned the Yellow Dragon, was black and had only 1 eye. He began to attack with kinetic energy and throw stones into Kim. This battle already looks epic from the very beginning, although we have not yet seen the most interesting. The technique of 8 peaks called the Heavenly Dragon. This is exactly what we deserve. Now Kim will be very difficult to stay alive after this attack, because it is really a powerful skill. This monster looks quite creepy, but he must consult a plastic surgeon. With such a face, he is unlikely to find a beautiful girl. In this regard, Kim is much better than him. But when it comes to combat skills, it is now clear that they are about the same level. The Heavenly Dragon was surprised how Kim was able to withstand his powerful attack. But the guy did not stop there and continued to go forward, as if he did not feel the difference in physical strength. Kim easily reflected the attacks of the Yellow Dragon, although David has now turned into a Black Dragon. He could not understand how he did it all, and Kim decided to answer and said that it was possible through analysis and the right strategy. Kim has gone through many difficult moments in life and has extensive experience. This is an important aspect during the battle. So David still has drawbacks in the technique, so he decided to finally show his teeth. Honestly, he did not show it better, but it can help the line in training. She said that Kim is ready to help Kim in this battle. Probably now they will act as a real team. Soon, David began to feel the first fruits of this teamwork of an experienced player and young talent. As it turned out, all this time Kim deceived David. It was not a sword, and Kim could not use it. It is only a regular simple item, and now Kim has decided to take advantage of David again. He also continued to remind Linus to keep track of these events closely. This is the perfect moment for her training. They are now fully captured by the authorities, and such people cannot be followed. The battle was finally completed. Kim was able to defeat his strong and powerful enemy again. If you think about what happened, you can even give this guy an auction, but he is not interesting because he has no strength. He said that now they would supply goods for the auction and Helen would sell them. The girl thanked him for his help and said that she would always be on the side of the murderers of the gods now. You can call it a new union. Now let's get acquainted with the creator of the portraits, John. His name is Hemer. He is the Titanic king and the first great. Even he cannot control 12 constellations, so if there is a problem, she will be responsible for Akarthos. The master of the game noted that there is no one who could defeat Aldebarans on Earth, but they have already talked about one very famous and strong player, his name. Everyone knows that it was this player who was able to capture the constellation of the Crow, which previously belonged to Karis. The feeling of hatred of this guy on the face of the Akarthos became noticeable at once. He said that he personally wanted to destroy Kim. It is necessary to earn more points, and the master's master wants this task to trust him. He will destroy Kim and earn points. Now he is sure that no one will protect Kim this time, and he will finally be able to have revenge. Now is the time to move completely to another place and look at those we have not seen for a long time. It is necessary to mention the reunification of the brother and sister. Lately, Barbara looks upset because it cannot see the future. Thomas believes that this is not a problem and advises her not to think about it. But she does not work. She tried to think with him about the future, but saw something interesting. The ascent of the star. Probably not enough Crow, Scorpio, and Chameleon, and there will be another star here, but what this time? The girl replied that this star also belongs to 12 constellations. It is the constellation of Taurus. Meanwhile, it was time in the Guild of the Gods to hold several workouts. Kim ordered Line to constantly try to make progress and improve all his skills. Of course, it is necessary to start with physical endurance. This is necessary to win the strong opponents. The girl was happy to tell you that she could use all 8 poles now. It is an incredible property. Kim was satisfied with her progress and came to see that she did not lose what he gave her last time. He means the same subject he received in the Temple of Dreams after successful completion of the task. Lin remembers that this item can cause the future, although only 30 minutes. Kim decided to ask the girl if she was still talking to Astrai. It turned out that they sometimes write to each other message. Kim said he would have a request for a line, but the details of this conversation are unknown. Meanwhile, Katie was surprised when she looked at the Labyrinth, the construction of a building of Greek mythology. Kim asked the girl to pass to all team members that another battle would begin soon. This fight will be against a very serious rival. With this monster, it is better not to joke. The main 9th task will now be Aldebarang, the king of the maze. Players should survive in a city that has now become a labyrinth. This is a difficult task that will last 3 days. Task rank S is a real test for any player. Some do not even imagine how to survive in such conditions. But by this point, the players have gone in this game, only the best remained, so they lose nothing. Probably some have never understood what Aldebarang is. It is not some big snail of high morning. It is a real alpha male in the world of monsters. If someone thinks that with this guy you can easily live for 3 days in one city, then he is wrong. But as we know, Kim is not afraid or recognizes any authorities, and he still fights. He came to the rescue of the player and decided to help him get to the safe area. Crow should show the road, and if the player is lucky, he will remain alive. Soon it became known that the evacuation of people from the dangerous places of the labyrinth is quite good. Many strong players gathered by each other to save others. It helps to avoid heavy losses. Players can now win a little time and find opportunities to withstand the attacks of this monster. Kim went to one interesting place. He did not take anyone with him, because it could be too dangerous. In front of him, he saw the big doors that were closed. There is some unknown magic on them. Suddenly, he felt the approach of a person, but it is unknown whether it was a friend or an enemy. It was his longtime acquaintance Charles from Guild Agatram. A potential conflict was possible between the boys immediately. We can even see a fight. Charles was very angry and began to activate his fiery circle of energy. But immediately he felt that his flame was sucking somewhere. Probably this technique of imaginary space activated Kim. Now these guys have to beat each other a little. Only after a good fight you can become good friends. But Kim is very fast and sees everything a few steps forward. It is completely different compared to Charles. He went behind his back very quickly and struck several powerful blows on his head. It was even more angry with this fiery hawk, but this aggression is unlikely to help him. When the player becomes aggressive, he completely forgets about the plan and strategy of battle. His movements become predictable and his attacks are easy to reflect. The fight turns into beating. Suddenly, Kim heard another player approaching him. A little later, he heard a woman's voice. This is another representative of Agatram. Already familiar with us, a witch named Jessica, she said Kim could go inside. He immediately met with the guild boss Agatram. Joseph was able to predict the future and realized that Kim surrendered to everything. But it is still unclear why this experienced player came to their guild. Kim immediately started a direct dialogue and said that he needed strength. He probably refers to help with the 9th task that began in his hometown. But Joseph still cannot understand why their guild should help Kim. It is not even their task. The guest immediately reported that this is the reason. Soon the star would fall into them. If they are not able to prevent admiration, then their server will be very affected, so the help of Kim in the interests of Guild Agatram. Kim also promised that in 1 year of his life he will be able to make this guild the best in the world. He knows that these guys came the perfect time to go out and declare himself to the whole world. Meanwhile, 5 Minotaur was not far from the Metro Central Station. The same can be seen in another area of the city. The players have a real panic. It is very difficult for them to hold back these monsters, too many around. As soon as one of the players loses vigilance for a few seconds, another Minotaur immediately attaches him. This maze is completely clogged with these monsters. Some have already started panic, because it is almost impossible to live for 3 days. It has already become clear that only the strongest and smartest players will be able to survive. You have to walk together with support, be careful, and never lose concentration. Even guild leaders now feel that they are in danger. Katie has already written Kim several times, but he constantly replies that he is very busy now. It is unknown where this guy disappeared, but without his help, the city is very difficult. There are some heavy battles in the maze and can only be worse. Katie was constantly flying over a maze in the form of an eagle to patrol and control the situation. And at that moment, she saw something. This huge monster looked straight at her, and in this seconds, she thought it was the end. Players who were close to the area where this monster appeared immediately felt his rage. If a large number of Minotaurs were a big problem, then this giant can be a real catastrophe. Perhaps this is the same Aldebarans about which there were so many talks around. It is much larger than all other Minotaurs. This boar is so large that it does not even need a maze. The leaders of different guilds gathered together to save their players, but their strength is almost over. There are too many monsters now, and if nothing changes, they will be able to break towards the Khan River. Beating with them in a maze is the same as committing suicide. Even the help of a crow will not help. The greatest monster said that people have no point in fleeing because they are still in death, and it is better to give up without a fight. Of course, players realize that going to the river with wounded people is very dangerous. All this is too similar to the end. And if everything happens, the players have no choice but to prepare for the last battle. At this point, guild leader Gensis rebuilt on the attack, but suddenly saw that the monster had stopped. At first, Brian thought they were scared of him, but then guessed that they did not look at them at all. There are too many different monsters in mythology, but it is something very new. This is similar to some transcendental energy separation technique. As it turned out later, the same witch Morgan came, the last of all similar creatures. Kim stood next to her. He smiled and ordered to open the gate immediately. He looked so confident in his abilities that other players realized that he had some plan. Soon the gate was opened and everyone saw the appearance of Pentragon players. It is the largest guild on the British server. But not only they came to save others, the Celestial Guild, the largest on the Chinese server, also appeared. Morgan promised Kim to make him a gift if he could help her, and that's what the crow wanted. This will be enough to satisfy all his desires and help others undergo a difficult test. Even the huge Minotaurs began to worry. They do not understand what is happening. Now they have to prepare for death, because it is something like the final scene of the Avengers in the war. King Arthur raised his legendary sword up and ordered all his soldiers to attack immediately. This battle will be legendary, and legends will tell about it in many, many years. However, it was not very frightened by the monsters. They believe that even better, and Aldebarans will be satisfied. Probably they are too underestimated with the legendary King Arthur, and now they will feel what they will lead to. These monsters have not yet felt such an incredible power, which is why they began to attack first those who did not have weapons. But most warriors are beautifully equipped with a sharp blade and are ready to stop any monster attacks. Helen is also here, and she is ready to demonstrate what Beijing warriors are capable of. Those who did not have weapons in their hands began to use magical attacks immediately. The battle just started, and several huge monsters have already gone to a direct flight to hell. This seemed impossible because the monsters are convinced that they were completely invincible inside the maze. These big boars are convinced that soon people will also realize that it makes no sense, but Kim does not think. It's time to call Landa for help and prepared for this task too long. It will be in her style, and if the monster feels so confidently in the maze, now Linda will completely destroy him. When they saw this red aggression, they immediately realized that they would have great trouble. It is a secret weapon that Kim uses only in critical situations. The monsters tried to keep their positions from the last forces, but Linda quickly approached them and began to tear their hearts out of the body with his bare hands. This battle lasted many hours and took a lot of lives. When it all ended, there was little singing and joy about victory. Too many players were seriously injured and a very large number of people died this brutal day. However, the main work was done. Linda helped other players destroy a large flock of Minotaur. Without her help, it would not be possible. No one could understand when she had time to become so strong. There was a feeling that everything would be successfully completed and the mission would be fulfilled. Katie looked up at the sky and said that by the morning they would be able to successfully accomplish the task. However, suddenly they saw that something radiant appeared near the moon, something unusual. The Minotaur, who still remained alive, also saw it and began to smile immediately. They immediately got up and began to look up at the sky, as if they were just about this time. All the players around began to panic immediately, and only Kim remained calm. He realized that it was approaching. Katie could not understand exactly what happened. She, like other players, believed that the victory was close. But they do not understand that the 9th task was not only to fight some cows. The main figure of this task is Aldebarang, and it will appear here in 5 minutes. Soon the players saw giant evil eyes in the sky. By that moment, there were many clouds around. Finally, they all saw the whole legend with their own eyes. It is Aldebarang, a king of the maze. It is he who is the main challenge of players in this server, and the impression that they are not ready for it. Suddenly, Kim felt a completely different world. He did not understand what was happening. Soon the system reported that he was called by the master of the Akarthos, and now they finally met with each other. The master of the game immediately greeted the guy. He looked quite positive and did not show aggression. It seemed strange to him that they had never met before, but Kim smiles when he was looking at him, as if they were familiar. Akarthos is sure that Kim does not understand the current situation at all. But Raven answered him what was talking about Kim, and had long dreamed of meeting this stupid. Probably the master of the game was shocked by the arrogance of this guy. His hatred of the crow would become even stronger. It's time to show Kim something. The master of the game opened the system setting and said that this monster appeared across the crow. Kim should not behave and break the balance of the game, so now all his loved ones would die through him. Akarthos laughed and blamed all the problems of Kim, although Raven is not a master of the game at all and is not responsible for the balance. Now these players whom David has always tried to protect so much will be destroyed in a cruel style. But such an impression as if Kim is ready for this conversation and does not worry at all. Akarthos believes that the crow does not understand what is happening, but Kim can say the same thing about him. However, the master of the game continued to bend his line. He said he would enjoy how all the dreams and hopes of Kim are destroyed. Meanwhile, Lin was very excited when she looked at this monster. She realized that it was a bull king. Against the background of this incredibly scary monster, even the Minotaur looks like young children. Oddly enough, the line did not panic at all and tried to reassure herself. She wanted to be confident as her teacher. She got the same subject that Kim handed her and remembered the words he told her. He assured the girl that she will be able to do everything she wants and should be sure of her own. She is now 100% sure of this and wants to show Kim that her learning process is successfully completed. As soon as Aldebarang appeared in this world, he immediately tried to show everyone around his true power. His attack was rapid and powerful. The players did not even have time to react to it. Everyone was very fortunate that Morgan activated his protection, but quickly became clear that she could not withstand for so long. Soon her defense was destroyed. Aldebarang considers her an interesting model because it is a witch that lived in myths. If he really has to fight her, then their battle will be very fun. Morgan smiled and replied that her battle was over. She did as much as it was needed. Now the witch wants to enjoy how this monster will be destroyed by the owner of the legendary sword. Such an impression as if Aldebaran are glad to fight with strong rivals. He wants them to entertain him before he beats them. The monster assured that they could attack him first, and then he would show them what he was capable of. The players were excited about King Arthur, all of which were now one, like one great guild. The king raised his sword and said that they would not lose this battle in any way. They were all prepared for a large-scale and command attack on the last Minotaur. But Aldebaran is not an ordinary monster. He is not even a guard, but a real constellation. With one feat, he repelled their large-scale attack and forced to suffer from pain. This impression seemed to explode an atomic bomb, so this big cow is too powerful. There were many corpses of players around. They survived the battle in the maze against the Minotaur, but did not stand even a minute beating from Aldebaran. Now he smiled again, and he said that he wanted to feel the sorcerer's strength. He began to approach her rapidly, and his eyes began even more of the wards with red flames. Morgan realized that now her life path could end very quickly. The flames around her are about to make her fried chicken grill, and then no magic will help. She did not even have time to prepare her protection, perhaps because it was very fast, and perhaps because she did not see in that sense. But at the last moment, someone intervened in this situation and defended Morgan and others from death. They could not even understand whether it was a person or some other creature, but Alpharan understood everything perfectly. He knew who it was, but why did the demon Azazel decide to save these pathetic players? She explained that she came here because she was asked for it, but it is strange that such a lazy demon listened to someone's request. She reported that there are different situations depends on who asked for help. She assured the monster that it would not be a problem for him. Azazel would stand here for only 10 minutes, and then he can do anything. Although he looked something dissatisfied, she allowed her to pause for 10 minutes. All this saw Lena. She realized that it was her starry time to take advantage of this moment. In these 10 minutes, it should make a choice that will affect the further fate of all humanity. Soon the monster began to feel strange emotions. Maybe it's all related to Lena and what she does. Really incomprehensible processes began to happen, and Aldebaran was not ready for it. He began to worry significantly and asked Demon Azazel to go immediately and not interfere with him. But she smiled in response and reminded that they agreed about 10 minutes of silence. Azazel was also very interesting what would appear after this little girl did her work. The monster replied that this creature should not be in this world and began to activate its strengths. He said that this creature went beyond the system and is not subject to the rules of this world. It is a game bug. It was at this point that he began to attack and realized that a creature that defended this world and its inhabitants appeared. He was very angry and started screaming. Astria came, but she is one of the 12 constellations. Will she really protect the system? Astria replied that it was her personal choice, and she believes that it has not yet come to destroy humanity. The world will change, and people are receiving lost values and immortality again. Now it will return what has still kept in itself. This is called human justice, and in this difficult cause and the help will come to the aid. Now, from that moment, this girl will be human justice, in the true sense of the word. Of course, all this is strange to hear, but I was sure that Kim had planned it in advance and knew that it would be his trump card. Therefore, he tried to take Lin with him all the time and constantly told her to train and study. The system notified everyone around that all the data of this game would be disconnected in a few seconds. No one could understand what was happening. The players began to panic when they saw that their observers had disappeared. Even Katie looked at all this and did not understand whether it was an apocalypse or a cunning and intelligent plan of Kim. She began to worry about her girlfriend and thought Lin was in danger, but it was not quite true. A few days before, Kim came to Astri to personally talk to her. He asked her to make a line with his representative, not paying attention to the fact that this girl is still very small. Of course, the constellation was worried. She believes that it is unknown whether the Linutic forces of the representative could withstand Lin. But the problem is that Kim is not worried about Lin, but for Astria, although it may look strange at first glance. Raven wants to awaken the ability in this little girl. If she becomes a representative in this condition, it can absorb Astria. All this does not like this woman, such an impression as if Kim wants her death, because what he asks is too risky. She cannot understand what he tries to achieve her proposal. Kim said that she is a good goddess who believes to people and who remained on Earth until the last moment. He respects her for playing players as people, not like pawns on a chessboard. That is why he came to her and asks for help, and is ready to even worship in front of her. As it became clear then, the goddess agreed to these conditions, and only now did the master of the game have learned about it. He began to panic because problems began with the system that the server did not work, and such an impression as if Kim knew about it in advance. Everything was normal until the line began to glow as an angel, and it was then that the systems began with problems. Akarthos was noticeably nervous. He understood that all his brilliant plan to destroy mankind could fail. The only problem with God is related to this server. If you use another, then everything will be great. The master of the game has already managed to sweat from excitement. He does not believe that the player is capable of such. But Kim, meanwhile, enjoys the process. He asked his enemy to look more closely because he was guilty of everything. It was he who is guilty of such an enemy as Kim. It was his fatal mistake. Meanwhile, Aldebaran did not understand what was happening at all. He even started laughing at the nerves. Of course, he understood that the end of this world could be strange, but there is some solid chaos. He looks at a girl named Lin, and can't understand if she really is a person from where she has such a power. She quickly reached the level of the deity, and this impression seemed to be older by several years. All this likes the monster. He believes that it is a mistake that has gone beyond common sense. That is, he believes that Lin is a creature that has overcome the boundaries of human capabilities, which is why he is ready to challenge her. Now it is like a game for him. He wants to complete his mission and destroy this world with its inhabitants. That is why he activated the technique of the bull's destroying fist. It should be quite powerful. But such an impression as if ice can stop time, less than a second. It has time to evade and see all the dangerous attacks of the opponent. I do not even know how to name such opportunities. It is 100% transcendental skill. Very quickly, she showed this monster how pathetic he is compared to her. It was such a powerful blow on her part that the technique of destroying the bull's fist was baby fun. But in response, Aldebaran started laughing again. He said that he was finally glad to meet a worthy rival. The bull realized that he would have to act completely differently, because in order to defeat this girl, it is necessary to find non-standard opportunities for attack. He is Aldebaran, who desires perfection during the battle, and promises to destroy it right now. In parallel with these events, Akarthos continued to be nervous and could not find a place. In response, Kim just smiled and asked him to calm down and not lose his mind. Raven said he had something else. After these words, he immediately sent a request with the permission of the system and began changing the user. Akarthos was convinced that all this is some kind of beacon. Kim is part of the system, so he could not do anything. But Kim replied that all this could be done by the one who is not subject to the rules of the system, such as a witch of dreams. If it is possible to insert a straw, as well as enough points to make a new server, then this situation is possible. Akarthos began to plead with Kim to stop and apologize to him. Now he acknowledges that he was wrong and he was trying it all. He assured that alien creatures could be very bad and they would destroy the whole Earth, so it's the wrong choice. A creature that has divine qualities can bring an avatar if, of course, the object itself agrees. The gods grow avataria and have real pleasure from it, as well as with heroes in the era of myths. But you can get permission and make your avatar not only from a player. Kim is going to make his avatar from a completely different creature, and this already completely changes the rules of the game. The Lion, meanwhile, watched as Aldebaran approached at her at incredible speed. This guy was not used to feeling failure. He was born to win and conquer other worlds. His confidence in his own power has no limits. And of course his ego will not stand the defeat of a little girl. But it is not necessary to underestimate some facts. It has already become clear that the line is no longer as small as it was before. All this time she went and was constantly watching her teacher, and managed to learn a lot of new, interesting things. Of course, the skills in the martial arts were almost completely taken from the observation of Kim. She saw all these techniques and strikes at her teacher's constant battles with other players and monsters. The process of her teaching lasted for many months, and now it's time to demonstrate everything she is capable of. Aldebaran was convinced that she would not have the strength to win him. It is difficult to understand whether he really believes in his invincibility, whether he refuses to believe that he is won by the player from the planet Earth. He tried to bring her closer together and try to strike a powerful blow again, but he saw that she now wanted to act on ahead. The line made her opponent to demonstrate her strength. Now it was time to shine. An incredibly powerful blow to a bull against a schoolgirl. Now it will be clear who will win in this battle. The players saw a flash of a bright fire in the sky. So strong was the collision of these two titans. Kim did everything perfectly. He knew well that he would not be able to defeat this monster, which is why he needed to find another solution to the problem. This solution to the problem has always been with him, so the planning of the strategy did not take much time. The constellation can only defeat constellations. All brilliant is always simple, and this situation is not exception. The line has learned new focuses. Now it can see the opponent's abilities and immediately copy and apply it in person. Aldebaran tried to score her with a lot of blows. He seemed to be the only opportunity to defeat this girl. But with the help of copying technique, he received the same number of kicks and realized that even that didn't work. It seemed like that it was impossible. All this game is not by the rules, and the human being cannot absorb this technique so quickly. He was convinced that even this would not be enough to win him, and asked the girl to show her abilities. He wants the line to show everything she is capable of, and does not hide absolutely nothing. But it seems that if it really shows all its capabilities, then he will regret it. And that is how soon it will happen, because the line was prepared to show her true face. The bull turned out to be bad for it, and immediately felt the taste of blood on his lips. It was rigid. But this is not the end. The line made another blow and forced this monster to fly a little. Finally, he will calm down a little. He saw something in her attack, something that he could go beyond his capabilities. With this, his fog scattered, and he thanks for this Lena. This is his last technique. He is ready to demonstrate all the boundaries of his technique of destroying fist, so this battle will be the last. Finally, we are approaching the finals of this story. The winner will be only one, the other must die. Chanansen technique was activated, and Aldebaran was prepared to show everything he was capable of, and finally win. But Lin is not going to stand and wait quietly for her death, so she decided to call the seventh sign of the zodiac, Teresa. That is, we will see the Libra again, and even the monster the bull sees it for the first time with our own eyes. All this looks really legendary. According to the accepted human standards, Teresa of Justice can determine sinfulness. It was they who recognized the monster Aldebaran evil, and that is why they will judge him. That's the time to make a verdict for this horrible monster. But he said that he was not going to wait obediently for this sentence and recognize it correctly. He still believes that he will be able to show his power with a fist, although it has long become clear that this is not enough to defeat Lin. Now she has summoned the seventh zodiac sign, which is the main confirmation of its divinity. She is completely different, and she is not even interesting to fight this fool. He may not be too smart, but we must admit that his speed is really impressive and he is quite strong. But even this is not enough to stop the line in the current state. It was possible a month ago, but not now. Soon the message came around. The main task of 9 was successfully accomplished. More points are needed for changes in the system, but Idra is ready to go for it, though all this is quite unusual. She was pleasantly amazed when she saw that this abandoned server had personally arrived. They had not seen him for a long time. Det is the embodiment of chaos, and he cannot understand Idra, though people and interesting creatures, but do you need to go so far? If her stupid father learns all this, he can be very angry, so she should remember it. After these words, she immediately began to worry about her contract. As far as the Det was known, she did not have an avatar, but Idra answered something strange. She said she was now an avatar. She became the first avatar of the crow, and now she can be called the declined goddess. It seemed that all this is an absurdity, but Idra was not going to talk about it, so the Det could return to where he came from. Now Idra is busy because she needs to accomplish her god's task, but if she tells the truth, what is her goal? Idra said that all this causes her only a smile, and she only recently realized that they were quite jealous. Now the game on Earth belongs to Idra, a witch of dreams, and soon Akarthos will be deprived of the rights of the master of the game. Of course, he almost lost consciousness from rage when he heard about it. He did not expect that Idra would be able to become a human Avar. He seems to him all the pursuit of chaos, and now Kim has caused the nail personally of the creator of the game. It is not clear what will change if Kim is able to get rid of this game. It will not end, but will continue as it should be. Kim replied that this game was too horribly guided by the masters of the game. She became the worst game of all in which he played. Suddenly, strange things began to happen. After the loss of the master of the Akarthos had to return to another world. But it did not happen. Kim assured this guy that he would never be able to return there again because he still doesn't know everything. Now he is waiting for the full end, and he must regret the day when he offended the crow. Although he said that they see each other for the first time, but in reality it was not, Kim said they were still met. Of course, it was not so easy to believe because Akarthos remembers only the events of this timeline. But they really saw many times, and every time Kim promised to himself that it would surely kill this scoundrel. But every time he would not be able to do so. But now a completely different situation, and revenge is very close. Akarthos said he could no longer tolerate it, and now he would try to personally snatch his heart out of the body of Kim. He has a good regeneration technique, but when you meet with a crow, even it cannot help you. As it turned out later, The speed of Kim is much higher than the speed of a Karthos regeneration. Interesting. Why Titan is only doing that he is injured at the hands of an ordinary person. Kim decided to use various techniques, such as proof of the benefits when all characteristics increase in the battle with constellations. Although it lasts in only 30 minutes, it should be enough to kill this fool. Now he will finally die here and now, and no one will be able to help him. A Karthos will not even get the right to see with his own eyes the destruction of the creator. That's how Kim wants to destroy even him.